We are surrounded. The enemy. About 20. Shinsho Feijian pointed his sword at the ground, sensing chakra, and said coldly, based on this scale, they should be the elite Jinjiao unit of the Cloud Ninja. Shuahuman Yin said, including the Hokage-sama, we are only 8 people. It will be difficult to handle. He was more worried that they were close to the Cloud Ninja village and the enemy could continuously send reinforcements. You are too timid. Zhuanxin Xiaochun looked at Shinsho Feijian and said, Hokage-sama, the enemy does not know our exact location. We should ambush and attack to open a breakthrough. Yuzhibo Jing agreed we need a decoy to attract most of the enemy's main force. The remaining comrades will have a higher chance of evacuation. A decoy. Xiaodao Chiefing whispered, we will definitely die. Who will go? The atmosphere became heavy. A life or death decision. I will go. Dongyang lowered his head respectfully and said, thank you Lord Feijian for your appreciation and for raising me to become a ninja. I am an orphan with no attachments, so I am more suitable to be the decoy. No one saw the conflict and ambition in his eyes. If the third Hokage had to be chosen at this moment, it must be himself. The strongest faction master system that came with him through time had always been in a gray state. To fully activate it, he naturally needed to become Hokage. Fortunately, he had an optional initial gift pack and obtained the vision-breaking eye of the Kōga ninja art. Otherwise, in this deadly ninja world, he would have died countless times. No, you are only 16 years old. Yuzhibo Jing shouted, those beautiful eyes cannot be lost here. You want to create the third great dojutsu bloodline clan in the ninja world. Dongyang, have you forgotten your ambition? Hokage-sama, since it was my proposal, I am willing to be the decoy and cover everyone's retreat. Please give the order. Shinsho Feijian narrowed his long blade-like eyes and said, Kagami, you have lost the calm a ninja should have. Hi. Yuzhibo Jing humbly said, I have failed your teachings. Please forgive my willfulness. Let me go, Hokage-sama. Yuanfei Risen spoke, speaking of age, Kagami is only 1 year older than Dongyang. I believe I have the strongest overall strength in the Hokage Guard. I am confident in completing the decoy mission. Risen. You. Jitsuin Tuanzang blurted out with worry. Yuanfei Risen patted his shoulder and said, I entrust everyone to you from now on, Danzu. If it were you. Jitsuin Tuanzang broke free and said with forced dignity, what? I was about to say that I would be the decoy. Don't try to be a hero alone. Shinsho Feijian's scrutinizing gaze swept over everyone. He had been hesitating about the choice of successor. First he eliminated Shuahuman, Yin Zhuanxin Xiaochun, and Jia Jian, then the young duo of Risen and Tuanzang, and finally the teenage bond of Dongyang and Jing. In the second round he eliminated Danzu and Kagami, so it was either Risen or Dongyang. The former had the alliance of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Sarutobi Sasuke was old but strong, a force not to be ignored. As for Dongyang, he was originally a weapon to balance the Uchiha. Tobirama was pleased with this child's idea of establishing a bloodline clan. In terms of personal wisdom, courage, and decisiveness, the older Risen was actually inferior to Dongyang. This peace conference in the Cloud Ninja village had already given him many surprises. No more arguing. Shinsho Feijian said slowly, I remember that when passing through Thunderclap Gorge, Dongyang suggested setting up many traps and an evacuation route for emergencies. Yes. Dongyang responded, you taught me from a young age that strategy and stability are paramount. So do you have a new plan? Shinsho Feijian nodded with satisfaction and said, my shadow clone will be the decoy. Everyone will break through Thunderclap Gorge and fight the decisive battle. If the village reinforcements cannot arrive in time as Hokage, I will personally hold the rear. The Hokage guard will escort Dongyang to safety. From then on he will be your third Hokage. Hokage-sama, this is the Hokage's order. Now execute. Hi. Dark dense forest. Shinsho Feijian's shadow clone successfully attracted the enemy's attention. With his speed the fastest in the ninja world, he quickly pulled the encirclement formation apart, creating a gap. The Foreman Cloud Ninja squad in the due east direction became separated. Dense rain of kunai and shuriken flew. Enemy attack. Oh. Shinsho Feijian used Flying Thunder God Slash to instantly kill one. The enemy countered with ninjutsu shuriken. A very familiar water formation wall started, and a water dragon bullet swept toward the golden-haired Cloud Ninja on the left. We've been tricked. Fire the signal flare. A scar-faced Cloud Ninja shouted to warn his comrades. With the instinct of countless life-and-death battles, he performed hand seals for the substitution jutsu at top speed. Damn, the substitution didn't work. It's that genius boy, the North Star. Intelligence indicated that his eyes were as brilliant as the North Star, possessing the ability to suppress and disrupt chakra. Ninjutsu below rank were directly nullified. The activation characteristics were very obvious. Why can't I see the starlight? There's Jinjutsu interference. Above, the scar-faced man's kunai struck empty air. With the reflexes of an elite jonin, he turned his blade to block his vulnerable neck. His last thought, bastard two cheaters. Yuzhibo Jing's short sword leaped with flame, a beautiful arc of waist cut. He nodded slightly to Dongyang, whose eyes shone with starlight on the tree, trunk diagonally opposite, and then instantly disappeared without any hesitation. At the triangular position of the scar-faced man, Dongyang, at the moment Uchiha Kagami swung his sword, performed an operation several kunai, with explosive tags burned up, and then spiraled into an explosion. Wind release vacuum great sphere. Wind release vacuum serial waves. Another battlefield. Yuanfei Risen and Jitsuan Tuanzang used wind release to pressure the female cloud ninja into a limited space. Shuahomen Yin used earth release subterranean voyage to control her legs. The finishing blow was left to Chodao Kaifeng's meat tank. Qianshou Feijian chased and killed the golden-haired cloud ninja with his sword. The foreman squad was thus annihilated all within 15 seconds. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Jiahe Jian did not participate in the fight. Instead, they set up traps around, even if it meant delaying the enemy by 1 second. Qianshou Feijian gave a tactical hand signal. At the end, he pointed to Dongyang, whose pupils had returned to normal. Everyone's expressions varied. The Hokage himself acted as the vanguard, flanking and protecting the young man in the middle, the future helmsman of the village. They disappeared into the darkness. The dense forest was small. About 10 minutes passed. Ahead lay endless wilderness. The moon in the sky was noticeably larger than in the land of fire. The ground was covered with frost-like light. However, the group had no time to appreciate the magnificent scenery. Qianshou Feijian performed another chakra sensing. He ordered everyone to evacuate normally, then instantly flashed to the northeast. Intense chakra fluctuations. He returned to the team a few minutes later, not even a speck of dirt on his clothes. Heingle wide shot from above. All the squads of Cloud Ninja Village on missions outside had been mobilized, cooperating with Kinkaku and Ginkaku's actions. After several of these squads were annihilated by Qianshou Feijian, they dared not approach too closely, following from a distance with ambiguous attitudes. Time passed into the late night. Everyone arrived at Thunderclap Gorge safely. Yuzhibo Jing and others increased the number of traps. Dongyang was left alone. Qianshou Feijian stood at the top of the gorge, speaking slowly. I already foresaw during the breakout that the Cloud Ninja would never let me leave. Your arrangements here only give me a more perfect ending. Little Dongyang, why don't you guess why the two opposing factions, the Cloud Ninja High Command and the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, both have the same goal of... Dongyang paused and said, Kinkaku and Ginkaku want to pin the second Raikage death on us. By eliminating you, they would gain unprecedented prestige to succeed as the third Raikage. Those two fools cannot succeed. The Cloud Ninja High Command, specifically the Yayue clan, ostensibly approve of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's actions, but in reality, they are hoping for both sides. They will enter at the last moment, effortlessly suppress the rebellion, and weaken Konoha, a double win. When the village investigates, they will blame it all on the dead Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, absolving themselves of any responsibility. Huh. Qianshou Feijian laughed heartily indeed. I've been a chess player for half my life, only to become someone else's pawn in the end. There is a wise man in the Yayue clan. He will be a good opponent for you. Dongyang bit his lip and said, do you regret it? If we had followed my earlier suggestion in the village and chosen the Land of Iron as the meeting place, perhaps this wouldn't. Regret. I have never thought about it. Regret is not a good thing. It dulls our will, making us indecisive and hesitant. Qianshou Feijian said, but I admit I was wrong. From the Hokage's standpoint, the village was once on the verge of defeat in this war. I used every means to incite the four great ninja villages to fight among themselves, bringing the dawn of victory. Proud as I am, excessive pride turned into arrogance. Such an ugly sight. I missed the days when my brother was alive, the most excellent advisor. In Dongyang's eyes reflected the lonely silhouette of his master. He said with admiration, in my heart you will always be the irreplaceable second Hokage, Lord Feijian. Qianshou Feijian curved his lips slightly and said, I have taught you everything I could, my most accomplished disciple. When you return to the village and face those old-timers of my generation, your initial situation will be difficult. Forget it, I believe you can handle it. One last piece of advice before you become strong, do not reveal the true ability of those eyes to ignore Jinjutsu. Beware of the Senju and Uchiha. My sister-in-law Uzumaki Mido Kagami, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the Ino Shikacho, including the bloodline clan you will create in the future. You understand what I mean. Don't reveal the ability to ignore Jinjutsu. Qianshou Feijian had said this for the nth time. Dongyang felt that he suspected Uchiha Madara was still alive. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, there was no need to take that risk. I will keep it in mind. Lord Feijian. On the distant horizon, two bright yellow figures flew forward, followed by countless cloud ninja. They were Kinkaku Ginkaku and their loyal subordinates. Qianshou Feijian rolled his shoulders. His powerful aura rose. His fighting spirit reached its peak. Then, casting aside all burdens and response, simply enjoy the last dance. Little Dongyang. Tobirama Senju slightly turned his head and said, Accompany me through the first half of the final journey as the last help from a senior team. Maybe reinforcements. Don't be childish. Tobirama Senju interrupted him. They both knew it was impossible. Dongyang knelt on one knee and said, "It is an honor to witness Lord Tobirama's full power." The next moment, Tobirama vanished in a flash. Dongyang followed closely, and the Shadow Guard unit converged from all directions, charging fiercely toward the Cloud Ninja in the Thunderclap Valley. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone be careful, there are traps. Deep dark valley. Rugged ravines, jagged rocks. Tobirama Senju landed silently, cutting down a Cloud Ninja with ease. The scream drew several lightning attacks, illuminating his figure, and Dongyang. It's the second Hokage and the North Star. Kill them. Water-style water formation wall. Tobirama Senju protected Dongyang within the water wall, then pressed a water impact wave. 3 shadow clones slid rapidly on the torrent, their narrow eyes cold, killing for enemies in moments. Dongyang jumped to the eastern cliff, and threw plain kunai mixed with a few special ones. Tobirama Senju, like a teleporting blur, struck down an unlucky foe and charged into the enemy encirclement. Hurry and fire the signal flare. Notify Lord Kinkaku and Ginkaku. We can't. A female Cloud Ninja's pupils contracted, her terrified eyes reflecting the charging pale warrior. Overwhelming killing intent swept over, and she desperately wanted to raise her sword, but couldn't move. Her vision spun. She saw her own body. Where was her head? Bang. Boom. Lorna. No. Her companion fired a signal flare. Eyes wide with rage, he glared at the pale warrior, dual swords ready for a desperate fight, but his attacks were as weak as a baby's. Tobirama Senju demonstrated superb speed control, clashing swords twice with a Cloud Ninja. On the third exchange, he suddenly accelerated and cut the enemy's carotid artery. 2 words toyed with. Tobirama made a tactical hand sign. Dongyang understood and followed him to shift the battlefield. Mitokado Hamura, Yuditane Koharu, and Kagami were using traps to fight enemy squads. Tobirama Senju silently killed a Chunin with his old technique. The pale warrior charged, and the opposing Cloud Jonin roared to meet him. Dongyang had a VIP view as Tobirama clearly demonstrated new speed control techniques. When 5 meters apart, the pale warrior instantly accelerated, appearing behind the Cloud Ninja, then stabbed, withdrew, and moved on in one motion. Top-tier shadow-level bullying a Jonin. For words, do whatever you want. Oh, the Cloud Ninja, chest-pierced, vomited blood. He knelt, losing combat ability. The remaining Chunin and Genin were left to Mitokado Hamura and the others. Tobirama called Dongyang and went to help Kagami, Saratobi, and Hiruzen, momentarily gaining absolute advantage. The terrain of Thunderclap Valley was too perfect. It was bound to prevent large-scale assaults, and the dense traps severely delayed enemy reinforcements. They could only watch as Tobirama Senju struck and moved gradually, wearing down the Cloud Ninja's forces. Kinkaku and Ginkaku realized this and began to pull back their lines, but it was easier to send troops out than to call them back. With traps everywhere, every step was difficult. After half an hour of maneuvering, many more subordinates were lost. Tobirama intentionally conserved chakra. With his physique, he could fight a low-intensity battle for 3 days and nights. But things didn't go as planned. The Cloud Ninja's scouting teams received orders to join Kinkaku and Ginkaku's forces using chakra ninjutsu to clear the area, destroying traps for the fastest advance. They were all racing against time. An hour and a half later, deep in Thunderclap Valley, the final confrontation was coming. Tobirama Senju, you finally showed up. Quite good at hiding. Kill you and my brother, and I will be the strongest in the ninja world, ascending to the Raikage throne. Kinkaku and Ginkaku dismissed their subordinates, clearly wanting a duel between the strong. Tobirama Senju stood with arms crossed, silent. Dongyang stood at his side. He was using his prestige to elevate the young North Star's reputation, paving the way for him to become the 3rd Hokage. Ginkaku said arrogantly, "Looks like you're scared. 2 against 2 is fine. No one can say we bullied an old man. Let's go, brother." "Oi." Kinkaku responded, swinging the banana palm fan. A fierce gale. Tobirama formed hand seals for water formation wall. Dongyang cooperated with 2 water impact waves, creating a water-based arena. The pale warrior rode the waves, attacking Kinkaku. Haha, the rope of falsehood. Kinkaku used the rope to bind Tobirama. Poof. A cloud of white smoke, a shadow clone explosion. A descendant of the 6 paths, the Senju clan. How could they lack records of these tools? That's why he hadn't spoken a word from the start. Little brother, watch out. He's targeting you. Ginkaku looked left and right, then was suddenly pulled underwater. A massive water impact wave trapped and crushed him. He was forced to activate Ninetales mode, layering defenses to endure the damage. Bastard. Dirty. Kinkaku swung the banana palm fan repeatedly, using earth-style chakra to counter the water, breaking the water impact wave. Brother, I said it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Ninetales mode. Full power. Damn. I can't see. Ginkaku stubbornly shouted, having been hit by a darkness technique. Tobirama Senju glided underwater, passing by Ginkaku, attaching mutual multiplying explosive tags to his left shoulder. Using intel advantage, he seized the initiative and controlled the battle rhythm. Ginkaku entered Ninetales mode, forming a tailed beast ball in his mouth, aiming at the underwater area, but for some reason his chakra went out of control. Dongyang, who had been playing a support role, exerted his influence. His eyes shone like the North Star, beautiful and bright. Though he couldn't fully suppress, he could see heavens cried. Boom. In a single second, Tobirama spat a water needle, precisely striking the tailed beast ball, detonating it right at Ginkaku's mouth. Massive water splashes. Violent shockwaves. Tobirama formed hand seals for pursuit. Dongyang drifted and slid, following closely, and when he saw the dark red beastly shadow, he immediately interfered with the Ninetales mode. Tobirama used hard whirlpool water blade to drive Ginkaku underwater, his head surely ringing. Then he followed with a massive water impact wave spiral kill. Multiple shadow clones. 8 water-severing waves sliced. Ginkaku was cut into pieces, dead beyond death. Ginkaku floated on the water, his left shoulder to heart, a bloody mess, barely alive. Yang power slowly healed his wounds. He had been suppressed throughout, only his mouth was tough. Boom. A wave of water launched Ginkaku into the air. Midair, Tobirama's sword swept an arc, taking a fine head. He landed gracefully on the water, his aura as the pinnacle of the ninja world, overwhelming the scene. Descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, you too are worthy. Lord Ginkaku, the second Hokage, is too strong. Kill him. Avenge the two lords. Someone in the Cloud Ninja ranks secretly incited. But no one was foolish. Tobirama Senju smiled contemptuously, pointed with his sword, sensing chakra. He ordered the Shadow Guard to escort Dongyang westward, then strode sword in hand toward the dense enemy ranks. Lord Tobirama, Lord Hokage, kill the second Hokage, or we all die. Charge. Kill. Kill. Slay. The pale warrior charged the enemy lines alone. Only those who personally faced Tobirama Senju could comprehend what it meant to be the fastest shinobi in the world, a speed so blinding that their movements were utterly imperceptible. The katana sliced through the air, tearing leather and screams of agony. 8 shadow clones of Tobirama Senju emerged from the water, unleashing the Great Waterfall technique, an endless torrent that split the Kumogakure formation. Hold the line. Captain, I'm out of chakra. Earth release, earth flow wall. Fire release, fireball. The Kumogakure shinobi were fine using earth release. The clash of water and fire generated massive steam, and combined with the destruction of traps from their earlier jutsu, the drawbacks now became evident. Boom. Boom. A muffled thunderclap. Rain began to drizzle from the sky. The great battle had triggered a shift in the weather. A smirk curled at the corner of Tobirama Senju's mouth as he crushed a female Kumogakure shinobi's throat with one hand, his monstrous strength sending nearby underlings flying with a stomp before he burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Heaven's timing. Earth's advantage. Ha ha ha. Kumogakure shinobi, when you used me Tobirama Senju as a pawn, did you brace yourselves for a devastating price? Tobirama Senju's narrow eyes turned as sharp as blades. In a flash, he kicked a Kumogakure shinobi, bones cracking audibly. Another flash, and his katana reaped 3 lives, blood spraying a moment later, as if the world had just caught up. Nanny. Faster. Why? It's the water body flicker. In heavy rain. Bakairu. A Kumogakure jonin roared, kill Tobirama Senju, at any cost. Everyone. Kunai and shuriken area attack. Sir, that will hurt our allies. I command. Attack. A dense storm of kunai and shuriken blanketed the area where Tobirama Senju stood. A familiar yet different water formation wall, like an azure tornado connecting heaven and earth. A forked lightning bolt struck from the sky, and the tornado split into countless lightning-infused water kunai, attacking the Kumogakure shinobi from all directions. A miracle. That man is a god. How can we possibly win? Take cover. Find shelter. The Kumogakure shinobi fled in panic. Some even used their comrades' corpses as shields. Hashirama Senju's wood release was awe-inspiring, but Tobirama Senju was now fighting at full strength, not the weakened version of the impure world reincarnation. With the rain boosting his power, the scene was no less spectacular. Huff. Tobirama Senju panted slightly. He popped a military ration pill, glanced around the corpse-strewn valley. Brother, do you see? I'm almost catching up to your strength. Though my chakra reserves are lacking, if I mastered Sage Mode, the scale of this technique would be far greater enough to ignore these rabble and break through everything to return to the village. A pity. 8 shadow clones began to move, finishing off the wounded, maximizing the attrition of the Kumogakure forces. A dark-skinned Kumogakure shinobi shouted gibberish, charging at the real Tobirama Senju, covered in blood and grime. A brilliant arc of the blade swept out. Another soul claimed. His action roused the bloodlust of more Kumogakure shinobi who roared as they rushed toward their inevitable end as shinobi. Captain, for the village. Kill. Lord Kinkaku. Incoming. Boom. A suicide explosion from detonating tags. One of Tobirama Senju's shadow clones was destroyed, then a second, a third, until the battlefield had no one left alive but him. Tobirama Senju kicked aside a broken corpse and half sat on a stone platform to recover his strength. But mere minutes later figures dashed through the rain curtain. Fresh Kumogakure reinforcements had arrived. Clang, clang, crackle, metal clashed. Lightning release against lightning release. Tobirama Senju was no slouch in lightning release. A water needle from heaven pierced a Kumogakure shinobi's face without warning. He parried a left-side attack with his blade, when suddenly his brow furrowed, and he used the water body flicker to leap away. At the spot he left behind, a bolt of lightning stabbed through his afterimage. Lightning release chakra mode. Oh, so it's you and the Kumogakure Umbu. Tobirama Senju's voice rang out coldly. The Kumogakure Umbu remained silent, repositioning with tactical hand signs. The one in lightning release chakra mode launched the main attack again. Rushing water roared. Tobirama Senju smiled sardonically. The water formation wall braced against the thrusting hand. The second rakeage might have made him take it seriously, but this mere imitation was nothing. The water formation wall evolved into a second-stage water rush. It swept away the user of lightning release chakra mode. He threw a kunai. Flying thunder god slash. The Kumogakure Umbu captain cursed under his breath, Baka. They all knew what Tobirama Senju was about to do, but could only watch helplessly. Too fast. Tobirama Senju grabbed the imitation's hair with his left hand and tossed the corpse forward. If this is all you've got, then all of you will be buried here. Bastard. Calm down. The Kumogakure Umbu captain barked at his subordinates. New tactical hand signs. The group coordinated perfectly to launch a combined ninjutsu assault. Tobirama Senju's heart sank. He maneuvered, killing one elite Umbu after another, but the stamina and chakra consumed far exceeded what it took to wipe out those small fry. This was a vicious cycle. It showed how determined the Kumogakure were to kill him. A breathtaking battle. From dawn until noon. The sky cleared. Tobirama Senju slew the last Umbu, his face pale and breathing heavily. He had several military ration pills in his mouth, caring not for the damage to his body anymore. What mattered more was time. A new wave of Kumogakure shinobi arrived on the battlefield. Their distinctive attire marked them as ninja from various major clans. Tobirama Senju's ninja sword had broken, and he now wielded a weapon of unknown origin. With an expressionless face, he continued his slaughter, adorning the final glory of his shinobi career. Kill. Kill. The setting sun was like blood. Tobirama Senju's armor was covered in blade marks. He had changed his katana countless times. A sharp sound from the right, and he barely dodged, almost tripping over a corpse on the ground, steadying himself clumsily. Everyone. He's at his limit. Ah! A water needle from heaven pierced the man's throat. The Kumogakure shinobi were like a pack of red-eyed hyenas, hunting a mighty lion. Tobirama Senju's left forearm guard, which he used often for blocking, finally shattered under the strain. A blade cut into his flesh for the first time. Seeing this, the Kumogakure shinobi grew even more frenzied. For the glory of the clan. Long live Kumogakure. A Kumogakure shinobi leaped down with a powerful slash. Tobirama Senju had just killed someone behind him. With a calm expression, he blocked with his left arm and slashed the opponent's waist with his right hand. I cut off his hand. Bang! A monstrous foot crushed a skull like a watermelon. Tobirama Senju had long been mentally prepared to lose a hand, and it did not affect his killing rhythm. Surround him. Bleed him dry. Everyone. Victory is at hand. Haha. We're about to kill the god of Konoha. Tobirama Senju's narrow eyes were filled with icy light. He began to expend his remaining stamina, charging and killing in all directions. The Kumogakure hyenas darted left and right, encircling but not attacking. They did not notice that the blood from Tobirama Senju's severed arm occasionally contained a few drops of ink-black liquid. As he rampaged, it spread across the entire blood-soaked valley. The full moon rose high. After a day and night of brutal combat, the pale warrior finally collapsed from exhaustion. The hyenas probed cautiously. A kunai pierced Tobirama Senju's neck. The Kumogakure shinobi's faces erupted with ecstatic expressions. But just as they relaxed, a change occurred. Tobirama Senju's blood gradually turned into a thick ink-black liquid, soaking the Crimson Valley for 1,000 square meters. The four symbols, seal like the domain of death, devoured everything. What is this? Don't come near me. Captain, save me. Okasan. Oh, please spare me. No. Wails became the final hymn of this grand funeral. The Shadow Guard marched in somber silence. The Cloud Ninja squads they encountered simply ignored them, for their orders were singular: to kill Tobirama at any cost. Are we just running away? Akimichi Torifi's voice trembled with tears. With the Hokage's strength, he could have easily escaped without us. It's us, these burdens, who doomed him. Torifu is right, Uchiha Kagami murmured, his eyes flickering. When we return to the village, we must train to become stronger, never to be a burden to anyone again. If I ever face a similar situation, I will make the same choice as the Hokage. Kagami looked toward Dongyang, who was being shielded at the center, and suppressed his grief. This is not an escape, Torifu. We have a more important mission. Protecting the third Hokage. Akimichi, Torifu muttered. I feel the Hokage's decision was too hasty. If the Uchiha find out, they'll probably want to kill Dongyang on the spot. I heard that, Torifu, Uchiha Kagami said. I will do my utmost to restrain and persuade my clan to support the third Hokage's succession. Dongyang's wisdom is no less than the Hokage's. Oh, I trust his abilities. I hope so, Akimichi Torifu replied, not optimistic about Uchiha Kagami's chances. As a member of the Shadow Guard, he had clearly sensed Lord Tobirama's hint Kagami had a chance to become the third Hokage. If the third Hokage were to choose Sarutobi Hiruzen, that would be one thing. He was exceptional in age, strength, and every aspect. But if the choice could be the younger Dongyang, why not Kagami, who was only a year older? Akimichi Torifu bet 5 packs of snacks that the Uchiha would cause trouble. Lord Hokage, please restrain your grief, Koharu. Mitokado Hamura comforted her. Save your energy, and don't fall behind. We must reach the reinforcements as fast as possible. Perhaps the Hokage can hold on until then. Is there really a chance? It's very slim. It's all because we're too weak. Yes. Mitokado Hamura moved his lips and said, I always thought the Hokage favored Hiruzen, but in the end he chose Dongyang. What do you mean by that, Mitokado Hamura? Udatane Koharu exclaimed. The Hokage's life hangs in the balance. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I don't want to hear this now. Kohara, think about our clans, Mitokado Hamura said. We're not like those great ninja clans. We barely managed to touch the center of power in the village. You understand what I mean. Udatane Koharu was silent for a long time before saying, You plan to support Hiruzen, to overturn the Hokage's decision. No. Mitokado Hamura said, I mean we should advance and retreat together as two families. Wait and see before choosing sides. If Dongyang had Hiruzen's background, I would naturally side with him without hesitation, but you saw it. Hamura, do our two families' influence even matter? Udatane Koharu shook her head. One Senju clan is enough to sway the village's situation, let alone Kagami's bond with Dongyang and the conservative Uchiha faction he represents. I may be impulsive and not smart, but I know that whatever the Hokage decides will come to pass. Even without the Senju and Uchiha support, Dongyang will become the third Hokage. Do you believe me? Mitokado Hamura pondered. Could the Hokage have a hidden power in the village? Those civilian ninja. Indeed, given their position, they would naturally choose to support Dongyang or Kagami. Udatane Koharu blinked in confusion. Had she said something? She simply trusted the Hokage unconditionally. Since that analysis led here, Dongyang's succession seemed even more assured. The two discussed for a moment and reached a decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not worth following. As for Shimura Danzo, that infamous shadow, he would certainly be dissatisfied, but he walked a single path with Hiruzen and had no chance to discuss major matters. After a full day's forced march, they reached the border of the Land of Iron. At the front of the Konoha reinforcements, Mito Uzumaki personally led the troops with Uchiha Munakata, the aging Hyuga Tima Sarutobi Sasuke, and the Ino Shikacho trio, each bringing their clan's elite in full force. Lady Mito. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the vanguard, arrived first and knelt on one knee. We escorted the Hokage to the Cloud Ninja Village for the peace conference, but Kinkaku and Ginkaku started a rebellion. Please hurry and rescue the Hokage. What? Appointing Dongyang as the third Hokage. The Uchiha ninja exploded. Damn bastards. Lord Tobirama personally held the rear, and you shadow guards have the audacity to survive. The Senju members were even more enraged. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head. It is my failure to protect him. I am willing to accept any punishment. But the most important thing now is to rescue the Hokage. Alas. Mito Uzumaki shook her head with a sigh. Tobirama has fulfilled his duty as a Kage. This was his choice. Since things have come to this, please stay calm. Since the second Hokage has given his instructions, let us wait for Dongyang and discuss further. Lady Mito. Senju Ryuzen could not understand. Time was of the essence. Ryuzen, it's too late. Mito Uzumaki said, it took Hiruzen and the others a day to get here. It will take our army another day to reach the Thunderclap Canyon. That's 2 days in total. Tobirama cannot wait that long. Hiruzen, please rise for now. Hearing this, everyone's faces were twisted with pain, whether genuine or feigned. Shimura Danzo arrived at the front shortly after and stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The protagonist, Dongyang, arrived belatedly. Uchiha Kagami Akimichi Torifu Kagami Mitokado Hamura, and Udatane Koharu spontaneously stood behind him, forming a clear line with the other two. Observant people were already sizing up this 16-year-old boy. How had he earned the dying favor of Senju Tobirama and the support of most of the Shadow Guard? Lady Mito, clan heads Jonin. Dongyang nodded calmly to everyone and stated, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I believe Captain Hiruzen has already briefed you on the situation. In the battle at Thunderclap Canyon, Kinkaku and Ginkaku fell. The Cloud Ninja squad, disregarding chakra consumption, cleared the traps. As we retreated, it began to rain, making water-style jutsu twice as effective. Lord Tobirama had the most favorable conditions for a fight to the death. This will be the most glorious finale of his ninja career. One can only imagine the heavy price the Cloud Ninja paid. I hereby request that you all deploy troops to the border of the Land of Lightning, demand Lord Tobirama's remains, and forge a new peace treaty. Senju Ryuzen could no longer hold back. He rushed forward, grabbed Dongyang by the collar, and roared, Lord Tobirama is not dead yet, and he thought so highly of you. Even if he is dead, we cannot negotiate. We will fight the Cloud Ninja to the bitter end. Stop, Ryuzen, Mito Uzumaki shouted. She looked at the young man before her, as if seeing another Tobirama reborn, so alike. Everyone present felt the same. No wonder he was chosen to succeed as the third Hokage. Lady Mito, Lord Tobirama is not dead. Ryuzen, calm down, okay? Senju Ryuzen finally released Dongyang's collar. The 40-year-old man wept silently like a child. Dongyang took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, if Lord Tobirama were here, he would not want us to act impulsively. War has cost us too much. It is time to put an end to it. The old Hyuga clan head Hyuga Tenma nodded. I am willing to accompany the third Hokage to deploy troops at the border of the Land of Lightning, demand the second Hokage's remains, and facilitate the peace treaty. No one expected him to be the first to voice support, and without reservation. The Byakugan and Sharingan had always been in covert competition. Hyuga Tenma had first ruled out Uchiha Kagami. Regardless of who else was chosen, there were pros and cons. His reason for favoring Dongyang was simple. Because Dongyang was the most like Senju Tobirama, rational, stable, fair. His youth was actually an advantage. He could serve as Hokage for many years, and the Hyuga would benefit accordingly. I do not deserve to be called the third Hokage, old clan head, Dongyang said, looking around. The Hokage must first be approved by vote. Neither Lord Tobirama nor the first Hokage had the power to appoint someone internally. I intend to serve as acting Hokage to stabilize the situation temporarily. After 4 years, everyone will make the final decision. Before that, Captain Hiruzen, brother Danzo Kagami, Torafu clan head Uchiha Munakata, and all clan heads and Jonin will have the opportunity. Hearing this, Uchiha Kagami quickly raised his hand to show his stance. Dongyang, I support you as the third Hokage. Lord Tobirama would not misjudge a person. The Uchiha Jonin heard his words. They nearly spat blood. It's decided. Dongyang gave no chance for others to waste words. The Hyuga were solidly in place. The Shadow Guard stance was clear. The Uchiha conservative faction could be won over through Kagami, and the Senju had no one else to support. These forces were more than enough for him to control the situation. Anyone who wanted to pledge loyalty now would have to accept being a dog. Lady Mito, please. Dongyang showed respect to Mito Uzumaki, implying that before returning to the village he was not the acting Hokage. This gave face to the Senju, and gave everyone some time to adjust and accept. What a commanding presence. The old Hyuga clan head was even more satisfied with Dongyang. The Ino Shikacho trio regretted their hesitation. Nara, the most strategic, saw clearly. The position of the third Hokage was already settled. With 2 moves of retreating in order to advance, he had dispelled all underlying discontent and secured his status as acting Hokage. What is the difference between an acting Hokage and a Hokage? If he makes a mistake, he is merely acting. If he does well, everyone will rush to confirm him. With power in hand, there are more ways to maneuver. The second Hokage knew how to play people. The third Hokage has surpassed his master. Double the happiness. Outside the Thunderclap Gorge, the returning Cloud Ninja reconnaissance squad knelt on one knee, presenting a severed arm. Lord Yai, we found only this suspected to be the second Hokage's left hand. The entire battlefield has vanished without a trace, with signs of a sealing technique. The cost is too heavy, Yai. Indeed. Following the traitors Kinkaku and Ginkaku, 32 mission squads, the elite Umbu, all annihilated along with 800 ninja from allied clans. It is inconceivable that one man could achieve such devastation. Young Ei spoke, uncle, esteemed elders, precisely because we paid such a heavy price, it proves the necessity of eliminating the second Hokage. Behind every village's second generation's downfall, Senju Tobirama's shadow looms, including the defection of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, which he orchestrated through planted spies. Our spies barely managed to relay one piece of intelligence. He was researching a forbidden technique to resurrect the dead. Can you imagine the scene of Senju Hashirama becoming an obedient weapon with the brothers fighting side by side? The old men present gasped. Senju Hashirama, an absolute nightmare. If he remained uncooperative, it would be bad enough. But if he obeyed, it would be catastrophic. Young Ei holding the severed arm said, in my eyes, the second Hokage is more dangerous than his brother. The sealing technique in the valley. I believe this arm was left deliberately as a keepsake. It should contain some kind of intelligence and his testament. Truly, he is the legendary master of forbidden arts. Oi never doubted his ability to resurrect. With the promise of the 3 great ninja villages conveyed by Hawk, I will prioritize compensating the major clans. The nightmare that keeps the entire shinobi world awake. Do you still think the cost was too great? The old uncle of the Urajetsu clan sighed, well done, Senju Tobirama. If that great schemer had another 10 years, I fear he would have initiated a new war. A clan leader said, given his vindictive nature, he certainly would. Before that, we must be cautious of assassination attempts by Konoha Zumbu. Yeah, you said the severed arm contains Senju Tobirama's testament. Do we need to decipher it? It would be difficult and unnecessary. Young Ei's eyes gleamed with wisdom. The intelligence would simply be about annihilating our Umbu. As for the testament, it would urge Konoha to remain calm and restart peace negotiations. What? Peace talks? Senju Tobirama has lost his mind. Old man, you're confused. This precisely matches Senju Tobirama's rationality. Yeah, that you can see this proves you are worthy of being a Kage. I am deeply gratified. The old uncle of the Urajetsu clan stroked his beard. Then we wait for Konoha to send someone and return Senju Tobirama's remains. As for the 3 great ninja villages, I have an idea. Once their promised resources arrive, secretly inform Konoha of this. The 4 villages conspired to kill Senju Tobirama. Let them share the wrath of the Senju of the forest. Huh. Excellent idea. Agreed. A day and a half later. At the border of the Land of Lightning. Konoha's main tent. Young Ei, the old uncle of the Urajetsu clan, 2 Cloud Ninja elders, and 4 guards arrived lightly equipped. We have kept you waiting, Lady Uzumaki. Lord Polaris esteemed Konoha lords. Although young Ei was burly, he had been polite as a child. This was not yet his era, and Dongyang's position in Konoha was similarly constrained by dozens of seniors above him. A peculiar scene, the host seat occupied by Uzumaki Mito with Dongyang as her deputy. The guest seat, led by the Urajetsu elder with young Ei below. Everyone understood tacitly. Soon these 2 young men would ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, becoming the helmsmen of their respective villages, wielding all they had learned. The Urajetsu elder scrutinized the 16-year-old youth across from him, puzzled. Could Konoha really be so bold? Was he merely a puppet propped up by the old woman? Was Uzumaki preparing to replace Konoha? Ahem. Uncle. Apologies. The Urajetsu elder withdrew his wild thoughts and said slowly, regarding the Kinkaku and Ginkaku rebellion, the murder of the second Raikage, and your village's Hokage, we deeply regret. He gestured. A guard placed a wooden box on the table. This is the final remains of your village's Hokage. Our apologies once more. The Urajetsu elder sighed theatrically. The dead cannot be revived. Please accept our condolences. We are willing to offer appropriate compensation. Moreover, regarding the peace treaty the second Hokage failed to conclude, we are sincere. It is time to end this meaningless war. Uzumaki Mito's trembling hands opened the wooden box. Despite countless mental preparations, the woman's sentimentality made her weep on the spot. At that moment, her terrifying and evil chakra erupted violently. Roar. Focus, Lady Mito. The Nine Tails howling assaulted everyone's eardrums. Dongyang opened his beautiful Polaris eyes, dampening the eruption. Yet it was unnecessary. The diamond-shaped crystal on Uzumaki Mito's forehead flickered instantly, suppressing the Nine Tails. I lost my composure. Uzumaki Mito wiped away her tears, pointed at the severed arm, and the chain-like sealing runes manifested and unraveled, revealing a few words of a final testament. She pushed it to Dongyang beside her. Cloud Ninja Umbu wiped out, accelerate spy infiltration, plunder regular mission quotas, tell Tsunade stop gambling. A man of unwavering fortitude till the end. Was it so hard to say Grandpa loves you? Dongyang looked up, taking several deep breaths. Memories of the past flooded his mind. From the first time he actively revealed the peculiarity of his eyes, to the mutual exploitation with Senju Tobirama, and finally growing smoothly to where he was now. Humans are not grass or trees who can be devoid of emotion. May I say a few words? Please speak, Lord Polaris. Dongyang's voice was hoarse. Regarding compensation, I have 2 requests. First, the Cloud Ninja Academy's curriculum must truthfully document the Battle of Thunderclap Gorge. Second, atop Thunderclap Gorge erect a full-body statue of the second Hokage no less than 100 zhang in height, and allow Konoha to pay respects to their heroic ancestors each year at this time. The Urajetsu elder hesitated. Young Ei bowed slightly. We Cloud Ninja have always admired heroes, but the number of mourners must not exceed 10 per. Agreed. Dongyang returned the courtesy, handed the wooden box to a Senju clansman. The fiery Longshan was not present. Uzumaki Mido had confined him to prevent trouble. Thereafter the two de facto leaders discussed the peace treaty. The concessions made by Cloud Ninja were greater than expected thanks to the devastation wrought by Senju. Cloud Ninja lacked confidence. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were their own combatants, and now both they and the second Raikage were dead. In contrast, Konoha remained prosperous. Just the earlier outburst from Uzumaki Mido had thoroughly unsettled the Urajetsu elder. An hour later, a verbal agreement was reached. As Dongyang in his capacity as deputy escorted the Cloud Ninja party out of the camp, young Ei proactively offered his hand. In a certain sense, it was a historic moment. A formal introduction. Ei, Dongyang, I thought that as a disciple of Senju Tobirama, you would propose compensation from the village's overall interests. A curriculum guide and a statue, mere showpieces, what is their significance? Perhaps one day you will understand my thoughts. A simple probe. Young Ei departed with a heavy heart. He did not consider the successor of Senju Tobirama to be a mediocre figure. Perhaps one day you will understand my thoughts. A simple probe. Young Ei departed with a heavy heart. He did not consider the successor. Returning to the Konoha tent, the esteemed elders were deliberating over some matter. Uzumaki Mido gestured toward the previously vacant seat and said gently, Dongyang, what do you think of the third Ei? Dongyang knelt and bowed slightly, replying, I am young and inexperienced and must rely on your guidance and that of the esteemed elders. I have already been presumptuous by speaking rashly about Lord Fijian's compensation. Haha. Uzumaki Mido smiled warmly. You did very well. I had intended to remind you, but you are not Fijian's shadow. We have discussed that although it is an acting Hokage appointment, it cannot be conducted hastily. We shall invite the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the esteemed chief Looming of the allied Whirlpool village to witness the ceremony. Dongyang narrowed his eyes. The final warning of Senju Tobirama echoed in his ears. Beware of Uzumaki Mido, and even everyone around you. Was Uzumaki Mido right? She had been considering his interests all along. Yet that did not preclude her from having her own stance, her partiality toward Whirlpool village, just as everyone harbored their own selfish motives. Senju Tobirama had warned Dongyang not to be swayed by these selfish intentions. As a Kage, even if absolute impartiality was impossible, one must at least strive for relative fairness, a fundamental quality of a leader. Why such a grand affair? Dongyang smiled faintly. Simply dispatch an envoy from the daimyo. If Whirlpool village wishes to deepen ties, welcome Chief Looming to visit the village, or I could lead a delegation to the land of whirlpools. An official businesslike attitude. The interests of the great village rejecting personal favors. Uzumaki Mido sighed inwardly and followed his words. In that case, I shall write to Chief Looming later. Hyuga Tenjin listened with a smirk, saying cheerfully, Dongyang, you must be exhausted from all your travels. The army will rest for a day and return tomorrow. Whatever you need from the Hyuga, we will fully support you. I am grateful for the elders' concern. Dongyang glanced around at the assembled elders and said, I am young and prone to rash decisions that might harm the village's interests. I propose appointing 6 additional elders to assist in governance. Lady Mido, Elder Tenjin, and Patriarch Uchiha Munakata are venerable and respected. They shall occupy the first 3 seats. As for the remaining 3, we can discuss the election process and decide after returning to the village. Then I shall take my leave. Dongyang dropped a bombshell, giving the elders something to ponder rather than scheming idly, and rose to exit the tent. Murmurs grew louder inside. The new Kage's first move. The clan heads finally realized that Dongyang only resembled Senju Tobirama in certain aspects. He was fundamentally a different person. Rational on major matters, that went without saying. On minor issues, he valued loyalty. For the second Hokage's compensation, he could have bargained for tangible benefits, yet he chose intangible reputation. If Senju Tobirama were in power, you'd be dreaming. Finally, he truly dared to delegate authority. Unlike Tobirama, who schemed to centralize power, the first Hokage's advisory role became a mere decoration under the second, whose various tactics made everyone paranoid. Look at other villages. Didn't they all have elders? 6 new elders at once. A bold move. Dongyang stepped out of the tent. He nodded to Captain Hiruzen and Brother Danzo, who were on guard, while on the other side Uchiha Kagami and Kajikin silently fell into step with him. Once he was firmly established in the village, he would deal with those 2 bastards first, making them see why the flowers bloom so red. Uchiha Kagami whispered, Dongyang, I overheard. Adding an elder council. I'm worried. Worried that'll be a puppet. Dongyang's beautiful eyes fixed on Kagami. Brother Kagami, what do you think a Kage's role truly is? Endless trivialities. If Konoha is a great ship, the Kage's task is simple: steer the course, avoid storms, find fish, and bring more benefits to everyone. Temporary retreat is for faster rise. Besides, even if I don't delegate power, doesn't mean I truly hold it. If I said we should continue this war, who would obey? Uchiha Kagami paused, then said, I support you. No matter what you do, I'll always stand by your side. Time proved it. The Uchiha's latent brother complex. When they first met at the academy, Dongyang, with those beautiful eyes and a single brother, had held Uchiha Kagami in thrall. Me too, Dongyang. Kajikin voiced his opinion. You two can't leave me out. Dongyang nodded. Kajikin, prepare to leave the Shadow Guard. I'll need you for many things soon, especially regarding village development. Village development. Whatever it is, count me in. Kajikin patted his chest. Uchiha Kagami asked, what about me? Dongyang replied, Brother Kagami, you will take over as captain of the Umbu. I plan to reform its functions. We'll discuss the details when we return. Oh, Uchiha Kagami nodded. Captain Hiruzen and Brother Danzo have other ideas. What do you plan to do? Ignore them. We'll do our own thing. Lord Ryuzen. In front of Dongyang's tent, Senju Ryuzen had been waiting. Dongyang bowed in greeting. This was a bit annoying. He was the junior after all. Once he became acting Hokage in the village, others would bow to him. Thank you for the eternal glory you secured for Lord Feijian. Senju Ryuzen prostrated himself, his forehead hitting the ground with a sound like a ripe watermelon. On behalf of the Senju of the forest, we will forever remember the third Hokage's grace. At that moment, a ding sounded in Dongyang's mind. The system interface appeared before him. The progress of Supreme Power Holder had been at 79, and now it instantly filled to 100. The Hokage position was now certain. In the timeline of Konoha 18, becoming Hokage required no unnecessary moves. Merely the recognition of the Senju clan was enough. I dare not accept such a grand salute. Lord Ryuzen, please rise. Dongyang was momentarily stunned, then quickly helped Senju Ryuzen up. As Lord Feijian's disciple, this was my duty. I accept your gratitude. Could we please talk while standing? Thank you again, Senju Ryuzen said, and I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Precisely because you are his disciple, I understand how precious this— that man. Senju Ryuzen's voice choked. Hard as iron. How am I to tell little Tsunade that final message? She's only 5, and she lost Lord Hashirama just a few years ago. Dongyang sighed. Maybe it's better to hide it. Or tell her that her grandfather loved her. Time will heal all wounds. That must be the way. Gambling, of course, could not be forbidden. If Tsunade didn't gamble, could she still be called Tsunade? He consoled Senju Ryuzen. Dongyang invited him into the tent for a chat. Over 2 cups of tea, Senju Ryuzen mentioned the secret experiments Senju Tobirama had arranged, all of which were under his charge. The implication was clear: an inheritance awaited signature upon return to the village. Half an hour later, he saw off Brother Ryuzen. He called up the system panel. 16 years, and it was finally fully activated. Faction: my village. Level 85. Leader ability: illusion breaking eye. Special empowerment: none. A glittering treasure chest. Dongyang mentally clicked to obtain 2 great treasures. The illusion breaking eye underwent a deep blue enhancement into the Polaris eye, and the special empowerment family planning. Polaris eye: gaze into truth, shatter demons, and annihilate laws, command the central heavens, summon star gods. This boost strengthened the demon-breaking and lawanahalating aspects, making it a stern nemesis to all ninjutsu, including interference and suppression of senjutsu, but it held no sway over taijutsu. Summoning star gods: stars fall to attack enemies. The specific power remains to be verified, but at last he was a man with a finishing move. Come, let's watch the meteor shower together. It must be beautiful, right? Family planning: when you issue a policy encouraging childbirth, the fertility efficiency of the entire populace increases by 30, including all related aspects such as smooth deliveries. When you issue a policy of eugenics, the fertility efficiency of the populace returns to normal, and the talent and aptitude of newborns improve by 20. 1-star treasure chest. The 2 rewards correspond to the leader personally and the faction as a whole. The reward of a 2-star chest is unknown. The progress bar was nearly full. As everyone knows, even if you tied a dog to the position of Fire Shadow and let it develop step by step without causing trouble, it would still be better than Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure. Let alone the fact that Dongyang, with his high school education from his past life, was ready to accelerate with bold measures. The family planning empowerment was a blessing, arriving just in time. He lay on the bed. He prepared to evolve the Polaris eye. There was an extra perk. When Dongyang first received the illusion-breaking eye, his physical talents had undergone a massive leap, though unfortunately it did not grant any bonus to ninjutsu talent. His ninjutsu talent and chakra control were slightly better than those of the Maite father and son. He understood the theory of the Rasengan in his mind, but every attempt to practice it ended in silence. Tobirama Senju had once shaken his head after assessing Dongyang's situation, tailoring for him an 8-hand sign water wall and a 7-hand sign double water wave. The profession of a shinobi. Effort is worthless in the face of talent. Therefore, Dongyang actually had a more direct way to save Tobirama Senju, the improved version of the Flying Thunder God technique by Minato Namikaze. but he could not speak of it. Such was fate. Dongyang closed his eyes. A cool, refreshing sensation like eye drops washed over him. Then a numbing, tingling current passed through. As his breathing calmed, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Night fell. The stars tonight shone exceptionally bright. Jing Jiahijin. We're here to relieve you, go get some rest. Thank you for your trouble, brother Tsufeng. Uchiha Jing whispered. I called Dongyang for dinner earlier, but he looked very tired. He ate a few bites, and went back to sleep. If there's nothing important, don't let anyone disturb him. Understood. Akimichi Torufu nodded. Beside him, Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu took their positions. They watched Uchiha Jing and Jiahijin walk away into the distance. Akimichi Torufu pulled out a bag of snacks, and chewed slowly, though normally, he would have made a lot of noise. How else could one enjoy eating? Since Dongyang was tired and sleeping. Fat men could also be gentle. By the way, he withdrew the bet of 5 bags of snacks. Since no one knew about it, it didn't count. What? Akimichi Torufu quickly covered his mouth, and replied in a hushed tone, are you crazy? How dare you even think of being on par with the seniors like Mitokado? What? Akimichi Torufu quickly covered his mouth, and replied in a hushed tone, are you crazy? How dare you even think of being on par with the seniors like Mitokado-sama? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. If the third Fire Shadow intends to promote young advisors, the top 3 spots are sure to be Jing, Captain Risen, and the others. The old seniors would be too embarrassed to compete with us. Your idea might just come true. Udatane Koharu frowned. Hamura, you used to be such a calm person. What's gotten into you? Dongyang won't treat us unfairly, just wait for him to arrange things. Koharu is right about that. Akimichi Torufu shook his head. The Shadow Guard will probably be disbanded. From now on, we'll each have our own duties, including Captain Risen and Tuanzang. As for the advisor positions, once the old seniors step down, we'll naturally take over. Don't be impatient. Narasan said that the third Fire Shadow will not bury talented people. Mitokado Hamura thought to himself, easy for you to say. He and Koharu were not like the Ino Shikacho clan, which had stuck together since the Warring States period, practically guaranteed a 90% chance of becoming advisors. Sigh. I wonder what Captain Risen and Tuanzang are thinking. Udatane Koharu sighed. The friendship we forged through life and death battles is now cracking because of this. I want to talk to them today, but they wouldn't listen to me at all. Mitokado Hamura said Risen's ambition has always been to become the Fire Shadow, hasn't it? And Tuanzang always competes with him. Didn't Dongyang say that everyone has a chance in 4 years? You should address him as the third Fire Shadow. Akimichi Torufu warned Hamura, our situation is different now. Adjust your mindset in time. Do you think you're Jing? Narasan told me. Anyway, the others don't stand a chance. You're right, my mistake. Third Fire Shadow. Mitokado Hamura obediently corrected his address. Now was not like the later period. The friendship among them at this time was truly pure. How could Akimichi Torufu not see the subtle scheming in Mitokado Hamura's heart? Yet he tolerated these flaws, believing that as long as they stood on the same side, they would remain good friends. I also think there's no chance. Udatane Koharu said the third Fire Shadow is too formidable. Think carefully about before and after the Battle of the Thunderclap Canyon. Who would have dared to treat him as a mere 16-year-old? He's probably already on the bounty lists of all major ninja villages. That's right. Mitokado Hamura perked up at this. Today, many people came to ask me about the third Fire Shadow. I told them the whole story from beginning to end, and only then did I realize that the third Fire Shadow is on a whole different level from us. So you called him Dongyang. Dongyang-sama. Udatane Koharu was speechless. Look at Torufu. He's much smarter than you. No matter how many praises you sing, nothing spreads faster than calling him the third Fire Shadow in front of outsiders. We are the most effective channel. Akimichi Torufu added, I'm not smart. Even if I were, I wouldn't bother to think. It's all thanks to Narasan. Mitokado Hamura clutched his chest. Such was the disadvantage of coming from a minor clan. The mere thought of soon gaining access to power kept him from sleeping, even causing him to covet an advisor position. He hadn't shut his eyes in 2 days. Torufu, could I visit your uncle? Akimichi Torufu scratched his head. How should I put this? If it's an official matter, of course you can ask for advice. But a private visit would be too rude. However, since I'm clever, I'll help you solve your problem. You just said you weren't clever. That was relative to Narasan. Udatane Koharu watched the somewhat foolish Mitokado Hamura and the chubby Torufu, and covered her mouth with a smile. Hamura, instead of seeking advice from Narasama, you'd be better off continuing to spread the exploits of the third Fire Shadow. Akimichi Torufu nodded his fleshy chin. Narasan told our entire clan to spread the word. He said that since the third Fire Shadow had just taken office, he needed someone like us to step forward and let the villagers get to know him. So let's be those people. I understand. Mitokado Hamura finally grasped something. The 3 subtle flavors of being a loyal subordinate. So that was the way of it. How beautiful. My eyes. Dongyang's narcissistic voice in front of the mirror. The completely transformed Polaris star with specks of light in the pupils like a flowing galaxy, and the whites of the eyes shimmering with a noble silver radiance. Every detail from eyelashes to eyebrows, the entire eye shape was an impeccable beauty. Unfortunately, his physical talent was continuously increasing, but his ninjutsu talent was not improving at all. Although ninjutsu was flashy and useless in the later stages, it didn't stop it from being cool. The most handsome man in the ninja world sweating profusely like the Might Duo while training taijutsu. Was that appropriate? Forget it, it'll wait for the 2-star faction treasure chest. Cultivation is too tiring. Nothing is easier than cheating. Dongyang's eyelashes fluttered as his pupils returned to normal color. Dressed in youthful short clothes, he walked out of his home and strolled toward the re-roofed Hokage building. Third Hokage-sama. Good morning. Lord Dongyang is very handsome. Haha, you have good taste. He stood in line at the shopping street to buy 2 breakfast. Carrying the bag, he entered the Hokage building. Brother Kagami, eat breakfast. Today's meatballs and red bean soup. The Hokage office, with its 2 windows offering a clear view of the Hokage Rock, the Ninja Academy, the surrounding streets and houses, and the telephone poles that had been illegally erected in recent years. Yes, electricity was already available. The technology introduced by Tobirama Senju from the Cloud Village had now been popularized in all major ninja villages. The cities where the daimyo and nobles resided, and other rural areas needed a dozen more years to transition. Dongyang, you don't look anxious at all. Why should I be anxious? Uchiha Kagami ate the meatballs, happily mumbling. I see you writing and drawing. You must have many ideas, but in the week since you returned, you've only done 3 things. I took over the Umbu, held Lord Tobirama's funeral, and adjusted the direction of the research institute that Lord Longshan was responsible for. In terms of electrical appliances and livelihoods, it's probably difficult to achieve results in a short time. Dongyang said, I don't fight unprepared battles. Regarding the duties and powers of the 6 elders, I will start these days. I must have something substantial to say. I found something very interesting. Uchiha Kagami said, you and Lord Tobirama threw out bait and made them circle around, as if your say was increasing invisibly. Yes. Dongyang laughed. The Kage, as the referee, sets the framework of rules. Power is not about taking, but about redistributing. Uchiha Kagami nodded, half understanding. Today we have the ceremony for the acting Hokage. Are you going to wear this outfit? Anyway, I can't hide my age. Let it be. Dongyang leaned back on the sofa and said, how are the Uchiha of your faction lately? Uchiha Kagami said, the wind has turned. Everyone is working hard to promote the 4th seat of the elder. The Senju gave up, and they are preparing to join forces with the Inoshika-cho to force the Sarutobi and Shimura out. The noble Uchiha, Dongyang said in a teasing tone. Uchiha Kagami said somewhat shyly, I just realized that the elders have a cute side. They actually commanded the Nara. If it weren't for our relationship, I think the Inoshika-cho wouldn't choose the Uchiha. He was right about that. The Nara clan was clever. Dongyang clearly intended to promote the Uchiha. Why keep high combat power huskies idle only to keep a few untamable scheming dogs around? Another reason. If Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura chose, and the Inoshika-cho firmly sided with Dongyang, they would inevitably distance themselves from those 2 clans. As for the Senju, there were only a few open direct descendants. All the other hidden clans could be treated as if they didn't exist, yet they were everywhere. As long as they didn't do anything harmful to the village, these people were quite obedient. During this period, the Kurama were very formidable. The reputation of the Kurama bloodline limit being comparable to the Sharingan's illusion was earned by this clan. During this period, the Kurama were very formidable. The reputation of the Kurama bloodline limit being comparable to the Sharingan's illusion was earned by this clan head. The clan was full of talented ninjas, no weaker than the Sarutobi or Shimura alone. The meat grinder of the 2nd Ninja War buried the Kurama and the Senju. The vacated resource shares were filled by the Sarutobi and Shimura. That's how it was. After breakfast, Dongyang handled some work for a while. Trivial matters were a headache. He urgently needed some workhorses. At 10 o'clock, Uchiha Kagami knocked on the door. The acting ceremony began. The sun hung high with blue sky and white clouds. The weather was favorable. The villagers gathered to watch. The Fire Country daimyo placed the bamboo hat on Dongyang's head. Originally, he had planned to send an envoy, but since he didn't even attend Tobirama Senju's funeral, the relationship between the 2 seemed quite strained. Mito Uzumaki, on the pretext of visiting her granddaughter Tsunade, invited him to the village. At the Senju family's viewing platform, Uzumaki Rumming was also present. He had come for Tobirama Senju's funeral and hadn't left yet. Dongyang shook hands with the daimyo, took off the bamboo hat revealing his sunny, handsome face, and waved to the crowd saying, from today, I, Dongyang, will officially assume the position of acting Hokage. My original intention is simple: to dispel the shadow of war, to heal the pain of the families of ninjas who sacrificed gloriously in the war, and to bring more happiness and joy to this village. Isn't it for this reason that Konoha village was founded? I remember that year when I was 4 years old. I came here with a longing for infinite beauty, found my own home, and the belief to protect it. Here I ask everyone to supervise me. After all, I am only 16 this year. If I make any mistakes, please speak out loudly. I accept any criticism and suggestions. That is all. He finished speaking. Bowed. Applause rang out. There was no need for a high tone. It depended on future performance. Besides, Dongyang's speech was not simple and honest, at best matched the common people's thoughts. In the Hokage office, the daimyo was entertained. What followed was the real highlight. 2 cups of fragrant tea. Dongyang gestured and said, "Your Excellency the daimyo, how do you view the future situation of the ninja world? To be precise, the time of the next ninja war." What do you think, Your Excellency? The daimyo pondered for a moment and asked back. Dongyang replied, "About 15 years. When the next generation of ninjas grows up, war will not be far away." The daimyo gently waved his round fan and said, "I underestimated you before. No wonder Mito holds you in such high regard. The third Hokage, though young, has great foresight." Dongyang patted the armrest of the sofa and said, "So we should start preparing now. Regarding the rewards for ninjas after this war, the death benefits, and the annual military budget for training ninjas. Double it. What do you think, third Hokage?" The daimyo made a light promise. He had plenty of money, countless wealth. War was only one aspect. He valued this young man before him, more glad that he had agreed to Mito Uzumaki's request to come in person, otherwise he would have missed the best investment opportunity. "Thank you for your support, Your Excellency the daimyo." Dongyang smiled and said, "I like a phrase, win-win cooperation. The research institute left by Lord Tobirama is currently tackling electrical appliance technology. Additionally, I intend to negotiate with the land of whirlpools on sea salt and sea fish trade. If Your Excellency the daimyo is interested, we can achieve win-win cooperation." Huh? The daimyo laughed. "The third Hokage speaks directly. But regarding sea salt and sea fish, the war between the Cloud and Mist Ninja had some reasons related to that. I am a person who dislikes trouble. We are Konoha, Your Excellency. The Mist Ninja can't leave the islands, and the Cloud Ninjas Umbu were completely wiped out by Lord Tobirama. We were the first to establish Umbu, and spies and other villages later imitated us. We have an overwhelming advantage." Dongyang listed a few points. "Finally, if I can achieve results with the increased death benefits and military budget within a few years, that would be a serious dereliction of my duty. The third Hokage is quite confident. Then shall we cooperate? Let's cooperate." The system panel's star progress bar rose slightly by 86. It's good to talk to smart people. Why bring the daimyo along? Because he has connections. The daimyo can open up markets in the 5 great nations in no time. The underground black market and bounty office. Who owns them? Think about it. The more disgusting part was that, for example, if Konoha started its own sea salt business, it would still sell to the daimyo's merchant guild, who would then add a markup and resell it. It would be better to cooperate from the start. At noon, Ayu the daimyo invited the Senju family to be guests. Along the way, he also took advantage of Uzumaki roaming. Let's go. Before the grand gates of the Chinsho residence, Xuanhua Shuehu held Gang's house hand while welcoming guests. "Lord Daimyo, I apologize for not greeting you from afar. 3 years have passed, Shuehu, and your grace remains undiminished. I truly envy that sealing technique of yours that prevents aging. Little Gang, don't you recognize your grandfather?" The daimyo crouched down, gently stroking his granddaughter's cheek. Gang's-ho turned her head away, refusing his touch. The little girl harbored a grievance. Her second grandfather had died protecting the village and the land of fire, yet her maternal grandfather, a relative, had refused to attend the funeral. "Gangsho, don't be stubborn. Call him grandfather." Xuanhua Shuehu shook the small hand she held. The daimyo chuckled. "It's all right. Our little Gang has grown even more adorable. You're already attending the ninja academy, aren't you?" "Yes." Xuanhua Shuehu sighed. Feijian cared deeply about her studies. He personally taught Gang's-ho to read and write. "I never expected such a sudden tragedy." "Oh, I don't want to hear that man's name." The daimyo's voice dripped with heartfelt aversion. He turned to Dongyang, saying, "I got along splendidly with the first and third Hokage, but that second Hokage, he was utterly unreasonable." "You're lying. Second grandfather was wonderful." Gang's-ho defended Chinsho Feijian loudly, her round face, almond eyes, and golden twintails making her look like a fierce little tigress. "Super adorable. That scoundrel was good to you. But to me, your grandfather, he was absolutely terrible." The daimyo tapped Gang's-ho's shoulder with his fan, saying, "He completely disregarded the rules. He ordered me to issue decrees." "Fine, then you be the daimyo." And then he said that excessive power would corrupt the shinobi. "I actually wish he had truly taken my place, turning the land of fire into something like mine. More tax revenue to support it. From now on I could live peacefully." Gang's-ho puffed out her cheeks, her little mind lacking the knowledge to respond. Xuanhua Shuehu smiled and said, "Please come inside to talk. It's not proper hospitality to keep you standing at the door, third Hokage." My apologies for the intrusion, Lady Shuehu. Dongyang nodded in greeting. The group walked inside. On the subject of replacing the daimyo and unifying the Dongyang had certainly thought about it, but the current conditions did not permit it. He would consider it many years later after cultivating 1,000 individuals at the level of a fully developed gangsho, and then taking over the shinobi world without bloodshed. No, without bloodshed. Without overwhelming power, falling into the quagmire of war would only make things worse. He figured that by then at least a 4-star faction, even if the shinobi world were unified, the progress bar would not advance much. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat after all. Speaking of which, the overall resources of the shinobi world were extremely limited. Otherwise, why had they been fighting from the warring states period until now? The more they fought, the poorer they became. The poorer they became, the more they had to plunder. It was a vicious cycle. Strange, wasn't it? Unification seemed hopeless for now. Capital exploitation was the true path. The guests took their seats. I toast to the daimyo and patriarch looming. Third Hokage, please. Dongyang initiated the conversation, saying, "This chaotic war in the shinobi world has been quite peculiar. At first, the 4 great shinobi villages allied against us, and we nearly had the village's barrier breached. After that, Awakens and Kirigakure fought each other. Sunagakure blocked Awakens, and we fought Kumogakure, who then started fighting Kirigakure. It's estimated that by the end of the year, everyone will sit down at the negotiating table to discuss peace." Ha ha ha. The daimyo covered his face with his fan, laughing. Indeed, it's amusing. This is probably the first time they've waged a war at the shinobi village level. These people have no experience. They're driven by hatred or manipulated by that man, fighting without any strategy. They'll understand the second time. Dongyang sighed softly. The lessons of war teach us how to wage war more efficiently. Just like shinobi training from a novice genin who bleeds at the sight of blood to a seasoned jonin, a killing machine. Patriarch looming, as they say, be prepared for danger in times of peace. Prolonged peace means regression and elimination by the times. What do you think of the exchange student and immigration policies I briefly mentioned last time? Xuanhua looming furrowed his thick, white brows, saying, "I personally agree, but I need to go back and discuss it with everyone. It shouldn't be a problem." In any case, Dongyang raised his cup. Our 2 villages stand together in mutual support. The whirlpool insignia on my forehead protector represents the eternal friendship between us. To eternal friendship. Xuanhua looming raised his cup as well, looking somewhat weary. He still preferred dealing with Qianshou Zhujian. He knew to take the words of the second Hokage Feijian and this young man with a grain of salt. Xuanhua Shuehu said, "Exchange programs and immigration are good things. It would be nice to have some clansmen around me. Dongyang, you'll be getting married in a few years. Do you have any plans for your wife?" Her little selfish thought, since immigration seemed promising, perhaps Dongyang's future spouse could be chosen from among the Qianshou or Xuanhua. Better yet, married. Haha. Dongyang went along. If Patriarch looming is willing to part with one, I would hope to wed a Xuanhua lady, as beautiful and dignified as Lady Shuehu, a high flower of wisdom and a capable helpmate. Then you'll have quite a selection, the daimyo said. There are few women in the shinobi world who can match Shuehu. I will be the witness at the 3rd Hokage's wedding. That would be my honor. Dongyang bowed slightly. He turned to look at the 2 Xuanhua. Xuanhua Shuehu couldn't help urging, "Uncle, agree to it. Dongyang is so outstanding, and this is also a testament to the alliance between our 2 villages." Silly girl. Her concern clouded her judgment, as she was taking sides. When would she ever grow up at 45 years old? Xuanhua looming had lived long enough to discern sincerity from pretense. This meal was truly agonizing. The verbal probes were too sharp. "Third Hokage, you put this old man in a difficult position," Xuanhua looming said apologetically. "Where can the Xuanhua find another maiden as outstanding as Shuehu, ready for marriage?" "What a pity," Dongyang said with a seemingly playful tone. "I was born a commoner. I've often heard that the Xuanhua are wealthy beyond measure. I thought I might marry one and obtain some salt and fish shares as a dowry to enrich my household." This, Xuanhua looming finally understood the other party's aim. If the 3rd Hokage is interested, the Xuanhua are willing to cooperate with you. This old man can agree to a 70-30 split. How could I let Patriarch looming suffer a loss? Dongyang said with a grin, 40% for the Xuanhua, 30% each for the village and the daimyo. I propose establishing a commerce department and a finance department with my treasury fully under the jurisdiction of Elder Shuehu. Aye. Xuanhua Shuehu's lips moved. How had a pleasant conversation turned into a trade of interests? Her intelligence quickly grasped the situation. She had been blindsided by her own involvement. Dongyang and the daimyo had clearly prepared well in advance. Xuanhua looming said with relief. In that case, this old man far away in the Xuanhua can finally rest assured. I entrust Shuehu and little Gang's Ho to your care, 3rd Hokage. Uncle. Emotional as a woman, Xuanhua Shuehu's bright eyes glistened with tears. In that moment, she cast aside all reason and wisdom, overwhelmed by the deep blood ties and familial bonds. Rest assured, patriarch looming. Dongyang thumped his chest. Once little Gangsho graduates from the ninja academy, I will personally teach her. Elder Shuehu, with her status as the mother of the nation, will never allow them to suffer any grievance. This old man toasts to the third Hokage and the daimyo. Haha, patriarch looming, please. Dongyang gently massaged his temples. He turned over and sat on the bed. This body was still too young, unaccustomed to alcohol's test. He had barely consumed half a gene. The sliding door opened. Hearing the sound, Tsunade tiptoed closer, poked her head out, and stole a glance at the most handsome man in the ninja world. What time is it, little Tsunade? 4:10. There's water on the table. Thanks. Dongyang picked up the teacup and gulped down a mouthful. His dry throat immediately felt much better. Tsunade's small mouth chattered. After I graduate from the ninja academy, I won't be your disciple. You'd better drop that idea. Why? Because second grandpa says you're a special grade jutsu cripple. Heh. Dongyang gave a rather rude laugh. We're both brothers and sisters, no one should mock the other. It seemed every child harbored a ninjutsu dream. Should he cruelly shatter Tsunade's illusion, she would definitely cry very loudly. Your smile is weird. Is it, eh? Dongyang eyed Tsunade with ill intent, and said, the ninjutsu genius I know, Uchiha Kagami, could master Great Fireball and Phoenix Flower at 5. What ninjutsu can you use now? Monstrous strength and wooden dummy training. That's taijutsu. Il master would release in the future. Grandfathers would release. Many Senju think the same. I am grandfather's own granddaughter. Did your father awaken would release? Tsunade went from hands on hips to arguing vehemently, then her cowlick drooped, and her big eyes turned into a reservoir. You mean I can't awaken would release? Another special grade, jutsu cripple. Why be fixated on would release? Dongyang certainly wouldn't actually make Tsunade cry, especially since he had just made a promise to Uzumaki looming over drinks. There are countless water release users in the ninja world, but there is only one Lord Tobirama. The 4 symbol seal used in the Battle of the Thunderclap Valley. The sealing scroll clearly records it seals everything within a radius of several dozen meters. When Lord Tobirama used it, the effect covered the entire battlefield. If the first Hokages would release were wielded by another bloodline limit user, planting trees and growing flowers would be the best they could do. What makes us powerful is not a particular jutsu, but ourselves. Do you understand what I mean? Tsunade blinked her big eyes. So do I still have a chance to awaken would release? Yes. Is the chance greater if I become your disciple? That won't work. Tsunade was displeased. Why not? Grandma says you're very strong. Second grandpa's most outstanding disciple. I don't care. Dongyang raised his hand to his forehead. Seriously, he had just explained a whole bunch of great principles. But it was like casting pearls before swine. The Senju obsession with would release ran deep. Even if you awaken it, could you really wield it properly? Dongyang stood up and said, I have work at the Hokage Tower. Keep practicing your monstrous strength and wooden dummy. They'll check on your progress later. Tsunade followed behind on her little feet, saying, I'm not a child anymore. Just you wait. One day it'll awaken would release and drop your jaw. Keep it up. Oomph. Dongyang put on his shoes. He stroked the porcelain doll's golden hair. Tsunade turned her head away, refusing to be touched. Fine, there would be a day when he succeeded. He bid farewell to the Senju estate. The Hokage Tower indeed had work waiting. In the office, Kagami knelt on one knee and reported. Dongyang tapped his fingers on the desk. This time regarding the trade chain between the village, the daimyo, and the Uzumaki, I need you to represent me and clarify the connections. 2 requirements: let professionals handle professional matters. The village only wants money and nothing else. Show our sincerity and do our best to facilitate Uzumaki immigration and study abroad. Yes. Kagami will serve to the death, Lord, 3rd Hokage. Kagami's vow was resounding. Dongyang waved his hand, watching his former comrade stride away. He hoped he wouldn't disappoint. Mediocrity in talent was acceptable, but don't be too incompetent. Kagami showed his face frequently. First, it released a signal of promoting civilian ninjas. Second, it established a civilian ninja figurehead. Those in power didn't fear subordinates forming cliques, they feared unseen collusion. Put everything on the table, and even a Sun Wukong couldn't overturn heaven. Knock knock. Lord Hokage. Koharu, come in. Dongyang smiled warmly. I had lunch with the daimyo at the Senju estate today, and we confirmed Elder Mito's duties. From now on you will serve under her, managing the finances, the money bag. Take this guidance material and read it. Speak up if you encounter difficulties. When building the Department, 30 of the personnel must be disabled veterans from this war. That's a hard requirement. Also inform Elder Mito to calculate the task contributions of everyone for the first half of this year as soon as possible. For post-war death compensation and preferential policies for their families, I'm allocating 800 million Ryo for her to manage. Yes, Lord 3rd Hokage. Udatain Koharu walked out in a daze. 800 million. managing the money bag from now on. She knew she would be promoted, but never imagined she would ascend to control the village's financial lifeline overnight. Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix, the two, happy right? Dongyang smiled and shook his head. Even if just for appearances he had to use these two, Yudatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura. But specifically how to use them as a high school student who had watched over a dozen historical dramas, there would be plenty to say later. Uchiha Kagami knocked on the door. He entered with 2 documents. This is the list of ninjas who performed exceptionally in this war. I selected half of them according to your wishes to expand the umbu. Dongyang flipped through the list. Next time you replenish personnel, prioritize fresh blood from the Ninja Academy. Start adjusting functions. All overlapping functions between the umbu and the police force will be cut and transferred to the police force. The umbu will only handle matters outside the village from now on. Split off the intelligence division to establish a subordinate organization, the root. Conduct 1 month of intensive training to sweep all bandit and evil forces that have risen with the war within the Land of Fire. Prioritize infiltration and espionage. If you can poison them, don't engage in frontal combat. Conduct 1 month of intensive training to sweep all bandit and evil forces that have risen with the war within the Land of Fire. Prioritize infiltration and espionage. With fewer domestic missions, we naturally go abroad to snatch them. Dongyang looked up and smiled. While centrally manage the wealth plundered by bandits. For every low-level mission besides the client's reward, the village will double the subsidy with silver. I understand. Uchiha Kagami's eyes lit up. This part of the resources still returns to the Chunin and Jinin. The more missions we snatch from abroad, the fewer the other 4 great ninja villages get. As one side rises, the other falls. We grow stronger while they weaken. That's the idea, Dongyang said, so our spies abroad must get moving. Publicize Konoha's strength across the entire ninja world, push a propaganda offensive, and get more employers to issue missions to us. Got it. Leave it to me. Remember to maintain secrecy. If you can buy information with money, don't sacrifice our spies. They are precious. Finally, accelerate the infiltration of Kumogakure. Uchiha Kagami hurried off. Dongyang handled some official matters for a while. He left his seat, stretched his limbs, and stood by the window looking toward the Hokage rock. Senju clansmen were busy with the second Hokage statue. Tobirama Senju had left him a great legacy. He had probably cheated the daimyo out of a lot of money. On the village's accounts, the money from selling tailed beasts had been sitting there until now. That's why he could spend 800 million in military funds with such confidence. As for the original Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had played a great hand terribly. Governing Konoha, wasn't it just a matter of having a mouth? 3 days passed. Dongyang actively cooperated with Schwanwa Shuhei's work, while he was a hands-off boss treating the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki like a beast of burden. The list of war funds and rewards for this battle was hot off the press. Lord, 3rd Hokage. The venue is ready. Coming. The first floor conference hall was crowded but not noisy. With the professionalism of ninjas, even their chatter was occasional whispers. Hokage-sama. Lord, 3rd Hokage. Sorry to keep you waiting. Dongyang waved gently and said, let's get straight to the point. Elder Shuehu will distribute the war funds for this campaign. Everyone knows the policy, right? Yes. Thank you for the rewards you fought for us. You should thank the daimyo's generosity. Ha ha ha. A lame joke to lighten the mood. Schwanwa Shuehu sat upright at the table and began calling out names and distributing funds. Some family members receiving money wept with gratitude and bowed repeatedly, while others chose not to take money, but exchanged their merits for ninjutsu resources. Some leaning on crutches or with missing arms collected their money and returned upstairs for clerical work. Shuehu-sama. It's Wanshin Guja. Schwanwa Shuehu recognized the man before her and said, are you still a genin? With your achievements you surpass many jonin. Yes, Shuehu-sama. Wanshin Guja replied respectfully. Dongyang, who had been a bit distracted, sized up the man upon hearing this, squinting his eyes as if lost in thought. Schwanwa Shuehu sighed and said, Guja, I know about your oath. The village needs talented people for its development. If you change your mind, come find me. Thank you, Shuehu-sama. Lord, 3rd Hokage. Wanshin Guja bowed and withdrew. Schwanwa Shuehu sighed again, turned her head, and said, Lord 3rd, keep an eye on this man. Though he has made mistakes in the past, his merits cannot be erased. Lord 3rd. Oh, what are you thinking? Perhaps we haven't done enough. Dongyang snapped back to attention and said, I suddenly had an idea. Let's design 3 sets of medals: 1st class Zhujian medal, 2nd class Feijian medal, and 3rd class Dongyang medal. Holders of the 1st class Zhujian medal can benefit their descendants, offset any crime except for treasonous acts, or exchange it for a forbidden technique of the level of the Scroll of Seals. The 2nd class Feijian medal can be exchanged for an A rank ninjutsu, and the 3rd class Dongyang medal for a rank ninjutsu. As for the specific recipients, Shuhusama knows everyone's merits best. Please draw up a list, and we'll hold the awarding ceremony in half a month. Xuanhua Shuehu was truly shocked. She thought, I asked you to come here to show your face and gain reputation, but you come up with an even bigger way to gain reputation. Feijin, come and see your monstrous disciple. Is this real Hokage-sama? The Chuanzhong ninja waiting in line asked. How is the standard calculated? My brother completed 2 rank missions, but he died in battle. Of course it's real. Dongyang said for those who died in battle the medal grade is elevated by 1 level. For example, if your brother was 1 rank mission short of the minimum standard, he will be awarded the Dongyang medal directly on behalf of his family. Wow! Did everyone hear that? The Hokage-sama's words just now. The Chuanzhong ninja exclaimed excitedly, my brother can be awarded the 3rd class Dongyang medal. Today is the Kwanzong's moment of glory. Awarding medals. An extra war reward. Yes. Great. Xuanhua Shuehu stood up and said, everyone calm down. The village will not mistreat those with merit. Half a month from now right here we will notify everyone in advance if you meet the standards. Thank you, Shuhusama. Long live the 3rd Hokage. Long live. The underlings put on this show. The system panel's star progress bar reached. Dongyang couldn't help but curl his lips. The medal idea was worth it. If they were sweet-tongued, they could shout a few more nice things. Evening. Approaching. Today about half of the ninjas had settled their war funds. Tomorrow most of the work will be done. Those who returned from village missions can go to the finance department to collect. Elder Zongfang. Lord, 3rd Hokage. Yuzhibo Zongfang was waiting outside the venue and said, these days you have been busy with war funds, so I dared not disturb you. Now I have come specifically to seek an audience with the 3rd Hokage. Is there anything you would like the Yuzhibo to do? How rare. The Yuzhibo, known for their impatience, had held back for so long. This was not the place for a talk. Dongyang invited Yuzhibo Zongfang to the Hokage. Elder Zongfang. The Umbu has had some of its functions cut off. Brother Jing has already transferred the relevant documents and files to the police department, right? You will bear great responsibility in the future. Thank you for your trust, Lord, 3rd Hokage. The Yuzhibo will not let you down. Yuzhibo Zongfang quickly expressed his stance. Previously, the police department had always been constrained because the direct Umbu under Qinsho Feijin had meddled indiscriminately, reducing it to a mere municipal enforcement unit. Elder Zongfang, don't be impatient. Dongyang said earnestly. In this way the police department's power would be too great. I naturally trust the Yuzhibo, but the other ninja clans probably won't agree. So my intention is to strip the police department of its judicial sentencing power and establish a Ministry of Justice taking 5 years to perfect the core constitution of Konoha. The various laws and regulations are very intricate. Yuzhibo Zongfang stared blankly at Dongyang. To be honest, he didn't quite understand and didn't know how to respond. What do you think, Elder Zongfang? Judicial sentencing. Dongyang realized this was an illiterate and replied, to put it simply, for example, the village rules that fighting is illegal. The Yuzhibo arrest people according to the law, then hand them over to the Ministry of Justice for sentencing. There's an extra step for cross-supervision. Elder Zongfang, regarding the chaotic enforcement of the police department and the complaints among villagers, this situation will no longer occur, because you will only handle cases and make arrests and nothing else. Oh, Yuzhibo Zongfang let out a long sound. It was equivalent to exchanging power. Additionally, it solved the problem of villagers' complaints which had troubled him for a long time. The 3rd Hokage was quite kind. I will follow all of the 3rd Hokage's instructions. Elder Zongfang, you are truly understanding of the greater good. Dongyang shook Yuzhibo Zongfang's hand and said, I had a sudden inspiration last night, and I happen to have a great achievement to offer you. A great achievement. Please speak directly, Lord 3rd. Eliminate enemy spies. Dongyang said, let's do this well. Organize a beautiful Konoha-themed event with free full-body checkups at the hospital. Minor illnesses get medicine, serious illnesses get early treatment. During this, the Yuzhibo ninjas will use Jinjutsu to interrogate Onionon and afterwards erase the memory of this segment. This will surely root out all lurking spies. During this, the Yuzhibo ninjas will use Jinjutsu to interrogate Onionon and afterwards erase the memory of this segment. This will surely root out. Rest assured, the Yuzhibo will complete the mission even at the cost of our lives. Hey, none of this talk about death. Dongyang said, every pair of Sharingan is a precious asset to us. Prioritize ninja safety above all. Be quick, precise, and ruthless, cleanly and efficiently. Then consider not alarming the civilians. Yes, Lord 3rd Hokage. Finally. Lord 3rd Hokage, please give your orders. Yuzhibo Zongfang bowed and scraped with a look in his eyes a bit like a husky's. Dongyang patted the old man on the shoulder and said, I intend for each elder to oversee 2 major departments. Elder Zongfang, besides the police department, you need one more. How about the Ninja Academy Education Department? As everyone knows, the Yuzhibo are a gathering of geniuses, and they are best at teaching the younger generation. I am very reassured to entrust the village's future sprouts to your hands. Yuzhibo Zongfang asked in disbelief. Really? I will oversee the education department. This. Lord Third Hokage, you're not joking, are you? Happiness came too suddenly. It felt like a dream. Dongyang smiled and said, of course it's true. Elder Zongfang, you must not let down my expectations. Yes. Lord Third Hokage. They chatted a bit more. Yuzhibo Zongfang walked out of the office in a daze. He was given too much. Too much. The old man who had never seen the world. Dongyang sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea. The sense of achievement from fooling a fool was mediocre. The police department seemed to only exchange power, but in reality, it was like putting a dog leash on them. Whose private domain was the Ninja Academy education. The Qianshou hidden clan. The two sides would balance each other. The underlings would squabble among themselves. Only then could Dongyang's position be stable. Moreover, the Yuzhibo were indeed excellent at teaching the younger generation. Placing them at the Ninja Academy was not a waste of their talents. Tomorrow, he'll go to the Rishiang clan again. Chat about the division of labor with the old clan head of the Rishiang. After all, they were his staunch supporters. He should give them some preferential treatment. And incidentally poach a Byakugan secretary. Yamado Nadeshiko sweep to death. The Rishiang clan is like half my family, and you, Elder Patriarch Tianren, are worthy of this. You may call me by my name in private, Elder Patriarch. No, old man, you're overacting. I'm quite embarrassed. Dongyang helped Rishiang Tianren to his feet, widened his eyes, and tried to produce a glimmer of tears, saying, if you treat me as a worthy scholar, I shall repay you as one. The Rishiang clan is like half my family, and you, Elder Patriarch Tianren, are worthy of this. You may call me by my name in private, Elder Patriarch. I've encountered a small problem, and came to seek your support. Rishiang Tianren promptly said, whatever you need, just name it. The entire Rishiang clan will exert all its strength to share your worries, Third Hokage. I told you to call me Dongyang. Yes. Dongyang. It's not a big problem. Dongyang said, I was thinking of arranging a gentle and attentive secretary, someone I trust most. The prestigious Rishiang clan has a long heritage. I asked the Elder Patriarch to help me. Oh, yes. Rishiang Tianren excitedly said to his son, Yinfeng. Quickly inform the main and branch families, gather all outstanding women of the clan. Exclude those already married, but include those whose husbands died in battle. What do you think, Dongyang? Just as the Elder Patriarch arranges. Haha, please come inside for tea. The group moved inside. The Rishiang clan's etiquette was meticulous, their rules, nobles among ninjas. The only flaw was the branch family system. Among the previous transmigrators, 9 out of 10 wanted to change it, but Dongyang was it depends on your standpoint. He knew the branch family system had issues, but as a qualified leader only with this state could he trust and use the Rishiang clan. Dongyang didn't believe in his own charisma. He would completely delegate power to the Yuzhibo, help the Rishiang unite, and rely on the great love of truth, goodness, and beauty to manage the village well. To put it bluntly, he was the same kind of person as Yuanfei Risen. The difference lay in his higher aspirations. They sat down in the tea room. Dongyang got straight to the point. Elder Zongfang confirmed his duties last night. The security department has too much power. I intend to establish a judicial department and put it under the Elder Patriarch's overall control to balance things out. Rishiang Tianren, hearing these blunt words, instead felt relieved. I understand, but what exactly does the judicial department do? The judicial department is more important than you think. It is the invisible hand that grasps the rules defining the ultimate status of ninjas, civilians, merchants, and craftsmen. Rishiang Tianren narrowed his eyes and said, the Third Hokage is far-sighted. This war has sacrificed. The judicial department is more important than you think. It is the invisible hand that grasps the rules defining the ultimate status of ninjas, civilians, merchants, and craftsmen. Rishiang Tianren narrowed his eyes and said, the Third Hokage is far-sighted. This war has sacrificed too many ninjas. Civilians, unlike our ninja clans, inevitably fear death. You intend to use the hand of justice to elevate the status of ninjas so that more civilian families will choose this profession, fundamentally strengthening the village's power. An old fox, as they say. He grasped it instantly. Dongyang indeed had this idea. Not only that, for the next 100 or 1,000 years, no matter how the times change, whether the people are kept ignorant or enlightened, the constraints of this set of rules and shackles are the eternal truth and foundation. The faction star rating would increase. Naturally, the more ninjas the better. How to increase the number of ninjas? Education subsidies for Chunin and Jinin low-level missions. These were all trivial measures. The core constitution, including all legal details, would be biased towards the ninja class, completely dividing society into 2 major classes. Afterwards, they would promote ideas like transcending classes, etc. As for breaking out of this framework, practice has proven that it's purely wishful thinking. Above all, thanks to his physical education teacher from his past life. Third Hokage. Call me Dongyang. Rishiang Tianren hesitated. If such an important institution is entrusted solely to the Rishiang clan, when others realize it later it might cause unnecessary trouble. My meaning is, could we invite the Chinsho and Yuzhibo to work together and complete this great undertaking? Dongyang waved his hand. Since I've entrusted it to you, Elder Patriarch, you can decide. I have one request. Elder Zongfang's faction controls the security department, so the judiciary and law enforcement must be separated. Rishiang Tianren nodded in understanding. As expected of the proud disciple of Chinsho Feijian, this chess move was brilliant. By not pulling Yuzhibo Zongfang into the game, it could only be the conservative faction represented by Yuzhibo Jing. With one side holding law enforcement and the other judiciary, it would be hard for them not to clash. At the higher departmental level, the three clans, Rishiang, Chinsho, and Yuzhibo, would balance each other. Small rings within large rings interlocking. In the future, the judicial department would undoubtedly be the liveliest marketplace. Rishiang Tianren already had a plan. Let them fight while he sits back and watches the show. Elder Patriarch, Dongyang said, each elder will oversee 2 major departments. What are your thoughts on the other post? Rishiang Tianren knew the real meat had arrived. Smiling, he said, I am old and have poor judgment. I leave it entirely to Dongyang's decision. I am willing to be your vanguard, third Hokage. How about the mission department? Dongyang rolled his eyes inwardly and said the Rishiang clan lacks nothing. The mission department faces the general ninja populace, making it easier to gain everyone's recognition. Haha, good. Then the mission department it is. Rishiang Tianren was overjoyed. Indeed, as Dongyang said, their clan had billions of wealth and lacked nothing. With the Byakugan and standard 8 trigrams palms they saved on learning ninjutsu. The only aspiration left was probably the position of Hokage. After the mission department operated for 100 years, there would surely be a worthy descendant who would ascend to the position of Hokage, completing their ultimate goal. At that moment, a knock came from outside. Rishiang Tianren clapped his hands. His son Yunfeng led a group of lovely women in one by one for Dongyang to choose. Change. Change again. Keep changing. Hold on. Dongyang pointed at the third woman, a Yamato Nadeshiko type. He felt she resembled a character from a TV drama he had seen in his past life. About 70 to 80% similar in facial features, but younger and fairer. Who was that from Dream of the Red Chamber? No. I remember. The one who said, but backward, laughing proudly in the martial world. Li Yaping's version of Yu Buchan's wife. Ning something. Never mind, I'll take her. Dongyang nodded to Rishiang Tianren. With such a gentle, elegant, and jade-skinned beauty by his side, every day he would be more motivated to handle work. Ah, it's Meishua from the Branch family. Rishiang Tianren mused. I remember you and your husband were newlyweds. His name was on the first batch of casualty list. Hi, Patriarch. The Yamato Nadeshiko knelt humbly. Rishiang Tianren said, from now on you will still bear the surname Rishiang, but you are no longer a member of the Rishiang clan. Do you understand? Hi, Patriarch. Rishiang Meishua actually did not understand. Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Rishiang Yunfeng instantly understood his father's intention. He stepped forward and removed the caged bird curse seal from her. The young widow curled up, trembling pitifully, arousing sympathy. Meishua, from now on you will serve as the personal secretary of the third Hokage. You must perform your duties diligently. Many confidential matters must remain forever hidden in your heart, and you must not reveal them to anyone. Rishiang Tianren said sternly, including the Rishiang clan. Later I will have Yunfeng arrange a new residence for you. Move out today. Hi. Clan. Third Hokage-sama. Meishua reports for duty. He rise. The light laughter echoed in her ears like the most beautiful melody in this. Rishiang Meishua slowly rose, stealing a glance at the man who had changed her fate. Merely because of a secretary position, the terrifying caged bird brand had been washed away. So young. Is this my master? This humble servant will serve you with all her heart, as a repayment for salvation. At the Sarutobi residence. Hiruzen, that Dongyang is utterly outrageous. Shimura Danzo bellowed. Tobirama was most wary of the Sharingan, yet now he not only promotes Uchiha Kagami, but also empowers the radicals to gain more support. The military funds issue hasn't been settled, and today he's already rushing to court the Hyuga. How can such a person be worthy of being Hokage? We must do. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly, the feeling of having his treasure stolen washing over him. How many times had he felt this way? Was he supposed to become the Hokage? But why did Tobirama choose Dongyang? What could he do? Hiruzen, say something. Danzo, everyone is distancing themselves from us. Sarutobi Hiruzen said bitterly, because of our choice his father will likely lose his position as the third-ranking elder. No. Shimura Danzo roared. 6 elder seats were wrong from the start. Don't be misled by that bastard Dongyang. Did Tobirama have advisors? No. But everyone has accepted it. Nonsense. They gain power. Shimura Danzo sneered. That's exactly Dongyang's cunning move, but the drawbacks are even greater. Beware that one day you'll be sidelined and become a puppet. Hiruzen, we still have a chance. Look at his governance strategy. Each elder oversees 2 major departments, which is essentially a refinement of the former administrative department's duties. Once the dust settles, well, request field assignments. You choose a department that serves the civilians to gain prestige, and he'll enter the Umbu to control the military. For years later, well, coordinate from within and without to overthrow him. Shimura Danzo continued to tempt, if all else fails, an assassination by enemy nation, an accidental death. Don't we both know his true strength? Everyone praises him for joining forces with Tobirama to defeat Kinkaku and Ginkaku. He really thinks he's the new god of shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him in time. Danzo, don't say such things from now on. Well, win everyone's recognition fairly. That would be best, of course. I'm referring to that last resort. Shimura Danzo said, after all, there are risks. The Umbu is now filled with Uchiha and Senju elites. If we fail, the consequences would be disastrous. Hiruzen, steel your heart. We are the orthodox. Konoha will eventually decline under Dongyang. Strive to prove yourself to Tobirama. Danzo, thank you. The 2 friends clasped hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply moved. Their hearts drew closer. Afternoon. Following Danzo, thank you. The 2 friends clasped hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply moved. Their hearts drew closer. Afternoon. Following I'm awesome, right? Hokage-sama. Under the cool shade of a tree, several children were playing kickfikin. They saw him and greeted him enthusiastically, their sparkling eyes full of admiration. Hello, can I join you? Wow, really, Hokage-sama? Kick the kin over here. They'll teach you all a special technique. Dongyang said proudly, once you learn this technique, becoming a ninja is just 1 step away. Watch carefully. Yes, yes, yes. Hokage-sama, catch. The kin spun in the air. Dongyang trapped it with his chest, then kicked it lightly, showing off various tricks, drawing cheers from the children. Finally, a variable speed strike. Did you see that? Usually let others see your movements clearly, but at the critical moment exert force, instantly control the rhythm. This is a secret technique taught to me by the 2nd Hokage. Sugoi. Hokage-sama is the best. Dongyang grinned, of course. Back in the day I practiced free fighting in Southeast Asia. Anyway, I'm super invincibly strong. They'll give you all a mission, share the secret technique I taught you with more friends, okay? Hi, Hokage-sama. Then let's play together another day, little ninjas. Goodbye, Hokage-sama. He said goodbye to the children. Righteous and glorious. Dongyang hummed a tune, his steps even lighter. Turning at the commercial street crossing, he saw the security department distributing handwritten flyers for a free health checkup at the beautiful Konoha hospital, forcing every household to take one. Full of initiative. The way they did it was clumsy, yet oddly endearing. Hokage-sama, good work. The Uchiha members greeted him with some awkwardness. Dongyang patted the Uchiha squad leader on the shoulder. You're doing great things. The village should fully support you. He'll inform the administrative department later, and the newspaper will publish this flyer tomorrow. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It's I who should thank you. Dongyang said sincerely. I've seen all the contributions you've silently made to the village. We are a team. If you encounter such small problems in the future, feel free to speak up. What is the administrative department doing? Focus on your great cause. The Uchiha's ruthless iron blood, the village's sharpest blade. Don't let these trivialities trip you up and dull your edge. Hi. The Uchiha squad leader said solemnly, we will not disappoint the 3rd Hokage's expectations. We will definitely become the sharpest blade. Dongyang patted his shoulder again. He nodded to the other Uchiha members. The great leader walked away, taming the underlying code of the Sharingan. So simple. Did the Uchiha really care about the position of Hokage? No. What they wanted was the accessory that came with the Hokage, the recognition of the village. The clan of love. They desperately craved recognition. Dongyang gave them recognition. Look, from Uchiha Munakata to the awkward squad, their attitudes changed rapidly. They couldn't help but wag their tails at him. Miyuki, 3rd Hokage-sama. Dongyang entered the Hokage tower. Go and inform them. The newspaper will run a 7-day series on the beautiful Konoha health checkup, the award ceremony, and the supplement, and squeeze in some slogans encouraging childbirth to warm up for the subsequent plans. Hi. Hyuga Miyuki received the order. Back in the office, Dongyang suddenly had an inspiration and began writing and drawing at his desk. Public opinion must be in his own hands, including the final interpretation of history, ninjutsu archives, etc. They could be consolidated into a cultural department directly under the Hokage, plus a military equipment department to control arms, and a ninja affairs department specifically responsible for graduate assignments from the Ninja Academy, the Chunin exams, controlling the channels for class advancement. With the Umbu and root in hand, the world is mine. That's enough for now. Dongyang had more ideas, but Konoha's scale didn't yet support them. The road must be walked step by step, meals eaten one bite at a time. A knock at the door. Hyuga Miyuki walked in carrying a thick stack of documents and placed them on the desk. Dongyang began to handle the work. The first document was a request to convene a Jonin meeting to decide the position of the third-ranking elder. It seemed today's visit to the Hyuga had thoroughly provoked the old seniors. Let it be held. Set for tomorrow morning. Distribute all power in one go. 3 more workhorses. He was truly tired of trivial administrative affairs. The second document was a Ninja Hawk message from Kōga. Another good news. Uzumaki had agreed to the study abroad immigration plan. Though called mutual exchange, it was actually a one-way reception by Konoha. 10 student families in total. In a way, it was like paying protection fees. Call Kagami-senpai. A squadron of Umbu will set off immediately, tasked with safely escorting these 10 families back to the village. Dongyang pumped his fist in excitement. Uzumaki was just the beginning. His grand study abroad immigration plan would eventually radiate to all small ninja villages, even Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Dongyang pumped his fist in excitement. Uzumaki was just the beginning. His grand study abroad immigration plan would eventually radiate to all small ninja villages, even Sunagakure and Kirigakure. He went down to the assembly hall on the first floor to tell Uzumaki Mito the good news. The red-haired lady happily pounced on him, soft and warm. No, what was he thinking? The next day, a Jonin meeting was held in the Hokage building. Everyone arrived one after another, waiting with eager anticipation. Next to arrive was the highest mountain and the longest river of the ninja's future, Lord 3rd Hokage. Hokage-sama, you seniors are early. Dongyang addressed them as seniors, but his leadership demeanor remained undiminished. Behind him stood Yuzhibo Jing and Rishang Meishue as his left and right guardians. He paused before the long table, swept his gaze across the assembly, and finally took his seat. Please take a seat, seniors. Make yourselves at home. Yes, Lord 3rd Hokage. Dongyang glanced at Xuanwashuahu on his left, then quickly averted his gaze, his mind involuntarily recalling the embrace from yesterday afternoon and the bizarre dream from last night. Speaking of which, Xuanwashuahu at this time was about the same age as Gangsho from the original Shippuden narrative equally. Then the vote for the last 3 seats of the Elder Council begins. I believe everyone already has their candidates in mind. Xuanwashuahu said, now I announce the list of candidates for the Elder Council: Yuzhibo Zongxing Yuanfei Zuozhu Naralua Sasaki Onma Shioer, and Shimura Toshio, 6 in total. Sasaki was the face of the civilian ninjas at present. Including him in the list was a basic respect. The inclusion of Yuanfei and Shimura's candidates seemed insecure, as if they were preparing to split their votes. What the Uchiha had suffered before, now the Yuanfei and Shimura were experiencing the same. Dongyang's gaze swept across the hall and happened to meet the steadfast eyes of the seasoned Yuanfei Zuozhu. He nodded and smiled at him, then calmly awaited the voting results. It was merely a formality. Half an hour passed. Rishang Tianren announced the votes while Xuanwashuehu recorded them. The results were no surprise. Yuzhibo Zongxing Jing's biological uncle Nara Luha of the Inoshikacho Alliance and Onma Shioer were forcefully elected with a 19-vote gap from the 4th place candidate Yuanfei Zuozhu. Congratulations to the 3 new elders. Dongyang declared, everyone power represents greater responsibility. I hope everyone understands this. Our village will now enter the fast lane of rapid development. Driven by the war, we cannot guarantee that peace will still hold a decade from now. Backwardness invites aggression. To protect this most fertile land in the ninja world, everyone must unite their efforts and fulfill their respective duties. They'll lay it on the line. The village needs ninja talents who dare to think, act, and strive. Making mistakes is not terrible. What is terrible are the useless ones who drag the village backward and hinder progress. Dongyang said with forceful clarity, if anyone does so, I will not only dismiss them from their post, but also make them an example, writing them into the chronicles of the Ninja Academy to warn future generations. Nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Everyone, any other opinions? Yuzhibo Zongfang was the first to wave his flag and shout, resolutely obey the leadership of Lord 3rd Hokage. Developing the village. The Uchiha will not shirk this duty. The Rishang will not shirk this duty. The Chinsho obey the leadership. The ninjas followed suit in response. Deep down they felt somewhat uneasy. Rapid development. How to develop? What exactly counts as dragging the village backward? Dongyang raised his hand and pressed it down, saying, very well. I now declare the launch of Mui's first 5-year plan with 3 core tasks. First, the 4 directly subordinate departments of the Hokage: the Department of Government Affairs, the Department of Culture, the Department of Military Armaments, and the Department of Ninja Doctrine. The system of 6 elders and 12 departments will reform the existing governance structure, making it procedural, vertical, and scientific. Second, with the central idea of encouraging universal childbirth, we will launch a series of beautiful My initiatives. The annual increase in newborns must not be less than 70. Third, establish the supreme status of ninjas as the leading class guide civilians to promote trade and commerce and develop agriculture industry and all other sectors. In the Hokage's office, Dongyang received Yuzhibo Zongxing. Elder Zongxing may still be pondering the specific implementation of the 5-year plan. Let us first set the goals and then strive toward them. Just like your upcoming tasks. Dongyang pushed a few pages of guidance materials toward Yuzhibo Zongxing and arranged, the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Infrastructure will encourage disabled ninjas after the war to switch tracks and contribute to the village. The Ministry of Infrastructure will advance simultaneously. The village's future goal is to become the largest production and manufacturing factory in the ninja world, from a single piece of clothing to large weapons and blades. If any problems arise, come to me promptly. Yuzhibo Zongxing said, I understand. The Uchiha have a long-standing friendship with the ninja cats and possess the best weapon manufacturers. Encouraging the establishment of workshops will inevitably require many civilian laborers. In that case, who will farm the land to produce food? What does the Hokage plan to do? Dongyang smiled upon hearing this and said, being able to think of this point, I believe Elder Zongxing is fully capable of fulfilling his duties. So you have already considered this. Yuzhibo Zongxing said, the Hokage's wisdom is unparalleled. I will carefully study your materials and make my own contribution to the village's development. Then I shall take my leave. Take care, Elder Zongxing. One arranged. Next he received Naruto, the Department of United Front and the Medical Department. Dongyang said the departments under Elder Luha, though purely auxiliary, are not unimportant. The Department of United Front has 2 tasks. First, to cultivate war command staff. Second, to have the authority to participate in the construction of other departments, leveraging the Nara clan's intelligence to propose more and better suggestions for the village. The Medical Department will cooperate with the Security Department for universal health checkups. The key is to cultivate medical ninjas. In my vision, the future foreman squad will be reformed into 5, with the additional member being a medical ninja. Nara Luha nodded and said, I fully understand the Hokage's intention. We will secretly cultivate medical teams as much as possible. In the future, when the squad system is reformed, even if other villages want to emulate it, the shortage of medical ninjas will make it difficult for them. A smart person understands at a hint. Dongyang thought for a moment and added, Elder Zongfang has a hot temper and acts bluntly. Go check on him often and be mindful of your words and methods. The Uchiha are actually not difficult to get along with. Also, the Judicial Department under Elder Tianrin handles the formulation of laws and regulations. There is a place for the Nara's talents there. Yes, Lord, 3rd Hokage. I shall take my leave. Nara Luha left the office. Finally, on Mashior, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Agriculture. Dongyang said in a tone of entrusting a heavy responsibility, the second goal of the 5-year plan is to encourage childbirth. The Ministry of Civil Affairs bears a heavy responsibility. Elder Shioer, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach other elders or me. The village will fully cooperate. Thank you for the Hokage's trust. Shioer will give his all. Amma Shioer was the youngest among the elders, around 30 years old. His face flushed slightly, displaying an expression of a man ready to die for his appreciative ruler. Good, ambitious. Dongyang instructed, focus your efforts on the Ministry of Civil Affairs. As for the Ministry of Agriculture, I will arrange for someone. Shuahuman, Yen will be at your command from now on. The village encourages the establishment of workshops, and workers' wages will be higher. For the large tracts of land that will be vacated, I intend to implement a unified contract system. Release more low-level missions for young ninjas to help with farming and land reclamation. Agriculture and industry are equally important. Although there will be fewer people farming, the output of grain must not decrease. On the contrary, we must increase investment. Onma Shoer felt as if he had heard a celestial revelation. There was only nodding left. 1 hour passed. The conversation was too enthusiastic and went on a bit long. Onma Shoer strode out of the office with a triumphant air. The system panel's star progress bar soared to 92. This showed that the 5-year plan and the Division of Government Affairs had created a major momentum, and more benefits lay ahead. At the same time, Dongyang got rid of the trouble of Shuahomen Yen. He and Zhuanqin Xiaochun, one in the lean low-profit Ministry of Agriculture, the other in the Moneybag Ministry of Finance, were a pair of incompetents trying to eat the wind. The art of imperial rule starts from the smallest of actions. Half a month slipped by. All matters were resolved. The skeletal frameworks of the various departments were established, and through trial and error, they would gradually acquire flesh and blood as time passed. The Judicial Department bickered from morning till night, drawing complaints from the neighboring ninjas who took missions, so they moved to the right side of the 2nd floor, right next to the Finance Department, which was in a constant uproar. 10 Uzumaki families arrived. Dongyang dressed formally, and wearing the Hokage hat, personally greeted them at the village entrance alongside the elders, displaying the highest level of regard. The award ceremony was held in 2 sessions. public and private. For some undisclosed top-secret missions to protect the ninjas, the eternal Jinin Mariboshi Kosuka received the highest honor, the Hashirama Medal. Unfortunately, there was no camera to capture this historic moment. Dongyang's prestige soared to unprecedented heights, and it also sent a clear signal. With strength, one could gain everything in Konoha. Kurama Shuji was busy going through the streets, painting catchy rhymes promoting childbirth in conspicuous places. Even the Hokage's office could see the slogan, "More births, more prosperity, flourish and thrive." Some of the war's wounded and disabled were absorbed into the Hokage's office for clerical work, while others enthusiastically ventured into the business tide. Some set up workshops, some contracted land, some raised livestock. As the first to become wealthy, they injected new vitality into agriculture industry and various trades, with infrastructure projects landing one after another. The finance department spent money like water. With a mere word from Dongyang, Uzumaki Mido was kept extremely busy implementing policies such as school grants and scholarship subsidies for low-level missions for Chunin and Jinin and so forth. The mission desk personnel were all Hyuga, with Byakugan possessing super-stable emotions. When asked about available missions, they would first recommend drankland reclamation, urging intensified farming efforts. The medical department massively expanded the hospital. Nara Shikaku contracted to take care of 80 of the village's orphans, secretly training a medical team. On the money-making front, Kagami had sorted out the connections in Yuzushio and was expected to return to the village next week, with the commerce department taking over. The newly expanded Umbu personnel would undergo another half-month of training, then clear out bandit forces within the Land of Fire, netting another tidy profit. The cultural department had a strong presence. Every day the newspaper was filled with news about the village's subtle changes and various policies, which naturally included slogans encouraging childbirth. Uchiha Kagami felt a faint melancholy. Ever since his good brother got a personal secretary, he no longer brought breakfast. His clan elders had started introducing girls to him, but he wouldn't come of age until next year. In the Hokage's office, with a charming companion by his side, Dongyang leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the gentle massage on his shoulders from the young widow. He squinted with contentment. This was the life a Hokage should have. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking. Hyuga Miyuki went to open the door. Elder Munakata. Does the third Hokage have a moment? Yes, please come in. Uchiha Munakata entered the office and presented a document saying, "Third Hokage-sama, this is the list of spies we have purged during the..." Dongyang gestured and said, "Elder Munakata, you have worked hard. Let's sit and talk. The Uchiha have not disappointed me." Uchiha Munakata said, "We also have to thank the United Front Department for their advice. We controlled the spies along with those around them using the pretext of an infectious disease and have not disturbed the civilians so far." Very good. Dongyang flipped through the list and said, "Everyone cooperated well. So many Awagakure spies, Sorigakure, Takigakure, Amigakure, and what's this from the land of rice fields?" Miyuki called Brother Kagami. "Hi." Shortly after Uchiha Kagami arrived, Dongyang handed him the list and said, "Look, even riffraff dare to cause trouble in Konoha. Send all the spies from those minor villages to the research institute. The Umbu will act immediately. Notify the 4 major ninja villages to pay ransom for their people. For the minor villages, have their leaders come to Konoha in person to give me an explanation. Miyuki convey to the Government Affairs Department to draft 10 contracts related to immigration and study abroad. You'll need them later." "Yes, third Hokage-sama." Uchiha Kagami and Hyuga Miyuki responded in unison. The minor villages had delivered themselves. How could Dongyang let this opportunity slip? He would use it to launch a grand immigration and study abroad plan. Plunder must never cease. He chatted with Uchiha Munakata about work. The old man excused himself and went off to handle his duties. The next tasks for the police department would focus on assisting the civil affairs department with household registration, encouraging childbirth, and so on. In the afternoon, he inspected the research institute headed by Senju Ryuzen. Progress in electrical appliances and civilian applications was slow. However, there had been a breakthrough in the previous wood-release cell transplantation experiment. This experiment had once used a group of willing Senju volunteers, but it failed and was sealed until Dongyang restarted it. Now they were no longer transplanting into humans. They were transplanting into large-bodied summoned beasts whose tolerance far exceeded humans. If the experiment succeeded, they could subsequently establish a summoned beast army. Research couldn't be rushed. He bid farewell to Brother Ryuzen and returned to the Hokage's office. Uchiha Kagami presented a special top-secret intelligence report. Research couldn't be rushed. He bid farewell to Brother Ryuzen and returned to the Hokage's office. Uchiha Kagami, Senju Tobirama had annihilated the Kumogakure Umbu. The news of his awards spread to the Land of Lightning. The spies there plotted to do something big. They braved the waves to find the second Raikage's tomb and also dug up the first Raikage's grave, intending to desecrate the corpses in revenge. The reason they targeted the second Reikage was that Kinkaku and Ginkaku's remains had been sealed into another dimension by the Force Symbol seal. However, embarrassingly, both Reikages had been immensely powerful in life. Their flesh rotted easily, but their bones were rock solid, even sparking lightning when struck. The spies were at a loss. They could only seal the bones and scrolls, hide them in batches at secret locations, and request instructions from Dongyang the Hokage on what to do next. Uchiha Kagami knelt on one knee and pleaded. Although they acted without authorization, spies abroad have a certain degree of autonomy. Please, third Hokage, show leniency. Brother Kagami, please rise. Dongyang raised his hand and said, I was thinking that such a talented ninja should not be buried. What is the name of the spy leader in Kumogakure? Hatake Naoto. Oh, Hatake. Dongyang said, transfer him back to the village immediately. Dispatch 2 Umbu platoons, one to protect Hatake Naoto, and the other to transport the Reikage remains. The Kumogakure spies are to go silent and await reactivation orders until this blows over. Brother Kagami, go personally. Hatake Naoto will be of great use in my many future plans. Hi. Uchiha Kagami used the body flicker technique and left the office. He immediately led a team out of the village. Hatake Naoto was most likely the father of Hatake Tsukumo and the grandfather of Kakashi. It seemed that the family's talent for stirring things up was hereditary. If nothing went wrong, this man would be the head of Root. Dongyang thought to himself, if used well, Hatake Naoto could be more formidable than 1,000 white fangs combined. A destructive force at the national strategy. There were many ways to eliminate enemies. War was merely the crudest physical method. Dongyang walked to the window and gazed at the half-finished statue of Senju Tobirama, then at the one of Senju Hashirama beside it. There was no denying the first Hokage's greatness. He was kind to everyone. Yet when he died of old wounds after the battle with Uchiha Madara, people merely expressed a few words of regret. Now look at Senju Tobirama. A thoroughgoing schemer, but even the slightest glimmer of his light could inspire loyalists to risk their lives to desecrate the second Reikage's corpse in revenge. Dongyang couldn't help but recall the image of Senju Ryuzen crying silently, including the impact on their shadow guard, Mariboshi Kosuka. In terms of personal charisma alone, the second Hokage undoubtedly surpassed the first. This perhaps stemmed from his imperfection. A new day began. Because of Chi Mu Ji-ren's relationship, Dongyang came to the Ninja Academy for an inspection, checking on Gangsho's training progress. He decided not to bring Risyang Meishui along this time. On the wide playground, the children were brimming with energy. Some were racing to build endurance, others were practicing shuriken and kunai, and the older students were engaged in Onion sparring matches. Dongyang spotted the young Gangsho Li Yi and Dashiwan among the crowd. In the original story, these were Yuan Fei Rizhan's most prized disciples, but in truth only Da Shiwan was truly taught by him, and even that was barely half the case. Why half? Because Da Shiwan's way of thinking resembled Qian Shou Fei Jian's more than Yuan Fei Rizhan's. Lord Hokage, shoot, don't disturb. Dongyang scanned the playground and spotted a child who seemed to be the son of Chi Mu Shou receiving unknown guidance from a Yujibo instructor. He decided to take a closer look. The two of them were like actors in a silent film. The Yujibo Jounin demonstrated hand seals and adjusted his stances, then looked at the white-haired boy. The boy replicated the seals and shot out a series of wind bullets with a swoosh. This, as expected of the Yujibo clan, and even more so the genius child of Mu Ye's White Fang. Lord Hokage, this child is Chi Mu Shuomao. The Yujibo Jounin placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and said, this kid has the most outstanding talent in the school. The rest are all a bunch of idiots. Indeed, unparalleled talent. Dongyang sighed, but precisely because the other children are fools, we should not give up on them. Otherwise their future ninja careers will have no light at all. You make a valid point. I was arrogant. The Yujibo Jounin bowed his head in apology. Chi Mu Shuomao said softly, Teacher Ji Yi is very good. He has taught me a lot of useful things. I saw that. Dongyang chuckled lightly. We are always learning and improving. Being a teacher for the first time, being a father for the first time. We recognize our shortcomings. What do you think? Chi Mu Shuomao nodded thoughtfully. I can do even better, become even more outstanding. That's right. Dongyang laughed heartily. Yujibo Ji Yi also smiled with satisfaction. He had seen many geniuses in his time. He himself had once been one, but how many of them actually grew up? He valued this child's mature mindset, which would support him in climbing higher peaks. He figured the Lord Hokage had noticed the same. Little Shuomao, are there any ninja in your family? My father is one. He left the village on a mission. Maybe he will return soon. Really, Lord Hokage? Dongyang smiled and said, of course. Continue learning with your teacher Ji Yi. Since you have no guardian watching over you, be careful with your private training. If you feel unwell, stop immediately. Don't injure yourself. Yes, I will help keep an eye on him. Yujibo Ji Yi quickly responded. If the Lord Hokage hadn't mentioned it, he might have overlooked these common sense points. He had learned another lesson. Taking leave of the master and disciple Dongyang thought that with the guidance of a Yujiboik Jounin, Chi Mu Shou Mao would have a faster start. He looked forward to the growth of Mu Ye's white fang. The next target was little Gangsho. She was surrounded by admirers like a campus queen in a ninja academy. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze, she turned her head away with a hung for twin ponytails swinging playfully. Dongyang rubbed his nose. He was almost killed by how adorable this little princess was. Ahem. He coughed softly to assert the Hokage's presence. The female ninja, who was officially a teacher but actually a hidden member of the Qianshou clan, had good social awareness. She called to the students, "Everyone, the Lord Hokage has come to see us. How about asking him to give us some pointers?" "Oh yeah. Lord Hokage, are the Gold and Silver brothers really the legendary descendants of the Sage of Six Paths?" "Yes, but you must add one of to that." Dongyang explained the Qianshou Yujibor Rixiang and Xianhua clans are all considered descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. It's not such a big title. Then Princess Gangsho is one too. The Lord Hokage is so knowledgeable. And what about your Polaris eyes? Those are a mutation of mine, unique in the entire shinobi world. Dongyang served up some motivational words. We cannot choose our birth or bloodline, just like the difference between grass and flowers. One is ordinary and found everywhere, the other is beautiful and vibrant. But what of it? No one helps me reach the cloud's ambition. I tread through snow to the mountain peak myself. Be as tenacious and resilient as grass children and grow wild. Amazing. I will climb that peak. From now on, the grass is my ninja way. The children responded enthusiastically. In the shinobi world, children matured early, some already understood many things. Behind the crowd, Zilai Yi and Shi wanted stars of admiration in their eyes. A seed was planted and began to sprout in that moment. Dongyang felt quite pleased with himself. Indeed, showing off in front of the younger generation was the most satisfying. Surrounded by a bunch of old fogies all day, his own mindset had started to age as well. Next up, the guidance session. Everyone show me what you've got. I'll go first, Lord Hokage. A little Yujibwa boy raised his hand first. He performed an extremely flashy shuriken and kunai manipulation. It felt as if this skill was etched into the depths of their genes, passed down through heredity. Dongyang praised generously, absolutely perfect. At your age, I was far inferior to you. Do you want to know the secret to how I later surpassed others? Yes, Lord Hokage. Read more newspapers and don't be a picky eater. Huh, really? Dongyang said reading newspapers exercises your brain and being picky affects your physical development. Stick with it for a few years and your peers won't be as tall or as smart as you. So that's how it is. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Several children in the crowd secretly resolved to stop being picky eaters and to add reading newspapers to their day. Next was a little girl from the Rixiang main family. Her basic bagua palm techniques were practiced with skill. She was a good seedling, but it was a pity she was from the... Dongyang commented, everyone techniques like the bagua palm and Mu Ye style taijutsu have fixed routines. Have you ever wondered what the meaning of these routines is? For example, this move leads to that move. The enemy either blocks or dodges. If they block, they fall into the trap of our next move. If they dodge, we pursue, relentlessly maintaining the upper hand and staying in an invincible position. Routines are about flexible application and setting traps. If you rigidly follow them from start to finish, you'll fall into the enemy's trap instead. Winning or losing a pure taijutsu duel is that simple. He continued instructing the children. The master of words could always spin a few opinions. When it was Zilai Ye's turn, it was hard to comment. Deshiwan was a bit better. You two have weak foundations and seem a bit malnourished. Fortunately, you're only 5 this year. Persistence and effort are one thing, but you also need that drive to study deeply. Dongyang looked at the two little ones. One final piece of advice: have confidence. If you don't believe in yourselves, your future achievements will be limited. This applies to everyone else as well. Yes, Lord, third Hokage. The crowd cheered. Deshiwan bowed politely in thanks. Zilai Yi, with his slow reaction, was a beat behind. All the children had been instructed. Finally, it was our little princess's turn. Your problem is that you're too confident. Dongyang touched his forehead. Gangsho, do you really know what you're doing? Wasting your stamina recklessly throwing punches without any rhythm, then catching your breath and doing it all over again. The female teacher couldn't stand it anymore and said, little gang, count 1, 2, 3. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Oh, Gangsho began to show her signature move. 1, 2, normal attacks while silently building power. On 3, a full-powered burst. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable way to overwhelm her peers. That's more like it. Dongyang commented, monstrous strength is simple, yet not simple. Your 3 can be split into a fast 3 and a slow 3. A brief pause followed by a delayed strike can catch certain enemies off guard. Sometimes slow has unexpected effects. But that's not your real problem. What do you mean? Gangsho talked back unhappily. Everyone says I'm a super genius of monstrous strength. What problem do I have? Little gang, mind your attitude. Aunt Qian, he were not afraid of him. That's right, keep that mentality. Dongyang said, imagine yourself right now facing me. Use your 1 to a 3 again. Don't you want to discover your own problem? Fight then. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Little Gang Sho counted in a childish voice. Her third stomp directly cracked the ground. The power had increased by a full 50. Dongyang said leisurely, now do you understand? The full power, third punch you thought you used actually held back a lot of power. Now aim at your teacher Chin-hee. Reimagine again. She looks at you with a particularly offensive gaze, and she's going to report to Elder Shuei, who that you talked back to the third Hokage. Think about what will happen to you. Do you feel it now? Gang Sho's almond eyes began to look dangerous. At Dongyang's command, she went through the old routine, 1, 2, 3, but the power was a bit less. Aunt Chien, you're not allowed to tell on me. Fine. The female ninja, Chien, he said helplessly, even if I don't say anything, Lady Shuei, who will know? Oh no. It's over, it's over. Not over yet. Dongyang instructed the female ninja, Chien, he give her half a soldier pill to restore her chakra. We'll correct the problem in one go. Gang Sho opened her mouth willingly, waiting to be fed. Though she had to admit that big bad guy had some skill after all. Dongyang stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Now when you throw a punch, shout, hung ha he loudly. Use them as the start signals for 1, 2, 3. Hung, ha, he. Like this. Practice it a few times. Hung, ha, he. Alright. Dongyang stopped her. Now picture this, you won 5 million Rio in the gambling den. 5 million. Gang Sho instantly activated her hidden attribute. Her almond eyes sparkled with dollar signs. Yes, a full 5 million. So much money you can't count it all in one night. You're rolling around happily in piles of cash. Then someone challenges your title of goddess of gamblers. They cheat secretly and take your 5 million Rio. No, my 5 million. Grandma, my money. Little Gang Sho was completely immersed in the scenario. Dongyang seized the moment. That despicable thief. Now make him taste the power of your monstrous strength. Raise your fist. Hung, ha, he. Hung, ha, he. Die. Boom. Dust and smoke billowed. This stomp was the true monstrous strength, unrestrained and ruthless. Gang Sho had finally gotten it. Dongyang patted the female ninja, Chien, he on the shoulder, the meaning clear, teach her like this from now on. Make it as natural as drinking water or eating, and it will never become outdated even until the final chapter. The watching children already revered the Lord Hokage as the new god of shinobi. The guidance he had given was firmly etched into their hearts. Stepping out of the ninja academy, Tsunade felt a stir. Dongyang conceived another novel idea. Regarding money-making, establishing a gambling house in a red light district. Upon second thought, that wouldn't do. The village's hot spring mountain was already in operation, though on a modest scale, it could be gradually expanded in the future. Tadashima was renowned throughout the Land of Fire. It was unclear whose business it was, but it likely involved shares from the daimyo. In the future, when ninjas became abundant, a heavenly ninja house could be established. This money pit was set aside for now. As for gambling houses, there was much room for maneuvering. Dongyang quickly returned to the Hokage building, went upstairs, turned right into the finance department, and knocked on Uzumaki Mito's office door. The third Hokage in person, Uzumaki Mito put down her brush. On the paper were drafts of some core constitutional clauses. Lately, she had been constantly called for backup by the neighboring judicial departments, Senju juggling 3 jobs on her own. I've got a profitable venture to discuss with you. Dongyang sat on the sofa and said, I propose setting up a welfare lottery fund under the finance department. Each lottery ticket costs 20 Rio with 7 sets of numbers. Each edition will be promoted through the newspaper. As he spoke, Uzumaki Mito's mouth gradually fell open as she couldn't find the words to describe it. Such a novel money-making scheme truly opened her eyes. You mean to pool a tiny amount from the majority of people and use it where the minority needs it most? Exactly. Dongyang gestured with his hand, saying, this model isn't limited to Konoha. We can cooperate with the daimyo's palace, even the entire Land of Fire, and the smaller ninja villages around. Think about it. 800 million Rio in military expenses. In a few years we can earn it back. I understand. Uzumaki Mito said, you're essentially robbing half the ninja world to support our Konoha. But there's one difficulty in implementation: how to prevent forgery of the lottery tickets. Use sealing techniques, Dongyang said. Create a single massive lottery sheet with sealing jutsu, cut it into many small pieces, and use the numbers 1, 2, 3 in written form. Uzumaki Mito operated on the spot. A sheet of paper with a sealing formula, then tore it into several pieces. After a few adjustments, she easily made each small piece anti-counterfeit. Impressive, Elder Mito. Dongyang gave a thumbs up. Let's trial it in the village first. When Kagami returns next week, hand this new project to him. Agreed. Uzumaki Mito nodded. They'll have Koharu assist Kagami. It seems the finance department will need to recruit more hands. Yes. Dongyang said, if all goes well, I plan to use this money as an incentive to encourage childbirth. What do you think, Elder Mito? I support you, Uzumaki Mito said. Anyway, though the village's money is spent quickly, our third Hokage always finds a way to earn more. Setting that aside, she knew the terrifying profits from the sea salt business. Add the agricultural integration contract system. The Land of Fire's grain output was already equal to the sum of the 4 great nations, and it would only become more exaggerated. When industry rose, the 3 carriages would gallop side by side. Dongyang sat and drank his 3rd cup of tea. When Uzumaki Mido looked over for the 5th time, he patted his butt and left. She pondered for a moment, then instructed the red-haired clan secretary to prepare an extra-large cup for the 3rd Hokage in the future. Mustn't let him get thirsty. In the Hokage's office, you regret me. I shadow you waiting for Dongyang for some time. Hokage-sama. Dongyang sat on the sofa with the air of a big shot and asked, feigning doubt, Captain Hiruzen and Elder Danzo, what is it? I dare not accept the title of Captain. Hiruzen Sartobi bowed his head. The Shadow Guard have all received new assignments. We have come to request an audience with the Hokage-sama to ask how we may be of service. The village is in dire need of ninja talent for its development. Dongyang tapped the armrest of the sofa. What are your own thoughts? After all, you are a team. I respect your personal wishes. Hiruzen Saratobi said, I wish to go to the Civil Affairs Department and do what I can. Please grant my request, Hokage-sama. Good. Very good. Dongyang exclaimed, Elder Shuji's task is arduous. With a capable general like you to assist him, it should be much easier. I approve. Thank you, Hokage. And what about Elder Danzo? I wish to join the Umbu. Shimura Danzo broke out in a cold sweat, fearing rejection. He knelt on one knee and said, Please, Hokage-sama, grant my wish. Umbu. You wish. Wait. Dongyang narrowed his eyes, pondering how to eliminate this rotten apple. Frame him like Lin Chong at the White Tiger Hall, then have him killed in an accident while suppressing bandits, or... I naturally welcome Elder Danzo. But Dongyang paused. The Umbu is currently led by Elder Kagami. Elder Danzo will have to suffer some indignity. It's no indignity. Hokage-sama, Shimura Danzo hurriedly said. He was determined to enter the Umbu. I approve. There happens to be a headache-inducing matter. Dongyang put on a serious face. It's a top-secret mission. Please lead a squad and depart immediately for the Land of Iron, acting according to subsequent... Shimura Danzo was a bit bewildered. Was this such a hasty assignment? Dongyang called for Hyuga Miyuki, had her take the Hokage's order to the Umbu, assemble a squad, and depart immediately. Hiruzen, is there anything else? I shall take my leave. I want to disturb the 3rd Hokage-sama. Dongyang watched Hiruzen Saratobi's back disappear. Dongyang snorted coldly. Did they think he was stupid? He could see clearly that the two were planning to collaborate from inside and outside. He would let Hiruzen Saratobi off for now. For this mission, Shimura Danzo would go out standing and come back lying flat on a board. And no one would find any fault with it. Everyone would praise Danzo for dying gloriously. Dongyang wrote a secret letter called the Umbu on guard to send it by Ninja Hawk to Uchiha Kagami, and also summoned Akimichi Tofu to see him. 15 minutes later, Akimichi Tofu arrived, panting, his head covered in sweat. He knocked and heard a clear enter, then pushed the door open and stepped. 3rd Hokage-sama. Look at you all worked up. It's nothing major. Dongyang personally helped the sturdy little fellow up. Just now Captain Hiruzen and Elder Danzo took on assignments from me. That leaves only you from the Shadow Guard. What do you want to do in the future? I'm stupid, not smart. They'll follow whatever arrangement the 3rd Hokage-sama makes. Akimichi Tofu said honestly. Dongyang waved his hand. Stupidity is not a flaw. The key is to learn to use people, and most importantly, loyalty. The position of Minister of Government Affairs is reserved for Kagami. You can choose between the Military Equipment Department and the Ninja Sect Department. I choose the Military Equipment Department. Akimichi Tofu resisted the temptation and didn't dare reach for the Ninja Sect Department. He wanted to live a few more days. Find the Military Equipment Department it is. Dongyang said earnestly, Tofu, the village's development needs money. Military arms are undoubtedly one of the most profitable businesses in the ninja world. Look at this war. The noble daimyo have made a killing. As long as they have money, they'd even sell to enemy nations. They'll give you the authority to coordinate with the Umbu and get the arms trade going. While the 4 great ninja villages haven't yet sat at the negotiation table, get in touch with the Suna and Kiri ninjas, first sell them a few orders. Otherwise, the explosive tags will get damp sitting in the warehouse. My heart aches. Akimichi Tofu was overwhelmed. He felt the Military Equipment Department was even more dangerous than the Ninja Sect Department. The Hokage was leading the charge in arms trafficking. If the secret ever leaked, would they kill him to silence him? What? Yes, I guarantee the mission. Akimichi Tofu gritted his teeth and declared. Dongyang said, I trust you, of course. This task isn't actually difficult. Just think of yourself as a diligent porter. In the future, there will be a man named Hataki Naoto partnering with you. 3rd Hokage-sama. Having arranged for Akimichi Tofu, Dongyang's business empire was now complete. Salt grain iron. Lottery's high-grade iron. the absolute economic lifeline of Konoha in the future. Being Hokage, just a few words were enough. In the Raikage's office. Have you found out? No. But we received a letter from the Konoha Anbu. The third Raikage unfolded the letter, instantly clenching his fists. That fellow moved so swiftly, eliminating our spies so cleanly. Lord Raikage, we have news. A young Anbu member spoke hastily. We intercepted intelligence. Those damned Konoha spies set up a diversion. Their true target was to steal the remains of the first and second Hokage. What a shameless, despicable misfortune never comes singly. The third Raikage's hair stood on end as lightning crackled around him. Scour every inch of the land. Capture those wretched spy rats. Bakairu, calm down, eh? The elder of the Yatsuki clan said helplessly. Our Anbu has a gap in experience. The new recruits lack skill. Scouring the land is futile. Your subordinates are useless. The young Anbu knelt. Lord Raikage intelligence says the Konoha Anbu has already handed over the remains. It was led by Tobirama Senju's disciple Shimura Danzo. Moi, I find this suspicious. Indeed it is. The Yatsuki elder frowned. The Konoha spies set up several smoke screens. Our Anbu couldn't even determine their true target before, and now it suddenly becomes clear. Very strange. The young Anbu felt offended, but dared not raise his head. The third Raikage paced in thought. After a moment he said, regardless of the circumstances, uncle, you must go to Konoha personally. We must retrieve at least part of the first and second's remains, even if it means war. That remark was astute. Part of the remains. The Yatsuki elder sighed. I understand your meaning. We are still too weak. It will get better, uncle. Yes, I believe in you. The two dismissed the Anbu and closed the door to discuss the details of the mission to Konoha. This way, then that way. They racked their brains endlessly. But they need not have bothered. Dongyang had already scripted their play. Come into the bowl. The Hokage's office. The atmosphere was completely opposite. Dongyang, Uchiha Kagami, and the white-haired youth Hatake Naoto, the future dark triumvirate of the ninja world, were studying two piles of bones. Do you think the secret of the lightning-released chakra mode lies within these bones? Possibly. Let's send some to Brother Ryuzen later. And keep 2 rows of ribs to deal with the Cloud Envoy. Bury the skulls at Lord Tobirama's grave as burial goods. Not a good idea. Uchiha Kagami blinked. Lord Tobirama would surely despise these 2 things. True. Dongyang agreed. Tonight, let's offer a simple grave visit in the dark, then destroy them. A shame to destroy them. Uchiha Kagami said, I've already thought of how to use them on the way. Hand them to the ninja cats to forge a custom weapon for you. Excellent material. Then if I ever face the third Raikage on the battlefield, he'll surely lose. Because he'll be using his Yatsuki ancestors to strike him down. The more I think about it, the better the idea. A flash of inspiration struck Dongyang. He drew a diagram. Forge a sword according to this model. A divine weapon for combing hair, shark's tooth. Beautiful, isn't it? Yes, beautiful. Ha ha ha. Men's happiness was that simple. With the Raikage's remains settled, Dongyang turned to Hatake Naoto. You all performed a great merit this time. All Cloud Spy captures count as a collective 2nd class Tobirama medal. The actual level is 3rd class, allowing individual redemption of rank jutsu. I thank the 3rd Hokage on behalf of everyone. Hatake Naoto knelt on one knee. Dongyang helped him up. Additionally, the route will be under your command. There are 3 tasks within 10 days. Launch a large-scale purge of bandit forces in the territory. Cooperate with a Kimichi Torafu to open the arms trade. Lastly, closely monitor the movements of the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron. Secretly contact Mifune and earn his trust as soon as possible. Yes, Lord, 3rd Hokage. Hatake Naoto accepted the orders. Uchiha Kagami asked, Dongyang, do you think the 2 countries will start a war? Recent intelligence only shows minor skirmishes, not to that extent yet. Dongyang said, not yet, but well, give them a push. Do you believe that even the daimyos of both countries are secretly fueling the flames? The core of the arms trade is selling war. I sense this war is not far off. Well, support the weakened Land of Iron. The longer the war, the more we profit. Uchiha Kagami was silent for a moment. They'll secretly gather intelligence on Hanzo and warn Mifune in due time. Dongyang patted his shoulder. He had a compassionate heart, but would never spare his enemies. That was Uchiha Kagami, a contradictory combination. In the original story, Hanzo and Mifune's legendary battle occurred at the end of the first Great Ninja War, when the 2nd Hokages of each village had fallen, allowing them to shine. Gathering the Raikage's remains, Uchiha Kagami and Hatake Naoto took their leave. Shimura Danzo had not yet returned. He was arranged to wander outside for 2 more days. His final countdown, let the man get some exercise. An hour's lunch break. Dongyang yawned as he got up from the bed in the inner office. Hyuga Miyuki said gently, Lord 3rd Hokage Kagami has returned and has been waiting outside your door for 10 minutes. Quickly invite him in. Dongyang complained, Miyuki, don't do this again. For important matters, wake me up immediately. Suma-mason. Lord, third Hokage. Alright, get up. The young widow often knelt without a word of reproach. Dongyang personally opened the office door and welcomed Kagami. In just about 20 days he had visibly tanned. You've darkened quite a bit. The sun is strong in the land of whirlpools. Kagami presented a gold-sealed letter. Lord Third Hokage, this is the state letter from the daimyo of the land of whirlpools. You've worked hard. Dongyang opened it and read. Half of it was courteous greetings, then the main matter. It proposed sending a batch of pure red hair every 10 years to forge an eternal alliance of friendship between the two nations. Fine. This time, out of respect for Mito Uzumaki, there would be plenty of opportunities to manipulate the whirlpool later. Eventually this fat morsel would be fully devoured. Miyuki, bring me that lottery funds document. Dongyang passed the document to Kagami. Rest for 2 days, then this is your new task. Direct Kohara Udatane from behind the scenes. Oh, otherwise I'm worried it might affect your reputation later. Implementation within the village is simple. The key is cooperation with the daimyo. You have experience from the land of whirlpools. Same as before, we don't care about the rest, just our share of the money. Kagami hurriedly said, I don't need rest. I was quite relaxed in the land of whirlpools. Following your teaching of professionals, do professional work. I'm still a bit dazed. Turns out making money is that simple. Because we hold power. Dongyang said, then for this next task, Kohara Udatane is the professional. In your spare time, visit the various departments to prepare for taking charge of the Administrative Affairs Department later. Although the major departments have divided the power of the Administrative Affairs Department, that doesn't make it unimportant. As the central hub of the system, Kagami listened with respect. A surge of emotion rose in his heart. A man ready to die for a knowing lord. Half an hour later, Kagami took his leave. Hyuga Miyuki brought in the app back to work. Morning. A cool breeze. The harbinger of autumn. The system panel's star progress bar stood at 93. Another day brimming with vigor. Dongyang strolled leisurely, returning the daily greetings with a practiced smile. How many months along, Andy? For months, Lord Third. The medical department is preparing to launch the second phase of Operation Beautiful Leaf, offering free prenatal checkups. Remember to bring your family. Yes. Thank you for informing us. Lord Hokage. You're late for school. Run along. Yes, sir. The little ones dashed off in a race. Ripples of clear laughter echoed through the streets. That was the youth Dongyang once possessed. Becoming a Hokage had aged him in an instant. A new building had been erected diagonally across from the Hokage Tower, funded by the Administrative Affairs Department. Given the ever-expanding size of the Finance and Commerce departments, the space was getting cramped. It was only a matter of time before they moved out to independent offices. Let me tell you. Lord Third. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Yen. Dongyang spotted Shuahomin, Yen, who had been boasting about him again. His face was warm, but his heart was utterly calm. The Agriculture Department seems busy lately. Are you tired? Not at all, Lord Third. Shuahomin, Yen puffed out his chest. Just some repetitive workflow. But we had a piece of good news yesterday. While surveying land for reclamation, we discovered a silver mine. Oh, Dongyang showed interest. Notify the Finance Department to assess its scale. The Discovery team will receive a collective third-class Dongyang medal plus an extra reward of 100 Rio per person. Wow. A collective third-class medal. Long live the Hokage. The ninja beside Shuahomin, Yen shouted excitedly. Clearly his team had made the discovery. The former's smile froze on his face. Keep up the good work. The village will not forget those who contribute. Yes, sir. Dongyang patted Shuahomin, Yen on the shoulder, and went upstairs to his office. Hyuga Miyuki was waiting at the door, having prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The widow's cooking was superb, and Dongyang even considered teaching her a few Chinese dishes. Dongyang, brother Jing, good morning. Uchiha Jing harbored a slight resentment as he watched his good brother enjoy the meal. All the leaders of the Takigakure have arrived and request an audience with Lord Third. The Sorigakure were annihilated, but their whereabouts are uncertain. We've intensified our search for them. Call them in. Yes. Before long, a group of rustic old-timers filed into the office trembling. As if rehearsed, they bowed 90 degrees to apologize. Dongyang took the napkin from Miyuki, wiped his mouth, and said slowly, Your spy placements have displeased me greatly. Do you think Konoha's blade has grown dull? Speaking of which, as a newly appointed Hokage, launching a small-scale glorious victory could boost my prestige considerably. Suma-mason, forget it. Bullying you gives me no sense of accomplishment. Dongyang waved his hand. Hyuga Miyuki passed 2 documents to everyone: a contract for study abroad and immigration, and a letter of intent for lottery cooperation. The old-timer from Takigakure didn't even read the contents. We are willing to bear the consequences and guarantee that such incidents will never occur again. He was truly terrified. The Great Ninja War had ended not long ago, and with the precedent of Sorigakure's destruction, this young man's rash decision could bring calamity upon them all. Lord Hokage, we are willing to bear the consequences. Good, very good. Dongyang nodded in satisfaction. He sighed for the third or fourth time. Indeed, in this timeline, being Hokage in Konoha was as easy as having a mouth. The lottery was a cooperation with Konoha, and each village splitting the proceeds equally. Immigration was limited to ninja families. A slow, painless The lottery was a cooperation with Konoha, and each village splitting the proceeds equally. Immigration was limited to ninja families. A slow, painless drain that was temporarily harmless. Studying abroad seemed like a good thing. Konoha would train their talent and promised to send them back. What was the point of this? Whatever they had already signed, they would return and comply. Dongyang personally escorted the leaders out of the Hokage Tower. Another major matter settled. He detoured to have tea with Uzumaki Shuehu, but she wasn't at the finance or commerce departments. She was at the judicial department, truly busy. Judicial Department Hall. Uzumaki Shuehu presided, and the usual quarrels had surprisingly ceased. Everyone was airing their views on the core clauses of the Constitution. The room was filled with talent. Hyuga Tianrin Uzumaki Shuehu, the absentee research director Senshu Longshan Uchiha Zongxing Naraluha, and this, I think it should be written that the Hokage and administrative bodies respect clan autonomy. The Constitution is a definition, a principle, and bottom line. Dongyang stood at the entrance for a while. The room was filled with talent. Hyuga Tianrin Uzumaki Shuehu, the absentee research director Senshu Longshan Uchiha Zongxing Naraluha, and the civilian representative Zuazo. One might think they were forming a faction. Lord Third. Shu. Dongyang couldn't bear to disturb this academic atmosphere. Everyone spoke freely. Given the progress, the first draft of the core constitution would soon be born. Using it as a foundation to enrich laws and regulations, in 5 years they could usher in a golden age of rule of law for ninjas. Given the progress, the first draft of the core constitution would soon be born. Using it as a foundation to enrich laws and regulations, in 5 years they could usher in a golden age of rule of law for ninjas. Lord Third. Elder Shuehu, you are truly a busy bee. Dongyang smiled. The silver mine discovered by the agriculture department yesterday. Well, it's the village's first windfall. A golden millet to buy a horse's bones. He'll arrange it shortly. Uzumaki Shuehu said, Lord Third, do not always focus on money. The new batch of Ninja Academy students will enroll this autumn. They are the future. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. How is little Tsunade these days? She often speaks of Lord Third. He'll pay her a visit another day. A few exchanges later, they reached the door of the finance department. It was a short walk. Dongyang paused briefly, then followed Uzumaki Shuehu into the office. The secretary brought over an oversized tea mug. Are you serious? If you don't want me to stay, I can leave. Dongyang blew on the tea mug. I don't know why, but I always find a rare peace of mind when I'm in Elder Shue's. Then you are welcome to visit often, Lord Third. Uzumaki Shuehu bent over her paperwork, finding a topic. The lottery preparations are complete. We'll start trial runs at 4 shops tomorrow. What would be an appropriate incentive for encouraging childbirth later? We shouldn't treat them differently. Dongyang replied, whether civilians or ninjas, equal treatment. 100 Rio is just right. Your trade department should start macro control. The childcare economy is the next big wind. When people have more money and spend it, the money circulates and the village prospers. In what areas are we willing to spend willingly? On children. Uzumaki Shuehu looked up and thought. It was true. When it came to making money, she had to admit that Hashirama and his brother were far inferior to the third. This guy was completely obsessed with money. Milk powder and secret medicines. Not just that. Pretty dresses and clothes for girls. Go home and calculate Tsunade's expenses. Toys for boys with carvings of the first and second Hokage, and so on. Dongyang said, we can make more advanced toys like a wood carving of the third Hokage Dongyang with small lights installed in the eyes to make it the North Star. He talked endlessly about how to get rich. Dongyang was eloquent. Uzumaki Shuehu took notes. An hour passed without anyone noticing. Hyuga Miyuki knocked on the door, indicating there was business. Dongyang had drunk his fill of water. Patting his belly, he returned to the office. Shimura Danzo presented a scroll. Dongyang took it and said, you've worked hard. For this top-secret mission, your squadron will be awarded a collective first-class Hashirama medal. First class? That high? In any case, keep it confidential. Yes. Shimura Danzo withdrew, full of doubts. Dongyang's face turned cold. He called for Brother Jing. Secretly placed Shimura Danzo under surveillance. Waited for the protagonist to arrive. The show was about to begin. The brilliant sunset clouds on the horizon. A gentle breeze. The Yunrin envoy led by Uncle Yiyue of the Yiyue clan stepped into the main gate of my travel warn. Elder, those people's clothes have words written on them. What is one is not too few, two is not too many mean. Keep your voice down, they are Uchiha. 2 patrol squads of the security department marched with an aloof gait, their crimson Sharingan eyes issuing a warning as they brushed past the Yunrin envoy. Uncle Yue glanced at the words printed on the backs of the Uchiha. Strive to sow seeds for the glory of the Uchiha. Farming. There were also slogans on the baby project: no smoking and no drinking. A small step for childbirth, a giant leap for Mui's prosperity. Understood. Such a straightforward fertility encouragement strategy. The third AI was doing similar things, but much more subtle. Look over there. Are they planning to build a whole new street? Doesn't look like it. May be a large workshop. They passed by a construction site. Well, 3 slices. Uncle Yue noted in his mind that Mai was engaged in large-scale construction. Gazing at the famous Hokage rock, the statue of Qinsho Feijian was already completed, hanging on the wall together with his brother. Not even at peace after death. So infuriating. The street ahead was getting more crowded. Not even at peace after death. So infuriating. The street ahead was getting more crowded. Various shops lined the streets, villagers coming and going. The war had not affected them much. Children were playing ninja games, faintly hearing the sound of "Polaris has arrived." This showed how the 16-year-old boy had gained unprecedented fame in such a short time. 2 more squads of Crimson Sharingan issued warnings. Too arrogant. Are you guard dogs? Shanzhong squad leader, are there headbands from the Yunrin? Follow up, or the mission department will close soon. So tired, endless land reclamation missions. Stop complaining you're not tired when counting money. Hurry up, they'll treat you to watermelon later. Wow, Captain is awesome. Watching the My Mission squad disappear into the distance, Uncle Yue came to his senses. Yes, if he was any later, the Hokage building would close. And his attitude was wrong. He had made a mistake. He needed to readjust his emotions. Aggressively, accusingly, Uncle Yue strode forward, his dark, bulky figure exuding an overwhelming presence. Villagers made way as he charged straight to the most conspicuous building in Mai. Beautiful My free pregnancy check. Such a banner hung on the Hokage building. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Fresh Yunrin envoy, my secretly intercepted top secret information is correct, right? Princess Gansho Sugoi. Uncle Yue turned his head at the sound, his gaze falling on a group of small children under the eaves diagonally opposite. The golden-haired little girl surrounded by stars. Ninja students. The intelligence matched the granddaughter of the first Hokage. A faint killing intent. The child in the front row with the Fan Clan emblem on his back, twirling a kunai in his right hand. Didn't your parents tell you to mind your manners, kid? That old man, MMHM the color of a soldier pill. A nasty tone. A bratty kid held a magnifying glass to look at him, beside him a gaze of moist curiosity, and next to him little Chiu Dao was devouring snacks. Not even eating could shut his mouth. Uncle Yu's blood pressure soared. He grunted. Go announce that the Yunrin envoy requests an audience with the third Hokage. Hi. The Yunrin guard entered the Hokage building. In less than a few seconds he came back out. The protagonist Dongyang made a flashy appearance, laughing and saying, "The Yunrin envoy has arrived. I'm sorry for not welcoming you properly. It's too late today. Let's discuss matters tomorrow. They'll treat the envoys to a hot spring for some fun." Third Hokage. Are you insulting me? Why would you say that, envoy? If not, let's have some fun a couple of times. Bastard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Uncle Yue let out a roar. Mui's umbu flashed into the scene, and the Yunrin guards reacted instinctively, drawing their weapons. For a moment, both sides were locked in a tense standoff. Dongyang raised his hand to stop them and said, "The envoy is in a fiery mood. I happen to have a better place." Third Hokage, stop pretending. Uncle Yue thundered. You sent someone to steal the remains of the first and second Raikage. Do you dare to do it, but not admit it? Kill me now. Come on. Start a war. Ai. Dongyang waved his subordinates away and said, I'm treating you with courtesy, but you are the one being aggressive. What theft of the Raikage remains? How would I know about this? Jitsuin Tuanzang. I have proof. Either return the remains or kill me and start a war. Uncle Yu's attitude was extremely tough. The commotion at the main gate. Soon many ninjas gathered. The previous mission squad, Rishang service personnel, and the various elders upstairs appeared one after another, along with the ninja school squad brought by Gangzhou. A VIP, immersive experience. Yunrin envoy, please calm down. Xuanhua Shuehu exchanged a glance with Dongyang and said, could there be some misunderstanding? As far as I know, the village has never conducted such an operation. Of course you're biased towards him. Uncle Yue said, the umbu and spies directly under the Hokage. How would you know what dirty deals he does in private? These words were spoken. Dongyang's expression showed a hint of panic. Uncle Yue, having caught him in the act, said with even more confidence, they'll say it one last time, return the Raikage remains. Otherwise prepare for the resumption of war. Old man, are you threatening me with war over and over? Then let's fight. Dongyang's voice was resolute. Otherwise prepare for the resumption of war. Old man, are you threatening me with war over and over? Then let's fight. Dongyang's voice was resolute. Third Hokage. Calm down. Xuanhua Shu stepped between them and said, please Yunran envoys, go rest at the inn first. Once the matter is investigated in the name of the Chinsho, I will definitely give you an explanation. As for what just happened, Xuanwashu said with a headache, forget it anyway, rest assured that the two countries will not resume war. As for what just happened, Xuanwashu said with a headache, forget it anyway, rest assured that the two countries will not resume war. She had originally wanted to say not to spread it. But there were too many people around. By dinner time, it would surely spread throughout the village. She turned her head and glared at Dongyang. Look at what you've done. The Hokage office. The doubt in Xuanwashu's eyes turned to certainty. After a long while she said, Third Hokage, I understand. The doubt in Xuanwashu's eyes turned to certainty. After a long while she said, Third Hokage, I understand your intentions, but stealing the remains of someone else's ancestors, if it gets out, will damage our reputation. Rishiang Tianren shook his head and sighed, alas. Poor planning. This is a profound lesson. The Yunrin appear strong, but they are actually weak inside. If they really wanted to fight, they would have sent their army long ago. They started it, we retaliate. In my opinion, we should return part of the Reikage remains and hand over Jitsu and Tuanzang to appease the Yunrin's anger. What do you all think? Yuzebo Zongxing said, it's not about poor planning. The timing is too close. As soon as the Yunrin discover the theft of the Reikage remains, they will suspect us first. We must push forward a qualified scapegoat. I agree with Elder Tianren's proposal. Agreed. He'll go talk to the Yunrin envoy. Let me go. In the end, it was still Xuanwashu who stepped in, bringing 2 sets of ribs and Jitsu and Tuanzang's corpse, and visited the Yunrin envoys and late at night. Anyway, early the next morning, the Yunrin envoys hastily left the village, but the public opinion grew more intense. The Yunrin side fanned the flames, and the entire ninja world slandered Dongyang's reputation. Everyone knew that the third Hokage of Mai was a ruthless tomb raider. Anyway, early the next morning, the Yunrin envoys hastily left the village, but the public opinion grew more intense. The Yunrin side fanned the flames. It was personally presided over by Dongyang, making use of the waste one more time. Alas, how grievous to lose my dear friend. How magnificent the Shimura clan. Before the tombstone of Shimura Danzo. A performance for the dead as if possessed by an award-winning actor. Dongyang said with deep emotion, you bloom in the darkness like a flower at dawn. Ah, with your own hands you have achieved the glory of Konoha. Everyone. First bow, second bow, third bow. Ceremony complete. To commemorate today and the heroic sacrifice of many ninjas during the war, the village's 4 lottery shops will give each person a free ticket. Lord Third Hokage is benevolent. Lord Third Hokage long live. At the back of the funeral crowd, a young Uchiha from the Ninja Academy shouted with a cracked voice, so excited that he awakened his Sharingan instantly. In that moment, followers gathered like clouds, their cheers rising like a tidal wave. Long live Konoha. Long live the ninja. Dongyang roared, uphold the leadership of the Hokage unwaveringly. Learn the spirit of Shimura, forget Danzo, and the 3 essentials. Protection, sacrifice, and glory. Long live the ninja. Roar. Long live the ninja. The chants echoed endlessly, united as one with a common will. One might have thought it was a war mobilization. When the crowd dispersed, Dongyang's voice was hoarse, but he was very satisfied with the effect. Riding this wave of ideological brainwashing, Konoha as a whole took another step closer to his own vision. The Shimura spirit was actually a cheer for approaching downfall. As everyone knows, most heroes end up hanging on walls. Just look at the Senju from the Second War in the arena. At the cemetery exit, Uzumaki Mito was waiting with little Tsunade. Miyuki, could you please take Tsunade to collect the free lottery prize? The third Hokage and I have matters to discuss. Hyuga Miyuki looked at her master. Receiving a nod, she pulled Tsunade away. Dongyang smiled and waved at the little princess. Tsunade made a funny face, swung her cute ponytail, and skipped away. Finally resolved perfectly. Your plan succeeded. Uzumaki Mito said, was it worth it? Losing our trust and your own reputation in the ninja world just to eliminate Danzo, who wasn't even a competitor. I sent word to Sarutobi Sasuke to confine Hiruzen. Otherwise, as you know, he would have caused a huge scene today. Dongyang raised his hand to touch the blue sky and white clouds playing with the sun's rays through his fingers and said slowly, that's why I am the Hokage. Uzumaki Mito frowned deeply. You are being consumed by power. Such methods should not be used against your own village comrades, third Hokage. I just did the right thing. Dongyang smiled faintly. House arrest. It's a disguised protection for Captain Hiruzen. Do you think you can stop me? When I want him dead, that person is as good as dead. Indeed. Tobirama taught a fine disciple. Uzumaki Mito said, you have not only mastered all his cunning schemes, but also understand open strategies. Hiruzen's life is unimportant. You are the most important. I hope you are clear on this. I must thank Elder Mito for her recognition. Dongyang spread his hands. Well, as a token of respect, I'll spare Captain Hiruzen for now. I suddenly feel that the pain of death is too brief. A living is actually a kind of torture. Why? Why what? You've been dissatisfied with Hiruzen and Danzo for a long time, haven't you? Does disgust need a reason? You're not someone who acts on impulse. Extreme aversion both physically and psychologically. At noon, visiting the Senju household, elder brother Ryuzen frequently raised his glass and bellowed, "I toast to the third Hokage." That was a satisfying deed. Huh. Indeed satisfying. The two satisfying meant different things. Dongyang was referring to the act of trapping Danzo. Senju Ryuzen said, "Recently we received some intelligence likely deliberately leaked by the Cloud Ninja. Regarding Lord Tobirama's incident, all 3 other great ninja villages were involved. The clan discussed it. The information is highly credible. Next time let us handle desecrating the Tsuchikage's remains and bring that Sarutobi Hiruzen along." The subtext of this sentence was clear. Just say the word if you want to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your bro will handle it. The Senju and Uzumaki Mido were divided. Dongyang glanced sideways at Uzumaki Mido. No wonder she had sought a deep conversation with him earlier. She was probably afraid that he would become arrogant after gaining the firm support of the Senju. Uzumaki Mido said helplessly, "Ryuzen, the 3 great villages are already on alert, secretly moving the remains of their predecessors, just waiting for us to fall into the trap. Besides, this would harm the 3rd Hokage's reputation. Reputation is like a floating cloud to me." Dongyang said Elder Mido only sees the negative side. "The Raikage's remains incident has subtly promoted our capabilities and strength. The village's mission share will increase by at least 20% from now on. Hey, Miyuki, make a note. The Umbu will keep monitoring public opinion in the ninja world. When the heat dies down, we'll run an advertisement with this slogan, 'Which village is best for missions?' Fire Country's Konoha, find Dongyang." "Hi, Hyuga." Miyuki, ever the echo, responded. Senju Ryuzen savored the advertising slogan and praised catchy and smooth. "Brilliant. Then let's desecrate the Kazakage's remains. The sand ninja are the weakest. What's there to fear from a trap? We'll fight our way in and out." Uzumaki Mido moved her lips, 1,000 words stuck in her throat as she looked at Dongyang with concern. Dongyang said, "Brother Ryuzen, don't rush. With my intelligence, why would I use the same trick twice? Let me think of a new idea, and then we brothers will pull off." "Huh. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you know the drill. No need for you to bother, brother. Captain Hiruzen and I have a great relationship." Knock knock knock. "Lord 3rd Hokage, something terrible has happened." Uchiha Kagami knocked and entered, saying after everyone left the cemetery, Sarutobi Hiruzen went to pay respects to Danzo. For his act of insulting a hero, he was killed by the police force. 12 Hyuga are present as witnesses. "What? Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead? Damn." Dongyang suddenly stood up. "Did you see it yourself?" "Never mind. Instruct the police force to seize Hiruzen's body and confirm it is indeed him. Put the entire Umbu on highest alert." "Yes." Uchiha Kagami vanished in an instant. Dongyang turned to Uzumaki Mido. "This is sudden. I must take my leave. Rest assured, Elder, I have my limits. Keep little Tsunade from running around outside." With that he left quickly with Hyuga Miyuki. Senju Ryuzen rubbed his nose. "So this is what you call a great relationship. You even need to verify if he's really dead." Uzumaki Mido held her head in pain. "No, I'll go to the Sarutobi house myself." "What are the Uchiha and Hyuga up to? Taking sides, what else?" Senju Ryuzen said, "Elder Mido, not to criticize, but you women are always indecisive. Look at the boldness of the Hyuga and Uchiha. It's a simple choice: either eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and bind yourself completely to the 3rd Hokage. Would you wait 4 years to push Hiruzen to power and then face his retaliation? Even a fool knows what to do." Uzumaki Mido's chest heaved. "But this is too drastic. Can't we wait a while? The Sarutobi and Shimura rebellion could lead to bloodshed." "Bloodshed? With those 2 small clans?" Senju Ryuzen said. "Besides, are you sure they are united now? Danzo's death brought the Shimura clan compensation beyond their reach. Lord Tobirama's foresight was remarkable." "Ryuzen, you are being arrogant." Uzumaki Mido said, "We are comrades of the same village, fellow warriors who fought side by side." "I understand." Senju Ryuzen said, "But what's done is done. Sarutobi Hiruzen has become an obstacle to everyone. Only by cutting through this Gordian knot can everything return to how it was. A thriving and prosperous Konoha. You don't deny the 3rd Hokage's governance skills, do you?" Uzumaki Mido was speechless. Perhaps she was indeed too indecisive. "Sarutobi Sasuke, I hope you won't do anything irrational." Hyuga residence. "Grandpa, father, it's done. As expected, I saw the Dai ninjas on site. As you instructed, we joined forces with the Uchiha and blocked them all out." "Well done." Rishiang Yinfeng praised. Rishiang Tianren stroked his beard and said, "It is well done, but what does it have to do with you? And you, hurry up and give me a great-grandson. The Hyuga clan will be ruined in your hands." "Yes." Rishiang Yinfeng and his son bowed their heads to listen to the reprimand. "Unexpected. The Uchiha have a wise man." Rishiang Tianren sighed. "Think about it, it makes sense. Otherwise, how could they have arranged Yuzebo Jing into the 2nd Hokage's guard squad? Truly a clever move. That Yuzebo Zongxing is far inferior to your father. Still better than you father and son. Useless trash. Yes. Rishiang Tianren looked at the two obsequious fools and said angrily, raise your heads. Ask if there's anything you don't understand. While I still have breath, I'll knock some sense into your wooden heads. Yes. Grandpa, I feel that we don't need to do anything. The Uchiha and the Zhulu Dai all want to eliminate Yuanfei Risen. Idiot. A complete idiot. Rishiang Tianren was furious and kicked his own son hard. Look at what you've produced. We were the first supporters of the third Hokage, understand. It's like gambling in a casino. There's no such thing as pulling back your bet halfway. Rishiang Yunfeng clutched his aching back and knelt obediently, saying, Father, please calm down. He'll go back and properly discipline Xingye, that fool. I have one thing I don't understand, please enlighten me. Speak. I am puzzled. Now that the matter of Jitsuin Tuanzang has just passed, why is Yuzebo Zongxing so eager? Please ask you to persuade Elder Zongfang to conspire to kill Yuanfei Risen. Rishiang Yunfeng said, what if Yuanfei and Jitsuin cause trouble or create bad public opinion? I think it would be safer to wait for a while until the third Hokage makes a move, and then we secretly help. That's a good question. I didn't think of it at first either. Rishiang Tianren recalled, that night besides the two fools Yuzebo Zongfang and Onma Xiu'er, everyone could understand the problem with a little thought. Elder Shuohomen asked the third Hokage if he did it. He admitted it. Not just the Reikage remains, but also framing Jitsuin Tuanzang. Such an obvious flaw, how could such a top-secret mission be given to a potential competitor? Elder Shuohomen asked the third Hokage if he did it. He admitted it. Not just the Reikage remains, but also framing Jitsuin Tuanzang. Such an obvious flaw, how could such a top... Pretend not to know. Won't it be awkward meeting every day? Later help the third Hokage kill Yuanfei Risen. What were you doing earlier? Rishiang Tianren raised his cup and sipped tea, saying, Yuzebo Zongxing told me that instead of wavering it's better to collude with the third Hokage and become true comrades. Do you understand now? The Nara family is clever, but do they have the qualifications to surpass us? As for the minor issues you worry about, let the Senju clean up the mess. It won't cause any waves. Nara residents. Alas. The Uchiha Hyuga alliance. The arm can't twist the thigh. Naoyang Luha sighed. Tsufeng, it's up to you now. You must align with the third Hokage. We've fallen behind. I will do my best, Uncle Naoyang. Xiudao Tsufeng felt immense pressure. However, the plump man maintained a good attitude. Ever since being appointed to the second Hokage's guard squad, he knew the mission he carried. No need to be too deliberate, understand. Are you worried it'll become another Yen? Little fool. Naoyang Luha said, the problem with Shuohomen Yen is not anything else. It's the third Hokage's method of checks and balances. One high, one low, with Xuanqin Xiaochun to prevent them from getting too close. Look at the people closest to the third Hokage now, Yuzebo Jing in the Umbu and Rishiang Meishue as his secretary. The subtleties you'll never learn, and the second Hokage taught a good disciple. Brilliant and extraordinary is not an exaggeration. When war breaks out in the ninja world again, I have full confidence in the third Hokage. Naoyang Lu's vision was farther. He was not limited to the present. Although he didn't understand why the third Hokage was so eager to eliminate Jitsuin Tuanzang, these were trivial matters. Who hasn't been young and impulsive? He was happy to later clean up Yuanfei Risen's mess and help the third Hokage refocus on governing the village. Not to mention that lottery welfare fund idea was simply brilliant. Money paves the way. Policies implemented. Visible changes in the village. A pity. The Hyuga and Uchiha are too domineering. Forget it, he'll find other opportunities. Police department. Pairs of crimson Sharingan eyes forcefully suppressed the several Yuanfei ninjas who came to demand the young clan leader's body. The crowd parted from the center. The underlings bowed in respect. Dongyang walked out with small steps. Yuzebo Jing whispered a report, confirmed that it was Yuanfei Risen without a doubt. The original novel's so-called strongest talker Hokage. Thus ended his sinful life so hastily. Hold back a laugh. Hold your breath. The Uchiha present were uneasy. Was the third Hokage? Was he dissatisfied with their unauthorized action? What to do? Waiting online quite urgent. Bastard. How dare Yuanfei Risen? Dongyang said fiercely, I'm telling you, Yuanfei clan. You have 3 days to get forgiveness from the Jitsuin clan. Otherwise, in the name of the Hokage, I will declare Yuanfei Risen a traitor, as a warning to others. Lord Hokage, it's not like that. Our young clan leader and Lord Tuanzang had a good relationship. Enough, Dongyang said with a dark face. Convey my words to your clan leader. Obtain Zekin's forgiveness, and this matter ends here. I, the Hokage, am always fair and strict. Withdraw. The Uchiha's eyes began to turn dangerous. The few Yuanfei ninjas looked at each other, and under the silent intimidation of the Sharingan they retreated in disgrace from the police department. You did well. Dongyang looked around at the many Uchiha, and patted the shoulder of the nearest youth, saying, a collective third-class Dongyang medal. This is the greatest honor I can bestow. May you all strive with me, grow bigger and stronger, and create new glories. Yes, the young Uchiha, his face flushed red, roared, firmly uphold the leadership of the Hokage. Grow bigger and stronger, create new glories. Everyone, grow bigger and stronger, create new glories. It felt like the boss of... It was so damn inspiring. The howling lasted a full 10 minutes. Dongyang, under the admiring gazes of his underlings, walked back to the Hokage building with a swagger, ignoring everyone. Brother Jing, inform the Jitsuin clan leader that the village needs the Monkey King summoning contract scroll. Tell him to rest assured. Tuanzang's heroic spirit and monument will be immortal. He'll do it right away. Everything's settled. The bizarre yet reasonable development of this matter gave Dongyang a red warning. When he had fully secured his position as Hokage, even a hint of aversion or favoritism in any aspect would immediately cause his subordinates to start doing lonely at the top. The phrase lonely ruler, he began to understand it a bit. It had been raining for 2 days straight. The autumn air grew thicker. Recently Dongyang's mood had been somewhat irritable, so Meishua tried making various delicacies to cheer him up, but the effect was not obvious. The 1-star faction progress bar was at 99. Jitsuin Tuanzang and Yuanfei Risen had both died in succession, yet the progress actually rose by 6 instead of dropping. This clearly showed that these two were destined to be troublemakers. He was just a little short of opening the 2-star chest. Could he not be anxious? Third Hokage clan leader Jitsuin requests an audience. Enter. Clan leader Jitsuin cautiously presented a scroll and said, Lord Hokage, regarding the Enma contract you requested, Yuanfei's Waju asked me to convey that he will remain in seclusion until his death, and only begs for Risen's remains to be returned for burial. Meishua passed the scroll between them. Dongyang casually flipped it open and corrected, wrong, it's not that I want it, but rather that Jitsuin is offering it. As a reward, he'll give you 1 slot for a forbidden technique from the Scroll of Seals. You choose an outstanding disciple of your clan to cultivate it, understand? Yes. The third Hokage is fair in rewards and punishments. The clan leader Jitsuin grew even more respectful. Dongyang waved his hand and said, since the Yuanfei clan has been forgiven by you, you may take the body at any time. Alas, I didn't want it to come to this either. Captain Risen was foolish. Yes, it is all Yuanfei Risen's fault. Then I shall not disturb the third Hokage's work. I take my leave. Clan leader Jitsuin hurried out of the office. He was afraid of being schemed against if he stayed any longer. Truly too terrifying. Dongyang called in the ANBU guarding the door and had the Enma contract scroll sent to elder brother Longshan's Research Institute for participation in the wood release transplantation experiment. It was said that the Enma had an indestructible body. Hopefully it could hold on strong. A piece of good news came from the Research Institute. The sound of drizzling rain outside the window. Dongyang curled up on the sofa, his left hand propping up his chin. His vision flickered with the system panel repeatedly opening and closing it, as if the next time would bring a surprise. Third Hokage, Elder Luha requests an audience. Oh, please come in. Dongyang snapped back to reality. Focus on work, build the village. Only then could the progress bar be filled to 100 soon. Nara Lu's work report was beautifully written, clear, and well-structured. The flowing brush calligraphy was extremely pleasing to the eye. Third Hokage, the orphans we trained some time ago have begun to show results. They have secured the baseline of the medical team. Even if they are not ninjas, they are capable of tasks like wound bandaging and dispensing medicine. But the upper limit of medical ninjas requires extremely high chakra control. I have come up with 2 plans. Some of the graduated ninjas will retrain and learn, and we will secretly gather talented orphans from within the Land of Fire. I agree. Dongyang closed the report and said, you can select the graduates yourself without reporting to me. Additionally, the Uzumaki branch clan in the village is to be designated as a dual support ninja clan specializing in sealing and medical arts, and they will receive resource allocation. Finally, regarding secretly gathering war orphans, which of the 4 great ninja villages is not doing the same? There's no need to bury one's head in the sand. I will send a letter to the daimyo asking him to help resolve the issue as quickly as possible. Our finances are ample, so naturally we can play the rich man's game. Unlike the sand shinobi who have the will but lack the means, they have a basket full of development plans but can only stare helplessly due to financial constraints. Nara Luha bowed in praise. The third Hokage is truly magnanimous. I have no further questions. Is the medical department's funding sufficient? It's enough for now. That means it's not enough. I will instruct the finance department of Elder Mito to approve 100 million ryo for you. Yes, the medical department will never treat those orphans poorly. Nara Luha gave his assurance. An offhand remark. It slightly touched Dongyang's heart. He himself had once been an orphan, but at that time the village had just been established with good policies. Starting off, they distributed money and small houses. After he revealed his Polar Star bloodline, Shinsho Feijian never withheld any ninja resources from him. Elder Luha, you are very thoughtful. It is my duty. Nara Luha said, the third Hokage's strategy and wisdom are unmatched. Everyone in the Unified Operations Department is looking forward to your guidance. This afternoon. Speaking of which, I have a new idea. Elder Luha, wait a moment. Ignoring everything else, Dongyang strode to the desk and began to write in wild cursive. The 36 stratagems, the best is to flee. What else? Crossing the sea under heaven's disguise, borrowing a knife to kill another. The ultimate move to finish off Tuanzang. The beauty trap, sowing discord, self-inflicted injury, chain of schemes. Scattered and incomplete, he managed to gather the classic 21 stratagems. He couldn't recall the remaining 15 at all. At that very moment, the system panel appeared in Dongyang's vision. The progress bar had reached 100, achieving a 2-star faction. It shimmered, ready to open. Phew. Finally, it wasn't easy. Dongyang was slightly out of composure. He quickly composed himself and handed the draft paper to Nara Luha. These 21 stratagems are profound and vast. Our tactics often bear their shadows. I've made a systematic summary. The staff of the Unified Operations Department should strive in this direction in the future, summarize experiences and lessons, write books, and establish theories, and innovate. These are also applicable to the construction of various departments. For example, the construction safety regulations of the Infrastructure Department, the environmental pollution from the rise of workshops, the laws of the Judicial Department that fit the current situation but may be wrong in the future. A forward-looking vision is a basic quality you must possess. Nara Luha nodded repeatedly as he listened. The third Hokage's teachings have truly enlightened me. Rest assured, we will fully support the village's construction and anticipate and prevent problems in all aspects. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Luha. The third Hokage is the one who works hardest. After another 10 minutes of conversation, Nara Luha read the atmosphere and wisely took his leave. Dongyang made an excuse that he wanted to drink red bean soup and sent Rishiang Meishuet to buy it. With a trembling heart and shaking hands, he opened the 2-star faction chest. A clattering sound came from it. A dazzling golden light filled the screen. 3 card panels floated in his vision. On the right side was a refresh icon, and on the bottom left a number 3 and a small question mark. The small question mark was an instruction manual. The 2-star chest had 5 refresh chances, allowing the selection of 3 rewards from 15 cards. Looking at the 3 cards from left to right. Garen's inheritance trait, enchantment chakra boost trait, enchantment strength. Garen, even if it were Lux's inheritance, it would be better. Damn, is the dream of being a mage so far out of reach. Chakra boost and strength, though high in value, could be improved through training, so they suddenly didn't seem annoyed. He'll refresh. 3 new cards. The middle one is a big hit. Trait enchantment bumper harvest trait, enchantment legacy of destiny trait, enchantment ninjutsu amplification. Legacy of destiny, sacrifice 3 2-star chest rewards to obtain this special enchantment, instantly gaining a normal grade enchantment, or choose destiny points to upgrade an existing normal grade enchantment. Each time the star faction progress increases by 20, gain a new normal grade enchantment or destiny points, choose one. Note: Legacy of Destiny cannot be upgraded by any means. Unfortunately, can't go for a double dip. This is an extremely powerful growth type enchantment. The earlier you get it, the better. It means that when upgrading from 2-star to 3-star faction, Dongyang can obtain 5 normal grade enchantments or corresponding destiny points, and the same applies from 3-star to 4-star, and so on. The cost. A single choice question from the 2-star chest. It's a must-choose, isn't it? In the short term, Dongyang had no intention of leaving the village. He would accumulate strength and quickly upgrade to 3-star and 4-star chests, which would definitely yield better rewards. Select Legacy of Destiny. Show yourself, big prize. Special ability empowerment, Demon King's dual protection. Demon King's dual protection, troubled youths though mischievous do not hinder their excellence. Cultivation efficiency increased by 5. Goofy youths are full of joy but do not underestimate their ninja way. Cultivation efficiency increased by 5. When a team has both troubled youths and goofy youths, your Demon King's dual protection is activated. In life or death crises, a special bond is triggered, allowing a temporary burst of 10 to 50 combat power, depending on their respective convictions. Enumerate the renowned ninjas from the original work. Yuzibo must be troubled youths, which also includes Dashawan Kakaxi. Goofy youths, Zilai the mate, father and son. Gangsho covers both Yashuxi Hondo. This single trait covers Gangsho and the mate, father and son. It is worth it for Dongyang to choose this. Even though the Demon King's dual protection has low stats, it doesn't matter. Later he can upgrade it with fate points and pour in more bets to make it work. Moreover, the third trait's special bond burst can increase the survival rate of the ninja squad. Troubled youths, goofy youths. Your Demon King's dual protection is online. Thinking of this, Dongyang leaned over his desk, scribbling and drawing. Lord Third Hokage, your red bean soup. Set it aside for now. Miyuki, please ask Elder Zongfang, Elder Tianren, and Elder Shuahu along with their secretaries and deputies to come to my office. Hi. After a dozen minutes, everyone arrived one after another. Dongyang invited them to sit and drink tea. He wrote for a few more minutes. What I am about to say may be a bit messy. Secretaries and deputies start recording. First, the education department add a new course in the Ninja Academy, transformation technique to liberate nature. In high-level missions, when team members transform and disguise themselves, infiltrate, and play roles, they reveal flaws. Why? Because they haven't liberated. Actually, Dongyang wanted to use this course to forcibly increase the number of goofy youths or troubled youths as well. Next, for the autumn enrollment of new students at the Ninja Academy, relax the restrictions on supplementary enrollment. Children under 10 years old who meet physical fitness standards but have no ninjutsu aptitude will have a dedicated taijutsu class established. The finance department will follow up with resources to ensure the nutrition of the taijutsu class. This will become a norm in the future. I think the other 4 great ninja villages will soon form similar teams. Dongyang pointed to his own eyes as he spoke. Third, based on my personal observations, the emergence of powerful ninjas follows certain patterns. Today I finally realized the key: talent, experience, and personality. Take the first Hokage and Yuzhibo Ban as examples. Talent and experience cannot be replicated, but there are similarities in personality. The first Hokage's optimistic and quirky mindset, Yuzhibo Ban's extreme paranoia, and many other issues. Many Uchiha in the village have personalities similar to Yuzhibo Ban. The ill-tempered little Uchiha brats at the Ninja Academy, their excellence is not hindered. This already proves the point. Dongyang paused here and asked 3 elders, think about it, if the first Hokage or Yuzhibo Ban did not exist in the same era, could they have grown to such an unattainable? Probably not. Rishang Tianren said, I understand the third Hokage's meaning. The pressure from competitors, the mutual drive to surpass each other, that is the source of their strength. Xuanhua Shuehu nodded in agreement. Then why don't we conduct an experiment? Dongyang looked at Yuzhibo Zongfang and said, Elder Zongfang, arrange for the outstanding children in your clan to have a bond with a cheerful idiot. The mission department as well. Adjust the configurations of a few squads. After some time we'll see the results. If it works, I plan to implement a personality-based squad assignment system across the board. Xuanhua Shu said, we can try, but the third Hokage's words have inspired a new thought: healthy competition within reasonable bounds. You may not know that Zhu Jian and Ban were very poor when they were young. They were at the bottom among their brothers. It was the intertwining of friendship and hatred that drove them to grow all the way to the end. I agree with that view. Rishang Tianren said, then we come back to personality. Take the ill-behaved child from Elder Zongfang's family as an example. Which personality type is most likely to stimulate his fighting spirit? The first Hokage is a good model. Yuzhibo Zongfang snorted and turned his head, feeling offended. Then let me clarify a situation. Gangsho is the second model. The children in the clan, both boys and girls, can't wait to beat her up. Right? Dongyang clapped his hands. These 2 personalities create a wonderful special reaction. We encourage these children to compete and form bonds. Then the squad configuration table is ready. The squad leader, a little Zhujian, a little Ban, a normal personality young ninja, and a medical ninja. The first 3 are the main force, the latter 2 assist the teammates. This idea seemed a bit naive, but Xuanhua Shuehu did not dampen Dongyang's enthusiasm. Instead, she said, regarding healthy competition, I think we can utilize it. Between departments, between work partners. For example, when the agriculture department discovered a silver mine last time, the third Hokage awarded rewards, which rekindled everyone's work enthusiasm. Yesterday, they found another coal mine. Yuzhibo Zongfang said, then the security department can't just drop its work and go out looking for mines, right? Rishang Tianren sighed at this guy and said, Elder Shuehu is just using that as an example. Based on the situation of each department, we can carry out healthy competition activities. It's just a matter of changing the form of rewards to motivate. Oh, I've got it. Yuzhibo Zongfang suddenly exclaimed excitedly, let's compete in having children. The Uchiha are not inferior to anyone. Go back and count which branch has the most pregnant mothers. They must be greatly rewarded. This works too. Rishang Tianren thought to himself, the Uchiha are indeed problematic. That brain is really something. So this is possible. Then the Rishang will also set up a reward. Regarding the healthy competition that Elder Shuehu mentioned, let me say a few things. Dongyang said, Elder Tianren has explained it perfectly. What specific forms? For example, the mission department service attribute, let the village's mission squads vote for the most gentle Rishang. Everyone has a sense of participation. Social topics are maxed out. Prosperity has 2 aspects, infrastructure and economy, and the distance between people. Rishang Tianren listened with a beaming smile. Brilliant. He seemed to see the Rishiang recognized by the entire village, and his great-great-great-grandson wearing a bamboo hat standing atop the Hokage building ruling the village. He picked up his tea and drank it in one gulp. The third Hokage has spoken very well. Xuanwashihu said, I propose that from now on once a week or every half-month we hold regular meetings to discuss the village's development policies. He picked up his tea and drank it in one gulp. The third Hokage has spoken very well. Xuanwashihu said, I propose that from now on once a week or every half-month we hold regular meetings to discuss the village's development policies, just like today. I have no problem with that. Forget it. Yuzhibo Zongfang refused. He found it annoying. He would probably only be listening anyway. Xuanwashihu cast a gentle gaze at Dongyang. Dongyang nodded as if possessed. No good. I fell for her trick. How did I let my guard down? All right, just this once, never again. The rain stopped in the evening. Returning home from work, I passed by the lottery ticket shop and dropped in for a look. Inside 7 or 8 men were engaged in heated discussion. The walls were plastered with large red slogans such as "Fortune born from luck, gamble responsibly," and so on. So far, 2 grand prize draws have been held with 26 first prize winners for families, 180-odd second prize winners, and countless third prize winners. Now that there are no computers, there is no insider information in the lottery. Dongyang does not deceive the villagers, he merely earns the tax revenue. The Ministry of Finance has already implemented an accidental income tax. As for future cooperation with the daimyo, he would certainly not use this model. He would do whatever it takes to make money and scrupulously, without any psychological burden. Third Hokage-sama. Have you all had dinner? Not yet. I'll pick a lottery ticket before heading back. How are you planning to buy? Dongyang took out the previous lottery ticket and showed it to everyone, saying, I admit I have terrible luck, but I know what perseverance means. These are the numbers I've racked my brain to come up with. I buy the same set every issue and will persist for several years. I don't believe I won't win the grand prize. Amazing. So that's how it's done. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Hokage. Dongyang smiled and said, You're welcome. Please help spread this method. Theoretically, this is the easiest way to win the lottery. Hi, Lord Hokage. He received the lottery ticket. Dongyang bid farewell to the villagers and left the shop. Set a 3-year deadline. If the numbers I'm chasing still don't win, damn, it'll manipulate the insider process and experience the feeling of being hit by a windfall myself. A mansion of Hokage-level grandeur. The main house was lit up. Dongyang entered, changed his shoes, and was greeted by the rich aroma of rice in the air. Hinata Miyuki had left work half an hour early and returned to prepare dinner. Her new home was just 2 doors away. Hinata Tenrin was truly adept at handling matters. The sound of a woman's light, quick footsteps. Hinata Miyuki, wearing a floral apron, said with a somewhat annoyed expression, Welcome home. You've forgotten to ask me to help you change your shoes again, third Hokage. Shall we start over? It was originally a joke. But Hinata Miyuki took it seriously. Perhaps she would never understand what a joke is. The young widow knelt humbly, her fair face expressionless, as if she had fulfilled some mission. She looked up at Dongyang, awaiting his praise. You've worked hard, Miyuki. Hi. It's not hard at all. If life has a sense of ritual, this could be considered one. Hinata Miyuki continued to attend to Dongyang, washing his face and hands, brewing a cup of floral tea before returning to the kitchen to busy herself. Dongyang sat cross-legged on the sofa. He took this time to complete his daily chakra refinement. After about 15 minutes, he opened his eyes, feeling that his efficiency was higher than yesterday. Could it be the Demon King's twin protection? Damn. Then was he a troubled youth or an idiot? The judgment was a bit ridiculous, wasn't it? Was he not normal? All right. Dongyang let out a soft sigh, unrolled a ninjutsu scroll to pass the time. Information on sealing techniques. Even if he couldn't focus, not to mention anything else, he was very concerned about the In seal for preserving youthful appearance. Eternal adolescence, the most handsome man in the ninja world. No matter how much time it took, he had to learn it. He couldn't wait until Konoha's year 60, when Hinata and other young girls would grow up, while he himself would be an old man. Some little thoughts, huh? Men who understand. Third Hokage-sama. Dinner is ready. I'm coming. A lavish dinner. 2 vegetable dishes, roast chicken, fried tempura, takoyaki, and finally his favorite fish and tofu soup. As the saying goes, 1,000 boils for tofu, 10,000 for fish. Hinata Miyuki's cooking skills were superb, and her meals had a homely warmth. Dongyang was very glad that he had chosen her as his secretary. Third Hokage-sama. Moi. Hinata Miyuki parted her red lips slightly and said, I have a suggestion for the village's development. May I share it with you? Of course, go ahead. Well, you encourage more newborns, but I think another issue needs attention. The prerequisite for having children is marriage. Because of the dangers of war and the ninja profession, many older ninjas in the village are still unmarried or widowed. For example, Hinata Miyuki herself. The young widow's words were a wake-up call. Why hadn't he thought of that? He had only been focused on the existing pie. Oh, why not make the pie bigger? Well said, Miyuki. Dongyang said excitedly. Then launched the third phase of the beautiful Konoha campaign, a matchmaking and blind date event. Encourage ninjas to form families and reward them with a base bounty equivalent to a rank mission. Not only that the children born to ninjas will have at least decent talent. In the future, revise the marriage law to allow polygamy and polyandry. What? Polyandry? Hinata Miyuki exclaimed in panic. That's absolutely unacceptable. You will be denounced by everyone. Please don't say such things anymore. Polygyny has precedence among the nobility, but the new problem is that it will become harder for commoners to find wives. What if they hold a grudge against you? The status of women in the ninja world was low. Judging by Hinata Miyuki's reaction, the polyandry system for female ninjas would face obstacles comparable to hellish difficulty. That idea would have to be Dongyang said, we'll run 2 plans in parallel: accept women of appropriate age from the land of fire, and relax the immigration restrictions for those small ninja villages. Commoners can also have 2 wives, but not more than ninjas. That way there will be no problem. Our Konoha is a small boat, easy to steer, unlike a vast country that's hard to turn around. Your suggestion this time is excellent. Tell me, what reward do you want? I'll grant it all. Hinata Miyuki seemed to think of something, her cheeks flushed with shame. Being able to help you is already enough for me. Really? No reward? Dongyang chuckled teasingly. He extended his chopsticks and gave her a piece of his favorite tofu. Hinata Miyuki's face turned even redder, but she quickly ate the tofu, squinting her eyes in happiness. She understood in her heart that her little scheme had succeeded. After dinner, Hinata Miyuki washed the dishes. Dongyang wrote down the idea of the matchmaking event on paper to be handed over to the Civil Affairs Department tomorrow, with the Security Department assisting in its implementation. He continued to study sealing techniques diligently. After finishing her work, Hinata Miyuki attended by his side. At night, the chirping of crickets formed a unique symphony, adding a special charm. Third Hokage-sama, it's time to bathe and rest. You have morning training tomorrow. The young widow seemed to be upgrading to a housekeeper. In the early days after returning to the village, Dongyang, emboldened by the system, had completely abandoned training, sleeping in blissfully every day until he woke. After Hinata Miyuki arrived, her first suggestion, given with a determination to face death, was that even if he trained for just half an hour, he must not completely neglect it or his body would deteriorate and become sluggish. Dongyang adopted her suggestion. The young widow attended him, and he enjoyed a comfortable hot bath. After bathing, he dried himself, returned to the room, lay on the bed, and enjoyed Hinata Miyuki's gentle massage service. For the sake of future happiness, he did not intend to truly eat the young widow before his adolescence ended at age 18. If it were his past self, he would probably have acted impulsively, but after being reborn and undergoing rigorous ninja training, he had at least this much self-control. Half an hour later, Dongyang's breathing became steady. Hinata Miyuki rose and quietly turned off the light. The night grew deep. Early morning. The azure sky, untouched by industrial pollution, especially after the rain, a distant gaze brings a refreshing delight to the heart. Started morning training. 3 exercises: breath-holding techniques, swordsmanship, and water release. Dongyang took a deep breath, submerged his head into the water vat, and channeled chakra through the secret meridians of his lungs. Senju Tobirama's technique for gliding underwater, which could sustain him without breathing for 10 minutes. Huff. Inhale. Repeated twice. His mind fully awakened. Dongyang drew his sword and danced wildly, following a specific pattern. If Tsunade were here, she would notice it was not 1-3, but 1-4. This originated from Senju Tobirama's tailored teaching. He discovered that Dongyang's combat intelligence was inferior to Uchiha Kageme's. In the lightning-fast clashes of battle, he couldn't perfectly process battlefield information. His advantage lay in his physical prowess, far surpassing his peers. Thus, he abandoned the conventional high-speed attacks of ordinary ninjas and adopted Senju Hashirama's swordsmanship style, overwhelming force over technique. Of course, those who learn from the first Hokage thrive, those who imitate him perish. Although Senju Hashirama was clumsy, his terrifying combat intuition allowed him to predict where an enemy's attack would land as soon as their shoulder began to move, even against high-speed assaults. Does Dongyang have such unreasonable intuition? The answer is that the system was quite stingy. Thus, his swordsmanship evolved from the initial overwhelming force to a balanced force and speed during his time in the Hokage's guard. The speed-changing technique Senju Tobirama imparted on his deathbed, Dongyang understood, but had not fully mastered. Balance, however, meant mediocrity. In battles of equal level, it only ensured he would not be defeated. But if Dongyang's strength was even slightly superior to his opponent, it would be a complete crush. Now the system was no longer stingy. Dongyang was confident that given 20 years of development, he could emerge in middle age and dominate the entire ninja world. Practice swordsmanship for half an hour. No flush on face, no gasp for breath. It felt like just a warm-up. Dongyang silently compared his current strength had caught up with Senju Tobirama. His speed was 3 levels behind, and his stamina bar was about half a notch higher. His chakra reserves were unknown, but he had plenty of time to slowly refine them, accumulating drops to form an ocean. As for ninjutsu, ignoring that aspect, they could still be good friends. With the Polaris Eye, he was now firmly at the Kage level. He practiced a few water release techniques in a standard manner. Dongyang stopped with waning interest, feeling no progress at all. He knew all the ninjutsu knowledge, but having his ceiling locked was truly despairing. Forget it. He washed up, then went out to work. Hyuga Miyuki did not stay overnight. Dongyang told her to go home and rest, mainly because he didn't want to be called a beast for 2 consecutive years. Greeted the villagers along the way. Entered the Hokage's office. Hyuga Miyuki welcomed him at the door, having prepared breakfast: 4 fist-sized crystal steamed dumplings, shrimp wontons, egg cake, and a meat pie. Truly the aroma was intoxicating. Dongyang ate with greasy mouth, drained the wonton soup, leaned back on the sofa, and let out a long sigh. Hyuga Miyuki leaned over, using a handkerchief to wipe the faint sweat from his forehead. The occasional touch of her jade-like cool fingers stirred his heart. This was the life a Hokage should have, twice over. So delightful. The warm yellow sunlight slanted through the window lattice. Onma Shioer took away the idea for the matchmaking event. Chiodao Chiefing came to report work. Third Hokage-sama, we have contacted the Suna and Kiri. Suna is in urgent need of a batch of shuriken and sunban needles. Kiri requires a large number of standard kunai and ninja swords, and they are willing to purchase at 50 above market price. Don't they want explosive tags or anything? Suna specializes in poison making, so shuriken and sunban are more practical. As for Kiri, their battlefield is along the coast, as you know. A bunch of paupers. Dongyang muttered under his breath, then instructed Chiodao Chiefing, sell them all. Let money breed money, but making money is not our ultimate goal. This sudden outbreak of war has exposed flaws and unprofessionalism in all villages. In terms of armaments, the ninja clans are a bit better off with old armor from the Warring States period, but civilian ninjas lack resources and go into battle without proper gear. So when funds are sufficient, start producing armor. If war breaks out in the future, we should have at least 3 times the reserves of civilian ninja. Yes, I understand. Chiodao Chiefing asked, what about the ninja clans? They have their own equipment channels. Should we integrate them? No need. Dongyang said, let the clans remain as they are. Diversity brings greater benefits. If they lose competitiveness, they'll still be using the same explosive tags and armor 100 years later. Understand the concept of optimization and upgrade. During wartime, I'll allocate a separate military budget to compensate the clans for armor costs. We can bring them in on the arms business. 15 minutes, Chiodao Chiefing took his leave. Uchiha Kagami brought intelligence on the Rain Country and the Iron Country. The friction between the two sides was escalating. It seemed that once the autumn harvest ended, war would break out. Where is Hitaki Naoto? Why haven't I seen him? He left the village to command the suppression of bandits. Uchiha Kagami said he noticed something unusual about a group of bandits in Tianluo Mountain. They might be colluding with the Wind Country. He was uneasy and went to check personally. Dongyang nodded and asked, how is the contact with Mifune? He's a stubborn fellow. Uchiha Kagami said with a headache. He firmly believes that the samurai's power can defeat Hanzo. Now he has refused to meet our people. Young and arrogant. Dongyang snorted. A forced deal is no deal. Let the Iron Country suffer first. There will come a time when he begs us. Uchiha Kagami said. By the way, the ninja cat said the Raikage bone had an unexpectedly good effect. They are preparing to carefully forge a peerless famous sword which will take about half a year. Is that so? Dongyang stroked his chin. In that case, when the third Raikage kicks the bucket one day, we'll go steal it again. That guy. I have a feeling he's stronger than the previous 2 as. Brother Kagami, what do you think about us imitating the mist and creating a 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, focusing on training a special force? Uchiha Kagami thought for a moment and said, we certainly have the conditions. For example, Lord Tobirama's discarded Thunder God sword equipped with a thrust-type lightning release sword technique, and the Kusanagi sword recorded in the annals. The daimyo must have a collection. At this point, Dongyang suddenly thought of 2 people, Hitaki Tsukumo and Orochimaru. But it would be a bit of an insult to White Fang and Orochimaru, as their growth potential far exceeded the 7 swordsmen. The Golden Generation's Moonlight and Evening Primrose were suitable, but they appeared rather late. Almost forgot Wanshinguja. A formidable man. Brother Kagami, start selecting talents from the Umbu slowly. Focus on tracking the whereabouts of famous swords in the ninja world. Dongyang said, I'll assign a long-term task to the cultural department to develop lightning release swordsmanship. Once we find other ninja swords, we'll gradually advance this project. All right, Uchiha Kagami responded. They chatted a bit more, then he took his leave. The special force Dongyang envisioned was only mid-to-upper level in Konoha's system, but the key was that it could be passed down through generations, its value no less than that of a medium-sized ninja clan. One thing after another. Developing the village is urgent, isn't it? 2 days later, the matchmaking conference was convened with great urgency. The venue was set in the main hall of the Jonin Council, which could accommodate over 400 people along with several adjacent rooms requisitioned for the occasion. Dongyang personally took the stage to deliver a speech. Good afternoon, everyone. I reviewed the list of invited attendees yesterday evening, and I was shocked to see so many single high-ranking ninjas. I understand that due to various reasons or personal inclinations some of you have chosen not to marry or have children. I will not attempt to change your minds. I merely wish to elaborate on a historical issue. What historical issue? The village's first 5-year plan is in full swing. So what will the second 5-year plan entail? It will still include the project of encouraging childbirth. Theoretically, by the third 5-year plan, I will advocate for eugenics and restrict births to 2 or 3 per mother eventually, allowing only 1 child per. Dongyang paused and said, some may wonder, what does this have to do with you? Each generation has its own tasks. Future generations will face even more severe challenges than childbirth. Facilitating the formation of families among you is a major political mission, the historical responsibility borne by the ninjas of this era. I hope you can all recognize this. That is all. Applause thundered through the hall. The system panel's star progress bar refreshed and reset to 0. This wave had increased by 1. After such a stirring speech, most of the psychological resistance dissipated. They realized it was not merely a personal issue, but had elevated to the level of the village's development. Indeed, one person remaining unmarried was no big deal. But look around at the familiar faces filling the hall. When a crowd of people stayed single, the problem became severe. Thank you, Lord. Third Hokage, Amma Shoji, said, then I declare the matchmaking conference officially begun. For those unwilling to form a family with another ninja, the small rooms next door are available. We have gathered suitable civilian singles from the village. If you find the venue too noisy, you may choose a partner and go on a date outside. We will provide a 3 Thesandrio love fund. Nothing could be more considerate. Everyone tacitly made their way to the small rooms. As adults, they thought it through thoroughly. If they truly married, one focusing on internal affairs and the other on external matters would be ideal. Tsunade, what are you doing here? Dongyang spotted the conspicuous little princess in the crowd. Tsunade tossed her ponytail and said matter-of-factly, I'm scouting a partner for my grandmother. She's so lonely all by herself. Ahem. No fooling around. I'm not fooling around. Tsunade wrinkled her nose and said Grandma's seal allows her to maintain a youthful appearance and physical condition until the end of her life. Whoever ends up with her will be in for a treat. A treat indeed, Dongyang said with a headache, but as the first Hokage's widow, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and an elder of the village, Elder Mito's personal affairs are tightly bound to the village. Even I have no say in the matter. Oh, then who does? A vote by the Jonin Council with unanimous approval. That's so complicated. Dongyang said, of course. When you grow up and get married, your partner will also require approval from me and the 6 elders. If we want to make it grand, we'll convene a Jonin Council specifically for that. Wow. I approve of the Jonin Council. It sounds so cool. Tsunade fantasized, naively unaware that in the original story, she would end up alone for life. The Uchiha lineage still had Sasuke, but the Senju were completely assimilated into ordinary ninjas. Come on, let me take you back to school. Then I'd have skipped class for nothing. How about we play dice? If I win, you call me sensei. In the Hokage's office. A fierce battle. The temptation of being called sensei was too great. Dongyang thought he had it in the bag, but each of them started with 30,000 ryo, and he had already lost 100,000. Can you believe it? What sorcery was this? Wasn't Tsunade supposed to be cursed with terrible luck? This was unscientific. Clatter, clatter. The sound of dice shaking. Tsunade stomped on the table, flipping the dice cup with a domineering pose. Let me teach you my great-grandfather's ultimate gambling technique. 3 sixes, a full house sweep. If it's not, I'll give you all the money I won. Then I won't shake. Dongyang clenched his fists and said, open it. If it really is 3 sixes, I'll lose another 100,000. All right, here I go. 6, 6, 6. Ah! Tsunade flipped open the dice cup with a swift motion. 3 sixes, not a single one off. Her laughter was joyful and unrestrained. The sound grated on Dongyang's ears. He felt like a clown. Losing to a 5-year-old Tsunade was a huge embarrassment. How did you know it would be 3 6? I won't tell you. Unless you call me sensei. Sensei Tsunade. Huh. Tsunade was astonished. You actually call me that. Dongyang shamelessly said, learning has no limits. The one who knows is the teacher. Tell me quickly, how were you so confident that 3 sixes were in the... All right, for the sake of sensei. Tsunade puffed out her chest proudly. I'll reveal a bit of my great-grandfather's ultimate gambling technique. First, it requires long practice, but most importantly, it's inherited intuition from my great-grandfather. My intuition told me that I had rolled 3 sixes. The 5-year-old Tsunade's words were light. Dongyang drew a sharp breath and couldn't help shivering because he had uncovered the biggest lie in the original story. Tsunade could gamble. Think about it, a person who started playing dice at age 2 and spent over a decade in gambling dens. Her skill was already beyond mastery, as natural as eating and drinking. What kind of situation would make someone always lose? Even innate bad luck wouldn't go that far. She deliberately lost money because of a superstitious mindset. Only by losing could she protect the people and the village she cared about. That kind of life must have been very hard to live. Dongyang sighed softly and reached out to stroke the 5-year-old Tsunade's head, but she dodged ungratefully. The tsundere little princess was super kawaii. Dongyang finally got his wish, and with a surge of audacity The tsundere little princess was super kawaii. Dongyang finally got his wish, and with a surge of audacity he ruffled her golden hair, ignoring her adorable protests, and handed over a thick stack of silver. Tsunade snatched the money and jumped back, her small hands deftly counting the bills, flipping through them with lightning speed. 10,000 ryo, 30,000, 210,000 ryo. Huh. The joy of the Senju was that simple. She laughed for a full 2 minutes. With flushed cheeks, Tsunade placed the extra money on the table and said, the 210,000 is what I won. Keep the rest, Dongyang. Yes, Sensei Tsunade. Dongyang said with a smile, you're always welcome here to discuss gambling techniques. Boring, your skills are way too bad. I have as much silver as you want. That won't work either. Grandma will say I'm bullying you. Dongyang thought for a moment and said, tell her you're teaching me how to use intuition through gambling to improve my strength. Huh, that might work. Tsunade looked at Dongyang suspiciously. So what's your real scheme? Have you forgotten why we started playing dice? Call me Sensei. No way. The little princess made a face. Then she dashed out of the office in a flash. She went to find her grandmother Xuanhua Shuehu to share her victory. Dongyang shook his head with a smile. Standing by the window, he gazed at the village streets. The tragedies of the original story would never play out under his watch. The future would surely be bright. An afternoon nap. It aids adolescent development. It seems he has grown a little taller. Rishiang Meishue helped measure him. 1.77 m, indeed an extra centimeter. In adulthood, he will be a solid 1.80 m, a superbly cool man. Working at the office desk, there are no trivial matters. Flipping through the briefs of each department, he offered guiding opinions on a few, signaling to his subordinates that these matters were important and should be prioritized. Lord, 3rd Hokage. Chimu Jiren requests an audience. So soon. Please come in. Chimu Jiren knelt on one knee and presented the mission report. Lord, 3rd Hokage, we have eliminated the bandits around Tianluo Mountain, as well as the secret supporter, the Shogun's left general. These have been written in the morning's Ninja Hawk message. Chimu Jiren also requested instructions on how to deal with that left general. Since the evidence was solid, there was no hesitation in crushing him. The fact that Chimu Jiren returned so quickly clearly indicated he had already secretly controlled the target, waiting only for the order. 500 million ryo in cash. Dongyang's voice rose. Military supplies worth 400 million, not counting mines, shops, land deeds, and collectibles. Killing, arson, and gold belts. Indeed, money comes fastest this way. Chimu Jiren said, you toiled diligently every day, and we can only do small things to share your burdens. In the subsequent mopping up operations against the mountain bandits, it is estimated that there will be about 100 million ryo in total value of goods. Dongyang waved his hand and said, enough. This time you did well. All participants will receive the collective first-class Zhujian medal, calculated as the individual second-class Feijian medal. Thank you for your cultivation, Lord, 3rd Hokage. This is the reward you deserve. Meishue informed Jia Jian to come over. Rishiang Meishue received the order and left. Dongyang called Chimu Jiren to the sofa, and they chatted over 2 cups of tea about his remarriage and started. If it weren't for the matchmaking survey, Dongyang would never have known that Chimu Jiren's wife had passed away. His wife died in childbirth while giving birth to Chimu Shomao. Such excellent genes, it would be a waste not to have more children. Lord, 3rd Hokage, Jia Jian is late, please forgive me. Get up, what are you doing? Dongyang helped Jia Jian to the sofa, and Rishiang Meishue poured him tea. The village's lottery funds have been put on the right track. Next, prepare yourself and set off for the daimyo's residence. As for the collectibles you seize, take all that the village doesn't need. Use 30% to smooth relations over there and 70% as gifts for the daimyo. You have 2 additional tasks this time: accelerate the immigration of war orphans and women from the Land of Fire, and also submit the evidence of the Shogun's left general's crimes to the daimyo, expressing our dissatisfaction. Jia Jian said respectfully, I understand. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Dongyang patted his shoulder and said, note, express dissatisfaction to those ministers, not to the daimyo. Dispatch 1 squadron each from the Umbu and the route to follow your orders. Show our stance and style. Chimu Jiren chimed in, yes, do you need me and Lord Jing to accompany you? No need. Dongyang said, you stay in the village. Your primary task is to give Shuomao a younger brother or sister. The spies trained by the route will be gradually dispatched to the various ninja nations. As for the Cloud Ninja, put that aside for now. Chimu Jiren responded with a hint of shyness. By the way, Jiajian, when you visit the daimyo, privately praise my swordsmanship. Just a word or two, subtle and to the point. Hi. Jiajian was a little puzzled. It didn't matter. He would remember it and follow the instructions. After finishing a cup of tea, the two took their leave. Dongyang felt bored in the office. He went downstairs and for some reason ended up at the finance department. He had just made a fortune, so he told Elder Shuhu the good. An oversized tea mug emitted a column of hot steam. Dongyang sat cross-legged on the tatami, his posture casual and lazy. At first he had been formal and courteous, but after getting familiar he had completely let loose. Thank you for taking care of little Tsuna this morning. It was no trouble. But, Xuanhua Shuehu frowned. You answered too quickly. But Feijian's will forbids gambling, and I have been consciously controlling her in that regard. Lord Third, don't corrupt the child. I beg to differ with Elder Shuehu's view. Dongyang retorted. Tsunade loves playing dice. At such moments, she is especially happy and joyful. Why stop? As she grows up day by day, her happiness and joy diminish day by day. A carefree childhood is so fleeting. In another 4 years, she will have to face the cruelty of the ninja world. Xuanhua Shuehu was silent for a moment, then said, we can cultivate other hobbies. Gambling is not good anyway. Alright, then you cultivate them. Dongyang spread his hands. But I don't think it will be very effective. I heard it was the first Hokage who taught her to play dice. With that kind of familial bond, who can replace her grandfather? Xuanhua Shuehu raised her hand to her forehead. It was a headache. Elder Shuehu, why not look on the bright side? Dongyang advised at the right moment, there's no need to be too restrictive in life. Tsunade can't squander the Senju family's assets. Focus your limited energy on her ninja training. That is the most important thing. Perhaps you are right. Xuanhua Shuehu suddenly had an idea. What if I resign from the position of elder and hand it over to Longshan? Then I would have ample time to take care of little Tsuna. Not a good idea. Dongyang said. Tsunade goes to school during the day and you can't go with her. If you reduce your workload in the evenings, you'll naturally have time. The third Hokage speaks well. Xuanhua Shuehu snorted lightly. You are the one who shirks responsibility. I am busy to death every day, sometimes reading documents until 1 in the morning. I truly miss the old days. You can also be a shirker. Dongyang said, grasp the big picture and delegate the work to your subordinates. Besides, the career Elder Shuehu is striving for will eventually be handed over to Tsunade. You can proudly tell her, this is the empire your grandmother built for you. Imagine that scene. Doesn't it give you more motivation? Xuanhua Shuehu rolled her beautiful eyes. But indeed the thought of resigning instantly vanished. Lord Third. Do you think little Tsuna could become the 4th Hokage? No. Why? Because there will be no 4th Hokage. Xuanhua Shuehu was astonished. What do you mean no 4th Hokage? Did I hear wrong? Literal meaning. Dongyang said. Elder Shuehu, the Yin Seal grants eternal youth. Why isn't there a technique for eternal life? I am full of confidence about this. You actually have such an idea? Xuanhua Shuehu was shocked. This is utterly insane. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Can you surpass the Sage of 6 Paths? He too grew old and died. Wait and see. Dongyang smiled slightly. Actually, achieving this is not difficult. Ask the 9 tails inside you. In what form has it survived to this day? That is a line. Of course I don't intend to follow the tailed beast path. Xuanhua Shuehu found it hard to comment. The impact was too great. So the 3rd Hokage had always harbored such intentions. Was he confiding in her? It seemed her intuition was correct. She must keep her distance from him from now on. She must. The Raikage's office. The 3rd Raikage had been busy until 3 in the morning. Due to the high altitude, it was already dawn outside as he finally finished reading the last report. Which village offers the best commission missions? Fire Country's Konoha. Seek Dongyang. You've even managed to capitalize on that. Tobirama Senju. Konoha. Dongyang. Standing by the window, the 3rd Raikage felt a surge of frustration. He had to admit that the young man he had briefly met was even more outstanding than he had imagined. Precisely Aorat. A fine disciple taught by Tobirama Senju. The spread of this slogan must be curbed, otherwise the village's mission share would inevitably be devoured by that behemoth called Konoha. Konoha must not grow stronger. The 3rd Raikage returned to his desk and earnestly wrote 3 personal letters contacting Inoki of Iwa, the 3rd Kazekage, and the Mist Ninja, hoping to reach a peace treaty. The Mizukage across the sea was the first to receive the letter. Containing Konoha served everyone's common interests. As for peace talks, since the Raikage had taken the initiative, he must have prepared to make concessions. The more the 3rd Mizukage thought, the more promising it seemed. He summoned the ninja clans to discuss, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. 3rd Mizukage, the death of Tobirama Senju, dealt a very heavy blow to the Cloud Ninja. What does the Raikage's initiative for peace talks mean? They can't hold on any longer. We can win. Why negotiate peace? Yes. We oppose peace talks. The Hozuki and Kagaya clans champions of the militarist faction were inherently warlike and insisted on fighting to the final outcome. The third Mizukage, newly in power with limited prestige, could not suppress the many bloodline clans. He regretted the deal with Konoha, which clearly had the third Mizukage, newly in power with limited prestige, could not suppress the many bloodline clans. He regretted the deal with Konoha, which clearly had ill intentions. Now they had no choice but to fight. Inoki received the Reikage letter. He locked himself in his office, pondered for a long time, and ultimately decided not to initiate peace talks, as it would violate his will of stone. The mere weakest sand ninja in the ninja world, while they were the second strongest IWA ninja. As long as they fought on resolutely, it would be the other side begging for peace. Ever since that mission to Konoha, where he endured humiliation from that man, Inoki had sworn never to be weak again. Yet he could not ignore the issues raised in the Reikage letter. Then they must accelerate the war's progress. Fight to the death. Sand ninja. Lord Kazekage. Urgent intelligence from a spy. Let me see it. The third Kazekage read the report and snorted, notify all ninja to assemble and follow me to the battlefield. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The war machine of Sunagakure was set in motion. Harsh mountains and treacherous waters breed brash men. They treat life and death indifferently if they don't accept they fight because they have nothing to lose but their lives and convictions. Evening. Dongyang stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing from the village's highest point, as if he could see the torrent of ninja clashing at the wind-earth border, with blood and death ushering in the final climax. The Mist Ninja army pressed in, and the battle with the Cloud Ninja was deadlocked. The outcome was still uncertain. The move of arms trading had proved unexpectedly effective. The will of a ninja, stubbornness, purity, some morbidity. A double-edged sword that hurts both the wielder and the target. Just like Tobirama Senju's choice. Modern thinking was too unworthy, but in his own eyes fulfilling the Hokage's duty, and made life itself utterly insignificant. Dongyang couldn't help but think that he was not a pure ninja, but a selfish opportunist using his foreknowledge to steal a march on the third Hokage, and developing Konoha was ultimately for his own benefit. It's getting late. The research institute is far, don't delay your dinner. The reminder came from Uchiha Kagami in the wind. Dongyang closed his eyes, sweeping away those random thoughts. A bout of literary pretentiousness. He was just himself and would not change for anything. The research institute was located underground in the Forest of Death. Senju Ryuzen had received word in advance and was waiting at the entrance. The research institute was located underground in the Forest of Death. Senju Ryuzen had received word in advance and was waiting at the entrance. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Ryuzen. Not long at all. Senju Ryuzen stated affirmatively. Third Hokage, I heard this morning that the 4 great ninja villages have tacitly accelerated the war's progress. You were behind it, weren't you? If trading 2 batches of military equipment counts, Dongyang said, I guess the village's development speed scared them. They're eager to end the war and focus on catching up to us, otherwise one step behind will lead to being behind every step. If trading 2 batches of military equipment counts, Dongyang said, I guess the village's development speed scared them. They're eager to end the war and the research institute was labyrinthine. In a deep room sealed by a barrier, the Enma King sat cross-legged on a cushion, like an old monk in deep meditation. As an additional note, the Enma King was forced to cooperate due to the contract scrolls binding. Uzumaki Mido could easily calculate the approximate coordinates of the monkey tribe in the deep mountains of the Land of Fire. Dare to resist. Let him try. Senju Ryuzen pointed at the Enma King and said, just yesterday noon, it survived the erosion of wood-release cells and completely fused with its own genes. But there's a new problem. Its previous bloodline abilities, such as transforming into the Golden Cudgel, have all disappeared. What about wood release? It hasn't awakened. Any other changes? It can sense natural energy. Senju Ryuzen said, it is now cultivating Sage Chakra, which all ninja beasts dream of, but it only has the energy, it knows none of the combat techniques. I plan to ask the Slug Sage to teach it later. Dongyang stroked his chin and said, we need a replicable ninja beast army. An individual's contribution is limited. So, after the Enma King stabilizes transplanted cells into its own kind and observe the effects. As expected of the third Hokage. What an innovative approach. Senju Ryuzen gave a thumbs up. The cell activity of the Enma King is far inferior to Lord Hashirama's, making it safer. If the experiment succeeds, it will be equivalent to us creating a sacred land artificially. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand. I request that the ninja cats be included in this experiment. Approved. As the saying goes, cats have 9 lives. Dongyang said, first transplant the Enma King's cells. If they can't sense natural energy with the groundwork of the Enma cells, subsequent transplantation of the first Hokage cells should increase the success rate considerably.
Better to also get a few ordinary kittens for data analysis and comparison to find a replicable path. According to you, Senju Ryuzan said, I'm thinking of restarting human experiments. Brother, Dongyang advised the fact that the Inma King hasn't awakened would release. Doesn't that say enough? The Senju's obsession, let's think of other ways. This experiment has been on the wrong track from the start. Actually, the direction was correct. Referring to the successful fusion of the young Yamato, the adult Inma King's bloodline power likely offset and cancelled out the Dongyang didn't want to sacrifice human lives just to produce a neutered version of wood release. What use would that be? The three left the wood release lab. Next, they inspected the progress of other research computers, televisions, hybrid rice cultivation of broiler chickens, pigs, dairy cows, new building materials, and a whole host of miscellaneous items. Adding a miraculous substance to chakra-infused iron. Progress was slow, but it had taken shape. They left the research institute. It was already dark outside. Dongyang's system panel showed the star progress bar had increased to 7. It seemed the Inma King's experiment was of great significance. Time to go home for dinner. At the culture department, a middle-aged ninja wielding the Thunder God sword formed hand seals and gathered power for a moment before executing an ultra-high-speed straight-line thrust. He struck a wooden training dummy, releasing arcs of lightning that spread like the cries of thousands of bluebirds. Excellent. Dongyang applauded. You have perfectly realized my vision. Designate the Chidori as an rank technique. Next, continue developing the silent Raikiri and other derivative lightning release techniques. High Lord Third, how is the development of the Rasengan coming along? We have achieved results. Please take a look. Another elderly ninja formed a spinning sphere in his hand, obliterated the wooden dummy with residual force, and sent a cloud of dust billowing with a roar. Designate the Rasengan as a rank as well. Be cautious when adding nature transformation later. When everyone exchanges for ninjutsu resources, remember to recommend these two techniques. Yes, these middle-aged and elderly ninjas from the original ninjutsu archives were essentially the intangible assets left by Tobirama Senju for Dongyang. When Tobirama Senju became Hokage, his workload was heavy, leaving no time to develop forbidden techniques. So he provided the ideas and concepts, and these people refined them into complete forms. Taking the previous Thunder God sword as a starting point, Dongyang naturally thought of developing the Chidori and Rasengan. Although his talent in ninjutsu was poor, his extensive reading of scrolls during this period had enriched his knowledge base, so no one found the idea abrupt. Brother Jing. Dongyang turned to Uchiha Jing beside him and said, the Chidori is very suitable for the Uchiha clan. With the Sharingan's dynamic vision, you should be able to adjust its direction when using it. I noticed. Uchiha Jing replied. If we develop a silent Chidori and combine it with the Thunder God sword, I have thought of a combination, the Moonlight Bloodlines transparency technique. The Chidori's strengths and weaknesses are both clear. Its casting has a slight delay, and it moves in a straight line. So by using the transparency technique to conceal the casting, we eliminate the weaknesses and retain only the strengths. With teammate coordination, it will be absolutely invincible. Dongyang laughed. Haha, great minds think alike. Let's choose the Moonlight Clan as our first shadow operative in Konoha. The system panel's star progress bar reached 10. This did not yet include the subsequent promotion benefits from the two techniques. He was not far from the next common level empowerment. Returning to the Hokage's, sounds of exclamation came from inside. Listening carefully, it was Tsunade. Hyuga Miyuki was playing dice with her. The little princess with her back to the door let out an exaggerated nanny, making the older sister laugh heartily. Lord Third, you're back. Tsunade turned her head upon hearing this, her chubby little arms waving. Have you been practicing your gambling skills these past 2 days? Let Tsunade Zensei check your progress, Dongyang. Huh. Dongyang smiled casually and sat on the sofa. Hyuga Miyuki had won 4,000 ryo and wanted to return the money to Tsunade, but the latter refused. After some back and forth, Miyuki reluctantly accepted it, and as a return gesture invited Tsunade to lunch. Mayukini, I want to eat big grilled meat. Okay. The meal invitation was settled. The sisters were very close. Turning around, Tsunade began a killing spree. She relentlessly crushed Dongyang, losing over 300,000 ryo in less than half an hour. 5-year-old Tsunade's dice-rolling skills were simply overpowered. No, let's play something else. Let's play Hanafuda. Dongyang was getting a bit frustrated. A little money didn't matter, but as a man playing competitive games, he couldn't stand. You'll lose even worse in Hanafuda. I don't believe it. After 3 rounds of Hanafuda, Tsunade, like a greedy little squirrel, gathered the money on the table into her arms, happy and satisfied. Dongyang felt a deep sense of helplessness. Irritated, he said, let's stop here for today. I'll research a new card game, and we'll play again. A new card game? You. What, not possible? Tsunade blinked her big eyes. It's possible since you're so smart. But no matter what you play, you'll never win. Little Tsundere. He patted her head. Tsunade didn't dodge.
After all, she had won a lot of money, so she'd give him a little treat. She didn't want him to stop playing with her. Where else would she find such a generous sucker? Lord Third. Tsunade, time to eat. Hyuga Miyuki had invited Uzumaki Mito downstairs. The tea table was replaced with a grill, and a dazzling array of ingredients was laid out for grilling on the spot. Soon the aroma filled the room. The grilled eggplant is ready. My favorite. Dongyang took the grilled eggplant. Hyuga Miyuki's cooking skills went without saying, and from what he could see, Uzumaki Mito's culinary skills seemed even more. Tsunade held a skewer of lamb in her left hand and beef tendon in her right, busily working both sides her ponytail, swaying happily. She was thoroughly enjoying herself. Uzumaki Mito wiped the corner of little Tsunade's mouth with a handkerchief, sighing inwardly. She had intended to keep her distance, but how could her granddaughter be helping to mess things up? Tsunade, no more skipping classes from now on. Grandma, another skewer of beef tendon. Little glutton, wait. Grandma is the best. Love you. Those words coaxed Uzumaki Mito into a beaming smile. Dongyang said gently, our little Tsunade is truly filial. But you need a balanced diet with both meat and vegetables. Being picky affects your growth. Have you forgotten what I said at the Ninja Academy last time? That's true, said Uzumaki Mito. Little Tsunade, let's have 2 skewers of grilled green beans, okay? Then I want to eat grilled eggplant. Is it really that delicious? Tsunade's big eyes sparkled with curiosity. Dongyang said, it depends on the person. Personally, I love grilled eggplant. Part of the meaning of life is to boldly try new things and experience novelty and beauty. Tsunade wrinkled her little nose. When you can beat me at gambling, then you can lecture me, Dongyang. Ha ha ha. It's my fault, Tsunade Sensei. Little Tsunade, don't speak to the Lord Third like that. Grandma, he admitted he was wrong. That's still not allowed. Oh. Dongyang shifted his position and made a funny face from behind Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade was so angry that her little fists clenched tightly around the bamboo skewer. The joy of winning money earlier instantly diminished by half. This was definitely revenge. Lord Third. Uzumaki Mito said, I've thought about it for a long time, and I don't think you're suitable to be little Tsunade's teacher. After she graduates from the Ninja Academy, she will be taught by the clan elders. Nanny. Why? Grandma. The most intense reaction came from Tsunade herself. Uzumaki Mito made up an excuse, because the Lord Third's ninjutsu is not his strong suit, and you cannot learn the Polar Star bloodline. Elder Mito, you are mistaken. Dongyang waved his hand. My ninjutsu is indeed poor, but since I became the acting Hokage, I have thoroughly read the forbidden techniques in the Scroll of Seals. As it happens, the culture department made progress this morning and developed 2 rank techniques. The lightning release Chidori and the non-elemental Rasengan. They can later be derived into multiple variations to adapt to complex combat environments. Really? Tsunade asked curiously. Chidori, it sounds awesome. Can I learn it? No. You're mean. I shouldn't have spoken up for you. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Dongyang explained, this means it's better to master one thing than to dabble in many. The power of the Yang release's monstrous strength is enough for you to study for half a lifetime. And when Yang release reaches its extreme, it stimulates the growth of Yin release, eventually achieving balance between Yin and Yang. This is the path to the Kage level and beyond. You have already started this at the age of 5. What more could you want? Yes, little Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito gently stroked her granddaughter's head. The Lord Third is right about this. Your grandfathers and uncles have paved that path for you. Follow their footsteps and grow step by step. Your future is limitless. Tsunade pouted, a little unhappy. Still, ninjutsu was so cool she wanted to learn it. Mean Dongyang. It must be because he was a cripple in advanced ninjutsu. That's why he was doing this to her. Daily afternoon nap. Dongyang faintly heard a noise in his sleep. Gang Shou's attempt at revenge was thwarted, and she was carried out of the lounge by Rishang Meishua, her small figure clawing and kicking, but unfortunately, he did not see it. Yuzhibo Jing sent an urgent report and woke Dongyang. Are Ban Zong and San Chuan engaging in battle? Are these 2 insane? Dongyang complained. In just 20 days, the autumn harvest will begin. The spread of war will affect all the people. Yuzhibo Jing sighed. The fierce battles among the 4 great ninja villages have driven them mad. Ban Zong used the salamander to sneak attack the heart of the land of iron, and San Chuan, unable to bear it any longer, chose to go to war. Encountering such a leader means the civilians of both countries are simply unlucky. By the way, does Chimu Jiren have a target? What? Dongyang said with concern, getting married and having children. Speaking of which, Brother Jing, you should do the same. Hurry up and hold the wedding next year and raise offspring as soon as possible. Yuzhibo Jing blushed. Yes, I know. Chimu Jiren has taken a liking to a civilian girl. For now, we're keeping it from little Shimao, worried that he might not take it well. You're wrong about that. Little Shimao is quite mature. As they chatted, Dongyang continued flipping through reports.
The immigrants and exchange students from the land of fields had arrived, while the other small villages were dragging their feet, and the arranged personnel were still on the way. 2 pieces of good news in a row. Meishue, please invite Onmashoji. Notify the 6 elders to come to my place. Didn't Elder Mito previously suggest holding regular meetings? Let's start from today. Hi. Half an hour later. Tea-Talk Symposium. Xuanhua Shuehu Yuzibo Zongfang Rishang Tianren. Yuzibo Zongxing Nara Luha Onmashoji. Dongyang patted the sofa armrest and said, to develop the village, one person's plan is short, many people's plans are long. Everyone speak freely. Let me first briefly talk. The new ninjutsu research department. The Research Institute's Monkey King. These 2 aspects can enhance the immediate combat power of ninjas. The Inazuka's ninja dogs and the Aburame's insect users, I urge them to actively participate in experiments. Secondly, the immigrants and exchange students from the land of fields have arrived. We should give important positions to the immigrant ninjas and treat the exchange students equally. Especially the Uchiha are not allowed to bully them. Let me explain the reason. Reusing immigrant ninjas sends a message to the outside world about the inclusiveness of our Konoha, attracting more rogue ninjas to join, even traitors from enemy nations. I give these people a chance to reform. As for the exchange students, when they finish their studies and return to their countries, they will promote the strength and beauty of Konoha. 1 person is worth 100 spies. If some of them rise to high positions, they will naturally be close to us. Dongyang spread his hands and said, think about it. Previously, the 4 great ninja villages united and fought at our doorstep, almost breaking the village's barrier. If we had the help of an alliance of small ninja villages, at least it would reduce our casualty list. So why not? This will be a long-term plan, 10, 20, 30 years, to establish a towering tree with us as the trunk and many small ninja villages as the branches and leaves. After discussing the military significance, let's talk about economy and livelihood. We can buy cheap raw materials from small countries, manufacture industrial products, and dump them back. The added value is higher, and we invisibly plunder their wealth to support the village. A long speech. The unspoken words in Dongyang's speech. The hidden meaning of immigration and study abroad to pave the way for unifying the ninja world in the future. Decades of sugar-coated bullets would eliminate their resistance, and they might even voluntarily request to return to the embrace of Mother Konoha. Yuzibo Zongfang indicated understanding and said, it's like the vassal clans of our Uchiha during the Warring States period, taking and giving as we please. 3rd Hokage, rest assured, I will warn the children of the clan to first give those small ninja villages a taste of sweetness. That understanding is not wrong. Since he had spoken, the other elders shifted their gaze. Yuzibo Zongfang felt uncomfortable being stared at, and said, what? You want me to express my opinion? Well, the ninja cats have agreed to participate in the first Hokage cell transplantation experiment. Ahem. Yuzibo Zongxing cleared his throat and said, the Industrial Department and Infrastructure Department can free up 50 slots to accommodate immigrant ninjas. Additionally, everyone has received the intelligence right. The Land of Rain and the Land of Iron have boldly declared war. The war among the 4 great ninja villages has also reached its final stage. Will it end after the fighting? The post-war winter period is just beginning. At least in terms of grain prices, according to the pattern of past large-scale wars, they will rise steadily within 3 years. We might as well make some moves in this area. Onmashoji was dumbfounded, thinking, why are you stealing my job? Lord 3rd Hokage, I request that the mission department stop issuing missions outside the village after half a month and prioritize the autumn harvest of grain. Half a month is not safe. Uzumaki Mito said, make it 10 days. Notify everyone in advance in case of rain, we need to harvest urgently. Dongyang leaned back on the sofa and said, Elder Zongsheng's words reminded me. How much money does the finance department have? 8 billion taels. Uzumaki Mito replied, considering various follow-up investments, the incentive policies for encouraging childbirth, subsidies for low-level missions, and marriage rewards for matchmaking events are the major expenses. The amount available is about 1.8 billion taels. 1.8 billion too little. Money is never enough when needed. Dongyang scratched his head in agitation. Nara Luha inquired, 3rd Hokage wants to manipulate grain prices. Our ninja clan is willing to contribute. At the same time, contact the daimyo and the Uzumaki village, and that should be enough. Rishang Tianren stroked his beard and said, the Hyuga will contribute 3 billion taels and also lend the village 500 million taels. As for the daimyo and the Uzumaki village, there's no need to deliberately notify them. Everyone understands tacitly. It has always been like this. Damn rich bastards. The 1,000-year ninja clans are really wealthy. It's certain to include them. Borrow. Good idea. A flash of inspiration hit Dongyang's mind, and he clapped his hands, saying, I have an idea. Damn rich bastards. The 1,000-year ninja clans are really wealthy. It's certain to include them. Borrow. Good idea.
A flash of inspiration, Uzumaki Mido said, I agree to use funds to buy grain. To be safe, let's clear all positions by the middle of next year. As for the surplus profit, I suggest exchanging it for chakra iron. Longshan told me that the Research Institute is progressing smoothly. Making circuit boards for electrical appliances requires a very small amount of chakra iron. As the village's electricity consumption increases and population grows, building a new power station is imperative. Our original power station cost a full 1 billion taels to purchase chakra iron. Although it continuously produces electricity, the upfront investment, this is chakra black technology. One-time investment, lifelong benefit, and very environmentally friendly. Yuzhibo Zongxing said, indeed chakra iron holds its value better. Elder Mido's consideration is thorough. Thus a new plan to plunder the ninja world was set. They continued discussing development policies. The Tea Talk Symposium ended successfully. Many people's plans are long. It was truly true. Dongyang was a man of action. He immediately issued orders the root spies would secretly buy grain in the surrounding small countries, while the Umbu would handle it within the Land of Fire, including this year's new grain. In the following days, immigrants from other small ninja villages arrived one after another. Various departments freed up slots to accept them, and exchange students were given preferential treatment in all aspects. Uzumaki Mido was very busy. The finance department took the lead in establishing an affiliated independent agency, and all preparations were complete. The Jonin meeting was held as scheduled. The Jonin assembly. A sea of heads bustled. Next, let us welcome the third Hokage, the highest mountain and the longest river of the future ninja world. Dongyang walked onto the stage with light steps, standing behind the long table, flashing his signature sunny smile, and waved to the crowd in all directions. Please take your seats. Yes, Lord Third. Dongyang paused for a few seconds before beginning to speak. Since I became acting Hokage, I have devoted myself to the village's development. From the measures for war compensation to various initiatives, I have made more people prosperous. With money, life can be better. Without money, orphans in the Ninja Academy cannot even hope to eat meat. Malnutrition has invisibly affected their future. Let me convene this meeting. You have all witnessed the village's development. This is not my village alone. Konoha belongs to everyone. Today I wish to turn this slogan into reality. What reality? The village will establish an independent institution called the Konoha Development Bank. In simple terms, I deposit money into the bank. First, the security is guaranteed. Second, I receive monthly interest. Where does the interest come from? Taxes from various departments, revenue from the village's private assets. A portion is distributed to everyone, benefiting every household. Boom. The venue erupted. A civilian Jonin raised his hand and said, Lord Third, you are benevolent, but I think this money should be used for more meaningful purposes. The villagers are already prosperous. Indeed. Lord Third. Another Jonin spoke. We cannot take your various policies and care for granted. Please withdraw your decision. The small and medium ninja clans spoke one after another. Such simple villagers. This made Dongyang quite troubled. Uzumaki Mido tapped the table and said, this is the result of a joint resolution by the 6 elders and the 3rd Hokage. The village's finances are sufficient to accommodate the bank's establishment and rapid development in all aspects. Dongyang added, I must thank the 1st and 2nd Hokages for the rich legacy they left. The 2nd Hokage reformed the Ninja Academy and strengthened military power. My abilities are limited, so I can only strive in the field of people's livelihood. The Yamanaka clan firmly supports the Hokage's policies. The head of the Yamanaka clan stood up. Moreover, I believe there is no need for the title acting Hokage anymore. Let's take this opportunity to hold a vote. Lord Dongyang should officially succeed as the 3rd Hokage. Who agrees? The Uchiha agree. The Hyuga agree. The Senju agree. The Shimura agree. We firmly support Lord Dongyang. The Akimichi agree. An unexpected turn of events. Dongyang had truly not instructed the Ino Shikacho to orchestrate this. A Hokage version of being forced to wear the imperial robe. How ironic. After a long moment, Dongyang raised his hand and pressed down. All eyes focused on him. By now his eyes were moist with sincerity, and his voice filled with genuine emotion spread through the venue. I am deeply moved. That great man, of course not Senju Tobirama, once said, if you hold the people in your heart, they will lift you above their heads. Thank you. Dongyang bowed 90 degrees. You chose to believe in a 16-year-old youth. It is you who have made me who I am. I will never forget this day. Every ounce of support and endorsement. I will carry your support and endorsement with everyone's efforts to build a beautiful, prosperous, and powerful Konoha until we achieve eternal peace. A perfect speech. He had to give himself a thumbs up. A solid shell under the guise of peace. It struck the hearts of the veteran ninjas hard. Back when the village was founded, wasn't that precisely the impractical yet beautiful dream they all shared? The 1st and 2nd Hokages have worthy successors. Long live Lord Third. Long live Lord Dongyang. Long live the Hokage. A thunderous wave of cheers. This spoke volumes of Dongyang's prestige. It had reached its zenith. Leaving the venue, Uchiha Kagami looked even more excited than Dongyang himself. The clothes I secretly prepared for you. Can I wear them now? How wonderful, Dongyang. Just in early succession, it was expected. Dongyang stuck his hands in his pockets looking cocky. Uchiha Kagami said, though you say that, please show some youthful energy. When do you plan to hold the succession ceremony? No need. We must invite all the envoys from the 4 great nations to attend. That was the protocol when Lord Tobirama took office. I've already looked it up for you. Thank you, Brother Kagami. Then let's set it on the autumn festival. Shall we try on those clothes now? Let's do this. The two jogged back to the Hokage's office. Hyuga Miyuki was guarding the door. Uchiha Kagami took out the secretly made clothes. Dongyang changed into the blue and white 3rd Hokage ceremonial robe, struck a pose with Brother Kagami's shoulder, then tried on the yellow wand white old style. There was also the black with golden edge style, exuding a majestic and mysterious aura. Uchiha Kagami drew his sword and stood guard. The 2 male idols were super cool. An hour passed. There was also the black with golden edge style, exuding a majestic and mysterious aura. Uchiha Kagami drew his sword and stood guard. The 2 male idols were super cool. An hour. Lord Third. Here is the afternoon work briefing. Serious work mode. The list of this year's Ninja Academy enrollment had arrived. Dongyang carefully searched and spotted Might Day's name in the regular ninjutsu class. This is nothing but a waste of talent. He crossed it out and reassigned him to the newly open taijutsu specialization class. Yijuan Matsuan. Somewhat familiar. She had a role in the 2nd or 3rd Great Ninja War in the original story. He crossed her out and assigned her to the elite ninjutsu class. Dongyang finished reviewing the list and handed it to Miyuki. Send this to Elder Munakata. Tell him the class assignments are temporary, 3 months. Actually next spring. I will personally lead a team from the education department, the ninja sect department, and the culture department to cross-examine all the children in the academy, uncover their potential talents, and teach them according to their aptitude. On the way back, check on the bank situation. Yes, sir. Hyuga Miyuki received the order. Dongyang continued reviewing the briefing. The reason for delaying until next spring was that there was no urgency. During this period, he would lay the foundation and improve nutrition. He hoped to see perfect specimens like Might Dai-Wan and Zilai. As anyone who frequently plays games knows, the importance of a perfect specimen. Only then is it worth investing high-level books and various resources. Dongyang seemed to see the 2nd Great Ninja War with Hanzo the Raikage and Inoki provoking and taunting. If they wanted to fight him, they'd have to get past his underlings first. Not long after, Hyuga Miyuki returned and reported, Lord Third, the bank is lined with long queues. The entire Uchiha clan turned out carrying money in sacks and parading through the streets. Elder Tianrin personally deposited 500 million, and Elder Munakata deposited even more, 1 billion. Holy crap! What were those 2 old fogies showing off for? Dongyang waved his hand in exasperation, secretly convey to Elder Mito that the personal deposits of the 6 elders will be returned in full, but the interest will still be calculated for them. Split the civilians' money in a 3,070 ratio. Wrong. He was no Huang Xiling. With all the village's funds pooled together manipulating grain prices for 2 years, a mere pittance of interest was nothing but a drizzle. Hyuga Miyuki had just left. Uzumaki Mito personally visited, urging him not to return the deposits. If he did, it would label them as deceivers. If the secret leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. The hard-won public trust would be nearly impossible to restore. As for the 6 elders, they could be compensated later. The system panel's star rating progress bar surged by 16. This wave was powerful. Anyway, the progress had been pushed forward. Then let it be. 1 month later, the autumn harvest campaign was nearing its end. From a bird's-eye view, the Nanha River plain resembled a shorn sheep, with civilians and ninja working in unison, creating the illusion of ants moving a mountain. The Yumbu route sent a purchasing report. Grain prices within the Land of Fire and the surrounding small nations had already begun to climb. All purchases were to be made at elevated prices, buying without hesitation. The IWA and Suna Ninja were locked in a frenzy of bloodshed. Hanzo was pounding on Mifune. The Kiri and Kumo Ninja had initiated peace talk, because in just 1 month the militant factions of the Hozuki and Kagaya clans had lost the majority of their forces on the front lines. The 3rd Mizukage had employed a masterful tactic, forcibly slamming the brakes this way. In the Hokage's office, Akimichi Torufu was reporting on his work. The 3 dark giants were all present. The Suna Ninja's purchase of military supplies this time is enormous, but they aren't willing to pay up front. They intend to settle the debt after defeating the IWA Ninja and reaping the profits. Is the 3rd Kazekage so stubborn? Dongyang remarked with a mix of surprise and curiosity. I salute his spine. But what is the internal reaction within IWA? Are they prepared to fight to the bitter end against Suna? Hatake Naoto replied. Inoki is preaching his will of stone, vowing to defeat Suna. As for the third Kazekage, who claims to be the strongest Kazekage, his refusal to retreat might be a burden of empty reputation. Well, each generation boasts the strongest among the three. The strongest Hokage in name, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The strongest Raikage, truly deserving. And now the strongest Kazekage joins the fray. The strongest Mizukage slaughters his own comrades to forcibly halt the war. The mightiest Inoki refuses to concede. Uchiha Kagami said, I believe reputation is only one aspect. Given Suna's current situation, if they lose the war and cede concessions, they will never recover. They are already standing on the edge of a cliff they cannot afford to lose. In contrast, IWA has deep reserves. If they lose this time, they can strike back in the next war. The disparity in the will to fight between the two sides leads me to wager that Suna will ultimately emerge victorious. Dongyang agreed. I share the same thought as Brother Kagami. The problem is that Suna is trying to get something for nothing. If they later turn into a stubborn rogue who refuses to pay up, I don't have the leisure to haggle with them. Erase the plan, make them agree to an immigration and study policy, urgently send a batch of people over and hand over the Jonin-level puppet technique materials. This will offset the value of the military supplies. Akimichi Torafu widened his eyes. The puppet technique. Isn't that not worth it? Uchiha Kagami said. If Dongyang says it's worth it, there must be a reason. This deal won't be a loss. Dongyang waved his hand and explained, have you forgotten the medical teams the village is cultivating? In the future, when we reorganize into 5-man squads, how will the medical ninja protect themselves? The puppet technique. The third Hokage is truly far-sighted. Hatake Naoto praised, medical ninja have excellent chakra control, which suits the requirements for manipulating multiple puppets. Moreover, the puppet technique conserves chakra and doesn't hinder treating teammates. The only drawback is the high production cost, but our ninja are never short of money. It's perfect. I understand. Akimichi Torafu said, I'll reply to the Suna envoy immediately. We've been stalling the Land of Iron for a few days now. Should we address both matters in one response? Yes. Dongyang said, but we don't want money. Tell the people of the Land of Iron to exchange chakra metal for military supplies. Understood. Akimichi Torafu knelt on one knee, his round eyes darting left and right, and tactfully withdrew, leaving the three to continue their scheming. Naoto, activate the spies in the Mist Village. Dongyang habitually tapped the armrest of the sofa. The third Mizukage is purging dissidents and advocating for peace talks, which harms the village's interests. That should stir up enough internal chaos for a while. Brother Kagami, assassinate the daimyo of the Wind and Earth nations. Make the deaths look like accidents handled professionally. Then incite succession wars among their heirs. Inoki and the third Kazekage will never bow first. Will they really fight until they are utterly exhausted? The daimyo of the two nations will panic first. If they have this stepping stone, they can sit down for peace talks. Well, remove the stepping stone in advance. Building a new one will take time, thereby draining the strength of both villages, even if it only delays their recovery for a few years. Two paths advanced simultaneously. The shinobi world was in chaos, and they three brothers ruled the roost. At the Death Forest Research Institute, there was new progress in the transplantation of the first Hokage cells. Dongyang also had some matters to discuss with Old Man Longshan. He had promised to pull off a big operation earlier, and this time the Umbu Roots plan would involve the Senju clan as well. Ha! One more time, shall by. Meow. Ha ha ha. We succeeded. In the dark and gloomy corridor, a burst of wild laughter echoed. Dongyang quickened his pace and saw Senju Longshan holding a pure white lion cat high above his head, grinning like a madman. And atop the cat's head a tiny jasmine flower was swaying. Holy crap. Would release. Third Hokage. You're here. Senju Longshan said excitedly. Yes, would release. We have confirmed 2 components in Hashirama-sama's cells, the wood release factor and sage energy. Those ninja cats and dogs can sense natural energy, but their own abilities cancel out the wood release. Only this ordinary cat is different. Because it started as a blank slate, it inherited both the wood release factor and sage energy. So let's resume human experiments. Use the children of the sin. You're obsessed with crossing this line, aren't you? Dongyang rubbed his temples. How many ordinary cats were involved in the experiment, and what's the survival rate? Senju Longshan replied, 37 cats. 5 died in the first stage after being inoculated with Enma's cells. In the second stage, after receiving the first Hokage's cells, only Xiaobai survived. Then I won't allow it. I disagree. Dongyang shook his head. If it were adult Senju and they were willing, I might consider it. But children are absolutely out of the question. Moreover, the tolerance of young ones is low, and the price paid for one success would be too high. Senju Longshan was doused with cold water, crestfallen. Indeed, he had been too presumptuous. Would release had been within reach, but now it seemed distant, and Dongyang patted him on the shoulder. Don't lose heart, old friend. You've already got would release in your hands. Let's use this cat cells as a blueprint to cultivate a would release ninja beast clan. In the future, every Senju will have a standard would release ninja beast. Perhaps through the subtle mutual influence of their chakras, a would release ninja might truly awaken. That's right. Senju Longshan boomed. According to clan records during the Senju's peak, at most 3 people possessed would release. Now in my hands we can achieve a form of would release for everyone. Isn't that another kind of glory? Thank you, third Hokage. Don't mention it. We're family. There's no need for 2 different ways of speaking. Dongyang advised. Next, focus on collecting various ordinary beasts. See which species is most compatible with would release and has a higher success rate. In the second stage, cultivate the ninja beast clan and prioritize forming contracts with them for children to grow up together. Finally, I intend to establish a ninja beast home. Starting with the Senju, then extending to all ninja, each person will be equipped with a beast that can sense natural energy, enhancing their immediate combat capability. Senju Longshan nodded repeatedly. Hokage, Pokemon, anyone. The system panel's progress increased by a tiny 1. Not bad, not bad. As for the 3 mythical beasts of the top tier, the slug was already in place. Once Dongyang grew stronger and had a better chance of defeating the old snake and the old toad, he would capture them all and use them as enforcers. Next, a discussion of the Umbu Roots operations. Inspecting other research projects. One project made Dongyang pause for a long time. Cows that could sense natural energy. Would the milk they produced be more incredible? Data comparing the 2 kinds of milk indeed revealed a trace component. The effects after human absorption required further experiments to draw conclusions. Dongyang returned to the Hokage building and immediately approved a budget of 500 million for the institute. 300 million of that was to furiously purchase ordinary dairy cows and other common livestock, kickstarting the sacred beast transformation. He had a premonition. This wave, he had found the password to godhood. The sun hung high in the sky. At the main gate of Konoha, Dongyang, clad in the blue and white third Hokage's robe, stood with Mito Uzumaki and the elders behind him, while the villagers spontaneously lined the streets to welcome the new members. Previous migrations from small ninja villages had never been greeted with such grandeur. Those were outsiders after all, but today was different. They're coming. So many children. Look at the poor little ones. Here, Annie has candy for you. I heard the Hokage is summoning all boys over 15 to distribute wives on the spot. That's true. The 4th round of Project Beautiful Leaf. Pick one and take her home. If she's too young, she can be a child bride. Ox carts rolled in. Each cart carried 8 war orphans from the land of fire. The children in the middle wore new clothes, clean and tidy, having been roughly screened upon collection to confirm their ninja aptitude. Class division. From this moment, it was etched into their young hearts, accompanying them for the rest of their lives. At the end of the ox cart procession, Kagami appeared kneeling on one knee to report. Dongyang helped him rise, clapped his shoulders twice, then raised their joined hands high for the villagers to see. Then a long line of travel-worn women, all under 25, marched on foot to Konoha, following the previous group, straight to the hospital for free medical checks to ferret out spies before being allocated uniformly. Quite a few of these children have ninja aptitude. Should we send them all to the medical department? Nararikawa said. If Elder Muninori wants to, he can select some. Exchange 5 graduating academy students for 1. Uchiha Muninori replied, fine. They'll have my men carefully screen their aptitudes and give you an answer later. Akimichi Shuji interjected. Remember to pick out any children with potential Kekkei Genkai. With such a large number, there should be a few. Nararikawa hurriedly said, 1 child with a Kekkei Genkai for 5 academy graduates. I can only give you 4. Deal? The 3 of them looked like camp commanders allocating resources. On the other side, Dongyang turned to Hyuga Tenjin and said, hurry up with the marriage law revision. They'll prioritize distributing these women to civilians. Next year, when the village's girls come of age, the ninja will expand their families. It will be done by the end of the year, Hyuga Tenjin replied. We were just discussing how many wives a ninja should be allowed. Third Hokage, do you have any thoughts? Mito Uzumaki said, too many would be bad. It could affect a ninja's strength or even cause regression. If he dies in battle because of it, what happens to the families left behind? After a moment of thought, Dongyang said, how about this? Civilians and Jinin may have up to 2 wives, Chunin 3, Jonin 4. What do you think? The third Hokage is thorough. Hyuga Tenjin stroked his beard and said, this gives everyone another motivation to rank up and grow stronger. Mito Uzumaki nodded along. In truth, she opposed polygamy, but since everyone except her was in favor, there was no choice. On the whole, it was indeed a quick way to strengthen the ninja clans, because following this process, civilian ninja would become new small clans within 20 years. Mito Uzumaki vaguely sensed that the third Hokage was doing this deliberately, breaking the balance Tobirama had set between civilian ninja and clans, and shifting the opposition to a broader one between ordinary villagers and all ninja. Good or bad, she couldn't see the future. At least for now it was the right choice. At Konoha Hospital, the orphans who had finished their checkups were being sent. The women washed their faces simply and lined up for the villagers to select brides. Little girl, how old are you? 13. 13 is good. My son is 15. Would you like to come home with us? In 5 years you'll marry him. Yes. The aunt led her shy son and the freshly acquired daughter-in-law over to the makeshift civil affairs office to register their information, then left beaming with joy. Raise your hand if you've had a child before. Really none? Sir, I have. Excellent. You're the one. No, we want her too. Come here, son. Get out of the way, old man. Over a woman who had already borne a child. The two sides erupted into a brawl. Dongyang personally intervened and awarded her to the villager who had spoken first. The man hoisted the small woman onto his shoulder and ran off shouting, "Bear children build the backbone of Konoha." Next, women who had given birth quickly became the hottest commodity. Dongyang was speechless. What a mess. Everyone, listen to me. All women can bear children. The reason for years of infertility might also be the man. With that in mind, I announced the 5th round of Project Beautiful Leaf, treating infertility. After the autumn festival, any couple married for a year without a child, husband and wife, come to Konoha Hospital for a free checkup. In truth, Dongyang hadn't planned what to do for the 5th round. Now he had one. It all circled back to family planning. An old woman asked, "Really? Lord Hokage, is it not just the woman's problem?" "I can say with absolute certainty," Dongyang said, "it's like the relationship between seeds and fields. Another possibility is that the parents were careless and never taught the newlyweds the basics of reproduction. They've been sleeping platonically, understand." "Oh, so that's how it is." As expected of the Hokage so knowledgeable. A few parents in the crowd paled upon hearing this and immediately ran off. No wonder their eldest son hadn't had any children. It was their fault. The selection continued bustling until evening. The remaining women were assigned to a residential area. Tomorrow they would go to nearby workshops to work. From then on, anyone in need of a wife could come inquire here, all on a voluntary basis. At dinner, a banquet was held in the Senju clan's izakaya to welcome Kagami. "I raise a toast to the 3rd Hokage. Let me toast you." Dongyang praised him highly. "At least 1/20th of the village's development is your credit. Take over the administrative department tomorrow and continue to work hard from a higher perspective to coordinate the whole." "Yes. Thank you for your guidance." Kagami drank it all in one gulp and said, "Before I left the daimyo's mansion, the daimyo entertained me and said he would personally visit the village for the autumn festival to witness your inauguration ceremony. Knowing your mastery of the sword, he specially presented a rare Kusanagi blade, extremely hard and sharp with the ability to confuse enemies. There's also a situation they've started hoarding grain frantically from the daimyo down to the minor generals. They're probably looking to profit from the war in a different way. A Kusanagi sword with illusionary powers. It would suit Brother Kagami, or perhaps he'll think about it tomorrow." Dongyang said, "I've already made arrangements for the grain issue. If the daimyo thought of it, how could the village's ancient clans not? Let's drink." Kagami raised his cup respectfully. The meal lasted late into the night. Dongyang was quite drunk, because in the Kagami before him, he seemed to see his past self, which was why he valued and cultivated him so much. The past is like smoke. The next day, Dongyang saw the Kusanagi sword that had the ability to confuse enemies and instantly dismissed the idea of giving it to Brother Kagami. 2 words, ugly, reject. A matter of aesthetics perhaps. The hilt of this straight sword was inlaid with all sorts of gaudy gemstones, and the blade was equally colorful, resembling the skin of a venomous snake. When infused with chakra, it emitted a flash of ostentatious light. If one day we are so poor that we can't open the pot, selling it would definitely fetch a good price. But using it against enemies, the style is simply unimaginable. 3rd Hokage-sama. Yueguang Qingshui. Wanqing Gujia reports for duty. Yueguang Qingshui and Wanqing Gujia were about the same age. The former possessed the Kekkei Genkai of transparency technique, and his clan had few members. Although it had a long history, it had always been a small ninja clan. "Please rise, both of you," Dongyang said solemnly. "I have called you here because I intend to emulate the 7 swordsmen of the mist and establish a special sword action team dedicated to carrying out the most difficult missions. Qingshui, as a jonin, are you willing to become the master of the Thunder God's sword? To bind your life and honor to this blade, to serve faithfully until death?" "I am willing." 3rd Hokage-sama. Yueguang Qingshui knelt and prostrated himself. "Very good." Dongyang turned to Wanqing Gujia and said, "Wanqing Gujia, as a genin, I have never doubted your will. From now on you will be the owner of this mysterious time." Gujia is overwhelmed. "I fear I may fail the 3rd Hokage's expectations." Wanshin kept his head bowed low, unable to hide the guilt. Dongyang said in a gentle voice, "It's all right. Whether you are willing to join the Special Sword Action Team or not, this sword is a joint recognition from Lord Tobirama and myself. I am willing. This is the legendary genin I have heard of. I am not worthy of such praise from the third Hokage." Wanshin was deeply ashamed. Dongyang helped both of them up and said, "The ninja sword techniques that complement the Thunder God sword still have some flaws. I know you are skilled in illusion sword techniques, but they are not systematic. You two will be stationed in the cultural department from now on, cultivating and perfecting the sword techniques simultaneously. Do not rush. Slow work yields fine products. Try to lower the learning threshold because I want these techniques to be passed down through generations." "Hi." Both responded loudly, then withdrew. Third Hokage-sama. Today's work briefing. Hinata Miyuki delivered a stack of official documents. Dongyang sat down and flipped through them. The first was a detailed report from Kōga. The lottery revenue from the daimyo's estate was considerable, a steady stream of golden eggs. However, the funds had not yet been returned and the costs for relocating the orphans and women needed to be deducted. The second, the Sunigakure ninja agreed to arms trade. The immigrant exchange students were already on their way, and they also requested a batch of grain. They had finally reacted. Let the grain prices rise a little longer. The third, settlement of rewards for the matchmaking event. Money came fast, but went even faster. It was as if the village was helping them pay the bride price. The fourth was the main event. A joint report from the Mission Department, Ninja Sect Department, and Security Department regarding the first stage observation conclusion of the Moanshwangu project. The fifth was an attachment from Nara Rokawa of the United Front Department, suggesting a major adjustment of all ninja teams following a personality matching model. 1 Hashirama 1 Madara. Smart people are truly considerate. Dongyang decisively approved the adjustment. Including the Security Department, it was no longer a private domain of the Uchiha. Foolish youths were being stuffed in which had the suspicion of infiltration, but the Uchiha couldn't say anything about it. Moanshwangu. Fully launched. After finishing work, Dongyang went to the Research Institute again. The reason he visited so frequently was that if any project's progress was faster than expected, he would definitely turn around and leave. The ninjas were building fences in the Forest of Death. The underground space was limited and couldn't accommodate the dairy cows and other livestock worth 300 million, so they were queuing up for cell transplantation from Yuan Mo, Wang, hoping that at least half would survive. Third Hokage, wouldn't this be too hasty? Senju Ryuzen said worriedly. It would be safer to wait until we confirm the benefits of natural energy milk for the human body before mass production. What has Elder Mito been nagging you? Sigh. Nothing escapes the third Hokage. Senju Ryuzen scratched his head in irritation. That's not good. They can only barely sense natural energy. What kind of mystical beasts are these livestock? They count. Then you can fool the fools outside. Deceive people. That's not good. They can only barely sense natural energy. What kind of mystical beasts are these livestock? They count. Then you can fool the fool. But you must never do that to the villagers. All right. Dongyang agreed readily. It seemed that Brother Ryuzen truly had the village's interests at heart. Inspected the process of turning livestock into mystical beasts. Other research projects had made no progress. Only 2 days had passed too short a time. When Yuan Mo Wang has cultivated the golden cudgel again, remember to inform me. I have established a special sword action team. The Senju hidden clan will contract with Yuan Mo Wang. It shouldn't be a problem for him to serve as the captain, right? Special sword. A cool name. The problem is that Yuan Mo Wang transforms into a staff. It's like a group of Senju with an Uchiha mixed in. It just feels odd. Brother Odd is exactly right. Dongyang said with a sly smile. Think about it. When others hear Special Sword Action Team, they will subconsciously assume it's similar to the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. From the start, they will be misled by intelligence. How could they possibly defeat us when they encounter us? You're ruthless. Senju Ryuzen gave a thumbs up. Ninjas fight information wars. No wonder he was Lord Tobirama's disciple. Each one more cunning than the last. In Dongyang's vision, Yuan Mo Wang's position was vital. A frontline heavy tank, the Thunder God sword, as an assassin Wanshin as an illusion sword support with a scout to be added later. It was truly a small dream team. He already had a candidate for the scout. He would keep it a secret for now. And no need. Dongyang returned to the Hokage building. Uchiha Kagami sent a congratulatory message. The Umbu had found another Kusanagi sword, the Tatsuka sword, which has no physical form and possesses sealing power. This was a wish come true. He must place a few more lottery tickets tonight. Urgently summoned Kojima Taka for an audience. Third Hokage-sama. Kojima Taka reports for duty. Kojima Taka was an elderly ninja around 40 years old. He had voluntarily cooperated with Senju Tobirama in practicing forbidden techniques, and out of a dozen companions only he had survived. Dongyang said with utmost respect, There is a matter I would not have troubled you with, but the spiritualization technique is too important. The special sword action team I established. I hope you can serve as the master of the Totsuka sword. This sword of sealing which has no physical form is a perfect match for the spiritualization technique. It is my honor, Kojima Taka said. I understand the third Hokage's concern. I will start looking for a successor to the spiritualization technique as soon. Dongyang said with a smile, the Umbu is full of elites. Feel free to choose anyone senior. I will fully cooperate. Thank you, third Hokage-sama. Kojima Taka temporarily took charge of the Totsuka sword. When the spiritualization technique has a new successor, the prerequisite is that he must not be surnamed Kato, a small selfishness of Dongyang's. Then the special sword action team can officially debut. System panel increased by 1 progress. Distance to ordinary level empowerment. The final 2. It was somewhat challenging. Fortunately, Dongyang was no longer a reckless youth. Having endured the previous ordeal, he could now face it with equanimity. Time passed until the autumn festival, the day of the formal inauguration ceremony for the Fire Shadow. The autumn breeze was cool. The sky was cloudless. The square before the Fire Shadow building teemed with crowds, and on the observation platform, envoys from various ninja nations had been dispatched to offer congratulations and attend the ceremony. A familiar scene unfolded. The daimyo placed the Fire Shadow hat upon Dongyang's head. The difference lay in the fact that the 16-year-old youth clad in a black fire-gold-edged ceremonial robe now exuded an imposing aura of authority as steadfast and towering as a mountain. Dongyang removed his hat, revealing his face and waving to the crowd on all sides, which triggered waves of thunderous cheers that resounded endlessly. Everyone, 18 years have passed. Woodleaf has experienced the diligent governance of the first and second Hokages, supported by the great might of the ninja clans. Now this responsibility falls upon my shoulders. I hereby solemnly declare the general principles of the Woodleaf Constitution. Article 1. Woodleaf is an organization of peace and justice founded under the leadership of the Senju and Uchiha. Ninja possess supreme status and rights. Anyone who undermines this peace and justice shall face the most ruthless sanctions from the entirety of Woodleaf. Article 2. All power in Woodleaf belongs to the people. The Fire Shadow as the helmsman guiding the direction, and the ninja and civilians in accordance with laws and regulations shall assist in managing the village. One article after another of the Constitution, including ninja autonomy, immigrant equality, a comprehensive and all-encompassing exposition of the fundamental nature of the organization known as Woodleaf. The above. The Woodleaf Constitution is sacred and inviolable. Long live the ninja. Long live the people. Everyone might still be pondering the true meaning of the Constitution, but the slogans had already been shouted, and one had to keep up. Long live the ninja. Long live the people. Long live Lord Dongyang. The system panel popped up. Destiny's Bequest granted a common grade empowerment, and the progress bar surged to 28. This demonstrated the profound and far-reaching impact of promoting a legal society on the future. Dongyang waved his fists and roared loudly, stirring up wave after wave of emotion among the people. The envoys from various nations on the observation platform were all stunned. Among them were those possessing political wisdom who vaguely comprehended the formidable power of this constitution. No way. They had to copy this homework back home. This played right into Dongyang's hands. How could something laid out in the open be prevented? It saved him the trouble of having to start from scratch in other regions when he unified the ninja world in the future. After half an hour of fervent cheering, the inauguration ceremony came to a perfect conclusion. Today everyone was off work, freely enjoying the joy of the autumn festival's grain harvest. Dongyang and the daimyo walked hand in hand toward the Senju residence. Along the way he took a moment to check the empowerment reward. Natural evolution. The bloodlines of the forces under your command will no longer degenerate with each generation. They will sever their connection to their ancestors and embark on a new path of the divine ascension stairway. Each year progress increases by 1 until 100 is reached to complete a single layer stairway crossing. The initial progress varies for each individual. Based on the most outstanding individual, the current evolutionary upper limit of a certain bloodline is determined. For each layer of the divine ascension stairway crossed, the total progress increases tenfold, and so on. Holy crap, this empowerment is amazing. A super nerfed growable trait. The first value was already low. The second patch meant that a tenfold increase in total progress equaled 1,000, and crossing 3 steps would be 10,000. It was impossible to calculate. Who knew how many dozens or hundreds of steps the divine ascension stairway had? That would take millions of years. It would be nice if the values were higher. Well, this was just a dream. Then it wouldn't be called natural evolution, it would be the divine ascension stairway, far surpassing the level of Destiny's Bequest. Dongyang was troubled. He deliberated back and forth. In the end he chose this seemingly powerful but actually mediocre trait, empowerment.
Throwing it away would be a waste, so he planned to upgrade it with destiny points later, a project for the ages. At the Senju residence, Uzumaki Mito suddenly clutched her chest, feeling an inexplicable emptiness followed by an indescribable lightness, as if an invisible shackle had been unlocked, setting her completely free at that moment. Tsunade felt the same. She blinked, her little mind turning for a moment, and then said softly, "Grandma, I'm hungry. Let's wait a little longer, okay?" Similar scenes played out in various parts of the village. Overall, it was probably a good thing. Meanwhile, Dongyang and the daimyo arrived at the Senju residence, and the group chatted and laughed as they moved inside. "Honored guests, please have some tea. How could we trouble our elder Mito, personally? I'm afraid I'm not a good host." Uzumaki Mito, elegant and dignified, poured tea and said, "Daimyo, this time you should stay a few more days and keep little Tsunade company." "Just right." The daimyo said meaningfully, "Recently the daimyos of the wind and earth countries died unexpectedly. I don't think it's that simple. It's safer to stay in the village." Senju Ryuzen laughed heartily. "Huh? In-laws, why be so cryptic? It was indeed us." Regarding the incident with Lord Fujima, the three great nations were all involved. We can't let them off so easily. "Oh." The daimyo sipped tea and said, "Speaking of which, this incident suddenly gave me an idea, to form a guardian ninja unit. I wonder if the third generation is willing to grant this favor." "What? Guardian ninja?" Senju Ryuzen frowned. "In-laws, you're up to no good. This is doubting the village." Dongyang said with a smile, "Guardian ninja, huh? I am naturally willing to cooperate with Lord Daimyo. How many ninja troops do you plan to train?" "The third generation is straightforward." The daimyo replied, 12 elite ninja squads with all members at the Chunin level. "I think that should be enough." "Too few. Let's make it 120 elite ninja squads." Clatter. Uzumaki Mito's teacup dropped. "Third generation, do you know what you're saying?" The daimyo looked at Dongyang pensively and said, "The third generation must have other plans. Tell me your conditions." "Simple." Dongyang said, "The village will station people permanently in the daimyo's residence to help train the troops for Lord Daimyo. In times of war, they will follow the Fire Shadow's orders. We rise and fall together after all." "Huh. Ha ha ha." The daimyo laughed. "So that's the plan. Using my money to hide a private army. The third generation isn't afraid of a tail getting too big." Lord Daimyo is joking. "Does it matter?" Dongyang calmly sipped his tea. Uzumaki Mito and Senju Ryuzen exchanged glances, but given their trust in Dongyang, ultimately said nothing. The daimyo shook his head and sighed inwardly at the young hero. Vaguely, it seemed as though the person sitting across from him was the Uchiha Madara of old, the same confidence and arrogance. "Dong dong dong. Lady Mito, lunch is ready." Uzumaki Mito composed herself and said, "Daimyo, please, third generation, please." Dongyang smiled and beckoned. Tsunade, busy nibbling on snacks, turned her head haughtily, her ponytail swinging. Then she thought that on such an occasion, she might as well give him some face, so she shuffled over in small steps and took his big hand. "The third generation and Tsunade have a good relationship, huh? She's won quite a bit of money from me. The future illustrious gambling saint." The daimyo covered his face with a round fan and chuckled lightly. They chatted as they walked to the dining hall. The meal was lively, and afterward they never brought up the topic of Guardian Ninja again. But they all knew the matter was settled. A slightly tipsy afternoon. Waking up in the Senju residence, it was already dark. The night of the autumn festival. The moon was exceptionally round. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky. Dongyang stood high overlooking the myriad lights of the village, hearing Tsunade's joyful shouts and catching glimpses of the warm golden figure of the Uzumaki beauty. A sense of accomplishment from managing his forces welled up within him. He chewed over a phrase from his past life. "Where the heart finds peace, there is home." "Toya-kun, want to play dice?" "Tsunade, it's time for your evening lessons." "Nanny." Tsunade said in disbelief, "Grandma. Even the Hokage gets a day off. If you keep this up, I'll complain to grandfather in my dreams." "You child." Mito Uzumaki glanced sideways at Toyo and said, "You've learned quite a few arguments lately, and your tongue is getting sharper. But the evening lessons must be done." "Grandma, don't make me say it a third time." Mito Uzumaki could indulge Tsunade's every mischief, but when it came to training, she was unyielding. Her tone was eerily reminiscent of Toyo's former high school headmistress, the Terminator. Tsunade pouted, but her pleading was useless. She poked at the fellow beside her, hoping he would speak up for her. He, however, looked up at the sky. The moonlight was truly beautiful tonight. "Come, Grandma will accompany you." Mean Toyo. "No. Mito Uzumaki was messing with you. Why take it out on me?" Toyo grumbled, inwardly following the pair of big and small to the Senju training ground. Before the specially made wooden dummy. Tsunade flexed her chubby little arms, imagining the dummy as the annoying Toyo. With a few shouts of "ha!" she unleashed her monstrous strength to an extraordinary degree, shaking the bluestone ground and leaving cracks in its wake. Mito Uzumaki observed, then finally said,
Third Hokage, if you have free time in the evenings from now on, come often to supervise Tsunade's training. It will greatly help her growth. Elder Mito. Not avoiding me about work matters anymore. This was something Toyo had noticed recently. Mito Uzumaki's pupils flickered and she answered irrelevantly. Since the first visit with the daimyo, the third Hokage has seemed to trust me on the surface, yet he guards against me in every way far more than the other elders. Isn't that a contradiction in his actions? There was a hint of grievance in her words. She wondered what she had done wrong. Toyo thought for a moment and replied, I trust Brother Kagami the most. If I said to deal with Danzo, he would act directly. Suppose I were to start a new war, he would support me firmly. Setting aside superior-subordinate relationships, the overused word friend carries a heavy weight in my heart. The few heavenly ninja elders barely count as ordinary friends, but you are not among them, because trust is mutual. Of course, said Mito Uzumaki, I am your elder. The third Hokage, you are still young. You need us to help correct your mistakes. If I could go back to the Danzo incident, I would definitely stop you. All right. Toyo shrugged. The air grew quiet. The two stood side by side, moonlight spilling over the courtyard training ground, where Tsunade focused on her punches. Yet this harmony lasted only a few minutes before being shattered. Mito Uzumaki's aura fluctuated inexplicably. The Nine-Tails chakra erupted violently. Toyo turned in surprise, his eyes gleaming with dreamlike starlight. An unnameable wind blew through the sealed space, and the Nine-Tails mobilized chakra dissipated inch by inch, leaving only the beast howling in frustration. Awkward. The next moment, countless adamantine sealing chains tightened. The fox's face twisted in a painful expression, its eyes nearly popping out from the agony. The seal was restabilized, and the starlight faded. Grandma is fine. Tsunade rushed over anxiously. Mito Uzumaki patted her little head and said in confusion, strange. It feels different somehow. Could it be my imagination? I'm sorry for troubling you, third Hokage. It's my duty. Toyo guessed the situation. 90% likely related to the natural evolution trait empowerment. The description made it clear individual differences, initial progress varies. Given Mito Uzumaki's excellence, the change occurred so quickly. Her bloodline's initial progress must be as high as 95. Not only her, but Tsunade was undoubtedly the one with the highest progress in the Senju bloodline. And Uchiha Kagami. Perhaps he would awaken the Mangekyo automatically within these few years. Tsunade continued training. Oh. Pristine moonlight. Tsunade hammered the wooden dummy with shouts. A man and a woman stood side by side. Mito Uzumaki said, Toyo, you should not guard against me. Everything I do is for your own good, for the sake of our family. Family. Toyo's mind went blank for a moment, then he said, how many times must I say it before you understand? I want a Kagome who trusts unconditionally, even a Kikyo, but not a Kikyo, filled with universal love. Kagome. Kikyo. I don't understand what you're saying. You do understand. That Kagome. I don't. Huh. Who are you? Toyo suddenly barked. Mito Uzumaki was not this long-winded. The Polaris eye activated instantly. Toyo fully opened his eyes, rubbing his brow as he repeatedly confirmed that earlier scene must have been false. The question was, had the conversation... Toyo fully opened his eyes, rubbing his brow as he repeatedly confirmed that earlier scene must have been false. The question was, had the conversation about friends at the very beginning actually happened? The old toad of Mount Mayaboku. A power to invade dreams. Why did it strike today of all days? No need to think. It was definitely related to natural evolution. This empowerment would definitely change Jiraiya's future. The old geezer couldn't sit still and came to find him. Toyo sat up. Old toad, you'd better hide well. When I become invincible and leave the mountain, we'll settle this score. Knock, knock, knock. The sliding door sounded. The lamplight silhouetted Mito Uzumaki's graceful figure. I sensed chakra fluctuations. Has the third Hokage also experienced something strange? For safety reasons, he was staying overnight at the Senju residence. In case the Nine-Tails caused trouble, he could stop it in time. Just had a self-indulgent dream. Toyo adjusted his sleepwear and opened the door. Elder Mito still awake at this hour. Mito Uzumaki said, it's an old Uzumaki custom. Wake up in the middle of the night, drink tea, read, then sleep the second half. Is this the secret to your longevity? Perhaps. The two walked to the tea room. Thick documents lay on the table, one of which was spread open. She had indeed practiced what she preached, exhausting herself for the village, and Toyo coughed lightly. Dream talk shouldn't be taken seriously. Third Hokage, please have some tea. Thank you. After that, Mito Uzumaki paid him no more attention. She busied herself with nodding and approving documents. Toyo maintained his composure for 10 seconds, or less. Then, like in the finance ministry office, he shifted into a languid and comfortable posture. Didn't I tell you before? Grasp the big picture, delegate the rest to your subordinates. If you don't use them, how can you unlock their limitless potential? Mito Uzumaki looked up and said, I've already started. Koharu is a good assistant. I've trained another person in the commerce department. But there are always endless tasks. For instance, the 300 million ryo you spent on cows and livestock. That wasn't a one-time deal. There have been dozens of shipments. See, she was throwing that back from a week ago at Senju Ryuzen. The boomerang flew straight back to Toyo. Don't worry. I don't do losing business. I hope so. Can't we have a little more trust? I do trust. What did you say? The woman's voice was too soft. Toyo pretended not to hear. But he had heard. There was naturally trust. Otherwise, when the daimyo proposed the guardian ninja, she and Senju Ryuzen would have opposed it immediately. The red-haired lady remained silent. Toyo leaned over to peek at the documents she was writing, clearly noticing her flinching movement. A corner of his mouth curled up. An hour of pleasant company with blue sleeves. Satisfied. Back to sleep for the second half. In the early morning, Dongyang went to work with the red-haired lady. He could not be certain whether the second heart-to-heart talk last night had steered their relationship toward a new turning point. In any case, he had plenty of time to achieve his goals step by step. In the early morning, Dongyang went to work with the red-haired lady. He could not be certain whether the second heart-to-heart talk last night had steered their relationship toward a new turning point. In any case, similar incidents had been occurring frequently in recent days. The pains of reorganization were inevitable. Dongyang replied patiently, everyone has registered their information in the ninja registration department. I will summon your former and current team leaders one by one. If it really doesn't work, would you be willing to team up with this year's graduates? I am willing. Me too, Lord Hokage. The young ninjas expressed their opinions one after another. Their aversion was firm, just like how he hated those who ruined his shadow. With a larger base, such examples were not uncommon. Dongyang said gently, I understand all your feelings. The ninja registration department will give everyone a satisfactory reply no later than next week. Do not neglect your training during this time. You are seniors. When you are with the new little graduates, show them your true skills and teach them a good lesson for me. Yes, Lord Hokage. Lord Third Hokage, just wait and see. The carefree young men left happily, full of anticipation for disciplining their junior. There were no problem children because they did not care who they were paired with. The major team reshuffle actually made them appear particularly well-behaved. Dongyang went up to the office. He began to focus on this aspect of the work. In previous years, half a month after the autumn festival, the fourth-year students of the Ninja Academy graduated, followed by the enrollment of new students. It seemed necessary to advance the schedule. He ordered the ninja registration department to immediately initiate the graduation examination, with Kagami representing him to oversee the process. Reshuffling the young ninjas was simple. The real difficulty lay in selecting a group of nanny team leaders. At this moment, the importance of the Senju hidden clan was highlighted. Dongyang flipped through the hidden clan list, selected middle-aged men who had led teams during the war, summoned them one by one for talks, promoted them to special jonin, and formed task squads. A batch of names was also released from the Umbu list. It meant nothing else. Some old ninjas who had served from the first Hokage to Dongyang's third, several over 35 years old, were due to step back to the second line. He was busy until noon. Dongyang was truly hungry today. A glass of fresh juice moistened his throat. He sighed in comfort and launched into a vigorous eating mode. He finished the last mouthful of rice, burped. Hyuga Miyuki gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Did you have a happy reunion with your family in the Hyuga clan? I was happy. Everyone envied me greatly. I know all this comes from your grace. Miyuki will always belong to you. What had come over the little widow? Dongyang understood immediately and said with a light laugh, had no need to be so cautious. I have always trusted you. Hi. Do you wish to rest? Hyuga Miyuki considerately said, in the afternoon, I will notify the ninjas on the list in advance. The last 7 are waiting for your summons. Then let's sleep for a while. Dongyang yawned as he spoke. Last night, he had forcibly divided his sleep into 2 sessions. To be honest, he hadn't closed his eyes during the second half, tossing and turning over matters, and now he was indeed sleepy. Lying on the small bed in the inner resting room, he closed his eyes. In a daze, the distant croaking of frogs echoed again. This old frog has met the third Hokage. You have quite the nerve. Dongyang sat majestically on the sofa, clearly smelling the scent of decay in his nostrils. Intuition told him this was the price of peering into the future. The old toad's aged voice politely said, I apologize for intruding into your dream last night. It was a necessary condition for the Mayaboku Mountain Immortal technique to glimpse a corner of the future from the dreams of all beings. 16 years ago, the destined future first deviated. Yesterday, it completely collapsed. I followed the guidance to meet you, the variable beyond fate. So, Dongyang spread his hands slightly, meaning spit it out. The old toad moved its cloudy eyes and said, Croak, it seems it is already too late to stop. Lord Third Hokage, may I take away one child? No. Croak. This time the old toad's stiff mind pondered for a long time. What a pity, little Jiraiya. Mayaboku Mountain will hide from the world from now on. Lord Third Hokage, may your future be brighter. Wait, don't rush off. Dongyang asked curiously, what benefit do you get from correcting fate? Spare me the empty talk about saving the ninja world. Benefit. It is my cultivation. The old toad said with an indifferent attitude. Lord Third Hokage is ambitious and ill-intentioned toward Myaboka Mountain. What do you wish to obtain? Everything. Dongyang clenched his fist. On the path to the Supreme Hall, if one cannot be a friend, then they can only be an enemy. Assist the variable. Let this old frog think about it. The old toad became still. Who was the previous variable? Oh, the two children of the goddess Yuzuki. Dongyang rested his chin on his hand and waited for 10 minutes. Impatiently, he said, hey, you haven't fallen asleep, have you? Thinking. Damn. The bad habit of immortal beings. Pondering over a matter without knowing how long had passed. Alright, take your time thinking. In short, follow me, brother Dong, and I'll let Myaboka Mountain eat 9 meals a day. If you decide, give me an answer in a dream. Dongyang activated the Polaris pupil. The surrounding environment rapidly twisted. This technique was a natural counter to such illusory tricks. He returned to reality, adjusted to a comfortable position, and continued his afternoon nap. He woke up. It took 3 minutes to slowly boot up. He thought about the dream again. The miraculous immortal technique. No wonder the original old toad was always asleep. After completely breaking free, Dongyang realized that in the dream, he had been influenced by the other party, revealing his true self. The whole Supreme Hall Brother Dong thing was quite Shinibu. Alas, he suffered from a lack of eloquence. If he had seized this opportunity to persuade Myaboka Mountain to join his forces, he might have obtained a new... The old toad had better be sensible. Otherwise, Dongyang stood up and walked out of the resting room, starting the afternoon's work. He summoned the last few ninjas, went through the old routine of valuing them and painting a rosy picture. If there were still a shortage of team-leading jonin, he could arrange a few problematic middle-aged Uchiha. Hyuga Miyuki brought today's briefing. The immigrant exchange students and puppet technique materials from the previous military exchange with the Sand Village were escorted by the Umbu and expected to arrive the day after tomorrow with no incidents along the way. It was the final frenzy of the First Ninja War. Who had the time to care about them now? The second major piece of intelligence: internal disputes had arisen in the Mist Village and negotiations with the Cloud Village were at a stalemate. Yes, exactly like that. Start fighting again. The great Hozuki and Kagaya were just this. While Dongyang had to admit that deep down he preferred the outcome where the third Mizukage ultimately took charge, but the aftereffects were quite pronounced. Losing the trust of the clans, the third Mizukage's subsequent reign was destined to be mediocre. Consequently, the supporting elders would grow powerful and Root would manipulate a few more operations to trigger a wave of rogue ninja. Perfect. Dongyang thought darkly. The Hyuga and Kagaya were distant relatives. He would find a way to persuade them to change their living environment. The collective migration of a clan was a new train of thought. Sand ninja immigrant students arrived. Among them, females were the majority, with an exotic style completely different from the villagers of Konoha. Healthy wheat-colored skin and cheek paint resembling the football babes of his past life. Of course, the most beautiful football babe in the ninja world was none other than Rin Noera in her mid-period. The system panel's progress bar decreased by 1 instead of increasing. It indicated a hint of harmfulness. The spiritual outlook of this batch of immigrants was very poor. Abandoned by the Sand Village, they were listless and depressed with a sense of fragmentation in their wandering eyes, some confusion and helplessness about the future. Dongyang stepped forward to calm them down, with barely satisfactory results. Only time could dilute everything, and they would be embraced by the warm love of Konoha. The Sand Ninjas were sensible. There were no spies among these immigrants. The Jonin puppet technique data was complete. The village already had knowledge of basic puppet techniques. The prosthetic limbs of disabled ninjas like Mariboshi Kosuka were made this way. Previously, it didn't fit into Konoha's tactical system, so ninjas specializing in puppets were rarely seen. The village already had knowledge of basic puppet techniques. The prosthetic limbs of disabled ninjas like Mariboshi Kosuka were made this way. Previously, it didn't fit into Konoha's tactical system, so ninjas specializing in puppets were rarely seen. Hokage's office. A new session of the Tea Talk Symposium. Kurama Shuji this time was full of energy, specifically bringing a notebook filled with his research. Mito Uzumaki replied, I have thought about this issue, but now is not the right time. The ninja war is about to end, and if we do this, we will inevitably be targeted and attacked. Mito Uzumaki replied, I have thought about this issue, but now is not the right time. The ninja war is about to end, and if we do this, we will inevitably be targeted and attacked by the 4 great ninja villages. Uchiha Munakata disagreed. Even if we do nothing, we will still be jointly targeted by the 4 great ninja villages. In my opinion, we should take advantage of the village's lead in development and recovery and prepare for the Second War. Hyuga Tenjin pondered for a moment and said, I agree in principle. How about making a 10-year plan? Nara Shikazu said, the third Hokage's current measures are very good. Befriend the weak and attack the strong, establish good relations with the Sand Village. I really can't see the benefit of suppressing them. Dongyang smiled and said, Elder Tenjin, you should visit the Kagaya clan more often. You are distant relatives. If they ever become unhappy living in the land of water, the gates of Konoha will always welcome friends from afar. As for the development bank, its underlying logic focuses on two aspects: military power and trade hegemony. We already have military power, but what is hegemony? For example, our grain trade must go through an intermediate process of bank transfer. The other party wanting to buy grain has no choice but to accept it. So, Dongyang concluded eloquently, the rise of industry is filling the gap of trade hegemony. Relying solely on grain is too thin. The day we realize the construction of a ninja world manufacturing factory, that day the Konoha Development Bank will be prevalent everywhere. Hi. Uchiha Munakatsu bowed his head and said, Lord Third Hokage, I have always understood my responsibility. I will not let you down. Elder Munakatsu, there's no need to be so serious. Yes. Hyuga Tenjin secretly despised the little fox and said, does the Third Hokage intend to facilitate the clan-wide migration of the Kagaya? If not through war, it would probably cost a huge price. What about the data on the four-symbol seal? Nanny. Uchiha Munakata frowned and said, the means to control tailed beasts. Wouldn't that greatly increase the strength of the Mist Village? Please consider carefully, Third Hokage. Dongyang spread his hands slightly and said, we are after their heritage. How can we obtain it without exchanging power? Times are developing. Currently, the major ninja villages cannot control tailed beasts. Maybe in a few years they will figure it out. Or, he said, looking at Mito Uzumaki. Nara Shikazu instantly understood and said, or the four great ninja villages will station troops at the border to pin us down and dispatch elite units to open small battlefronts. Attacking the Whirlpool Village. Mito Uzumaki immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This scenario could really become a reality. Moreover, the faster Konoha develops and the stronger it becomes, the sooner the Whirlpool Village will be in trouble. No one in the ninja world is a fool. Mito Uzumaki's voice was hoarse. She composed herself and said, I implore the Third Hokage and all the elders to accept a large number of Uzumaki immigrants and exchange students. The elite special operations team you formed. The Uzumaki clan possesses 2 six-paths ninja tools, the adamantine staff used for sealing weapons, and the left-hand banana fan with the same function as the right-handed one. She initially wanted to talk about the bond between the two villages, but the second thought she dismissed that idea. Mito Uzumaki knew Dongyang too well. Rather than waste words, it was better to directly talk about interests. The number of Uzumaki clan members in the village would increase, and when the main branch encounters disaster, they would have no choice but to save them. I said the village welcomes friends from afar. Dongyang said with a smile, Elder Mito, rest assured. If that day comes, I will personally lead the army to protect our allies. I mean what I say. Hyuga Tenjin shrugged his shoulders beside him. He couldn't help but laugh. That old fool Looming had refused to join earlier. Now he must be embarrassed. Nara Shikazu did not have the gossipy mentality of the elderly. He said seriously, since we are preparing to exchange the four-symbol seal data with the Mist Village, we might as well sell it 3 more times to maximize profits. Uchiha Munakatsu said, the Chinoite clan with the blood dragon eye. According to records, it is no less than the Sharingan. They were imprisoned in the Hell Valley for offending the daimyo. Our clan was once hired to serve as guards for a period. Thus they escaped several war purges. I imagine their clan numbers are considerable. We can exchange the four-symbol seal for their ownership. Kurama Shuji nodded and said, our clan also has similar records. Thus the 3 great illusion bloodlines of the ninja world would be gathered. However, after countless years of imprisonment, it's unknown how much bravery and fortitude the blood dragon eye still retains. The Hyuga branch family system, he had a say in this. Exchanging for the blood dragon eye was definitely not a loss. Mito Uzumaki joined the conversation, saying, the Kagaya and the blood dragon eye are special cases. The former is related to the Hyuga branch family system. He had a say in this. Exchanging for the blood dragon eye was definitely not a loss. Mito Uzumaki joined the conversation, saying, the Kagaya and the blood dragon eye are special cases. The former is related to the Hyuga branch family system. He had a say in this. Exchanging for the blood dragon eye was definitely not a loss. Mito Uzumaki joined the conversation, saying, the Kagaya and the blood dragon eye are special cases. The former is related to the Hyuga, and the latter is not tolerated by the Cloud Village. The Rock Village has always been united. Seeking to acquire their ninja clans is not a wise move. Instead, we should ask for their data on bloodline elimination to make up for our shortcomings in this area of research. Makes sense, Dongyang said. Then the subsequent plan of the Umbu will mainly target the Mist Village, stir up the trend of rogue ninjas, and the relationship between the Third Mizukage and the ninja clans. Elder Tenjin, you will work from the outside to win them over a 2-pronged approach. Yes, my clan will spare no effort. Hyuga Tenjin immediately made a guarantee. Everyone automatically ignored the exchange with the Sand Village. A bunch of poor guys had no benefits to extract, but they were top-notch when it came to risking their lives. We'll deal with that later. Next, let's talk about puppet techniques. Dongyang specifically pointed out the new concept of producing standard puppets for Jinin and Chunin through the joint efforts of the Cultural Department, Medical Department, and Armament Department. 3 types: main defense, main agility, and main strength, to deal with complex combat environments. Medical ninjas could focus on their own training, avoiding distraction. Shonen-level puppets were unnecessary because at that level they would definitely need to make their own personal puppets. An hour later, the final treatment of infertility issues was completed. The symposium concluded successfully. Time flowed on. The ninjas dispatched from the Eastern Sun took turns stationed at the daimyo's residence, aiding the daimyo in cultivating his personal guard force. A large wave of immigrant students from the Vortex swiftly arrived at Konoha, and with this influx of immediate combat power, the system panel's progress surged. As for the cost, aside from work, Mito Uzumaki had been coldly ignoring the Eastern Sun in private. All women. On the day of the new students' enrollment at the Ninja Academy, parents held their children's hands as they gathered on the school playground. The little chatterboxes chattered away, finding everything novel and fresh. At the class, the older students of Tsunade's cohort jostled and pushed as they peered downward, experiencing the novelty of being seniors for the first time. Lord Third Hokage. Wow. Lord Hokage is amazing. The Eastern Sun appeared in a flash. His haori fluttered in the wind, and he waved cheerfully at the children, not forgetting to glance toward the school building. Lord Third Hokage has settled down, little ones. After a long while, the children's excitement subsided. The Eastern Sun began his speech. I am gratified that more families are choosing the profession of ninja. Not counting the newly added taijutsu classes, the number of new students this year surpasses any previous year. I welcome you all to stand on the stage of ninjas, to bear the responsibility of protection, to pursue the dream of peace, and to embrace the highest status and right. Are you ready? The Eastern Sun cupped his hand to his ear as if listening. Ready, Lord Third Hokage. The spirited shouts echoed. From the distant school building came a harmonizing cry. The Eastern Sun smiled and said, full of energy, I see. Then children, strive unremittingly toward your goals. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns ever brighter. Oob. Long live Lord Third Hokage. Long live the ninja. Haha, yes. Long live the ninja. It seemed the power of the Constitution and slogans was more intoxicating than he had imagined. The Eastern Sun pumped his fist, stirring the children's emotions, his gaze sweeping over Might Due Ominoki Hazaki, the red-haired young Uzumaki, the oil-painted football babe. Grow up quickly, all of you. 10 minutes later, the Eastern Sun yielded the spotlight. The academy teachers called out names one by one, leading groups to their respective classes. After greeting many parents, he returned to the Hokage's office. At a fruit stall in the commercial district, he bought 3 gene of pears. The stall owner was a sand immigrant. The Eastern Sun consciously looked after them. A slow, patient process, like a drop of water merging into the sea, eventually to be embraced and assimilated. Entering the Hokage building, he first dropped by the Ninja Affairs Department. The upheaval of the major ninja restructuring had largely subsided, and each mission squad was gradually hitting its stride. It was worth all the effort he had put in since drawing the Demon King's twin guardians and making his roundabout proposals. Entering the Hokage building, he first dropped by the Ninja Affairs Department. The upheaval of the major ninja restructuring had largely subsided, and each mission squad was gradually hitting its stride. It was worth all the effort he had put in since drawing the Demon King's twin. The banana palm fan wielded wide-area elemental damage, perfectly complementing the weakness of the Sword Special Action Team. The Eastern Sun decided to entrust both tools to a single Uzumaki. The newly formed Sword Special Action Team members were as follows. Female Ninja Chizuru, Monkey King Gecko Shimizu, Sword of the Thunder God Marushi Kosuka, Mysterious Blade Kojima Taka, and his apprentice Fumajiro, Sword of Tatsuka, and Uzumaki, a Kinari Adamantine Staff and Banana Palm Fan. Chizuru was the teacher from Tsunade's academy class. The Cultural Affairs Department completed the supporting ninjutsu, while the Strategic Affairs Department formulated corresponding tactical doctrines, busily preparing for the team's debut. Moreover, word had it that the Monkey King was undergoing some new development. He decided to visit the Research Institute in the afternoon to see what was happening. At the Death Forest Research Institute, look, has he gotten bigger? The Eastern Sun and Senju Ryuzen observed and commented. Compared to before, the Monkey King was noticeably larger. The slug on Senju Ryuzen's shoulder said, My lords, this proves that the Monkey King has made initial progress in sage training. His body will now enter a period of rapid growth. The Eastern Sun asked, So our cows and livestock undergoing sage beastification will also grow larger later? Uncertain, said the slug. 3 possibilities remaining the same size, becoming larger or becoming smaller. Oh, what about the Rui Jingu Bang? He has already relearned it. Senju Ryuzen tugged the Eastern Sun's arm and let him out, saying, "There's another new development. Let me show you. It will absolutely astonish you." In the adjacent room, a simulated animal den was set up. A few dull-looking honey badgers with yellow, red, and green backs multicolored, and one silverback that somehow reminded him of Senju Tobirama. The Eastern Sun quickly dismissed this irreverent thought. Senju Ryuzen lovingly picked up a yellow-backed badger and said in a Chinibyu tone, little yellow with style flower art." Oh whoa! The little yellow honey badger let out a cute cry. A small chrysanthemum bloomed on its head. "Ha! Beautiful. The glory of the Senju will bloom in my hands. What do you think, third?" Senju Ryuzen boasted, "Following your advice, I discovered that this animal has an exceptionally tenacious vitality. The success rate of transplanting the first Hokage cells is as high as 90. We are now breeding and multiplying them on a large scale. Congratulations on achieving your goal. Ha ha ha. Same to you, same to you." The Eastern Sun smiled with a hint of amusement. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. The system panel progress had reached 40. A bit of a delay, old buddy. Checking the ordinary grade empowerment from Fate's Bequest, it was powerful, which had once appeared in the 2-star treasure chest. The Eastern Sun pondered briefly. He decided to forego this empowerment and choose fate points, instead upgrading either Planned Parenthood or the Demon King's Twin Guardians, while putting aside natural evolution. If it were still in the eugenic stage, he would definitely upgrade Planned Parenthood to boost the talent of all newborns within his faction. But now the Demon King's Twin Guardians offered greater gains. Feature empowerment: Demon King's Twin Guardians. First, the problem children may be plentiful, but that does not diminish their excellence. Training efficiency increases by 10. Second, the foolish children may be full of cheer, but do not underestimate their ninja way. Training efficiency increases by 10. Third, when a team consists of both a problem child and a foolish child, your Demon King's Twin Guardians has been activated. At critical moments of life and death, a special bond is triggered, allowing a temporary burst of 20 to 100 combat power, depending on each individual's conviction. The above values are doubled. Very tempting. Third, just suddenly thought of something. The Eastern Sun closed the system panel. By the way, Slug Sage, can you contact the old toad of Mount Mayaboku and the Ryuchi cave mentioned in the records? Yes, Lord Third. Then please help me relay to the old toad. Make a decision quickly. Stop procrastinating. They'll give him one last month to consider. The Eastern Sun added. Also ask Ryuchi Cave Konoha is sincere about cooperating with them. Please give me a reply as soon as possible. Understood, Lord. The slug dispersed via reverse summoning. See how polite she is. For a sage, the old toad is far inferior. Senju Ryuzen asked nervously, Lord Third, have you met the great toad sage in person? Did he come to Konoha himself? In the future, please be sure to inform us about such situations. No, in a dream. A dream. Literally. Ryuzen felt a sense of awe without fully understanding. Whether it was the third summoning the great toad sage in his dream, or the latter appearing on its own initiative for the first time, he sensed the young man's extraordinary nature on a level of power. What level had he reached? Could he be the next first Hokage? If so, the village was truly blessed. Hokage's office. Dongyang and Jayahijin were discussing work. A teacher from the Ninja Academy's Taijutsu class submitted 2 suggestions yesterday. First, to hire the Taijutsu genius Chun Baojun to teach the children, and second, to introduce the Bushido of the Iron Country. Oh, Chun Baojun. Dongyang slapped his forehead. How could he forget the Konoha dragon god? Chun Baojun, who was in the same year as Brother Jing. There are too many things, there will always be places overlooked. I agree. May Shiwa convey to Chiodao Tsufing and later trade with the Iron Country. I want their secret Bushido techniques, nothing too profound, just the basics. Dongyang said. Jayahijin, make a note 4 years from now, when the children who study Bushido graduate, allow them to travel to the Iron Country to apprentice under masters. Count it as a long-term strength mission. Finally, who made the suggestions? Jayahijin replied respectfully, Third Hokage-sama, it was teacher Kimura of the Chinsho hidden clan. The value of the Chinsho was still rising. Dongyang thought for a moment, and said, the administrative department issues a reward. The teachers of the Ninja Academy's Taijutsu class collectively receive the 2nd class Feijian medal. The village encourages everyone to submit effective suggestions. Transfer Kimura to the United Front Department. Inform Elder Luha to focus on developing him. Being a teacher at the Ninja Academy is a waste of his talent. That is where his stage truly lies. Hi. At that moment, the office door pushed open. Gangsho poked her little head in to look around. Then I'll take my leave, Third Hokage-sama. Jayahijin tactfully withdrew. Gangsho cheerfully ran to Rishiang Meishiwa. After a warm sisterly exchange, she turned and sat on the soft sofa. I heard you talking about Brother Kimura. Yes, we're preparing to promote him. Dongyang gave a head pat. Gangso shook her little head and leaned back, saying, Sister Meishua, hurry up and take out the playing cards. Let's play Fight the Hokage and win his money to avenge Grandma. The new card game mentioned earlier. Dongyang had modified the game of Do Diju Fight the Landlord, and the little princess loved it after playing a few times. Sometimes when her cards were good, at least, he wouldn't lose too badly. Is your grandmother still angry? She talks about you every day. Gangsho, holding cards in her small hand, said, Last night she said. Oh, what was it? Let me think. The gist was that you stop at nothing for the village's development, hurting those around you, and told me to take it as a warning. No thoughts? No, I do have some. Gangsho said, You look so tired. You have to manage 1,000 things. Doing this today, that tomorrow. It feels... No thoughts? No, I do have some. Gangsho said, You look so tired. You have to manage 1,000 things. Doing this today, that tomorrow. It feels like you're even more exhausted than my second grandfather. Can't you take it slow? Insightful. Dongyang praised, It is indeed messy and chaotic. That just proves the village has vast room for development in all aspects. We are still far from a bottleneck. I'm not tired, I just talk. And we can't slow down. There's a saying, if the upper level slacks, the lower level imitates. If I let up, this momentum will dissipate. Then what's the point of 5-year plans or 10-year plans? This is what it means to be Hokage. Actually, to put it bluntly, he was just trying every means to push the star-level faction progress. Not being active and claiming rewards meant there was a problem with one's mindset. Rob the Hokage. What about you, Sister Meishua? Not robbing. Triple call Hokage. Dongyang revealed his whole cards. Gangsho blinked her eyes and said confidently, Sister Meishua, he has the Heavenly King Bomb of Grandfather and Uchiha Madara. Be careful this round. Mama let you lead. Rishiang Meishua watched Dongyang warily. Dongyang led with a set of tractors. The two couldn't beat it, so they continued by playing small pairs. Gangsho decisively played a pair of 2s, nervously clutching her cards. When she saw Dongyang's Heavenly King Bomb land, her ponytail wilted. Oh no, oh no. Gangsho, your intention was too obvious. What can I do? I had to play like that. Sister Meishua, do you have any big cards? Rishiang Meishua looked at her single 2, shook her head dejectedly. All the big cards were in the Hokage's hand. 3 with a pair, do you want it? No. Dongyang played a pair of 2s and a small chain to finish his hand. He lectured, Gangsho, your intuition is very sharp, but many times you need to trust your teammates. Our hand of cards has a fixed number, but reality is different. The more life or death crises a ninja faces, the more their potential is limitless. That's why there is the word miracle. I know. Gangsho pouted and said, You're as naggy as my grandma. Everyone's already calling me senpai. What's there to be cocky about just because you won? Yes, I'm not naggy. Dongyang shuffled the cards and said, With our gang's house masterful gambling skills, when you lead a team on missions in the future, how could a little trouble ever stump you? Of course. I am the perfect princess, Gangsho. Gangsho patted her little chest. Mysterious self-confidence. The second round began. Rishiang Meishua was the Hokage. Gangsho deliberately lost a round. Dongyang said speechlessly, Why did you block me with that single card? Come on, can you be a little more professional? Gangsho shook her ponytail and said, I thought I'd take a single card, but who knew you'd be so useless? Blame me. Alright, start the third. Rishiang Meishua changed the subject. Gangsho, what do you want to eat for lunch? He'll prepare it later. Big barbecue. Okay. Sister Meishua is the best. Gangsho cheered happily. Then this round she became the Hokage, and with a Heavenly King Bomb, in a spring she won back all the money she had lost. It was a bit like a lucky heroine. Hey, aren't you really tired? Tired of what? Gang's house magical reflex arc brought back the previous topic. I mean, being Hokage is hard work. So many ideas and plans. If it were me, my head would explode. The world of geniuses, you don't understand. Stinky braggart. What about the great toad sage? Is it a super ferocious monster? They'll tell you secretly Grandma knows and is very worried about you. The little spy leaked information. Dongyang nodded knowingly. Dear lady with red hair, don't you understand that constantly talking about someone is precisely the beginning of falling for them? The old toad is similar to ordinary humans. Just a difference in appearance. Oh, so that's what it looks like. Gangsho said softly, Can I share this with my class? Of course. Dongyang couldn't help but pet her little golden hair. Gangsho didn't dodge this time, taking it as a reward. After more than a dozen rounds of fight, the Hokage Rishiang Meishua prepared the barbecue for lunch. Dongyang and Gangsho played a unknown card game called Lead the Camel, and with the heroine's luck fully activated, she slaughtered him, routing his forces. Lunch is ready. Grandma didn't come. Elder Shuehu is busy with matters. She told you to eat until you're 90 full and must return to the Ninja Academy for classes this afternoon. It's all your fault, Dongyang. Gangsho complained, Grandma isn't here. The barbecue is delicious, but it's missing half the aroma. Dongyang shrugged helplessly. He wasn't particularly chauvinistic. That day at the meeting they had schemed against the Uzumaki clan,
and afterward, he went to apologize to the red-haired lady only to be met with several closed doors. He could only put it off for now. Sigh. He would go again in the afternoon. Lord Third, an envoy from the Rain Village, has arrived unexpectedly, insisting on an audience with you. He has been waiting outside for an hour. Hyuga Miyuki appeared cautious. Dongyang's lazy voice replied, well done. Such trivial matters are not worth disturbing my nap. Of course, for our own important affairs you must wake me. Hi. Shall I invite the envoy in? Go ahead. Dongyang sank into the sofa, unable to suppress a yawn. He paused momentarily upon seeing the visitor, then casually closed his mouth. Uzumaki Mido accompanied an old man inside, gesturing for him to sit with the air of a host. The third Hokage is indeed a busy man. The old man from the Rain Village spoke with a sharp tone. Anyone kept waiting outside for an hour would naturally be irked. Uzumaki Mido replied diplomatically, the Hokage toils tirelessly for the village and his mind is inevitably weary. We specifically instructed Miyuki not to disturb his rest for any reason. Envoy, please have some tea. No need. The old man from the Rain Village said, we have recently discovered that Konoha has been secretly supporting the Land of Iron. Lord Hanzo has sent me to inquire of the third Hokage what is your intention. Forgive their backward intelligence network. They only now discovered the bilateral trade. Oh, Dongyang picked his ear and said, please explain, what do you mean by what is your intention? You, envoy, please calm down. Uzumaki Mido gave Dongyang a look. Konoha does not support any particular side. This is a normal trade exchange. If the Rain Village has needs, they can also obtain the support you mentioned. The old man from the Rain Village frowned deeply. Konoha preaches peace while engaging in such dirty dealings behind the scenes. Do you not feel shame? Since the envoy puts it that way, Uzumaki Mido said, Konoha is willing to act as a mediator. Let Hanzo and Mifune each take a step back and cease this war. That is absolutely impossible. The old man from the Rain Village refused without hesitation. Let's be frank. Lord Hanzo's meaning is that Konoha had better be wise or else you will be next. Heh. Dongyang pointed a finger at the old man. Convey this laugh of mine to Hanzo. Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe himself a figure of importance? Third Hokage, you go too far. And so, then there is no room for negotiation. Go back and look in the mirror. Know your place. It is not negotiation, it is supplication. Dongyang's attitude was unyielding. To bully the weak and still be timid. Then his rebirth would be in vain. Uzumaki Mido stood up. Envoy, please calm down. I believe you came to solve the problem, not to create a bigger one. Isn't that so? This old man will remember today's humiliation. One day, the old man from the Rain Village hurled threats, then turned and left without looking back, his sleeves flaring. Usually at such a moment the minor villain would silently bide his time for years, then later stab them in the back. So, Dongyang said to Hyuga Miyuki, tell Hatake Naoto that within 3 years I want that old man gone. Plan slowly, no rush, but the result must be high. Hyuga Miyuki acknowledged the order and left. The room was left with only Dongyang and Uzumaki Mido. I am truly sorry. Can we talk calmly? Dongyang looked straight at Uzumaki Mido. The rift between us will affect little Tsunade. She is using her training time to mend our relationship, which is a waste for her. No need to apologize. I am angry at myself. Uzumaki Mido clenched her fists. After that day, I finally understood. You never wanted just 1 or 2 batches of Uzumaki. Your ultimate goal is the entire land of whirlpools. Not only can I not stop it, I must stand on your side. From the village's standpoint, I even feel a flicker of relief. If it were so, then we could be with our clan forever. But I hate myself for betraying the bloodline of the Uzumaki. Silly lady. She had been holding this in for a long time, hadn't she? Indeed, it was a dilemma, as she said. Dongyang sighed. I cannot help you, but if you view it from the height of eternal peace for the shinobi world, would you feel better, eh? Eternal? Is it possible? Uzumaki Mido's eyes wavered. It feels like an unattainable dream, too difficult. How would you know without trying? Dongyang described a grand vision. Starting from the land of whirlpools, we will keep striving toward that direction and achieve the unification of the shinobi world. Conflicts do not have to be resolved through war. We can establish a more benign order and rules, and under the grand premise of peace resolve conflicts and allocate resources through less violent means. Uzumaki Mido listened intently. And then, oi, that's it. Dongyang said, the logic is simple. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha fought with blood and hatred. Look now, the concept of a village has changed everything. The 5 great ninja villages are like the Senju and Uchiha of old. We upgrade the concept of a village, an empire, a federation, or something similar. After 1 or 2 generations, it will be like Konoha is now. Uzumaki Mido drank the tea in one gulp. Thinking of something, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Be realized one day. I will help you. Then I won't be polite. Dongyang personally poured tea and offered it.
to our shared ideals. From now on you can never say I am wary of you again, my most trusted companion. Uzumaki Mito drank the tea in one gulp. Thinking of something, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Well, I originally came to convey the words of the slug sage. The great toad sage said he needs another month to think. The Ryuchi cave has agreed. Here is the contract scroll. Thank the slug sage for me. Dongyang opened the Ryuchi cave contract scroll, a row of erased names. He called up the system panel. Well, I originally came to convey the words of the slug sage. The great toad sage said he needs another month to think. The Ryuchi cave has agreed. In the end it still came down to who had the bigger fist. He would wait until he was fully confident. Getting the entry ticket in advance was not bad. Before taming those snacks, natural evolution must never benefit the Ryuchi cave. With this thought, the main page of ability empowerment shimmered, pulling his consciousness into the world tree space. He could indeed selectively block it. He had accidentally discovered a system function. Fine. Uzumaki Mito saw Dongyang return to his senses and said with concern, the ancient texts record that the Ryuchi cave is an absolute danger zone. Lord Third, please prioritize your safety. Don't worry. Dongyang smiled. I know my limits. I won't contact the Ryuchi cave lightly. When the time comes I will need you, the sealing master, to oversee. Then I shall not disturb the Third any longer. Uzumaki Mito rose gracefully. With that she quickly walked out of the office. Dongyang watched her leave with longing eyes. Weren't we going to discuss the Rain Village's reaction further? My lady, it's quite important. To stop halfway through a heart-to-heart is truly frustrating. In Uzumaki Mito's office, Dongyang shamelessly begged for a meal. Just as Tsunade said, having lunch with Elder Mito makes the aroma twice as strong. Dongyang said insincerely, holding out his bowl. Miyuki another half bowl of rice. In truth, the meal was a bit salty. It was not cooked by Uzumaki Mito herself. The Uzumaki secretary secretly rolled her eyes and quickly asked if Aunt Mito had enough to eat, lest the glutton snatch it all. A knock sounded. Hyuga Miyuki went to open the door. Uchiha Kagami and Hataki Naoto entered together, politely greeting Elder Mito and presenting an urgent intelligence report. Finally caught that filthy rat of the Kongren. Brother Kagami, go personally and dispatch the Sharp Sword Special Action Team to test the Also notify Brother Ryuzin, bring some researchers along. Bring back the floating island described in the intelligence along with all the Kongren's chakra technology. Yes. Uchiha Kagami and the other took leave. Dongyang passed the intelligence to Uzumaki Mito for review. The content traced back to the cause of the Kongren's destruction. Back then this small village's chakra technology development was unique. Shinsho Feijian was no saint. With his forward-looking vision, he foresaw its importance and directly annihilated them. Only one thing was missing from the spoils: the floating homeland that the Kongren were still conceiving. Since the village discovered their spies, the Umbu and Root had been continuously tracking, finally locking onto the target yesterday. The remnants of the Kongren actually managed to complete the floating island and had already conducted its first test flight. Such a massive object ascending into the sky, it's hard for it to go unnoticed. A floating island. Uzumaki Mito pondered. Did the Kongren find a massive reserve of chakra, iron, ore? Otherwise, how else to explain the powers? Dongyang shook his head. I suspect it's a more efficient energy utilization or cost reduction. Later when we build new power stations we can save some expenses. The key lies in its impact on industry. Something surpassing electricity. Uzumaki Mito found it hard to imagine. Dongyang, however, knew. Referencing nuclear energy from his past life, since chakra can conduct electricity, it's likely that such technology could be unlocked in its later development. Don't even think about inventions like Miss Chiyo. Even if they were created, Dongyang would temporarily seal them away. Note temporarily. The reasoning was simple. Once such a thing was used, the 4 great ninja villages would inevitably rush to emulate, becoming superstitious about thermal weapons, and personal power would no longer matter. Countless years later, with everyone fervently engaged in an arms race, the path of ninja and sage arts would stagnate, or even regress. Clearly the supernatural system could go further, but turning to research technology for godhood would undoubtedly be a wrong path. Has the Ninetales been causing trouble recently? Uzumaki Mito gently touched her abdomen. I feel the seal here is solidifying a real... Has the Ninetales been causing trouble recently? Uzumaki Mito gently touched her abdomen. I feel the seal here is solidifying a real alternate space. That big fox is scared. That's good news. Dongyang gestured. Find a way to split the primary and secondary. The death of a tailed beast does not harm itself. Boom. Before he finished, the Ninetales chakra suddenly erupted violently. Without Dongyang needing to exert force, Uzumaki Mito easily suppressed the Ninetale. What you mentioned? I've tried it. It seems to have some effect, yet also seems futile. Let's wait until this alternate space is completely stabilized. Let me know if there's any news. Alright, 3rd generation, aren't you taking a nap? Dongyang shifted his bottom slightly. If he was with the lady, an occasional indulgence was fine, but then he couldn't help yawning. Damn mouth. Shut up. Uzumaki Mido smiled lightly. Miyuki, take the third generation back to rest. There's still a lot of work to do in the Hi. Little widow, whose side are you on? Dongyang muttered inwardly, leaving with a reluctant heart, returning to his own office. 4 days later, a new envoy from the Rain Village arrived, apologizing on behalf of Hanzo, and purchased a batch of high-priced grain to temporarily maintain relations between the two sides. The grudge was definitely settled. It didn't matter, because when he chose to support the Iron Country, Dongyang had already anticipated this outcome. He wasn't afraid at all. Late at night, a small earthquake occurred in the Forest of Death. Dongyang boarded the floating island. Beside him, Chinsho Longhan's mouth could fit a duck egg. He quickly came to his senses and chased after. The crude architectural style of the Kong Ren, with broken walls on both east and west sides, clearly indicating a fierce battle. Brother Kagami, everyone, you've worked hard. Hi. Serving the village. Uchiha Kagami reported, the Sharp Sword Special Action Team performed exceptionally in this battle, especially the use of the banana palm fan, which was very powerful in annihilation battles. Although we transferred as quickly as possible, we were still spotted by the Mist Ninja. I'm afraid this intelligence will soon appear on the desks of the Kage of the 4 great ninja villages. Dongyang patted his shoulder and said, you've done well enough. Everyone gets a first-class Hashira medal. Let's go check out the Kong Ren's legacy. Inside a laboratory, 6 major legacies were displayed. The researcher from the Chinsho Hidden Clan explained, this is the chakra crystal manufacturing technology. The energy is more violent, but the drawback is that it cannot be recycled. The crystal wears out excessively and requires refilling the core. Next is the artificial recharging technology and the accompanying energy storage equipment. The Kong Ren were resourceful, so they devised a way to store the chakra contained in the human body as backup energy. Floating navigation control system. Zero tails. Medical knowledge such as body activation. A system panel appeared. The star progress bar was at 61. Without a doubt, this was the biggest harvest ever. The progress bar went wild. Another ordinary level empowerment, but that could wait. Head deal with it after waking up tomorrow. Dongyang rubbed his chin. For the follow-up research on chakra crystals, there are 2 directions. First, find a way to suppress its violent output, making it more durable and stable for use in industrial factory power generation projects. Second, release even more violent energy to power this floating island. Chinsho Longshan nodded. Makes sense. This artificial recharging technology can be used for the village's protective barrier, eliminating the need for the sealing squad to maintain it around the clock. It can also recharge streetlights, flashlights, and so on. Zero tails sounds impressive. 3rd generation, let me handle it. They'll try transplanting the cells of the 1st generation. Always trying to fit everything into its style, huh? Dongyang couldn't help but laugh. This thing is a chakra energy entity. I have an idea to combine it with recharging equipment and use it as a power station. Doesn't it absorb dark thoughts to generate chakra? Lock it in the prison underground. 1 Zero Tails could solve the entire village's residential electricity needs, and it would still be relevant for the next 50 years. Chinsho Longshan gave a thumbs up. In terms of evil, the Zero Tails is far behind you, 3rd generation. Dongyang then arranged copy the body activation data for the Ninja Academy's Taijutsu class and send the medical knowledge to the medical department. Reverse engineer the principles of the floating navigation control system. Computers and televisions could be produced. The future popularization of television would allow faster and more developed information dissemination, which was crucial to several of Dongyang's grand plans. Finally, the floating island itself was the heavyweight prize of this operation. Its application in the military field was truly a cross-era advancement. A divine army descending from the sky. Aren't you afraid? Ability empowerment. Imperial Engine. Imperial Engine Brain Engine enhances thought processing and information handling, boosting responsiveness by 15. Heart Engine accelerates heart rate and blood supply for explosive output, increasing ferocity by 15. Kidney Engine boosts energy recovery and endurance, heightening rhythm by 15. The new Imperial Engine ability is undoubtedly perfect for the high-speed burst style of ninjas, especially in taijutsu. Moreover, the enhancement of the kidneys, invisibly connected to family planning, accelerates energy recovery to allow more children. The underlings constantly shouted, "Long live the 3rd Hokage." Today he had to let them taste the finer things. Dongyang adjusted his hairstyle before the mirror, selected a black robe with golden flames, and stepped out of his home with a cheerful stride. "Lord Hokage. Good morning. Everyone, don't fall behind." 200 frog jumps. Begin. A somewhat desolate cold wind blew. Yet it couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the children in the taijutsu class. Chun Baojun led the frog jumps at the front while Maite Dai and the other young ones sweated and shouted in unison. 5, 6, 7, 11. Lord 3rd Hokage. Everyone don't get distracted. 12. Dongyang and Chun Baojun led side by side. The children jumped even more vigorously. 22. 26. Turn left ahead, young ninjas. Would you escort me to the Hokage building? Yes. A vibrant shout echoed. The team behind grew larger as children from the ninjutsu class joined along the way. Bright morning sunlight spread, and the redroofed Hokage building became a scenic line approaching from afar. Lord Third Hokage has arrived. Haha, thank you, our young ninjas. Dongyang gave a thumbs up and said, this is the power of youth and comrades. Everyone, I believe that one day you will prove to all the power of taijutsu. Oh yeah. Chun Baojun bowed deeply. He sincerely thanked Lord Third Hokage for initiating the reform. These children were fortunate, unlike his own lonely childhood, where he persisted all. Now target the school. Run forward. Burn your youth. Oh yeah. Chun Baojun bowed again. Leading the young scouts, they ran into the distance, chasing the free wind. The children were like sunflowers in the wild, absorbing sunlight and growing strong. I also believe in the power of taijutsu. I never expected Chun to be so skilled at teaching children. Back in school, I also believe in the power of taijutsu. I never expected Chun to be so skilled at teaching children. Back in school, I always thought he was quite withdrawn. Dongyang shrugged. In the entire class, he was the only one who couldn't use ninjutsu, the bottom-ranked student. You'd be withdrawn too if you had no common topics with your classmates. Indeed. Yuzibo Jing said, I've been thinking all night about the leak of the floating island information. How about we cover it up with the research left behind by Fujiansama? What do you think? No, big brother. You're actually using the glorious teacher who has passed away. Doesn't your heart ache? Dongyang said, I have a better idea. Use this as a decoy smoke bomb. Activate it at the critical moment to bring the Zuolanjian and Hui clans back to the village at the same time. Yuzibo Jing frowned in thought. He quickly understood the idea. If it were just the Zuolanjian or Hui clan alone, the 4 great ninja villages could tolerate it. But if both clans were added, they would undoubtedly send troops to block ambush and use other means. What a brilliant deception. Yuzibo Jing's eyes sparkled as he said, then he'll spread the rumor that the floating island lacks its core component, a super weapon, and no one knows where the Sky Ninja hid it. You finalize the deal with the Cloud and Mist Ninja, detonate this bait, openly divert the attention of the 4 great villages, and secretly bring back the Zuolanjian and Hui. Huh, we're thinking the same again. Dongyang bumped shoulders with Yuzibo Jing and said, we'll also utilize the floating island secretly and without a trace to ensure absolute success. It concerned the progress bar of the star-level faction. No amount of caution was too much. After reviewing the morning's work brief, Dongyang gently rubbed his temples. Lord Third Hokage, Rixiang Yunfeng has returned from visiting relatives in the water country. Meishua, please invite him in. Rixiang Yunfeng walked into the office. Dongyang gestured for him to sit, full of anticipation, and asked, how did it go? What's the attitude of the Hui clan? Not good. Rixiang Yunfeng looked troubled. A bunch of stubborn heads. They have great illusions about the Mist Village, and even told me they're preparing to compete for the 4th Mizukage. Don't they see what blockheads they are? I see, Dongyang said with some disappointment. I'm sorry you had to go through that. They'll think of other ways. This was somewhat within my expectations. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. After a simple cup of tea, Rixiang Yunfeng tactfully took his leave. Dongyang immediately called for Chimu Jiren. The Hui clan doesn't want to immigrate. What do you think? Mixed truth with falsehood stir up conflict. Chimu Jiren rolled his eyes and said, leak intelligence to the Mist Ninja that the Hyuga clan is valued in the village and the Hui clan is leaning toward us in Konoha. The 3rd Mizukage is already overwhelmed. He'll definitely turn his spear against the Hui. Once the peace talks between the Cloud and Mist Ninja are over, you can send an envoy to the Mist Village to negotiate the Hui's immigration. Damn, that's ruthless. Truly a fellow Dark Path practitioner. As the saying goes, mud stuffed in the crotch. It's shit, even if it's not. Dongyang made his decision. Do it as you said. Also arrange for our spies to fabricate some minor evidence against the Hui clan, which the 3rd Mizukage can— Yes. Chimu Jiren received the order. A new round of schemes was about to unfold. As long as the Hui clan was dealt with, the Zuolanjian clan would be easier. An abandoned ninja clan in exchange for the 4-symbol seal information, the Cloud Ninja had no reason to refuse. After a small cup of tea, Dongyang couldn't sit still in the office. He wanted to wander off to find Xuanhua Shuihu, but was blocked at the door by Chodao Tsufeng, who had Lord Third Hokage. The Iron Country knows we've contacted the Rain Ninja. They've agreed to exchange their Bushido secret techniques. All the secrets of 2 schools, in hopes of gaining more of our support. Chodao Tsufeng presented a scroll. Rixiang Meishua unsealed it. Dongyang became interested and looked through the materials on the 2 schools. Bushido, simply put, consisted of 3 aspects: sword drawing, preemptive strike, parry counterattack, and cultivating a bond with the weapon, the so-called kendo.
As for the various techniques, they were mostly flashy and impractical, filled with too much personal bias. It must be said that this was a tremendous boost for the taijutsu class. Not everyone was Chun Baojun or the Maite father and son. In low-level combat, using a blade versus fists were entirely different matters. Dongyang wrote down his reflections. These materials go to the Sharp Sword Special Action Team and the taijutsu class. Inform Yuzibo Zaya Sensei to teach Chimu Shuomao. Yes. As for more support for the Iron Country. Xufeng, what do you think? Xiaodao Xufeng looked up blankly. Did his opinion even matter? Dongyang was quite speechless. Such a simple question, yet Xiaodao Xufeng, equipped with the Imperial engine, still couldn't figure it out. A fellow with nothing but snacks on his mind. Xiaodao Xufeng cautiously said, whatever the Iron Country wants we give. Exactly. Dongyang slammed the table and said, do you think they want us to support Sanchuan in defeating Banzang? The possibility is too low. So as long as the client thinks they're satisfied, that's enough. Yes, I fully understand now. Xiaodao Xufeng felt a surge of superiority from being recognized. So in this smart after all. Alright, go do your work. Hi. Thank you for your guidance, Lord, 3rd Hokage. Evening twilight. Ninja Academy playground. Can you still hold on, Dai? I can do it, Teacher Chen. Might Deus, resolute gaze clenching his small fist, said, I can feel the power of youth and comrades that the Hokage spoke of. Then, 10 laps. Begin. Burn youth. The big and small ran freely. On his first day as a teacher, Chen Baojun discovered Might Deus' special trait. Despite initially poor physical fitness, he possessed extremely abnormal recovery ability and endurance. Others with morning training and full-day Ninja Academy courses, even the Uzumaki, needed rest as children's bodies, but he could train until he fell asleep on the playground and be bouncing back the next day. Chen Baojun was grateful that the 3rd Hokage required the taijutsu class to ensure the children's nutrition, otherwise he feared might have an accident someday. As long as it doesn't kill you, train to death. He believed that under his guidance, given some time, Might would surpass Tsunade, who had the Senju bloodline. The central training area. Another pair of master and apprentice were also training. Uchiha Tomoya and Hatake Sakumo. The short swords gleamed with cold light, and the clashing of metal sounded one after another. Hatake Naoto's father understood some Bushido, barely considered family tradition. This time, with the completion of secret techniques, Hatake Sakumo could be described as having undergone a complete transformation in a short time. A born swordsman, plus a favorite of wind release. Uchiha Tomoya had no doubt that after a year or two of training after graduation from the Ninja Academy, this little guy would create his own unique wind release ninja swordsmanship. The sky darkened. The well-rested little ninjas of the taijutsu class were the first to return to the playground and join Might Deus' group. A few teachers on duty called the international students living in the dormitory for evening practice. Shizuru, the contractor of the Monkey King, previously worked at the Ninja Academy and came every night to contribute out of love. Not only that, the civilian children lacking guidance from elders, Orochimaru and Jiraiya among them, arrived one after another, followed by a group of colorful football babies. Orochimaru began to show his talent. He never made the same mistake twice, handled combat with extreme rationality, and focused on learning knowledge with 100 concentration, making up for the gap from top-level talent. Recently, with sufficient nutrition, his small stature grew. His talent was actually not bad. To be precise, a mediocre genius. Neither ninjutsu learning nor physical fitness stood out, but he surpassed ordinary children with high potential for future development. The problem was the danger of the ninja profession. The teachers worried that Orochimaru might not survive until the day he rose to prominence. Such examples were too common, so he was not considered top-tier. In contrast to Orochimaru, there were Dongyang and Tsunade. Despite their special grade ninjutsu being crippled, their strengths were particularly obvious, truly once in a century. Even compared to the 1st and 2nd Hokage at the same age, their initial physical fitness was not as good. Their 3 tricks dominated the starting village, and continuing to deepen in this direction after graduation made it easier to survive to adulthood. As for little Jiraiya, the teacher's teaching directory noted him as an optimist, matching the personality pattern. They added 2 extra words: tough to beat. A rare talent. According to recent performance, even though Jiraiya was the last in class, his survival rate before adulthood far exceeded that of Orochimaru, including 99 of his peers. This kid is really tough. Senju training ground. Mito Uzumaki stood gracefully under the veranda. Dongyang was sparring with Tsunade, her small arms and legs whistling with wind, each move attacking his lower body. Can't hit. Hey, almost. Bastard. Tsunade's destruction fist. Boom. The ground shook within a radius of 3 meters. Smoke and dust filled the air, gravel flying. Dongyang appeared behind Tsunade, grabbing her by the nape of her neck, and said, "What I'm teaching you today is not to be disturbed by any external factors, especially our little temper. Oh, let me go, you big bad guy." Dongyang released his hand,
and stepped back. Tsunade was furious and jumped up to attack, but the next moment her intuition told her, oh no, why did I jump? It was too late to change tactics. With an invisible hand, Dongyang lifted Tsunade's right ankle, swinging his arm to prevent her from rising. Her ponytail hung down, swaying dizzily. Damn it. Grandma, save me. Shouting your throat out won't help. Be good, and he'll let you go. The little tsundere agreed. Dongyang put Tsunade down, patted her little blonde head, and said, let me tell you a story about myself. Want to hear it? No. You want to hear it? Then it'll start. Dongyang began to narrate. Before I was 4, I was in a remote village in the land of fire. At that time, I already understood that the ninja world would one day bow at my feet. After traveling over mountains and rivers to Konoha, I remained proud. That restless heart inside me. What was Hashirama Senju? That old geezer Madara Uchiha. I would sooner or later beat him so badly that he would lose his teeth. I dare say that no one in the ninja world is prouder or more irritable than me. Heaven is first, earth is second, I am third. So how did I manage not to be affected? It's not restraint. It's accumulation. Tsunade looked up, listening attentively. Dongyang half crouched and placed his hand on her small chest, saying, accumulated here. A true man's spirit swallows 10,000 miles, and when the opportunity comes we act. The moment we bloom we are the only light in the world. Understand? Tsunade nodded heavily. Dongyang smiled with relief and gestured for her to attack again. The little princess assumed a boxing stance, slowly closed her almond eyes, and when she opened them again there was no trace of the previous sharpness, a relaxed feeling like when she usually played dice. Dongyang, and here I come. Tsunade Sensei, please teach me. Step on your toes, don't move. Do you want me to limp to work tomorrow? You keep jumping like a smelly monkey. If you've got the skill, don't step on my toes. The monstrous strength stomped down fiercely. Its power was even greater than before. Joking and laughing, but the strikes were extremely vicious. 5-year-old Tsunade fought with the style of the original 50-year-old, the realization of a lifetime of wandering. Of course, 2 different realizations, but equally wonderful. After half an hour of training, Dongyang flashed out of the battle circle and gave a thumbs up. Great. You've reached about 70 of my level during the Ninja Academy days. Show off. Grandma, really? Mito Uzumaki wiped her granddaughter's sweat and said, 80. When the 3rd Hokage was young, he used the same broadsword as your great-grandfather. Everyone called him the absolute fierce tiger. Later the war and his bloodline's power made him change his title. Absolute fierce tiger. Tsunade already had a picture in her mind. A super invincible violent maniac, but Dongyang, now from appearance to fighting style, had none of that shadow. Little Tsuna, what are you thinking? Grandma, Dongyang explained proactively. In the early stage, ninjas rely heavily on talent. Being good at using one's strengths and making up for shortcomings as one grows is the choice of a smart person. Mito Uzumaki said gently. In short, Grandma will arrange for our little Tsuna the direction of becoming stronger at each stage of being a ninja. You just strive towards the goal. Grandma, you're so nice. Our little Tsuna is also very cute. The 2 were affectionate for a while. Tsunade poked her little head out from Mito Uzumaki's arms and said, Grandma, I want to play ninja battle to train my intuition and leadership skills. Mito Uzumaki glanced sideways at Dongyang. Finally she nodded. The harm of being with the 3rd Hokage was manifested. Evening. Dongyang naturally stayed overnight. Blue sleeves add fragrance. Several days passed. The Zero-Tail power plant was officially established. Good news came from the research institute. The computer and television had finally been developed. In the Hokage's office, a 10-inch color television displayed a forest scene with the babbling sound of a stream transmitted through the speakers. Yamasa Kurama was dumbfounded. Yuzhibo Zongfang even activated his Sharingan, and Rishon Tianrin seemed somewhat stunned. Xuanhua Xu knew of the telescope technique, and combined with Dongyang's prior mention of this matter, she managed to preserve her dignity. Brother Longshan, what is its just the materials 1100 Rio. Dongyang stroked his chin and said, set this size as the civilian tier priced at 1200 Rio. For the village's new beautiful Konoha campaign, each household will receive a coupon for 20 off on a television. Manufacture larger sizes as the luxury tier sold at 10 times the cost. The industrial department must work at full capacity, though I want every household to own one within half a year. Chincho Longshan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. With the Chakra Technology Foundation of the 4 great nations given a television sample for reverse engineering they could replicate, Chincho Longshan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. With the Chakra Technology Foundation of the 4 great nations given a television sample for reverse engineering they could replicate it within 2 years. Miyuki, distribute the guidance materials I prepared to everyone. The elders received the materials. Television programs 13 channels for Konoha. Dongyang briefly explained, the 12 major departments will each run their own channel. For example, the judicial department will promote law and the finance department will broadcast the live lottery draw. The administrative department under Kagami will have a dedicated news channel. All channels will coordinate with the cultural department. 15 minutes passed. The 6 elders walked out of the office overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Dongyang kept Shinsho Longshan aside and summoned Uchiha Kagami Hatake Naoto and Kagami, who had been waiting outside, giving each 3 copies of the Marauder Plan guidance materials. The Sissy Plan. The Otaku Plan. The Gold Digger Plan. What are these? Shinsho Longshan looked puzzled as he flipped through the pages. The Sissy Plan. The Otaku Plan. The Gold Digger Plan. What are these? Shinsho Longshan looked puzzled as he flipped through the pages. Would use to fight us, and Uchiha Kagami said the Otaku Plan is easiest to implement. We can collaborate with charming courtesans to promote it, thereby driving the Gold Digger Plan. Spies will target the wives of enemy ninjas, developing social connections and instilling ideas. Every time they spend more, their husbands and children will have fewer resources for their ninja path. Shinsho Longshan nodded, but these 2 plans have the least impact. I'm more optimistic about the Sissy Plan, which subtly erodes the enemy's masculinity and courage. The problem is, do people really like those effeminate men? Simple, Dongyang said. At the start they won't be sissies. Well, select a few handsome boys, shoot story scripts to build fame, and gradually feminize them step. It's like this, you know. The moment he said that, Shinsho Longshan shuddered violently, leaning back to distance himself. I propose we focus on the Cloud Ninja. Just imagining those big dark blocks from the Yoramoon clan acting like this makes me want to vomit. Black. Ha ha ha. Dongyang laughed heartily for a moment, then said, Brother Kagami and Naoto secretly gather handsome men and beautiful women for training, handling the preliminary work and later spy-led seduction. Kagami will also serve as the Minister of Culture, responsible for television program output and the design of luxury goods for the Gold Digger Plan. Once television is fully popularized, I want to see results within 5 years. The origin of these 3 plans will be set in the daimyo's residence, distancing them from Konoha. I allow a small portion of the Otaku Plan and Gold Digger Plan to flow into the village, but the Sissy Plan is strictly prohibited. Why? Shinsho Longshan frowned. You are plotting to weaken the enemy, that's fine, but why target our own people? I understand the 3rd Hokage's intent, Kagami said. If the village remains completely unaffected, the 4 great nations will become suspicious. These 2 plans won't cause any major harm to us. On the contrary, they bring benefits, Uchiha Kagami added. The Otaku Plan is essentially seduction, which can promote single people to start families. The Gold Digger Plan involves spending money. The 3rd once told me that money circulation brings prosperity to the village. Our Konoha is wealthy, we need people to spend their money. For instance, the high-end luxury large-screen televisions mentioned earlier are strictly speaking a form of... Shinsho Longshan finally understood completely. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brilliant. 3rd, the 3 of them have tasks. What do you want the Senju clan to do? Just assign me anything. Dongyang smiled. Brother Longshan, figure it out yourself. How can you be left out of a big move? Weakening the enemy is secondary. What's more important is strengthening ourselves. Speed up the projects for Immortal Beast Milk and Immortal Beast Meat and Eggs. In truth, he had a 4th Marauder Plan to later promote the Immortal Beast Milk brand and launch a formula plan. But thinking it over, it was too inhumane, so he decided. Shinsho Longshan replied, I want to speed up too, but we can't be careless with food for people. We must understand the effects of trace components on the human body. They'll notify you as soon as I have news. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. Dongyang raised his cup of tea as a toast. The 4, Uchiha Kagami, Hatake Naoto, and the others, drank it all in one gulp, then walked out of the office full of ambition. A new conspiracy was brewing, set to sweep across the entire ninja world in the near future. It was a pity that weakening the enemy didn't increase the star rating progress. 3rd Hokagesima, the afternoon work brief has arrived. The young widow served tea and incense. Dongyang began his serious work mode. The judicial department's first draft of the marriage law was quite efficient. He read it from beginning to end, and it generally met expectations. However, divorced women had very low rights, such as not being allowed to raise children and disadvantages in property division, among other aspects. Dongyang picked up his pen and wrote down his comments, slightly elevating the status of women in the ninja world. After all, they endured 10 months of pregnancy and gave birth. How could they be denied custody rights? Dongyang picked up his pen and wrote down his comments, slightly elevating the status of women in the ninja world. After all, they endured 10 months of pregnancy. What was going on with Yuzhibo Zongfang? I'd have to give him a warning at the next tea talk session. Yuzhibo Zongxing, who managed 2 departments, rarely caused Dongyang any trouble. Affairs were handled properly. The medical department and the armament department jointly submitted designs for standardized puppets along with upgraded prosthetic limbs. Good news for disabled ninjas like Mariboshi Kasuka. Root intelligence from the Mist Village indicated that the net targeting Kagaya had been formed awaiting feedback from the third Mizukage. A message from the daimyo's residence via Ninja Hawk reported that the lottery fund was gradually spreading across the entire Land of Fire. As usual, after deducting the previous population relocation cost, the number was huge, to put it bluntly. Ahem. Yes, the relocation was fine. After approving all the briefs, Dongyang bent over his desk writing and drafting a motivational campaign for Konoha story. The requirement characters with distinct personalities, both humorous and touching a clear growth line from young ninja to jonin, and a finale where they sacrificed themselves to protect the village, a literary work of no less than 5,000 characters. Time to adapt it into a TV series. A happy ending. Not suitable for now. The primary prerequisite for cultural dissemination was political correctness. Lord Third. Get out. No one is to enter. Dongyang dismissed the late autumn, a freezing rain battered by wind and rain. The village developed steadily. The research institute mastered the chakra technology of the Sky Ninja, inventing many modern appliances, manually recharged refrigerators, air conditioners, and so on. The Cloud Ninja and Mist Ninja reached a peace agreement. Kagaya fell into the deep pit according to the script. Hyuga Tenjin, not trusting his own son personally, went to the Mist Ninja, striving to bring back those foolish relatives of the Kagaya clan in the shortest possible time. The Cloud Ninja village proceeded simultaneously, secretly conducting negotiations for the Blood Dragon Eye. They did not dispatch their general, deliberately bypassing the third Raikage, and directly contacted the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The site of the former Sky Ninja village has been incredibly lively lately, with all sorts of shady characters gathering. Everyone is searching for something, and they must not let Konoha obtain that item. In the northern part of the ninja world, Hanzo was still beating Mifune mercilessly, but the scales of war had already tipped clearly. In the west, the Sand Ninja and Rock Ninja fought fiercely, and it looked like the fighting would continue at least until next spring. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat on the sofa, kicking her feet, with Hyuga Miyuki beside her. Between them was a small pink-backed honey badger. 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at the television. The TV series currently playing was adapted from a literary work that Dongyang favored most during the Konoha storytelling inspiration campaign. He specifically named the male protagonist a Bing, and it had been airing in a Shutan broadcast mode for about half a month. They kissed. Sister Miyuki, why are you blocking me? You're too young, this isn't good for you. It's just a kiss, I understand. The intimate scene between the protagonist and his second girlfriend passed. Hyuga Miyuki withdrew her hand. Tsunade continued watching the TV, stroking the glossy fur of the pink-backed honey badger, which responded by wagging its tail, a skill it had learned from the ninja dogs. This pink-backed one was no ordinary creature. As the saying goes, the pinker the color, the fiercer the killer. Among the vast population of honey badgers in the research institute, this one had the most outstanding wood-release talent. It happened to be a female and was contracted with Tsunade. Its only drawback was its short time since birth, resulting in insufficient chakra. Dongyang, when will you be done? In a while. At his desk, Dongyang flipped open the grain price bulletin. Prices had risen again and again. As winter approached, everyone began stockpiling grain, and silver underwent a slight devaluation. The next report was also about food. The Research Institute's hybrid rice had been iterated, and the new seedlings boasted a 30% increase in yield per mu. The land reclaimed this year would be put to use next year. The Ministry of Justice's bulletin, the public security law, and the labor law advanced side by side. The former had been modeled by the Security Department's management over a decade. The latter was closely tied to the rise of industry. 2 key points marked with 8. An 8-hour 3-shift work system. A legal working age of 8. This was not child labor. Ninja Academy children graduated at 8, and civilian children could also work at 8. The cellular composition of humans in the ninja world exceeded that of the previous physical universe, equivalent to the level of a 16-year-old. The final reason was the average lifespan. Here, a 35-year-old was already considered an old man. If you didn't work while young, what were you waiting for? Dongyang's mind wandered. If he wanted to change the legal working age of 8, he would first have to change the graduation age from the Ninja Academy or at a university. 4 years of advanced study, debuting at 12, contributing to the child-rearing economy. Suitable. But not now. Because at this time, Dongyang needed more mission teams to plunder mission shares from outside, squeezing the living space of the 4 great ninja villages. In the original story, Naruto, Sasuke, and the other young prodigies graduated later. Thinking deeply, one terrifying question emerged. Because Konoha's mission share had been severely eroded, the development of young ninjas was delayed. Look at Inoki, 10,000 active ninjas, even if they were a motley crew. Hiruzen Sarutobi would have liked to, but he didn't have that ability. Damn, letting that bastard die was too easy. Dongyang couldn't help grinding his teeth. Ink dripped from his brush, staining the bulletin. After a long while, he calmed down and set aside the approved comments. Finished all the work.
Dongyang stood up and stretched. Tsunade switched to the daimyo channel, the melodious songs of a singer, and listening to the tunes started. Lunch was a copper hot pot adapted from sukiyaki. It was Dongyang's idea. Plagiarism. Of course, the more you copy, the better. Grandma, I was amazing today. I won 500,000 ryo from Dongyang. He was really unlucky. Well, Grandma will keep the money for you. No. The little money grubber shook her golden ponytail. Mito Uzumaki smiled gently and said, by the way, Third the Slug Sage asked me to pass a message. The Great Toad Sage needs another month to think. Huh. When a person is speechless, they really do laugh. Dongyang said, should I praise the old toad for being polite? Month after month. What use is Mount Miyaboku to me if I keep waiting? What else can we do? Wait a little longer. Mito Uzumaki said the Great Toad Sage's attitude precisely shows sincerity. Unlike the Ryuchi Cave, which agreed too quickly. Clearly their intentions are not good. Hyuga Miyuki had warmed the sake. Dongyang raised his glass and clinked it with Mito Uzumaki. Rainy day with a copper hot pot, a few cups of sake. It felt quite nice. Mito Uzumaki said, I suddenly had an idea last night. For the new phase of the beautiful Konoha campaign, we should address the problem of the elderly living alone. What do you think? Sounds good. The young have support, the old have care. Dongyang spoke without hesitation. The village should set up 4 nursing homes in the east, southwest, and north to take care of them collectively. But it can't be entirely free. Mito Uzumaki followed his line of thought. You mean people like me should pay while the truly poor civilians are supported for free? Grandma, you're not old at all. Tsunade said sweetly. You're the most beautiful woman in the world, 1,000 times, 10,000 times prettier than those TVs. Mito Uzumaki patted her little head and said, our little Tsunade is the one. She'll definitely be a great beauty in the future. He'll be the second most beautiful. Grandma is the most beautiful. Right, Dongyang? I agree. Dongyang nodded solemnly. Mito Uzumaki rolled her eyes beautifully. What do you mean I agree? Regarding the nursing homes, Third, please implement it as soon as possible. Okay. Dongyang spoke eloquently. They'll write a memo when I wake up arranging for the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Infrastructure to handle this. You approve a special fund of 400 million ryo. Elderly meals, entertainment, nursing care, medical services. Everything must be done to perfection. Miyuki convey to the Ministry of Culture increase the benefits for medal recipients. Third class, Dongyang medal-free care in the village for life, transferable to direct relatives. Second class, Tobirama medal support, 3 generations of their family. First class, Hashirama medal, 10 generations. If they don't live in the nursing home, the village will convert the pension and distribute it monthly. The Ministry of Finance will implement a pension insurance for wealthy families. Mito Uzumaki was lost in thought. This man was shining again. Tsunade's expression synchronized with hers, her almond eyes filled with admiration. Her little mind couldn't help but recall the TV plot she had watched earlier. Finally, Elder Mito, you are not old. I won't let that day come. Words spoken like a vow by Dongyang. Mito Uzumaki's heart was deeply stirred. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she quickly averted his gaze. Tsunade said innocently, Dongyang is so amazing, I believe in you. Huh. Hey, race a meatball for you. They'll give you one too. Thank you, Tsunade Zensei. Rakich's office. The elder of the Yatsuki family knocked and entered, gritting his teeth. That little monkey from the Konoha ANBU is simply too arrogant. They gave us until the last day to consider, or else they would directly cancel the transaction. The daimyo's attitude was more inclined to refuse to hand over the blood dragon eye. In his eyes, a mere few pages of the 4-symbol seal were far less important than his own face. Third Rakich sighed helplessly. Konoha is doing this intentionally, using the daimyo to cause trouble in the middle to prevent us from asking for too much. Let's agree, otherwise what else can we do? Now our focus must be on 2 aspects. Externally, regarding the suspected super weapon Konoha desires at the former site of the Hidden Sky Village, we must stop them from growing stronger again. Internally, we must imitate Konoha's recent construction plans. The Constitution, the 12 Department, Administrative Reform, the lottery funds. He said these final words in a resolute tone. The elder of the Yatsuki family hesitated, but the administrative reform has great drawbacks. I am worried. Uncle. Third Rakich said, a 16-year-old youth has that kind of courage. Oh, why should I lag behind others? The things you worry about might happen in the future, but they will never occur during my term. The village has fallen behind a lot. All right. I support you. Let's make a vigorous and grand move. Uncle is also a father. The only thing the elder of the Yatsuki family could do was to believe and support helping young A grow up as quickly as possible to catch up with that Polaris who had played. Regarding the Shimura Danzo incident, he was kept in the dark at the time, but later, after gathering intelligence from various sources, how could he not understand the situation? How fate favored Konoha. The Senju brothers Uchiha Madara. Polaris. The west coast of the Land of Water.
The setting sun melted into gold. Hyuga Tenjin and a group of foolish relatives who had been badly tricked had not prepared a boat for the sea. They simply stood there blowing in the humid sea breeze, foolishly waiting for half an hour. Brother Tenjin, what is going on? Wait, someone is coming to pick us up. Hyuga Tenjin was also confused. The third Hokage had said before departure that there would be a big surprise. Moreover, he had 3 squads of AMBU guards with him. Since they said nothing, he just waited. On the other side of the sea, the last ray of sunlight disappeared. The night sky dotted with stars. Suddenly, a young ninja exclaimed, "Father, there's something in the sky." "What?" "Clan leader, look at the sky." Everyone looked up. Hyuga Tenjin had never seen the floating city before. Watching the shadow growing larger, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This was indeed a big surprise. Brother, is this Konoha's? Our villages? Ship A. Kagaya Kimamaru stammered. He was actually only 30 years old, but he looked old with a rough, dark, and burly appearance, dressed like a country bumpkin. Boom. A muffled sound. The EMBU guard said, "Elder Tenjin, everyone from Kagaya, you can board the island." Board the island. Hyuga Tenjin suppressed the shock in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he led the team to storm the beach. The floating island slowly rose into the air, carrying the entire Kagaya clan, old and young, leaving the territory of the land of water and heading toward the land of lightning across the sea. The east coast received the Blood Dragon Eye. At dawn they landed in the Forest of Death, ending the brief and dreamlike journey. "Lord Third Hokage, you have worked hard, Elder Tenjin." "It's not hard." Hyuga Tenjin introduced the strangely dressed, bearded man beside him. "This is the clan leader Kagaya Kimamaru. Brother, what are you waiting for? Pay respects to the Third Hokage." "Lord Third Hokage, I have long admired the fame of Kagaya, and today I see you are indeed extraordinary." The bearded man was about to kneel. Dongyang quickly helped him up, saying warmly, "When I was a child, the great general who galloped on the battlefield had exactly such an image as the clan leader. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. This was the truth. They gave a sense of a group of fierce Zhang Fei. The original Kimamaru didn't count. He had a blood disease and was emaciated. The real situation was that among the entire Kagaya clan, you couldn't find 3 children with delicate features. Kagaya Kimamaru's old face flushed, and he stammered, "Our entire clan also admires the village's strength. We have long heard of the young fame. Ha ha ha. Heroes appreciate heroes." Dongyang laughed heartily. "I have prepared a banquet to welcome everyone. The west side of the Uchiha clan territory is allocated to your autonomous region." "Thank you so much, Lord Third Hokage. How we are family, no need to thank. This is Uchiha Kagami. He will take everyone to settle down. New houses have been built there ready for moving in. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Kagaya Kimamaru was deeply grateful. He called his clan members and Uchiha Kagami to head to the new habitat. Next they dealt with the Blood Dragon Eye. After hearing the Yanbyu's report, Dongyang didn't know what to say. The Blood Dragon Eye clan was too obedient. They had never stepped out of Hell Valley. They still believed that the ones guarding them were Sharingan users and held great hostility toward the Uchiha. And it was also bizarre to persuade them to move. Words didn't work. When they presented the letter with the seal of the Land of Lightning's daimyo, and they learned that their ownership had been transferred, they immediately followed Konoha's lead. Clan leader Masao. "Greetings, Lord Third Hokage." The middle-aged man knelt on one knee. Dongyang did not help him up, but said with authority, "Before the Bloodpool clan was convicted, what was your surname?" In response to Lord Third Hokage, "Our surname was Miya. Then I hereby rebestow the surname Blood Dragon Eye upon you. Your clan's territory is located to the south of the Hyuga. Go and settle your clan." "Yes." Miya Masao's voice was resolute. "Blood Dragon Eye is willing to die for Lord Third Hokage." Dongyang then helped him up. He patted his shoulder to show trust. He watched Miya Masao leave with Hitaki Naoto. Good minion. Not to mention strength, at least his attitude was perfect. Dongyang stroked his chin, a thought emerging in his mind. The Blood Dragon Eye clan could transform into a medical and illusionary support dual attribute ninja clan with the blood puppet technique's self-destruct style, which seemed very powerful. The village already had enough main combat ninja clans, and there was also the Kagaya clan ahead. If the Blood Dragon Eye still crowded together, it would be difficult for them to find their own ecological niche. In this situation, within 2 generations, Dongyang was sure they would decline. But if they transformed to medical, it would be different. There was only one branch of the Uzumaki clan competing for resources, a situation of few people and plenty of porridge. Decided, ecological niche and resource allocation were an art. From this perspective, the Inuzuka and Aburame clans were very clever. Dongyang silently warned himself to often interpret the village's development from such a viewpoint. It was time to reveal the new trait empowerment. The joining of 2 ninja clans as immediate combat power. The system panel progress bar surged to 83. The gift of fate glittered. Dongyang looked closely and his heart sank to the bottom. Appearance online. What kind of thing was that? Did his own handsome face need that? Who do you think you're looking down on? Damn. Choose fate points. Upgrade to level 3 Demon King Dual Guard. Trade Empowerment Demon King Dual Guard. Demon King Dual Guard troubled youths are numerous, but it doesn't hinder their excellence. Training efficiency increased by 15. Foolish youths have much joy, but do not underestimate their ninja way. Training efficiency increased by 15. When a team simultaneously has troubled youths and foolish youths, your Demon King Dual Guard is activated. At critical moments of life and death, a special bond is triggered, allowing a short-term burst of 30 to 150 combat power, depending on each individual's conviction. That's all. Done and dusted. The welcome lunch ended. Dongyang, slightly tipsy, walked back to the Hokage building with a light step. Youth is good. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. After a deep, refreshing sleep, he woke up. Dongyang sat on the small bed and slowly powered up. Why was he so persistent about taking a nap? Perhaps subconsciously he wanted to prove that his current life was better than his past life. But he still couldn't escape his fate of hard work. In his past life, at least he had weekends off. Since he became Hokage, he only had a day off during the autumn festival celebrating the harvest. Counting the 3-day winter festival at New Year, the spring festival with cherry blossoms covering the mountains, and the summer festival with flower parades and red lantern night markets, he only had a total of 6 days off all year. This can't go on, Dongyang thought. As he pondered, the invisible figure Rishyang Meishua smoothly presented him with half a glass of warm water, then knelt beside the bed to put on his shoes. Meishua, hi. Check the date when my village was founded. Set it as Peace Festival on the 1st day of May every year with a 3-day Labor Day holiday. On the same day as Lord Fijian's death anniversary, hold the Hero Cup to commemorate the ninja who died in battle modeled after the Chunin exam. At this point, Dongyang spoke sternly, reprimand the entire cultural department. They have no initiative at all. The Xuanhua branch, the Suna ninja immigrants, the Hui, and the Blood Dragon Eye. How can they integrate into the village faster? The centripetal force of my cultural confidence. It is my will of fire. Rishyang Meishua, frightened, pressed her forehead tightly against the wooden floor. Hi. Yes. Rishyang Meishua lowered her head and walked out of the restroom with small steps. Before leaving, she stole— Yes. Rishyang Meishua lowered her head and walked out of the restroom with small steps. Before leaving, she stole a glance and felt a little reassured. Then, with a cold aura, she headed toward the cultural department. Dongyang washed his face and dried it himself. It dawned on him that he might have had some morning anger, and the cultural department suffered an undeserved disaster. Let it be, so that everyone wouldn't think the Hokage never lost his temper. He went out to the outer office. There was a knock on the door. It was Yuzhibo Jing and Chimu Jiren. Dongyang, now that the Hui and Blood Dragon Eye have been brought back, when will the Umbu team at the Old Sky Ninja Village be withdrawn? Why withdraw? We need to see the act through. Dongyang thought for a moment and grinned mischievously. Hayrest the plan, stir up some trouble, and leave clues pointing to the rain country. We'll take those tagalongs and cause some chaos, helping Sanchuan relieve pressure and hold out a bit longer. Yuzhibo Jing nodded to show understanding. Chimu Jiren spoke. Lord Third Hokage, an excellent strategy. Regarding the trade of the 4-symbol seal with the IWA Ninja Jing, and I have an idea to report to you. Oh, tell me about it. We'll repeat the same trick with the Hui. Chimu Jiren said, according to intelligence, a group of ninja clans led by the IWA insect user Shanshui Lu are opposing Daimyo, continuing the war, and are imitating the Cloud and Mist ninjas' peace talks. Well, name the insect user Shanshui Lu for exchange, and spread rumors that they are close to Mai, and have mutual admiration with the Yunu. Naturally, Daimyo will disagree. Then we'll settle for the second best. Obtain the bloodline elimination data we want. That's the first benefit. Secondly, after the trade, the Shanshui Lu will be in a difficult position. Daimyo, with his grand ambitions, will probably not tolerate it. Smack. Dongyang excitedly slapped the table. Feint to the east, strike to the west. One scheme to harm the Shanshui Lu. Wonderful, wonderful. He remembered that he had once sent an Umbu squadron to escort Chimu Jiren back to the village. If used well, this man was worth 1,000 White Fangs, a destructive force at the national strategic level. Now he was at least 100 White Fangs worth of power. Somehow it felt like raising a character card. Good, good, good. Dongyang said with great satisfaction. Do as you suggested. Simultaneously trade with the Suna ninja. We won't make demands or just ask them what they have and what they are willing to pay. Hi. Rishyang Meishua returned carrying the afternoon work briefings. Work mode engaged. The first document, the architectural design for the nursing home by the infrastructure department. It probably had Yuzhibo Zongsheng's guidance, but it was too rigid. Dongyang picked up a brush and began to draw. On the left side of the blueprint, he circled a round area and labeled it as a fishing pond, a rain listening pavilion in the center of the lake, bamboo groves in the east for listening to the wind, red maple forest in the south, and cherry blossom forest in the west. The residential area was concentrated together with a 4-story modern apartment structure, a mahjong parlor for entertainment, and a central square for fitness and dancing. Finally, he summarized his guidance. Combine the old and new, open up the layout. Writing this, Dongyang's thoughts diverged the future comprehensive infrastructure renovation of demolishing the old village to build a new city could exactly use the concept of combining old and new. Ninja clan residential bases with training grounds. Civilians would be packed into large apartment buildings without common area deductions. That would be the second 5-year plan, or doing it now would be premature construction, but it would just coincide with the time when the previous batch of war orphans settled down and start families. Dongyang wrote down his ideas and placed the draft in the rightmost drawer, which contained many future planning ideas that were not suitable for the current situation and were left to gather dust. He continued reviewing other briefings. The Civil Affairs Department's measures for winter heating. So Amashioer was doing well. The Ninja Affairs Department proposed inviting small ninja villages to hold a Chunin exam, approved to be scheduled for next year's Hero Cup with a memorial ceremony before the competition. Lord Feijin, it's fortunate that you chose me as the 3rd Hokage. You achieved honor in life and fame after death. If it had been Yuanfei risen, he would probably be busy erasing your influence. After a few decades, besides the face on the Hokage rock, even your name would no longer be known by the public. Finished all the work. Dongyang wrote 2 notes and handed them to Rishiang Meishua. Tell Elder Luha that I'm entrusting the blood dragon eye to him. Have him start designing standardized blood puppets. Increase the enrollment quotas for the infrastructure department and the Ninja Academy's Taijutsu class, and arrange some Hui members to take positions. Yes, Elder Shuehu. The greeting of Rishiang Meishua at the door. Dongyang quickly stood up and smiled. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of Xuanhua Shuehu said. I heard you scolded the cultural department, so I came specially to see. What happened to make you so furious? Furious? No, just a bit of morning anger. Dongyang waved his hand. Xuanhua Shuehu said, that's not what everyone thinks. This is your first time losing your temper. The cultural department consists mostly of veteran ninja, so it's inevitable that they have rigid thinking. Many times, even I can't keep up with your ideas. Dongyang brewed 2 cups of tea and said, rest assured, Elder Shuehu, I won't do anything to them. Thank you for what you did about Feijin. As his disciple, it's my duty. Xuanhua Shu bit her red lip lightly and said, though it's a bit abrupt, could you arrange a separate festival for Zhu Jian? Isn't Peace Festival enough? Dongyang said, the first Hokage's lifelong ninja way and pursuit. Well, let me think. Set his birthday as Father's Day and the birthday of the Goddess of the Moon as Mother's Day, but without any holidays. The datum Yu Hui brought chakra. Using her birthday as Mother's Day is also appropriate. Thank you for everything you've done. Xuanhua Shuehu expressed her sincere gratitude. Somehow, after doing this, the attachment to her deceased husband in her heart grew fainter. She began to care about the emotions of the man in front of her, and when she found that he didn't think much of it, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Shuehu, you're being too polite. Have some tea. The fragrance of tea curled up. Dongyang sat cross-legged, comfortably admiring the beauty. If she were a living person, it would be another matter. He would be a fool to argue with a dead person. Hey, madam, why are you blushing? For several days in a row, the unexpected delight of reprimanding the Ministry of Culture. All departments were fully motivated, submitting numerous opinions, some good, some ill-timed, and others full of nonsense, covering all aspects of village construction. Among them, the Ministry of Culture was the most active, with television and newspapers conducting overwhelming propaganda. They even drafted the general outline of the Will of Fire, which was later compiled into a book and made a compulsory course for Ninja Academy students. That's right. Why should the Hokage have to rack his brain over everything? What's the use of keeping subordinates who just eat without doing anything? Dongyang finished his morning work early today. With nothing to do, he opened the body activation materials from the Hidden Skies Legacy and studied them carefully, but ended up slightly disappointed. In short, it was an unorthodox method of yang release cultivation. Why unorthodox? Because he had seen the legacy of Hashirama Senju with secondary annotations by Tobirama Senju. Orthodox, simple, and powerful. Dongyang was currently practicing it. Every day while refining chakra, he would circulate it through specific meridians for internal refinement, accumulating and growing stronger day by day. The body activation method was flashy, but ultimately useless. However, in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. It compensated for the deficiencies of Might Duwei and his son, as well as taijutsu ninjas like Qin Baojun. It must be noted here that the nature of yang release is chakra, which is closely related to the physical body, yet they are not the same thing. Of course, practicing body training and cultivating yang release chakra simultaneously can have a mutually reinforcing effect. Speaking of which, Tsunade's problem gradually became apparent. She had a strong talent for body training and monstrous strength, but her yang release cultivation was barely satisfactory, with extremely low efficiency. She was limping on one leg, as if one foot was smaller than the other. Practicing medical ninjutsu. It must be said that it was a stroke of genius. Because medical ninjutsu counts as a form of yang release cultivation coupled with her exceptional talent in this area, she could now walk normally with the help of a crutch for her uneven legs. A knock on the door sounded. Dongyang snapped back to reality. Hatake Naoto reported, "Third Hokage-sama, an intelligence report from the Root Spy indicates that the Cloud Ninja have already learned that we are trading both the Kagaya and the Blood Dragon Eyes. I think the Cloud Ninja will definitely share this intelligence with the 3 great ninja villages. They'll be on guard, and the plan to incite the Rain Ninja Village to cause trouble might encounter unexpected issues." Unexpected issues, eh? Dongyang chuckled. Naoto, stay calm. I did fool them, but how can the 4 great ninja villages be certain that the Rain Ninja Village doesn't have something we want? That's true. They wouldn't dare to gamble. Hatake Naoto bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance. I was too clever for my own good and jumped to conclude." Now he understood. It seemed like a scheme, but in reality, it was an unsolvable open conspiracy. The third Hokage-sama was a genius. Dongyang stroked his chin and said, "Well then, for the IW Ninja's transaction, show our eagerness. For the Suna Ninja, proceed as usual." "Yes. By the way, how's your love life lately? Forgive me for not being able to officiate your wedding publicly. This was done to protect him. The longer the identity of the root leader stayed hidden, the better." "Well, it's fine," Hatake Naoto said with some embarrassment. "Naoko and Shomao have met twice and I plan to get married next spring." "All right," Dongyang said. "I have high hopes for that child Shomao. After he graduates and the war between Hanzo and Mifune ends, I plan to send him to the Land of Iron for a year of training, and then he'll directly join the Umbu to be groomed as the successor of Kagami-senpai. Kagami is only 17, young and strong." Hatake Naoto stopped mid-sentence and quickly knelt on one knee saying, "I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, third Hokage-sama." "Hey, what are you doing?" Dongyang waved his hand and said, "When Shomao grows up to lead the Umbu, Kagami-senpai will naturally have a bigger stage." Hatake Naoto hesitantly stood up. They chatted a bit more, then he took his leave and exited the office. The moment he closed the door, he nearly collapsed, covered in cold sweat. A stage bigger than the Umbu. He could hardly imagine the third Hokage's future grand plans. He must forget these words. Not safe enough. He would ask Elder Mito to help seal his memory. Noon. The Finance Ministry office. Dongyang didn't freeload a meal this time. Hyuga Miyuki brought several dishes she had cooked and ate together with Uzumaki Mito. The reason? The little secretary Uzumaki's cooking was too salty. "You're here. Wait for me a moment." "Why are you busy until now?" "Because of you earlier." Dongyang chuckled. As for sealing memories, well, talk is talk, but he actually valued Hatake Naoto even more. Uzumaki Mito finished approving the last document, stood up, and washed her hands, saying, "I've been paying attention to that child Shomao, and also that very special Might Due from the Taijutsu class. What do you think about having them form a team with Tsunade in the future?" "What a pity. I have other plans for them." Dongyang shrugged slightly and said, "Shomao. Might Due will directly become a teacher at the Taijutsu class after graduation. He doesn't need any mission experience, or what he needs is more training time." "Nanny. An 8-year-old ninja academy teacher. What is that not allowed?" "Just a bit surprised." Uzumaki Mito said, "After all, you're only 17 years old. If Might Due persists in his current training intensity, rain or shine, for 4 years, I can't find a reason to oppose it." "Then well, wait and see. Back to the main topic, how are you planning to arrange Tsunade?" "We'll see what the old toad says." Dongyang said, "The old toad once lamented what a pity little Jiraiya, the dead last of Tsunade's cohort. If Mount Mayaboka chooses to cooperate, I wouldn't mind giving him a title of teacher in name only. And then there's her classmate Orochimaru. I want to wait until next year to see about the other two. The 5-man team reform starting with Tsunade will be very historically significant. There is no Bailuhu this year. Probably in the next batch. Orochimaru in the jungle focusing on biological research. Bailuhu in the bottom lane focusing on forbidden jutsu research. Tsunade in the mid lane, Jiraiya top lane as an orphan. The 4 of them are either problematic or foolish. They still need a normal personality support who can carry them, someone to cool down the team when everyone gets hot-headed. One day on his way to work, Dongyang spotted a potential famous ninja from the original series, Shinka Yuhi, with fluffy curly hair and red eyes, as recognizable as a young Kurenai Yuhi. That child will enter school either next year or the year after. If it's the year after that, then there's no choice but to pick Meitsu and Yejuan. Uzumaki Mito savored the names Orochimaru and Jiraiya and said, "I trust your judgment. Are you planning to train them during the Ninja Academy stage?" "That's right. The first 2 years for building a foundation, the last 2 for teaching according to their aptitudes." Hyuga Miyuki had heated up the dishes and set them on the table one by one. Dongyang looked at the mapo tofu in front of him and couldn't help but salivate. I suggested this new dish to Miyuki. It's amazing with rice. Try it and see if it suits your taste. As he spoke, he picked up the mapo tofu and scooped 2 spoonfuls into Uzumaki Mito's bowl. The small amount ensured that if she didn't like it, it wouldn't ruin the whole bowl of rice. Uzumaki Mito picked up a piece of tofu and put it in her mouth, saying, fragrant, smooth, and delicious. A little spicy, but acceptable. The broth mixed with rice is indeed great. The little secretary Uzumaki heard this and swallowed saliva, wanting to try a piece, but was intercepted by Hyuga Miyuki. She said that the third Hokage's favorite dish, she didn't deserve to eat it. The two exchanged glances like swords and shadows. Dongyang laughed freely and said that both of them would get a share, and then it was his and Uzumaki Mito's turn. I ate too much, it's a bit spicy. But it's so delicious. Uzumaki Mito humbly asked Hyuga Miyuki for the recipe of this dish, planning to cook it herself for little Tsunade to try. And also for this man in front of her, as a thank you for Father's Day. Yuji country, deep underground in the north. Yuzibo-ban, we might have been exposed. Heiju said with a worried voice, those guys from Mai along with the Umbu teams of the 4 great ninja villages do not attack each other when they meet, but silently search for something. Show me the recent intelligence. Yuzibo-ban scanned the scroll with a blank expression. After a long while he snorted coldly, fool. The disciple of Chinsho Feijian has inherited that man's cunning strategies. I wonder how his strength is, whether he is worthy to be my opponent. Have they really discovered us? Shut up. How could I have a clone as stupid as you? Yuzibo-ban said with a chilling pressure. Use your waterlogged brain. Everything is too coincidental. If my guess is correct, there is no so-called super weapon. The chain of events is very clear. Mai acquired the legacy of the Sky Ninja, suspected to be a large airship, and took the opportunity to spread false information to cover up the operation to obtain Kagaya and the Blood Dragon Eye. Now luring the pursuers to Yuji country is just reusing waste. Because Mai secretly supports the Tai country, a smoke bomb filled with air, and it scared you like this. Heiju lowered his head in shame. The shame was fake, but the worry and fear were real. For countless years he finally saw a glimmer of hope to save his mother. He must not let any accident happen. What are you still doing here? Get out. Yes. Original body. Wait. Pay special attention to that Beiji star. Heiju blinked. If you have something to say it all at once. Yuzibo-ban was exasperated with this clone. So stupid that he had no desire to communicate further. Terrifying killing intent swept through the underground cave. Heiju understood. He quickly scrammed. Yuji-tai War Zone. Lord Hanzong. Urgent report. A ninja with modified limbs knelt on one knee and said, the ninjas we sent to warn the Umbu of each village were killed by them in unison. Mai struck first. Bakayaru. Hanzong kicked over the table in anger. They come to my territory to search for something, and they are afraid to fight each other, but they kill my men. What kind of logic is that? A bunch of bandits. Mai, humiliating me again and again. Damn it. He couldn't say the tough words of directly declaring war. His archenemy Sanchuan was not yet resolved. To offend other great ninja villages would be asking for a quicker death. This anger had to be swallowed. The elder of the Rain Ninja consoled, Lord Hanzong, please calm down. Our current goal is to defeat Sanchuan as soon as possible. There will be plenty of ways to take revenge secretly later. Hanzang's gas mask emitted a puff of blue smoke. Secret revenge. The act of a coward. He wanted to be upright and above board. To ultimately stand at the height of Chinsho Jujin, or even surpass him. This old thing cannot be kept. Daimyo had not slept all night. The desk was covered with intelligence scrolls, some fallen on the floor, looking very messy. He fell into deep self-doubt. To fight, or to make peace. Miui's recent development was too rapid. Now with the addition of Kagaya, known as the strongest taijutsu, and the Blood Dragon Eye, which rivals the Sharingan, not to mention the current strength, the future is even more terrifying. Daimyo had once personally visited Mai as an envoy, an unforgettable, humiliating experience. He understood the terror of the Sharingan better than anyone. If another pair of eyes like Yuzibo-ban's appeared. The times create heroes. Heroes also create the times. Daimyo reopened the letter from the third Raikage, which earnestly advised him not to fight hard with the Sand Ninja, but to preserve his strength for the severe ninja world situation ahead. It was almost as if written, unite against Mai. Of course it went without saying. This was their long-standing tacit understanding. Previously it was the Chinsho brothers, now it was targeting a 16-year-old youth. 16 years old. Truly young. According to intelligence, Chinsho Feijian designated him as his successor, but he only served as acting Hokage at first. That was thought-provoking. Did he voluntarily step back? Then look at the third Mizukage. The price paid for peace negotiations. Others can step back, why can't I? Stubbornness. Forget it. The sun hung high. Dongyang looked at the intelligence in his hand and couldn't help but sigh at the changing times, saying it was impermanence. The day before yesterday, the Sand Ninja and Rock Ninja were locked in fierce battle. Today, the Rock Ninja suddenly took the initiative to sue for peace and sternly refused to trade Shangshulyu, and very decisively used the Kekkei Jinkai data to obtain the 4-symbol seal. Swift and resolute. Could it be that some online ride-hailing service has come online? He strongly suspected that Dame Yu had changed his account possessed by a fellow countryman from his world. At the same time, the Sand Ninja sped up and sent a trade request. Originally intending to use the benefits of defeating the Rock Ninja to exchange for the 4-symbol seal, they now ended the war early and changed their terms to use more immigrant families, and also requested to purchase a large batch of food. Money and people. The third Kazekage chose to keep neither. Send away the excess population, then use money to buy food from Mai. The real situation of the Sand Ninja was too bitter and difficult. None of the Kage were lucky. Temporarily let go. For a better future. The third Kazekage's move to slim down and reduce burdens was like traveling light, avoiding the post-war winter difficulties. If handled well, they could recover vitality faster. Good calculation. Dongyang was at a loss for the first time. He had seen the stubbornness of the Sand Ninja. When they got tough, they really dared to blow up with you without it, then agree to it. After all, you can't take all the benefits for yourself while others always suffer. That's not realistic. As for the small problem of the rain, Dongyang arranged for the Umbu to go all out staging a training exercise. He was serious about causing trouble to see whether the 4 great ninja villages would take the bait. They definitely wouldn't start a fight. After all, the first ninja war was coming to an end. In such a sensitive period, to avoid another spark, Hanzong would have to accept his bad luck. After handling these matters, Dongyang got up and prepared to go to the nursing home site to take a look. Lay the foundation before winter, divert water to create a lake, and leave the rest until next spring. Suddenly, the distant sound of frogs croaking. Meishua watched the door. I'm going to take a nap. Hinata Meishua, though puzzled, did not ask more and faithfully guarded outside the office. Dongyang leaned back on the sofa and slowly closed his eyes. The frog croaking grew closer, a hazy white mist gathered, then quickly dissipated, and an old toad appeared opposite him. Have you considered it? Give me a straight answer. Ribbit. The old toad said in an aged voice. Yes, the ninja world is about to usher in a new pattern. Adding flowers to brocade is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. I am very curious, just how far can you, who are even more special than Yutsu and Yui, go? They were the previous variable and accident outside fate, but I soon discovered that the variable was merely a flash in the pan and silently became a new fate. It's really a pity to say. And you have been in a state of being outside fate from beginning to end. I have begun to believe in the legendary immortal realm that Master Yulong spoke of. So that's why he thought for so long. He was observing himself. The old toad's words were unusually frank, and the amount of information was overwhelming. It explained the origin of Senjutsu. It didn't come from nowhere. Dongyang couldn't help asking, that Master Yulong, is he still alive? Where is he? Ribbit. Master passed away and merged into heaven and earth. The old toad said sadly. A single dragon scale shed later evolved into the Lungdi cave, but unfortunately, it went astray. What about the slug sage? What's her origin? She studied Master's legacy inscriptions and became self-taught. Dongyang said, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. As for the Jiraiya you mentioned earlier, leave him to Mount Miaomu to train, including all the children of Mai. You can choose your disciples and summoning contracts. Ribbit. The old toad nodded in approval. The frog croaking gathered the hazy white mist. Dongyang faintly sensed a special fluctuation, and his eyes returned to reality with a cool sensation. System panel. The 2-star progress bar was fully charged. It soared all the way to 3-star 9. 3-star progress is harder to increase harvest. Get ready to open the prize. A sparkling 3-star treasure chest. A clattering shaking sound. The screen bursts with golden light. A particularly familiar object appears in Dongyang's field of vision. A golden red fortune bag, the initial gift package that appeared at the very beginning when he reincarnated into the ninja world. Playful gift pack. Subsystem module, choose one of 3. Mission rewards. Premium wheel. Reputation chest. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dongyang directly cursed. This damn. The system daddy is too generous. Take a deep breath to calm down. Choose 1 out of 3, but I want them all. What to do? Sigh. Better choose quickly. To avoid heartache. First, eliminate mission rewards. That's too slow and tedious. Besides, if it refreshes a mission to leave the village, that would be disastrous. The premium wheel is much more straightforward. The problem is that village development also requires money. He worries that if he gets addicted to spinning the wheel, he might gamble away all the bank's money, and the next day, Uzumaki Mito's world would collapse. Reputation chest. Undoubtedly, the most cost-effective, fitting his current identity. Farming reputation couldn't be easier. Let's do it. As Dongyang selected the subsystem module, the fortune bag shattered with a bang, and a new page appeared next to the trade empowerment. Every 10000 reputation. Open one chest. Accumulated reputation below 96000. There's a bonus. Previous reputation also counts. Dongyang excitedly pumped his fist. It's practically a free 10 pull for newbies. System Daddy, I adore you. He'll check this later. Because before his eyes appeared the 2-star chest card selection screen, where he must choose 4 rewards from 30 cards. Bliss. So which one first, which one later? Dongyang pondered briefly. Obviously the star level chest rewards are more precious. The reputation chest is far inferior. Well, sorry. Can't wait for the 10 pull. The reputation chest will serve as a cushion. Let luck gather for the star level chest. Clatter clatter, 9 Event Acceleration Card 3, 10-year longevity pill 2, Summoning Beast, Yunmu Ji Kanghai's Inheritance, Small Blue Potion, 99, Weapon Enhancement Scroll 9. The drop rate is very nice. Event Acceleration Card is self-explanatory. After a moment of thought, Dongyang chose to accelerate the analysis of the family planning for all pregnant women in the city. The trace components contained in immortal beasts and livestock, and the 3 major demonic path plans. 10-year longevity pill. Take one himself to taste it. Sweet. The remaining one goes to Uzumaki Mido. Is sooner or later he'll be the same. Summoning Beast Yumu, 2 of them a pity. Why isn't it Inuyasha's flame hoof? When I was a kid, I dreamed of riding that horse. A second pity, the system automatically converts demonic energy into chakra, including all loot from chests. Otherwise, the otherworldly system would be the greatest gain. Ji Kanghai's Inheritance, a character from the game Naraka Blade Point, commonly known as Fire Dog, specializes in pulling plugs. When happy, he takes on 3, when unhappy, 3 gang up on 1. It is suspected that this is the origin of the term Jiahao. Has the skill Blazing Force block an enemy's heavy attack, transform into a flame-infused punch to counter or proactively deliver a charging punch elbow strike, as well as a tracking Great Fireball. Hitting an enemy inflicts continuous burn, somewhat similar to Yitsong's Scorch Release, but much weaker. Its special feature, upon contact with water release, all burn damage is instantly vaporized and dealt. Ultimate. Dao Yi succeeds. The top-tier Jiahao racing with Mudmen in Juku Prefecture. Alright, be serious. Fire Release Chakra Mode accelerates movements. Mad Dog Elbow Strikes ignores ordinary ranged attacks, and can also bombard the entire field with 5 Fireball Celestial Kings. As for the Small Blue Potion, handed over to Senju Longshan for research. If he can reverse engineer the ingredients and find substitute materials for mass production, pairing it with military ration pills would be quite effective. Finally, the DNF Weapon Enhancement Scroll 9. Leave it for now. Time to draw the 4-card grand prizes. Refresh. Refresh. Why isn't there a special empowerment like Destiny Bequest? 6th draw. Still no luck. Dongyang scratched his head vigorously and clicked the rightmost card. Eastern Extreme Immortal Body, a product specially generated by the system to pair with the Northern Star Pupil. Adding Ji Kanghai's Inheritance. From now on, who would dare call him a cripple in special level ninjutsu? Hell, blow them up. The dream of a mage. Finally realized. Continue drawing cards. 7th draw, a strange thing appears. Trade Empowerment, interest-free loan, instantly increase current star level progress by 50, but repay 50 at the next star level. The dream of a mage. Finally realized. Continue drawing cards. 7th draw, a strange thing appears. Trade Empowerment, interest-free loan, normal development, or mortgaging the future. Dongyang is caught in a dilemma. Considering the upcoming peaceful situation in the ninja world, causing trouble is impossible, and he will face joint suppression from the 4 great ninja villages. If handled poorly, the star progress bar might even regress. Let's do it. Rather than sinking into the quagmire of conflict, it's better to quickly cross the 4-star level, gain more trait empowerments, develop for 10 years, sharpen weapons and horses, and head toward unification. Never thought. Even after transmigrating, I can't escape loans. 8th draw, refreshes, 3 cards. Nothing particularly desirable to struggle over. 2nd to last draw. Damn, DNF just won't let go. Kylie's Enhancement Furnace. Once made Dongyang physically disgusted. Mentioning it makes him irritable and furious. Choose. Clicked. The reason is simple. Enhancement 3 is guaranteed success, and before 7, a failure only drops 1 level. If every ninja in the village gets a set of 3 weapons and armor, combat power will greatly increase, and accordingly the star progress bar will advance. All for faster 4-star. Draw cards. The final dance. 5 common empowerment points function same as destiny points. Not bad, not bad. Turn around and start adding points. Demon King Dual Guard from level 3 to level 5, can add more. A shiny silver pattern appears, prompting that intermediate empowerment points are needed to continue upgrading. Destiny Bequest at 100 of 2-star and at 20 and 40 of 3-star, you can respectively choose a common empowerment or destiny points. 1st draw, barely satisfactory. 2nd draw, literary and martial prowess. 3rd draw, bad luck. Remaining exactly 5 points. Dongyang ponders whether to max out natural evolution or the newly acquired literary and martial prowess. In the end, he gives his love to the former. Uzumaki Mido, Tsunade, Uchiha Kagami, and others will faster cross the first layer of the divine ladder. In his view, this is also a point for increasing star progress. New empowerments as follows. Demon King Dual Guard troubled teens are countless, but that doesn't hinder their excellence. Cultivation efficiency increased by foolish teens have plenty of joy, but don't underestimate their ninja way. Cultivation efficiency increased by 25. When a team simultaneously has troubled teens and foolish teens, your Demon King Dual Guard is activated. In life or death crisis moments, a special bond triggers, allowing a short burst of 50 to 250 combat power, depending on each individual's conviction. Natural evolution, the bloodline of the forces under your command will no longer degenerate generation by generation. Severing the connection with ancestors, they will embark on the divine ladder with a brand new posture. Progress increases by 5 each year until 100 completes a single-layer ladder crossing. Individual differences, initial progress varies. The current evolution limit of a certain bloodline is determined by the most outstanding individual. Each time a layer of the divine ladder is crossed, the total progress increases by 9 times, and so on. Literary and martial prowess. With literary talent, one can pacify the world with a pen. Efficiency in learning knowledge, including supernatural skills, increased by 20. With martial prowess, one can settle the world on horseback. Efficiency in cultivation training and summarizing combat experience increased by 20. Awesome. Literary and martial prowess and Demon King Dual Guard stack. The children's future is promising. However, compared to Uzumaki Mido alone, their return is too slow. Besides, the 2-star progress bar is almost at 60. If the empowerment is not great, the destiny points will naturally boost literary and martial prowess. Soon, just a night's sleep. Fuse the Eastern Extreme Immortal Body and Ji Kanghai's inheritance. That's simple. In the early morning, Dongyang's sleeping face was serene. A golden light film emerged on the large bed, dotted with countless blue, purple, and starry gemstones representing the opposing yin and yang sides circulating endlessly. As per his long-standing biological clock, Dongyang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the strange phenomenon instantly dissipated. In the eyes he opened, a brilliant galaxy revolved around the sun in a regular pattern, then quickly returned to normal eye color. Yan, who first awakens from the great dream? I know my whole life myself. Gathering stars to refine the great elixir, waiting for the right time of yin and yang. The horizontal scroll reads Tao Foundation, just established. Dongyang sat up, stretched his hands, lazily drank half a glass of water to moisten his throat, and opened the system panel. The star progress had indeed advanced to 60. Hey, this new enchantment is not bad. Black Tortoise Guardian. Black Tortoise belongs to water, and the water attribute talent of its subordinate forces is increased by 20. Arrayed in the north, when suffering a fatal attack, gain an invisible shield of 20 of one's own vitality to resist damage. Whenever the 7 mansions shine in the night sky, the consumed enchantment is replenished, not cumulative, for a single person at a time. A 20 shield. At level 5, it's 100, 1 extra life. It's equivalent to every leaf ninja having a nerfed version of the name Case's destiny. In battles of the same level with this error tolerance, the explosive power of the Demon King's dual protection is enough for many teams to turn the tide. Sorry, civil and military strategies. Tired and unloved. The priority of the Black Tortoise Guardian is clearly higher. After washing up, begin today's unique morning exercise. In the training ground, Dongyang closed his eyes in concentration, a spiral wind sphere in his left hand and a lightning bolt in his right, then slowly dispersed. He continued throwing kunai, instantly vanishing to retrieve the flying thunder god. Marked kunai used the illusion technique dark, stride the spirit transformation technique. Water style water formation wall, and 2 consecutive water dragon bullets. Ha ha ha. All the ninja clans of the world fall into my hands. Burning fury. Fire dog form. The ultimate move must be chanted out loud. Dongyang's chakra burst forth, sparks from his pupils, igniting his eyebrows. He grew demon dragon horns, his fiery hair blazed wildly, and a demon dragon tail formed behind him. The horns and tail were useless. Think of Kakashi's dog-head earth-style wall. Huff. This power is violent. Dongyang exhaled sparks from his nostrils, launching swift punches and mad dog elbow strikes. A dense array of dragon claw palm prints appeared within half a meter ahead, interspersed with a tracking fireball spat from his mouth. Unlike the game, reality was more flexible. After 15 minutes of relentless bombardment, Dongyang's immortal body felt a slight burning pain, and he dismissed the fire dog form. Not a short time. Even the second Raikage, using his lariat continuously, couldn't sustain his lightning release chakra mode for long. Moreover, Dongyang's immortal body wasn't instantly perfected. He needed about half a year of sleep to gradually adapt to the surging power. This fire dog form. was quite suitable for the Uchiha. Red eyes connected to the brain, elbow strikes replacing thought. Unleash the ultimate move and fiercely tear it. However, this technique was hard to learn, at least requiring Jonin level. With their physique, it would probably last like in the game, at most 1 minute of high damage burst before the meridians burned out. That's fine. This inheritance from Ji Songhai was far more valuable than its own worth. Finally manifest Kaylee's reinforcement furnace. Dongyang seemed to hear the ding 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 ding. Warsong summoning warriors the path he had come from. Simple test. Low-level reinforcement required some silver and refined iron. High-level was out of the question. Chakra iron was arranged. Seal the scroll and summon the two-tailed cat Matatabi. A palm-sized adorable pet with white fur and black stripes, pure chakra carrying a hint of the Eastern Immortal's immortal body. Summon the two-tailed cat Matatabi. A palm-sized adorable pet with white fur and black stripes, pure chakra carrying a hint of the Eastern Immortal's immortal body. Sky over the feeling of flying. Marvelous. Captain, look up in the sky. Calm down, it's the third Hokage. Third Hokage. Sugo. Matatabi descended and flew low. Dongyang waved from afar to the Uchiha of the police force, and the prestige panel suddenly lit up with a small increase in prestige value. Then no rush to the Hokage building. Let's patrol the territory first. Hokage-sama. Haha. Good morning, everyone. Half an hour passed. Prestige value easily broke 100k. Open the box now, or wait for the next 10 consecutive draws. Dongyang's heart itched. He decided to open it directly. With a clanking sound, he happily received an ordinary level enchantment point. A stroke of luck. Upgrade the freshly acquired Black Tortoise Guardian. Black Tortoise Guardian. Black Tortoise belongs to water, and the water attribute talent of its subordinate forces is increased by 40. Arrayed in the north when suffering a fatal attack, gain an invisible shield of 40 of one's own vitality to resist damage. Whenever the 7 mansions shine in the night sky, the consumed enchantment is replenished, not cumulative, for a single person at a time. Delightful. Land at the Hokage building. Dongyang turned around and landed. Matatabi instantly shrank, perched on his shoulder, nuzzling its master's cheek affectionately. Dongyang, what is this? Mirror brother, I have reached a cooperation with Mount Myaboku. Dongyang said with a smile. Notify everyone that if any child accidentally picks up a scroll or suddenly goes missing, there's no need to worry. Mount Myaboku is selecting contract partners. Oh, okay. Uchiha Mirror understood. This peculiar two-tailed cat was a gift from Mount Myaboku. Dongyang wanted this effect. He nodded to Uzumaki Mido at the second-floor window and stepped into the Hokage building. First, go to the cultural department. Here confidential documents were piled up. The sealed scroll was moved elsewhere. It was no longer needed. The room full of protective measures was set up with Kaylee's reinforcement furnace. This device, Dongyang briefly explained and said to Kagami, the first 3 reinforcements are free for priority recipients, then the ANBU and police force pay for reinforcement limited to main weapons and armor. Notify Akimichi Tofu to purchase refined iron in bulk, allow him to trade with food. After all ninjas have completed the first 3 reinforcements, those with first class Hashirama metal get 4 more free reinforcements, second class 3, and so on. Yes, I understand. Kagami nodded heavily. It was no wonder the sealed scroll was moved. If it were him, he wouldn't want it either. Before leaving, Dongyang warned that the reinforcement of the Edge Special Action Team's ninja tools must not exceed 8. If it broke, who would they cry to? He didn't care about other gamblers. Send the small blue potions to the Research Institute. Return to the office. Quickly eat breakfast. Without savoring it, Dongyang bent over his desk writing and drawing, supplementing the Flying Thunder God and the Fire Dog form inheritance. Suddenly a knock on the door. Tsunade rushed into the office like a whirlwind, shouting crisply, "Where's the flying cat?" Wow. Kawaii. Meowed. Perhaps Tsunade was too enthusiastic. Matatabi jumped to dodge her pounce. Then the two played like that, disturbing Dongyang's thoughts. He couldn't write properly, so he quickly asked Hyuga Miyuki to take them both to Uzumaki Mido. A busy morning. Dongyang finally recorded all the inheritance. Uzumaki Mido invited him to lunch for the first time, and the flavor of mapo tofu was absolutely superb, if described in one sentence. The taste of mother's cooking. During lunch, Kagami came to report an urgent matter. Lord Third, a mass brawl broke out at the Ninja Academy just now. The patrol unit from the security department was dispatched to bring the situation under control. A fight. Interesting, Dongyang said, holding his rice bowl. Who fought whom? What was the outcome? Kagami replied, it started with a few girls arguing. The Uchiha claimed that you Lord Third were the most formidable, while the Suna immigrants disagreed, insisting that the second Kazekage surpassed you. Then 3 Suna immigrant girls attacked the Uchiha. The news spread to their respective classes, and a full-scale melee erupted. The Uchiha gained the upper hand, but soon the Blood Dragon I clan joined to aid the Suna immigrants.
By the time the teachers arrived, chaos had engulfed 4 classes. The Kagaya also joined in attacking anyone in sight, which provoked collective fury and left them with the worst injuries, though none were life-threatening. A bit of a mess. The trigger was a football girl bullying a young Uchiha girl. Well, that's a rare sight these days. When Dongyang was in school, it was always the Uchiha who bullied others. What gave the Suna immigrants the right? Anyway, they didn't care, just fight it out. If the Suna immigrants still had a shred of sense, the Kagaya were simply brainless. They deserved the beating. Tsunade whispered in his ear, "Those Kagaya are so annoying. On the very first day of school they challenged me. After I beat one, another came, and their bones were as hard as rock." Heh, Dongyang smiled. If their bones weren't hard, their clan would have been wiped out long ago with that attitude. It shows the Kagaya do have their merits. True. So how do you plan to punish them? Why punish? Dongyang turned to Kagami and said, "The Suna immigrants from the 4-symbol seal deal are arriving soon. Build a park in their settlement with a 10-meter statue of the first and second Kazekage in the center. We embrace all customs and ideologies. If the Kagaya and Blood Dragon Eye clans have any requests, they can submit them to the administrative department. Finally, the little Uchiha girl who was beaten. Please have Lord Kagami take her as a disciple. Also, we can't keep calling them Suna immigrants. From now on, they shall be known as the Yellow Sands clan. The clan leaders are probably on their way to apologize. Send someone to stop them. As long as no lives are lost, minor friction at this stage is inevitable." Kagami acknowledged the order and withdrew. After the interlude, they continued eating. Tsunade blinked her big eyes and asked, "Hey, aren't you going to show yourself? Show everyone at school how formidable the fierce tiger is." "Little Tsuna," Mito Uzumaki admonished, "the first rule of a ninja is to protect your own intelligence. Do you understand?" Oh, Tsunade felt a little disappointed. She had a strong sense that Dongyang had become much stronger, but she had never seen him at full power, so she was deeply curious, and so was her grandmother. Dongyang put a meatball on Tsunade's plate. He seemed in good spirits, eating half a bowl more rice than usual, and finishing all the dishes Mito Uzumaki had made. After the meal, a cup of tea. Tsunade lay on the tatami, playing happily with the flat-backed female and the mica rabbit. Dongyang sat cross-legged in leisure, saying contentedly, "Only good food is not to be betrayed. I wonder when I'll get to taste Elder Mito's cooking again, if you're not busy." Mito Uzumaki was always so dignified. "You seem very happy. It's because the Yellow Sands clan and the Blood Dragon Eye clan have joined to balance the Uchiha, and the Kagaya haven't gotten too close to the Hyuga, isn't it?" Huh, what did she mean? Was she voluntarily opening up to him? Struggle is human nature. After external wars and internal strife begins. The Uchiha support me, I know that, and I also know they want to oppose me. But this double-edged sword, their ever-expanding arrogance, if it doesn't find an outlet and is kept in check, it will harm the civilian ninjas and villagers. Dongyang said calmly, "My situation is changing, and so are my methods. When I first took office, I truly balanced forces. Now that my position is more stable, this can be considered a form of balance." "What about the Hyuga?" Mito Uzumaki asked. "I mean, what do you need me to do? Since we are like-minded companions, I can help." "No need. Just maintain your impartiality." Dongyang said, "The clan I trust most is the Hyuga, followed by the hidden Senju. Think about the main branch's flaws, not just the branch family." "Main branch?" Mito Uzumaki was confused. She knew the branch family had issues, but where did the main branch's problems lie? "I don't understand. Please enlighten me." "Third. Miyuki, what do you think?" Hyuga Miyuki, speaking in a trembling voice from fear, replied, "Are they too sheltered?" "Something like that." Dongyang explained, "The first Hokage protected the village in the battle with Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Lord Tobirama protected his juniors and died at the Thunder God Gorge. 2 generations of Hokage practiced their will to protect with their lives. The actions of the leaders are imitated by the subordinates. Can the main branch do that? Do people believe they can? At the root, the main branch are the protected ones. Not only the branch family, but they are also cut off from all other ninjas. A lonely minister has no friends, so I am very at ease." Mito Uzumaki was startled. Looking at it from this perspective, not to mention the 3rd Hokage's ultimate goal of immortality following the normal succession of the 4th and 5th. As long as the Hyuga branch family system exists, the difficulty of becoming Hokage would be immense. "I see. The 3rd sees the big from the small." Mito Uzumaki admired. Dongyang waved his hand and said, "Ah, it's just a matter of perspective. With your wisdom, Elder Mito, you might do a better job as Hokage than I." "You flatter me." "I'm far from it." Mito Uzumaki suddenly remembered something and said, "It's getting late. Miyuki, could you please take little Tsuna back to school?" Her little secretary was not there. She had gone out to wash dishes. Tsunade's innocent laughter came from the side, and she heard her calling, "Grandma, can I skip school?" "No." "Then let Micah come with me." "Dongyang senpai," she pleaded in a soft, whining tone. Dongyang crossed his arms and said,
Unless you call me sensei, no way. Sensei. Haha, I agree. Yay? Let's go, Micah. Tsunade jumped up happily, afraid that Dongyang would change his mind, and ran out of the room with the two little ones and Hyuga Miyuki. Little Tsuna, don't let her fly. Oh well, be careful. I know Grandma see you tonight. Only Dongyang and Mito Uzumaki were left in the office. For some reason the atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Dongyang wanted to yawn, but forced himself to hold it back. Mito Uzumaki refilled the tea for the third time. Just as she was about to speak, the Ninetales chakra suddenly rebelled. This time was different from before. Roar. The Ninetales' furious howl penetrated into reality. Mito Uzumaki grimaced in pain, clutching her abdomen as she slumped onto the tatami. Her chakra leaked out in a bright yellow halo, slowly solidifying. Dongyang flashed over and held Mito Uzumaki in his arms, activating the Polaris Eye to suppress the Ninetales. This resistance was more intense than ever before, and it was becoming difficult to control. Ninetales, you dare. Roar. Dongyang's eyes opened and closed. A resplendent golden immortal robe adorned him with mysterious blue-violet patterns, a starry cape, like a celestial being of the former heavenly court. The Polaris Eye forcefully suppressed the raging Ninetales. Roar. Ow. No. What's happening? No. Two notes, one from the Ninetales' agonized cry, and one from Dongyang's panicked shout. Because within the sealed space the great fox's main body shattered inch by inch into pure chakra, the Ninetales had died. And as the Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki would face the same fate of death. Lord Third. Get out. No one is to enter. Dongyang dismissed the young secretary. He focused on examining Mito Uzumaki's condition. He had been overly anxious. She was undoubtedly crossing the first step of the divine ladder, and had incidentally brought the Ninetales along. The original sealed space had become a true alternate dimension. The chakra shattered by the Ninetales was scattered and chaotic, with no division into yin and yang. Her breathing was steady. She was alive. That was all that mattered. Mito Uzumaki suddenly furrowed her brows, muttering as if in a nightmare. Ninetales, it's your doing. Get away. Third. I'm here. Dongyang tightened his grip on Mito's hand. What was happening? Could it be a struggle for the soul's consciousness? What to do? Sweat beaded on Dongyang's forehead. Then a flash of inspiration struck. He focused his Polaris Eye, scanning and halting at the center of Mito's brow. The power to perceive truth. The vision shifted. He saw it. A gray-white mental space. Mito Uzumaki stood atop the Hokage building, radiating dozens of adamantine sealing chains, attempting to seal the great fox once more. The Ninetales, driven by an instinctive fear of those chains, zigzagged to evade, its tail snapping a utility pole and hurling it at Mito. Just then the sunlight blazed brilliant, and the gray-white mental space became more vivid. The utility pole dissolved into a bubble midair. Nanny! The Ninetales looked up in astonishment. There was no sun. Instead, a massive flaming eye occupied the sky. The other half of the heavens was. Mito Uzumaki was draped in a blue-purple immortal robe, majestic and sacred like the mother of stars. Dongyang's outside intervention. The mental space hovered between reality and illusion. Since his Polaris Eye could perceive truth, the operation was simple. He cast his gaze to affirm Mito's reality and negate the Ninetales, rendering the creature so weak its legs gave way. Third. Adamantine sealing chains. Mito Uzumaki erupted with full power, countless chains binding the Ninetales from all directions, dragging it back. You can't do this. Oh. The Ninetales let out a final mournful cry. The mental space slowly faded. The vision returned to reality. Mito Uzumaki opened her eyes. Dongyang dispelled his sage mode, took a breath, and asked with concern, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" "Thank you. I may have walked the path of immortality before you." Mito Uzumaki said uncertainly, "My alternate dimension seems capable of developing into a small world, but it will take a very, very long time." "Haha, congratulations then." Mito turned her head aside, gently tugging her hand that was held, a blush swiftly creeping up her fair neck. "Thank you. I may have walked the path of immortality before you." Mito Uzumaki said uncertainly, "My alternate dimension seems capable of No. Milady, you know my heart. The Ninetales is outside." What? Mito's heart was about to leap out of her chest. Her voice trembled as she said, "After all these years together, I don't want to kill it. Devouring its soul and consciousness feels wrong. Can you wait for me?" Dongyang said nothing. He gently stroked the soft skin of her hand with his thumb. Mito tried to concentrate, but to little effect. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared for several minutes. A mass of chakra emerged from her brow. Before long, a tiny Ninetales cub rolled to the ground. "Yep, you shameless couple. Give me back my original body." "Wah." The cub's voice was androgynous, its fur bristling with fury. Then it was bound by adamantine sealing chains into a tight, impenetrable bundle. The red-haired lad, a signal. Dongyang received it. The door opened. Lord Hokage, how is Aunt Mito? Go and she's fine now. Dongyang held the nine tails by the scruff of its neck. Fearing its loose tongue, Mito had placed 3 layers of memory seals on it. First to the cultural department. He tossed the nine tails to the veteran shinobi, intending to drain all its knowledge of Inyang release. A pity though. Mito Uzumaki had successfully ascended. The system panel's progress bar remained at 60. He returned to his own office to work. Miyuki. Hi. Lord Third, what are you thinking about so lost in thought? Nothing. Yes. Kōga Miyuki contradicted herself, then quickly prostrated herself. Forgive me. Punish your servant, please. Get up. What's the matter? Your lips are a bit swollen. Kōga Miyuki knelt weakly. I am guilty for prying into your privacy. Summa Mason. What an awkward moment. Dongyang touched his lips. He had planned to skip work in the afternoon, but Mito disagreed, and ended up biting him. You deserve punishment. Hi. Come here. Hi. Look up. Hi. A long while passed. Their lips parted. Not as sweet as the red-haired lattice. Kōga Miyuki finally managed to breathe, her hands barely supporting her on the floor, trembling. Dongyang's voice came, this way you won't get distracted during work hours, Miyuki. Yes, master. Oh. I like that title. It is my honor. Kōga Miyuki declared firmly. I swear eternal loyalty to my master, and I will never dare to be jealous of Elder Mito. Please do not abandon Miyuki. So that's what you're worried about. Dongyang chuckled. Miyuki, you underestimate a man's possessiveness. Also, I permit you to be jealous of her. Master. The young widow was deeply moved. Dongyang said gently, stop kneeling, get up. Make some tea. That's more important. Your master is very high. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Then he reviewed a briefing from the agriculture department. Suddenly a thought struck him. He hadn't set up any greenhouses, so there would be no fresh vegetables or fruit in winter. Understood, master. Kōga Miyuki hurried out of the office. Dongyang continued reading a briefing from the infrastructure department. The construction of the nursing home was proceeding smoothly. Honestly, this initiative and its understood, master. Kōga Miyuki hurried out of the office. Dongyang continued reading a briefing from the infrastructure department. The construction of the nursing home was proceeding smoothly. Honestly, this initiative and its costs were somewhat idealistic. But how to put it? If it were a country or the entire shinobi world, Dongyang certainly couldn't manage it. Within Konoha's own small territory, though, it was feasible. Good news from the Trade Department. The 4 major nations purchased the technology transfer rights for television sets. Another tidy sum of money came in. The key point was that the 3 major magic plan. Good news from the Trade Department. The 4 major nations purchased the technology transfer rights for television sets. Another tidy sum of money came in. The key point was that the 3 major magic plans now had a platform to be implemented. The event accelerator card was at work. The medical department's standard blood puppet design. The earlier ordinary prototype had been sampled, and it only needed the installation of an inner bladder and a spraying device. Naraluha had an idea to stockpile a toxic blood bank exclusively for the blood dragon eye. Rather ruthless. Approved. Half a month slipped by in a flash. Kylie's reinforcement furnace operated ceaselessly day and night. Smoke was out of the question, for compared to the millions of brave warriors, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Every ninja in the village now possessed a set of 3 main weapons and armor, yet the star progression bar had only increased by a mere 1. Reinforcement 3 was still far too low. The next target was 7. Refined iron resources were being consumed too rapidly. The ultimate goal, 2 full sets of 12 qualitative transformation for all, was something even Dongyang dared not imagine. If later on an empowerment that increased luck were to appear, a 20-year deadline might be feasible. The system panel now showed a total progress of 62. The remaining 1 was contributed by Dongyang himself. 2 mornings ago, upon waking, he had completed the first crossing of the Divine Ascent stairway, allowing his Polaris Eye and Eastern Extreme Immortal Body to resonate more harmoniously. This was not the end. The Eastern Extreme Immortal Body held countless latent potentials awaiting excavation. Originally planned to sleep for half a year to gradually adapt to the surging power, the timeline had been shortened by approximately 2 months. One piece of information emerged here: natural evolution could be accelerated through external forces. Moreover, severing the connection with ancestors and climbing the Divine Ascent stairway held far greater significance than Dongyang had imagined. As is well known, chakra originates from the Divine Tree and the Otsutsuki. In the ancient and powerful past, whether it was the 6 Paths brothers Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, the path to strength could only gravitate toward these 2 sources. The true meaning of natural evolution lies in infinite possibilities. As it develops to later stages, it is not inferior to the ancient and powerful past. It may even surpass it. This was clearly demonstrated by Uzumaki Mito,
Her true alternate dimension would next divide chaos into yin and yang, then evolve into a small world. Moreover, a crucial point in the original story, Six Paths Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki could not be harmed by ordinary ninjutsu. Although Dongyang had not yet reached that level, he had at least laid some foundation. When faced with Uzumaki Mito's adamantine chains, he was still controlled by her, albeit the effect was only mediocre. So the question arose, what would happen after crossing several more layers of the divine ascent stairway? Her adamantine ceiling could no longer be called a bloodline limit. It was a nascent divine ability of her innate bloodline, or even a great divine ability. Correspondingly, the natural evolution of ninjutsu equals spell techniques. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Then what about magic? Dongyang was grateful that he had not missed the natural evolution due to low numerical values. From now on, he would keep his eyes wide open. This kind of empowerment was a must-choose. He woke up. Last night, he had stayed over at the Senju residence. Except for the final step. Men understood. Dongyang washed up, then stepped out of the room to find a thin layer of snow outside, the first snowfall of this winter. At the training ground, Tsunade exhaled puffs of white mist from her small mouth, entirely absorbed and earnest in her practice. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, her little tricks grew increasingly skillful. Small tricks, great effect. They were enough for her to bully 97 of her peer ninja. Others knew the tactic well, but the problem was they simply couldn't overcome. Dongyang stood still, closed his eyes, and concentrated for a minute. Sage chakra slowly materialized into a firedog form referencing Iron Man's armor assembly. The process had to be cool. A faint sound of trickling water. Dongyang spread his hands, and several small water dragons coiled around his arms, distinct from his sage fire release chakra. As mentioned earlier, the firedog form's attacks carried continuous burning damage. Upon contact with a water release, it instantly vaporized and triggered all the accumulated burn damage. That was the purpose of the small water dragons. Explosive damage without limit. It was only after crossing the first layer of the divine ascent stairway with his sage chakra greatly increased that he could barely unleash this new sage technique. Time to test the endurance of the sage fire dog form. Dongyang blasted out a dragon claw seal which flew to a distant wall, in an instant erupting into a blazing sea of fire. No good. Too scattered, not condensed enough. The second dragon claw seal traveled only a meter, but the terrifying power within it far surpassed the first. Killing was the goal, smoke without injury was pointless. Then came a dense barrage of fierce attacks. Full power lasted exactly 2 minutes. Dongyang's sage chakra was completely drained, and the firedog form remained, but only with ordinary level power. Sugoi. Dongyang sensei, teach me. Tsunade's large eyes shone with adoration and longing. Dongyang extinguished the technique and said, don't even think about it. You can't learn it. Just focus on training your monster strength. Why not? Tsunade's voice turned tearful. We're both cripples when it comes to high-level ninjutsu, yet you've been secretly working hard behind my back. It has nothing to do with hard work, Dongyang quickly said. My body is developing, entering a new phase where my ninjutsu talent is awakening. When you turn 16, you'll have a chance to. Believe me. Really. 100% pure truth. At worst, he could choose an empowerment that increased all attribute talent paired with a max-level Xuanwu Guardian Water attribute stacking to eventually use water release. Of course, it would be best if she simply forgot about this. Hey, are you trying to trick me? No, I swear. Tsunade's bad feeling vanished. Half believing, she said, then let's pinky swear. If you're lying to me, you'll never find a girlfriend for the rest of your life. That's too cruel a price. That's why we use it for the pinky swear. Tsunade looked smug. Everyone knows the third Hokage's dream is to establish the Polaris bloodline clan. Fine, let's pinky swear. Dongyang extended his little finger. A big one and a small one locked together. Now he was thoroughly entangled by this little girl. The dream of ninjutsu. Thinking back to his own past, Tsunade's equal share of pain made her a pitiful child too. Next, Dongyang supervised Tsunade's morning training, telling her that only by exercising well, not being picky with food, and growing taller, would she have a better chance of awakening her ninjutsu talent. Tsunade truly believed him. Full of motivation, she pounded the wooden training post until Uzumaki Mito called them for breakfast, and only then did she reluctantly leave the training ground. Dudu Pink Bakumu, Tsunade's voice arrived before she did. The two little ones were happily eating their own portions. Uzumaki Mito's cooking was top tier. Shao Gang, wash your hands. Coming, Grandma. You look even more beautiful today. Uzumaki Mito dried Tsunade's little paws and pinched her cheek. Sweet talk won't work. You have to behave and attend school properly this week. Tsunade's cheerful mood instantly dropped 2 notches. Her twin ponytails wilted as she mumbled an "oh" and began her breakfast. The breakfast was Dongyang's plagiarized soup dumplings. Tsunade held one and slowly sucked the soup. Her low spirits quickly rebounded. So delicious. Grandma, can we have this again tomorrow? Of course, Uzumaki Mito said with deep affection. Dongyang was too busy devouring his food to even speak. The warm breakfast came to an end. Dongyang rode Yunmu, carrying Tsunade to school, then detoured to the Hokage building. His reputation points had reached 600, so instead of doing a single draw, he saved for a tentpole and planned a big deal. Today a Jonin meeting was held. It wasn't necessarily called for urgent matters. It was organized periodically, much like a democratic life meeting. This time the focus was on the Ketsuryugen of the Kagaya clan, as well as the only Jonin castaways from the 2 batches of the Yellow Sand tribe. All the others were disposable chunin. The Tsunagakure couldn't afford to keep them treating Konoha like a garbage dump. 10 years later, Dongyang would make the 3rd Kazekage cry in the bathroom. Characteristic empowerment. Did they think it was a joke? At 9 o'clock, the Jonin meeting convened on schedule. Friends sat together chatting softly. The 6 elders, including Uzumaki Mido, emerged from the backstage one after another. The grand finale was the greatest mountain and the longest river of the future ninja world. Lord 3rd Hokage. Lord Hokage. Everyone please take your seats. Dongyang raised his hand to press down. His underlings bowed in unison, then sat down with a rustling sound, somehow giving the impression of a gang meeting. It's rare to gather like this. The Yellow Sand clan, the Kagaya, and Blood Dragon Eye newcomers. Many of you may not have seen them before. The 3 of you formally introduce yourselves. Dongyang said, looking to his left. The immigrants from small villages like Takigakure had not a single Jonin among them. They had already integrated into the civilian ninja population. The only Jonin representative of the Yellow Sand clan, understanding the cue, stood up and said, "Hello everyone, I am Midoro, proficient in wind release and sealing jutsu. Friends of Uzumaki, let's discuss sealing knowledge together when we have a chance." "You are most welcome, Jonin Maduro." An old man from the Uzumaki branch clan responded. Kagaya Junmeifing introduced himself in turn. "I am Kagaya Junmeifing with the Shikatsu Miyako bloodline limit. Although the Kagaya clan has many character flaws, we will always be your most reliable comrades. I swear by the name of the 1,000-year ninja clan." A thunderclap out of the blue. Everyone present couldn't help but turn their heads. The Kagaya clan, but then not so annoying. Oya Masao concluded, "I am representing the children of the Blood Dragon Eye. I am very willing to team up with the Kagaya and firmly support the leadership of the Hokage." "Very good." Dongyang looked around the room and said, "First, congratulations to our village for raising its paper strength to another level." Why do I say paper strength? I think you all know the reason. The great integration of ninja clans is a gradual process. It has been less than a month since the Kagaya and Blood Dragon Eye joined. Our village is like a cub that has overeaten, suffering from indigestion. Today's meeting, I'm not going to talk about policies or achievements. Let's have a life meeting. Anyone with grievances, including opinions about me, let's sweat it out and redden our faces. Dongyang took a brief breath and said, "Let me start with myself. I am very dissatisfied with Elder Mido. I have been studying sealing jutsu for a while, and recently I have gained some confidence. I asked her to teach me the Yin seal technique. This technique involves the brain and is extremely dangerous, but she always turns me down due to work busyness." Words that were half true, half false. In reality, Dongyang was improving the Yin seal and pestering Uzumaki Mido to discuss its secrets. She was cooperative at first, but developing a new technique cannot be rushed, at least take it slow. "Elder Mido, how could you do this?" Uchiha Munakata blasted. "Lord Third's matters are above all else. Correct your attitude. If this happens again, we Uchiha will be the first to oppose." Uzumaki Mido flushed with anger, and under the table, she gave Dongyang a hard kick. "Yes, I admit my mistake. I will cooperate with the 3rd Hokage to complete the Yin seal as soon as possible. I will be watching you." Uchiha Munakata pointed at his own eyes. Dongyang got another kick because of that. Over there, Senju Ryuzen wanted to say something, but it was really hard to speak up in this situation. Dongyang shifted his position to the left and said, "Elder Mido's issue is a bit exaggerated. Anyway, that's the gist. Who wants to go second?" "Me." Uzumaki Mido's feminine sensibility took over and she counterattacked. "I am also dissatisfied with the 3rd Hokage. Because of his indulgence, he is hindering little Tsunade's growth. She used to skip class occasionally, but now it's every week." "He'll reflect." Dongyang quickly responded, "I will correct it. Elder Mido is right. I hope everyone will take me as a warning." Uzumaki Mido gave a cold snort and temporarily let him off. The venue fell into a brief silence because the impact was too great. So this is what reddening faces and sweating meant. "I'm the 3rd. Maduro from the Yellow Sand clan boldly opened fire. The Uchiha are too outrageous. Since the Ninja Academy brawl incident, the police force originally patrolled our settlement normally, but according to my observation, the time they stay has been reduced by 2/3. It's equivalent to taking a quick glance and leaving." Uchiha Munakata, do you dare to admit it? Uchiha Munakata slammed the table. "So what if I retaliate?" "No one has ever dared to bully Uchiha's cubs. This is a warning to you." Uchiha Munakata, Uchiha Munakatsu yelled even louder. How dare the police force abuse public office for private gain? Can't you retaliate openly? Playing such petty tricks as a fellow Uchiha, I am ashamed of you. And, in that Ninja Academy brawl, why did the third Hokage designate Kagami to take on a female disciple? It was an act of sincere care. Your children are so capable collectively isolating little Yumi, the victim bullied by 3 yellow sand girls calling her the shame of the Uchiha. Absolutely outrageous. Passionate tone. Dongyang hadn't expected the aftermath of the Ninja Academy warm-up match to be so strong. Uchiha Munakata, truly wicked in a lovable way. Senju Ryuzan seized the opportunity to avenge Uzumaki Mido, and said, regardless the police force neglected their duty. Please Lord Third Hokage impose a punishment. Nara Rokawa declared his stance. Hyuga Tenjin and others then voiced their support. Uchiha Munakata finally panicked, realizing that he seemed to have caused a huge disaster. He regretted not listening to the advice of the 4 elders of his own faction. Dongyang lightly tapped the table with a solemn face and said, regarding the issue of abusing public office for private gain, Elder Munakata, do you realize your mistake? Yes, Lord Third Hokage. All the fault lies in my selfishness. Uchiha Munakata's attitude of admitting fault was good. Dongyang smiled and said, everyone, no need to be so serious. I said we would sweat and redden faces so naturally I won't make a big deal out of it. What if someone later is afraid of offending others and doesn't dare to speak the truth? Elder Munakata, a minor punishment as a major warning. Go back and write 1,000-word self-criticism. Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock log in to the Konoha news channel and read it aloud to the entire village. I hope you won't betray my trust again. Uchiha Munakata bowed his head in shame. Apologizing on TV, such a humiliating thing. It would have been better to punish him. Dongyang finally said, the same goes for everyone. As long as it's not a major issue of principle today, I will let bygones be bygones. Lord Third is benevolent. Alright, who's next? Me. The police force squad leader stood up and said, Uchiha Munakatsu. You old fellow, you actually colluded with outsiders to oppress Lord Munakatsu, utterly disregarding clan law. The Uchiha from the construction department immediately retorted, is clan law above the constitution? You were wrong in the first place. We admitted it. But are you worthy of the Uchiha names? That question should be asked of yourself. The 2 sides were quarreling fiercely, growing more intense. Dongyang beckoned to Hyuga Miyuki and instructed her to prepare lunch for everyone. All work for today was to be postponed, focusing solely on this life meeting. On the other side, Uchiha Munakatsu subtly stroked his small mustache, thinking that if he hadn't decisively reprimanded Munakata, it wouldn't have been so easy to— mindless fool, trying to imitate the third Hokage's schemes. Can you even pull it off? After lunch, the Yuzhibo were still full of energy. Everyone decided not to indulge them any longer. If they kept arguing, there would be no chance for others. I am dissatisfied with the excessive number of low-level land reclamation missions, said the Chuanzhong Jonin. At least occasionally assign other tasks. The children are in their prime of innocence. Doing repetitive work will drain all their spiritual energy. This is my fault, said Dongyang. The land will be frozen in winter, so there will be no more land reclamation missions. Therefore, next year various departments will add temporary positions. Today assist the security department in patrols, tomorrow help at the TV station and the construction department, medical department, etc. They can learn a lot of use. I too apologize to everyone for neglecting the children's growth. Thank you Jonin Xuanzhonghu for your guidance, said Rixiang Tianren bowing. I dare not accept such a grand gesture. I have no more objections. Xuanzhong, who sat down voluntarily. I have something to say. Everyone's face is dark. You again, said Majuayuo. The village's treatment is too good. The harsh environment of the sand shinobi can forge sharp and resilient weapons. I propose reducing the subsidies for low-level missions. Enough. Huey Junmeifeng couldn't stand it and stepped forward to oppose. You're amazing. We've endured hardships before, and we've finally obtained this life. Though it's been short, we Huey are willing to protect this home. Sand shinobi are poorer than mist shinobi. Go back and ask your own children who wants to eat sand. There's definitely something wrong with your head. Meaningless suffering. Indeed, a closed mind. Dongyang coughed lightly and said, let's keep it a normal discussion. No personal attacks. The strong never complain about the environment, whether it's harsh or prosperous. It sounds reasonable at first, but on second thought it seems to be endorsing Majuluo's words. Xuanhua Shuehu added, the subsidies for low-level missions are actually welfare for civilian families. The ninja clan children don't lack this money. What do they really lack? They never lack it. It's almost the 19th year of my. For the past 19 years, everyone has gotten by like this. The village's prosperity proves that the environment has limited influence on shinobi. The real reason lies in ideology. That's right, agreed on Mashior. My fights for protection and peace, sand shinobi struggle for survival.
There is no high or low, everyone is. Majiwaluo wanted to say, I don't agree with your protection. Peace is even more hypocritical. But looking at the shinobi present he thought, are they all? Obviously everyone was very smart, and he couldn't find a rebuttal. Perhaps the sand shinobi environment had influenced him. Majiwaluo sat back down with a head. A Chinsho clan member said, I am dissatisfied with Lord Longshan. The recharging device he created has caused the sealing team to stop maintaining the barrier. Half of them have nothing to do. I fear that one day similar things will happen everywhere, and the meaning of a shinobi's existence will be destroyed by his own hands. Baka. Chinsho Longshan stomped his foot and said, Suinrin, you brat. After the meeting, I'll teach you a lesson. The third Hokage has already considered your concerns. What are you always thinking about these messy nonsense? Sunrin shrank his neck and muttered quietly, It's precisely because I'm too idle that I think about these messy things. What did you say? How dare you talk back? Chinsho Longshan was furious. His senior aura was fully unleashed. Xuanhua Shuehu with a headache held her forehead and said, All right, Longshan, have you seen anyone else become so irritable when criticized? Calm down. I will not calm down. Chinsho Longshan said indignantly, What do you know, you brat? I toil day and night to breed would release ninja beasts to achieve the new glory of the Chinsho clan, and yet you are dissatisfied with me. Bastard. What? Would release ninja beasts? When did this happen? Is it true, Lord Longshan? One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The Research Institute is an independent organization. Even the 6 elders were unaware of the inside story. Now a major research project was directly exposed. Everyone please calm down. Dongyang said, the wood-release ninja beasts have indeed made great progress. Not only that, in a few years, everyone will have a powerful ninja beast. For now, do not spread this matter. Yes. Third Hokage-sama. As for the issue, Sunrin worries about the sealing team will be split into 2 departments in the future, sealing and barrier. There's no need to worry about losing jobs, on the contrary, I will deploy more shinobi. Off. Sunrin blurted out, everyone will be idle together. Shut up, you brat. Chinsho Longshan said angrily, the third Hokage has his own plans. Idle together. You're thinking too well. Yes. I'm sorry. Third Hokage-sama, Lord Longshan. Dongyang naturally forgave him. Speaking of which, splitting the barrier and sealing departments is related to the future assignment of Yuzhibo Jing. It's about a field army unit that is concentrated and managed without other duties. It's definitely not possible now. Work towards this goal. One day he will achieve the various attributes of an emperor. Shuahoman Yin then raised his hand and said, I am dissatisfied with Zhuanqin Xiaochun. We used to be close friends who talked about everything, but now it's especially hard to find her. I'm really busy. Zhuanqin Xiaochun said with an ugly expression, Yin, can't we talk privately? What do you mean by this? Former teammates openly tearing each other apart. What a delight. Dongyang, unable to favor either side, nudged Xuanhua Shuehu under the table, signaling her to handle it. Xuanhua Shuehu rolled her beautiful eyes. After all, it was his fault. Ahem, work has alienated friendship. How about this, Yin, you transfer to the finance department to assist Xiaochun. Elder Xiaoer, is that acceptable? I'm afraid that's not appropriate, said Anma Xiaoer. Elder Shuehu, think about it, once we set this precedent, everyone will request transfers. That would cause chaos. That's true. I was inconsiderate. Shuahoman Yin quickly said, 2 lords, I have no intention of transferring. I'm simply dissatisfied with Xiaochun. Shuahoman Yin. That's enough. Zhuanqin Xiaochun said angrily, why are you dissatisfied with me? Do I owe you? Back then it was I who helped you see the situation clearly. Don't think I don't know who you're partial to. Shuahoman Yin turned pale and said in panic, no. I'm sorry, Xiaochun. I apologize to you. All right. Dongyang, having watched the drama unfold, finally spoke up. We are comrades who have lived and died together. Understand and tolerate each other. Let's stop here. Yes. Third Hokage-sama. Zhuanqin Xiaochun was arrogant. As for Shuahoman Yin, he looked like a defeated dog. Rishang Tianren snorted with laughter. He was used to watching the drama in the judicial department, and this backstabbing among teammates was extremely amusing. Naoyang Luha saw clearly. It turned out that the third Hokage had already distinguished loyalty and treachery early on. In that case, Yuanfei Raizen and Jitsuin Tuanzang died without grievance. The red-faced and sweating meeting continued. Indeed, it revealed many potential issues. In Dongyang's notebook, many names were written: Yuzhibo Long, Majualuo, Chuanzhong, Hu Sunrin. All were talented individuals with insightful thoughts. This meeting, it was a good one. The next day, heavy snow continued to fall relentlessly. After finishing the backlog of work, Dongyang took advantage of the morning hours to summon Uchiha Takashi, appointing him as the interim minister of culture. He also relieved Kagami of his concurrent duties, allowing him to focus fully on the government affairs department. Dongyang was confident that Uchiha Takashi, with his linguistic artistry of never uttering the word baka yet lacing every sentence with profanity, and his ability to dissect thoughts, morals, and kinship could perfectly handle the propaganda work of the television station and newspapers. After waking from his midday nap, he continued by summoning Inuzuka Toru, appointing him as the minister of the ninja sect. Madara was put in charge of the Chunin guidance class, a pre-existing institution akin to adult vocational college. However, the Chunin training period was extremely short, lasting only about half a month. Dongyang then increased the weight of the guidance class, stipulating a 3-month training period. With this as a foundation, the framework for a university was as for the sealing team, he decisively split it. The idle personnel formed a special task force to research portable barrier formations, which could be assembled immediately when troops set up camp during rapid marches in wartime. A knock on the door. Uchiha Kagami entered. Dongyang, the hidden rain village and the land of iron have entered a winter truce. The rain ninja have sent word through our ENBU wanting to purchase more grain, and they are willing to pay double the price. Oh, Dongyang said, in that case let's withdraw our ENBU. Stop playing with the 4 great ninja villages and settle down for the winter. As for Hanzo, that ambitious man, Dongyang had reason to suspect that Hanzo's decision to start the war just before the autumn harvest was intentional, to buy large quantities of grain to aid the civilians and gain unprecedented prestige. If the daimyo of the Land of Rain couldn't grasp this logic, he would soon be manipulated by Hanzo. That would explain the inconsistencies in the logic of the Second Great Ninja War. Dongyang was reluctant to sell him grain. But if he didn't, Hanzo would keep raising the price, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire would sell it anyway. Reply to the Rain Ninja, we agree to the transaction. Yes. By the way, Dongyang asked, at yesterday's Jonin meeting you took on a female disciple named Yumi, right? I heard the children of the radical faction see her as a disgrace. If necessary, arrange for her to move out of the clan compound. Uchiha Kagami said, I've considered that, but Yumi is very stubborn. She insists on proving herself to everyone. Recently, her emotional agitation caused a chakra outburst. I suspect she's about to awaken her Sharingan. Dongyang said, it's best to let nature take its course. Premature awakening could be a burden. There's no war threat now, so don't push the child too hard. MM'll handle it immediately. But as fate would have it, less than 10 minutes later, Uchiha Kagami rushed back in panic. Dongyang, something's wrong. The Ninja Academy started afternoon classes, but the teacher kept waiting for Yumi. They found only a suicide note. She's gone. Don't panic. Give me the letter. Dongyang unfolded the letter and read it quickly. The handwriting was ugly. Well, that wasn't the point right now. The letter's content was simple. Uchiha Yumi didn't mind being isolated. With the noble bloodline of the Sharingan, she was confident that one day she could defeat those 3 sand girls. But if her presence caused the conflict between the radical and conservative factions to escalate, and made her grandfather and father argue, she chose to let the world forget her. Dongyang felt something stuck in his throat. This damn precociousness of the shinobi world. Miyuki, issue an emergency mission. Mobilize all villagers. Turn the village upside down to find Uchiha Yumi. Hi. Calculating the time since Uchiha Yumi disappeared, at most an hour and a half. How far could a 6-year-old girl run? The answer was, damn it, they couldn't find her. The heavy snow had covered all traces. Perhaps someone had been close to her, but she had hidden in advance, passing by just for 2 full nights and 1 day. Uchiha Munakata's eyes were bloodshot, his lips covered in blisters. Uchiha Munakatsu was coughing and ill, but he insisted on continuing the search. At dawn, the snow finally stopped. Dongyang rode on Yunmu, holding Tsunade, who had insisted on coming along as they aimlessly patrolled the forests around the village. He had inquired at Mount Mayaboku. There was no reverse summoning of Uchiha Yumi. He had gone to the Uchiha shrine at the Naka River. She wasn't there either. Chirp, chirp, a hawk soared in the distance. Dongyang's spirits suddenly lifted. Silently praying it was good news, he took the message from the hawk. The words discovery at the Valley of the End caught his eye. Yunmu, head west. Dongyang, did you find her? The cold wind howled. Tsunade felt a little jealous. Really making everyone worry so much. Dongyang, let me ask you, if I got lost one day, would you come looking for me like this? Of course. Then let's pinky swear. Okay. Dongyang pinched Tsunade's little nose. But I warn you, never do what Uchiha Yumi did. Your grandmother might beat you to death. What nonsense. I've grown up and am sensible now. Tsunade said in a mature tone, I'm not as fragile as Uchiha Yumi. Grandpa second told me long ago that the Uchiha are like that, too sensitive over small issues. A bit, yes. Yunmu, fly that way. I feel we're close. At the critical moment, Tsunade activated her intuitive navigation. Behind them, they could already see the ninja forces gathering on the ground. Ahead lay an endless forest of snow. Yunmu twitched its nose, adjusting direction based on the source of the scent. There, over a dozen wolf carcasses stained the snow red. A tiny figure sat by a campfire roasting meat. Suddenly sensing something, she flashed onto a tree branch above, holding a kunai in a defensive stance. The key point her eyes, 2 on the left, 3 on the right. The little face was smudged with charcoal, a pure wildness awakening within her. The fearless courage of facing nature deeply resonated with Dongyang. This was the path he had walked. He still remembered the year he was 4, unwilling to be mediocre for 2 lifetimes, setting out on the road to Konoha. Looking back now, he really wasn't afraid of death back then. At that moment, a thought solidified in Dongyang's heart, like never before: pair her with Tsunade to form a team and nurture this original character card with all his heart. Forget about Nono Yakushi or Shinku Yuhi, they would all come second. Third Hokage-sama. Why are you here? Yunmu descended slowly. Dongyang didn't answer directly. Smells good. Come down and keep roasting the meat. We haven't had breakfast yet. Uchiha Yumi jumped to the ground, her eyes darting away from Dongyang's gaze, silently turning the wolf meat over the fire. Tsunade said bluntly, do you know how worried everyone has been? The whole village searched for you for 2 days. I'm sorry. No need to apologize, Yumi. Dongyang smiled. We all have our own thoughts. You did something you believed was right, but you're still too young. Uchiha Yumi lowered her head. Thank you, third Hokage-sama. I've awakened my Sharingan. I can take care of myself. Nanny! Tsunade exclaimed, are you still thinking of running away? Uchiha Yumi remained silent. The campfire crackled. Uchiha Kagami and his team arrived, saw the scene, and waited outside in tacit understanding. He trusted Dongyang to correct Yumi's thinking. By the way, he said, I should thank you, Yumi. Huh? I don't understand. Dongyang added firewood to the campfire and said, I thank you for showing me my former self. Now only a hollow shell of pride remains, and I have forgotten that courage to stake everything on a single throw. Yuzhibo Yume felt an inexplicable sense of being acknowledged. The third Hokage's gratitude. So she had done so much after all. Dongyang struck while the iron was hot. Yumi, you are a child with great ideas. As for the issue between the radical and conservative factions, what do you think is the cause? Yuzhibo Yume had thought about this before and quickly replied, because we lost the legendary Lord Bane. If he were still here. Yes, indeed. Dongyang followed her words. So the opposition between the 2 factions has nothing to do with you. It is a shackle you imposed on yourself. They have been arguing for over a decade, and everyone has grown accustomed to it. It seems so. Yuzhibo Yume said, simply because of opposition they oppose the other faction. Right and wrong no longer matter. I think this is not good. Have you thought about change? Yuzhibo Yume said with longing. Every Yuzhibo wants change. Although Lord Ban's name is a tacit taboo, we still hope to restore the glory of his reign. Gangzhou pouted and said, you Yuzhibo are really twisted. Elder Munfang took revenge on the Yellow Sand tribe because of you, but then regards you as a disgrace. The same logic applies. Even if the 2 factions clash because of you, so what? Running away secretly is a coward's act. If it were me, I would punch down all who defied. Resolve the problem, Hiden. Yuzhibo Yume shook her head. I've thought about it. It's impossible to achieve. Only by leaving is the best outcome. How do you know if you don't try it? Idiot Shinsho. What? You dare to curse me? Can't be bothered with you, you big idiot. Want to fight? Come on. The scene before their eyes. It was as if the first Hokage and Yuzhibo Ban had reappeared. Dongyang, instead of stopping them, took the grilled meat from Yuzhibo Yumi's hand and gestured for them to begin their show. The 2 children came to an open snowy field. They formed the seal of confrontation. Gangzhou charged first with a fierce momentum. Yuzhibo Yumi's Tomo rotated in her eyes as she nimbly dodged the flurry of pink fists. Under these eyes of mine, all your movements will be exposed. Smug Yuzhibo. Die. Idiot Shinsho. He'll defeat you. They were getting into a Chinibu state. Yuzhibo Yume began to seize the initiative at a faster pace, but her attacks rarely landed because of Gangzhou's keen intuition, which allowed her to anticipate and block in advance. Snow fog flew in all directions. The 2 children exchanged dozens of moves. Gangzhou's long-suppressed frustration erupted as her monstrous strength stomp shook the ground within a 5-meter radius. Yuzhibo Yume, unsteady on her feet, threw several shurikens to block Gangzhou's charge. She clearly saw her anticipate the Z-zigzag movement and land a heavy punch at close range. Dodge it. Why can't I muster any strength? Bang! The small pink fist grazed Yuzhibo Yumi's face and struck the ground. Gangzhou said triumphantly, you who only awakened your eyes 2 days ago, how can you be confident to be my opponent? Do you surrender or not? Yuzhibo Yume said stubbornly, don't get too cocky. Next time I will definitely win. As if I won't improve. Gangzhou brandished her pink fist and threatened in a cute voice. Hey, whoever wins is right. You must keep my words firmly in your heart, understand? Yuzhibo Yume pushed her away in displeasure. Super Chinsho idiot. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Dongyang handed some to the 2 children. Try it and see how it tastes. Be careful, it's hot. It's far inferior to my grandmother's cooking. Thank you, third Hokage-sama. Look at Yuzhibo Yume. Gangsho, you are a bit too presumptuous. No. He must convince Xuanhua Shuehu to properly discipline her granddaughter. What crooked idea are you thinking? Gangzhou wrinkled her small nose and her intuition was becoming more accurate. It seemed that after the first layer of the divine ascent stairway this aspect would continue to strengthen. Dongyang said with a calm expression, congratulations on acquiring a good rival. After Yumi adapts for a while, winning against you will be a piece of cake. What's so great about 3 Tomo? I will double my efforts, and then some. Of course Gangzhou felt the pressure. Later Yuzhibo Yume learned the family's fire release and advanced to the level of shuriken manipulation that matched her Xiaolunyan, making her even harder to deal with. They finished a simple breakfast. Dongyang clapped his hands and said, let's go home. Yumi, what Gangzhou said is exactly the lesson I wanted to teach you. How do you know if you don't try? A 3-Tomo Xiaolunyan at age 6 far surpassing Yuzhibo Ban at the same age. You have a more perfect starting point, and you should look forward to a more brilliant future. A strong person is not just about superficial power, but about our inner heart. Face yourself. Your talent has already qualified you to speak of changing the. Now I ask you, are you willing to strive toward this goal, even if it means being ground to dust to die for the glory and honor of the Yuzhibo? I am willing. Yuzhibo Yumi's voice was resolute. Her scarlet left eye with 2 Tomos squeezed out another. She set a new record for the fastest 3-Tomo in clan history. Dongyang said with relief, very good. Remember the determination at this moment. We are not afraid of death, so what else is there to fear? I am afraid. Yuzhibo Yumi's red eyes wavered. Before death, if I haven't achieved my goal, 3rd Hokage-sama, if I die, please pay attention to the issue of the 2 factions opposition, okay? I have always taken it seriously. Dongyang sighed crocodile tears and said, perhaps it is because the Yuzhibo are the most powerful, so within the clan there are many voices and naturally differences arise. Other ninja clans don't have this worry. They are thinking about how to catch up with the Yuzhibo. Gangzhou nodded her little chin repeatedly. Dongyang is absolutely right. You people are blessed but don't realize it. Yuzhibo Yume directly turned her head away and ignored her. Dongyang raised his hand and made a gesture. Yuzhibo Kagami appeared in a flash, full of self-reproach. Yumi, I apologize to you. It's my fault for not communicating my thoughts with you in time. When we get back, we will move out of the clan compound. I won't move. Off. Yuzhibo Kagami was stunned. Worried about little Yumi's feelings, he was now afraid of saying something wrong that would lead to bad consequences. No need to move. Dongyang put his arm around Yuzhibo Kagami's shoulder and laughed. Yumi, you must take good care of your teacher in the future. This is the first time I've seen Brother Kagami so flustered and panicked. There is a saying that is hard to say out loud. Even during the Battle of Thunderclap Canyon back, then Yuzhibo Kagami was not so unstable like a headless fly. Lord Kagami, I'm sorry. Yumi, the one who should apologize, is me. A touching scene of master and disciple. It felt like Yuzhibo Kagami didn't take in a disciple. He had raised a daughter in advance. Leaving them to return slowly, Dongyang and Gangzhou rode on Kumo to fly back to Konoha. The streets and alleys that had been fluttering with Yumi finally quieted down. Not until a week later did Dongyang realize the benefits of losing the child. The system panel progress increased by 1 to 63. The village, which had been in a phase of adjustment, began to coalesce. At the grand residence of the Chinsho clan, tonight another event was underway. Dongyang and Xuanhua Shuehu stood side by side on the training ground. His forehead had already been inscribed with the In seal of the sage art, granting him eternal youth and an external reserve of chakra. It begins summoning technique. Puff. Xuanhua Shuehu formed hand seals to summon. The smoke billowed and dissipated. A colossal black serpent hissed. Mortal Haya of Ryuchi Cave answers your summons. Speak, what do you wish me to do? The price is 500 humans. Xuanhua Shuehu said, we request an audience with the legendary White Snake Sage. Reverse summon us there. Another fool chasing after sage arts and immortality. I accept. 1,000 human sacrifices. Agreed. The smoke billowed as the summoning was undone. Then Dongyang and Xuanhua Shuehu felt a pull of space-time following the force across thousands of mountains and rivers. In the blink of an eye, they appeared atop the black serpent's head. I smell human. Get lost. This is the White Snake Sage's prey. You must be lying, Haya. Roar. From the blocking of the green serpent to those 3 simple words, Haya launched a fierce attack. His fangs sank deep into the green serpent's neck, injecting venom and cruelly killing it. Then he inhaled like a hurricane, devouring the entire serpent. Burp. Annoying creature. Haya slithered forward, saying, don't be afraid, little ones. Haya respects the contract. It's those other serpents that indiscriminately kill summoners. They don't understand the way of lasting satiety. We haven't been summoned to the main continent for many years. Every day is dull. Only those toads provide a bit of amusement. Dongyang said with interest, I didn't expect a serpent to be so intelligent. May I ask 2 questions, Lord Haya? Of course. 1 question, 100 human sacrifices. Then the first question, what benefit do you gain from eating humans? Haya suddenly stopped. Why do you ask? Planning to eat humans yourself? I warn you, if you dare to steal Lord Haya's sacrifices, he'll kill you. I have no taste for cannibalism. Answer the question. Eating humans naturally enhances cultivation. That is the essence of Ryuchi Cave's sage art. I warn you again, do not embezzle my share of the sacrifices. Rest assured. Dongyang continued. Second question, this land where the 3 sacred places reside. Tell me what rumors you know. Rumors? Too many. Haya said, long ago this place was called the Southern Continent. Humans were the first to be devoured by us. Later we began to drive out all kinds of beast clans. You must have heard of them on the main continent. The great eagles preyed on us until we were nearly extinct. The one-horned white whales and the monkey demons. The white snake sage eventually led us to attack Mount Miyaboku and Shikatsu Forest. The result goes without saying. Since then the 3 sacred places have stood side by side, renamed the Spirit Beast Realm. Dongyang nodded in understanding. Thank you for the explanation. So the Spirit Beast Realm holds many undeveloped resources and minerals. This is the best news I've heard in a long time. Humans and their strange ideas. Haya said, still it's pleasant chatting with you. The serpents here are utterly incapable of normal communication. That fellow earlier, I didn't really want to eat him, but because of you two, he ended up in my stomach. We're here ahead. Is that so? Dongyang's cold voice. Xuanhua Shuehu gave a slight nod. Xuanhua Shuehu parted her kimono collar, revealing her fair right arm and half a shoulder. She extended her palm and condensed a tailed beast ball, which instantly swelled to 1/2 meter in diameter, and hurled it toward the entrance of Ryuchi Cave. Boom. Thud. Waves of air pressure. Haya's serpentine body stiffened, sweat beading on his forehead. As Xuanhua Shuehu and Dongyang's auras surged, he finally realized what kind of beings he had provoked. That ultimate oppressive pressure from the top of the food chain. The little serpent was terrified. It dared not move at all. Had the white snake sage and the 3 elders roar, who dares to offend Ryuchi Cave? A harsh, aged old woman's voice. An enormous horned serpent dragon rose from beneath the earth, opening its mouth to spit out 3 beautiful maidens. A bit ugly, trying to draw a dragon, but ending up with a loach. Dongyang said leisurely, we have 2 purposes here. First, to persuade Ryuchi Cave to abandon its habit of eating humans. Have you ever heard of lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? Second, the contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave is utterly unenforceable. We have drafted a new one and hope the white snake sage will sign it. After all, you are too powerful. Damned mortals. Kill them. The white snake sage was enraged, gathering sage chakra in its serpentine maw. However, Dongyang's outer garment transformed into a divine battle armor sage mode. His Polaris eye saw through the boundless void, and the sage chakra simply dissipated into nothing. What kind of sorcery is this? The white snake sage was stunned. Kenshin Shinji warned, it might be a bloodline limit that dispels sage chakra. Could it be that he has awakened the root ability of the divine tree? Ichikishima Haim said, well, assist you, my lord. I don't believe this human can dispel all sage arts at once. Yes, kill them, then eat them. Tajitsu Haim licked her lips with her serpentine tongue, her intense desire to feed almost overwhelming. The 4 serpents conspired loudly. Xuanhua Shuehu exchanged a glance with Dongyang, then leaped lightly into the air, transforming into a massive 9-tailed white fox chakra. The moonlight was radiant. It made the white fox appear even more divine and beautiful. 9 tails emerged, inscribed with golden chains of sealing runes which grew with the wind and lashed out at the 4 great serpents. The 9 tails. Careful. Sage art. Damn it. It's useless. Look at my genjutsu. Bakayar. Not good. It's a seal. Kenshin Shinji said irritably, this duo is truly disgusting. My lord crushed them with absolute power. Roar. The white snake sage charged like an enraged dragon. The 9-tailed white fox nimbly sidestepped, its front claws moving in a blur. In a flash of lightning, it struck the serpent's head 9 times. Dust billowed. The white snake sage was already very old. After a series of head slaps, it was dizzy and disoriented. The wind howled. Another 9 consecutive slaps. As everyone knows, a cat's best tricks are slapping mice and slapping serpents. After Xuanhua Shuehu gradually mastered the power of the 9 tails, she specifically sought advice from the ninja cats of the village. Dongyang even suggested a mischievous idea, to manifest cat ears and a tail from her chakra. My lord, sage art. Why isn't it working? Damn it. Tajitsu Haim was furious. Her serpentine body opened a massive maw ready to swallow Dongyang alive. Tajitsu. Dodge. What? The 9-tailed white fox held a tailed beast ball in its mouth. In an instant it smashed onto Tajitsu's head. Boom. Art is an explosion. Dongyang teleported with flying thunder god to the top of the 9-tailed white fox, brushing off non-existent dust from his divine battle armor. TCH. Mere chicken and clay dogs. My lady captured them. Xuanhua Shuihu with her fox eyes rolling delivered a third series of 9 slaps to knock down the white snake sage, then extended her tails to weave an inescapable net completely sealing the 2 goddesses. As for Tajitsu, 3 consecutive tailed beast balls. Explosions raged, the earth shook. How dare she covet her man? Die. The dust settled. The white snake sage in her old woman form prostrated herself on the ground, while behind her Shinjioheim and Ichikishimaheim trembled in fear, for their other companion had already been reduced to ashes. Pressing a bloody handprint, they signed the summoning scroll specially crafted by Uzumaki Mito. Dongyang snorted coldly. If you had cooperated like this from the start, it would have been much better. With such meager strength, who gave you the courage? Answer me. Summa Mason. We are guilty. The 3 snack sticks kowtowed repeatedly. No wonder Dongyang had complaints. Subduing the Ryuchi cave only increased the progress bar by 11, bringing the total star progress to 74. It was far from matching Maibo. Of course, this had to do with them devouring their own kind. Toads could fill their stomachs by eating insects. Snakes, however, could not. Dongyang commanded, from now on, cannibalism and devouring your own kind are forbidden. The next step is for the entire summoning realm to search for mines, especially chakra, iron, ore. I have to say your sage arts are far too suited for being miners. Also, when you are summoned, respond immediately and strictly obey the orders of Konoha ninjas. Hi. We understand. The 3 snack sticks dared not refuse. Dongyang finally added, Black Fong has rendered meritorious service and will be greatly rewarded. 2,400 sheep and promotion to Left Guardian of Ryuchi Cave. Yes. Ninja-sama. Black Fong lowered his serpentine head. Dongyang was eager to see how this snake, who understood eating well every meal, would change the dynamics of Ryuchi Cave after his elevation. Leaving behind a flying thunder god marked Dongyang and Uzumaki Mito interlocked fingers. They ended the summoning and returned to the Senju clan estate. Despite the sweetness in her heart, Uzumaki Mito quickly pulled away from Dongyang's hand, as she was not yet ready to make their relationship public. My lady, he said. Don't be silly, she replied, taking 2 quick steps. That flying thunder god formation you're researching. You intend to transport supplies between the 2 sides, don't you? The distance is too vast. The chakra of an ordinary ninja simply cannot achieve it. The flying thunder god formation itself is very meaningful, Dongyang replied. If others can't do it, I'll do it myself. Once or twice a day won't interfere with my work. I'm worried about your health, Uzumaki Mito said softly. And this is not a long-term solution. He'll write a letter to Patriarch Looming requesting him to organize a fleet. Since the Inma and other summoning beasts can reach here, we can also go there. That's a good idea, Dongyang laughed. Thank you, my wise inner partner. We'll proceed with the flying thunder god formation simultaneously. An adult chooses. What's your age, isn't it? The 2 chatted as they entered the main residence. Tsunade had already fallen asleep. Uzumaki Mito routinely checked on her little granddaughter, who had the bad habit of kicking off the blanket. Dongyang then went to the hot spring pool and enjoyed a pleasant bath. Not long after, amid the misty steam, the door moved slightly. The next day arrived. In the Hokage's office, Dongyang methodically arranged matters. The cultural department and barrier team were to set up the flying thunder god formation, while the military supply department and agriculture department were to handle the handover with Ryuchi Cave, with all personnel signing summoning contracts. Such a large enclave would be a waste not to cultivate. After finishing these tasks, Uchiha Kagami Hatake Naoto and Senju Ryuzen arrived together. Everyone sit down. You've come together. What progress have you made? Hatake Naoto replied first. Lord Third, our spies have reported that during this winter the various nations, perhaps out of a desire not to fall behind us, have been vigorously promoting the popularization of televisions and electrical appliances. In another month or 2, the Fat Otaku Plan, the Gold Digger Plan, and the Sissy Plan will have their platforms to unfold. We have come specially to seek your instruction. Senju Ryuzen chuckled. I've thought of a brilliant idea. Using the Daimyo Channel TV station, we can invite all nations to jointly host the first All-Shinobi World Beauty Contest. The Fat Otaku Plan will set sail from there. The jewelry, clothing, and such worn by those beauties will naturally promote the Gold Digger Plan. Uchiha Kagami added, after the beauty contest, we'll continue with a handsome men contest. The personnel currently in training have already appeared in a few TV dramas to gain initial fame. Great. Dongyang nodded repeatedly, finally clapping his hands in approval. Like this, as soon as spring begins, we'll invite all nations for a 3-month All-Shinobi World audition. This is not just a TV show, it's something that happens around it. Drive the hype to the highest level. Don't be afraid to spend money. Whatever is lost on the beauty contest will be recouped twofold from the handsome men contest. Advertising fees. Yes. A sudden thought struck Dongyang, and he said excitedly, let's produce that original advertisement of ours. If everything goes smoothly, just this one item will cover the cost of the ticket. Our original advertisement. Senju Ryuzen was puzzled. He didn't recall such a thing. Hatake Naoto realized. You mean the one that says for commission tasks who's the best? Find Dongyang in Konoha of the Land of Fire. This will likely provoke strong opposition from the other nations who might even cut off the broadcast signal. Broadcast at once. 10 minutes is enough, Dongyang said confidently. Before the beauty contest opens, seize the only opportunity and loop this advert. A super blockbuster, you understand. Stylish costumes, flashy ninjutsu, catchy slogans. In short, he'll direct it personally when the time comes. This was not just about propaganda. He was more concerned about the prestige chests, robbing the entire shinobi world and going for a 10-draw. Senju Ryuzen said excitedly, though I don't fully understand since you the third are personally managing it, I can already imagine how amazing it will be. So let's go, Let's make a big move. For fists met heralding the brewing of a new storm. Next, Dongyang briefly flipped through the materials brought by Uchiha Kagami, which included designs for luxury goods, jewelry, and clothing for the beauties. To be honest, it was a mess. All of it combined couldn't compare to the cat ears on his wife. Had he ever seen a sailor suit? Did he understand a mermaid dress? Didn't he want to see a little belly button? Were the long legs smooth? Dongyang gave on-the-spot guidance, and Uchiha Kagami, despite his excellent drawing skills, actually blushed while drawing. Senju Ryuzen looked at him like a kindred spirit. Like this, very good. This summer, I want to heat up the shinobi world by 10 degrees. Dongyang was full of passion. Brother Kagami, continue drawing our ninja costumes. Chato Mat. Uchiha Kagami broke out in a sweat. I think this is inappropriate. It will affect our combat movements. Brother Kagami, what are you thinking? Isn't my imperial robe handsome? Of course it is. Uchiha Kagami answered without hesitation. Dongyang said, what I'm doing now is designing for a super blockbuster advertisement. Everyone needs to be as handsome as me. It has nothing to do with heating up the shinobi world. It's a different style. Oh, then you dictate, and he'll draw. The first costume design was freshly produced. Uchiha Kagami and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief, and for the subsequent clothing designs they began to chime in with their own opinions. They stayed for lunch. Dongyang missed his afternoon nap for the first time, dragged into a discussion by these three fellows who demanded more updates. The script outline for the super blockbuster, the general rules for the beauty contest additions, the jewelry designs. He simply finished everything in the afternoon, leaving the details for them to gradually flesh out. It was good to have it done early. Cat ears were getting a bit boring. Time for something new. Spring. It was again the season of the revival of all things. Dongyang was 17 years old. It was hard to imagine that under his nearly 9 months of governance, Mai had leaped from a 1-star 85 panel to a 3-star 74, a tremendous leap. Once again thanks to the first and second Hokages. Their abundant legacy, full coffers and capable personnel, and Mui's stable position at the top of the Renjia gave Dongyang great convenience, such as settling minor ninja village immigration with a few words. If this were the Sharingan, Dongyang simply dared not imagine the hardships. He would probably change his strategy, neglecting the overall development and management of the village, focusing resources on cultivating an elite force and following the path of war, fighting endlessly. Current important projects of the village: the nationwide promotion of lottery funds, grain and refined iron trade, the construction of nursing homes, and the expansion of vegetable greenhouses. Developing the spirit world, increasing the weight of the medical department, preparing to welcome the first batch of planned births, then the second and third, until the entire village is filled with the scent of milk. The above are aspects of livelihood and economy. On the military enhancement side, the Research Institute's Ninja Beast Home Project, and the edibility of immortal beast livestock awaiting verification. Temporary positions were added in various departments to facilitate young ninjas in doing low-level missions and gaining internship experience. Finally, an early decision of his cross-referencing the latent talents of the children in the Ninja Academy. Dashyuan and Zilai had already been cultivated into perfect embryos. It was time to teach according to their aptitude. On the aspect of weakening enemies, the Demon Path plan progressed steadily. Dongyang reorganized all matters, marking with red ink for particularly important items and blue for less important ones, making the order of priority clear. He remembered what he once said to Brother Jing: the Hokage should not be buried in paperwork, but rather the helmsman steering the course of the great ship. A knock on the speak of the devil. Yuzebo Jing entered and said, Dongyang, the sword forged from the remains of the Raikage has reached its final stage. If you want to apply the blood refining method, now is the time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Dongyang suddenly remembered something and did not forget to instruct Rishiang Meishua notify the Ministry of Civil Affairs to continue the matchmaking and blind date events. Spring is a good season. Not only that, from the beginning of the year to the end, I hope to hear good news of marriages and pregnancies every month. Hi. The two left the Hokage. The ninja cat gathering place was next to the Yuzebo compound, a specially designated area.
In the deepest room of the forge, 5 ninja cats took turns spewing fire, heating the furnace to a glowing red. Greetings, Lord Hokage. No need for formality. Regarding the blood refining method, whether it works or not, give it a try. If it proves useful, this wave will be a huge profit. The old ninja cat said, everyone prepare to cast the divine weapon. Follow my command. 3, 2, 1. Open the furnace. The furnace, the golden red molten iron flowed into the shark tooth mold. Dozens of ninja cats from all directions performed secret arts, continuously outputting chakra. The entire room's barrier runes shimmered similar to the forging method of the dwarves in the Marvel world. Lord Hokage. Now, good. Dongyang cut his wrist and blood sprinkled onto the gradually darkening sword embryo. Yuzhibo Jing widened his Xiaolunian, clearly seeing the sword embryo precipitate tiny bone particles. Nanny. The lightning attribute of the sword embryo has faded. Quiet. Maintain the chakra transmission. The old ninja cat said, if this cat is not mistaken, this is probably the secret art of the Kusanagi family. It is useless for ordinary weapons, but our divine weapon is about to give birth to a spirit. Boom. An accident occurred on site. The sword embryo erupted with a volcanic burst of chakra. The room was filled with a red haze. All signs indicated the power of this cone-like divine sword. Dongyang, are you alright? Minor issue. Yuzhibo Jing asked with concern. Dongyang's face was pale. He just needed to rest for 2 days to recover. Young people could endure it. This was nothing. The sword embryo completed quenching. The old ninja cat knocked off the dark red blood crust, while a group of cats watched intently from the periphery. Nothing special. Were we under a Xiaolunian illusion just now, eh? Stupid meow. It's because it's not in the Lord Hokage's hands. The divine weapon has chosen its master. Leave the hilt installation to me. The ninja cats chattered. After a flurry of busy work, they attached the pre-made hilt and scabbard. No need for polishing, as that step had already been completed with secret arts. Lord Hokage, please take the sword. I thank the ninja cat clan for their efforts. Dongyang spoke as he slowly drew the comb-like divine weapon. The grip was incredibly comfortable. Before he could make a move, the blade actively emitted a blood-red aura, which quickly retracted inward. The edge then shot forth a chilling light, captivating the soul. Excellent sword. Dongyang channel chakra. The unremarkable blade gradually spread with golden lines and blue-violet star-like diamonds, becoming magnificent, noble, and dangerous. Sugoi meow. After countless years, we ninja cats have finally forged a peerless divine weapon. Surpassing the Kusanagi family is just record the blood refining method quickly. Jing, do you want to forge a divine weapon? Use the materials from the third raikage and your blood. We won't charge any. A small female cat rubbed against Yuzhibo Jing's calf, while another, seeing this, immediately occupied the right side. The clinginess was indescribable. Brother Jing, I have matters at the Hokage building, so I'll take my leave first. With Filishin, he vanished. Dongyang returned to his office, took out the 9-weapon enhancement scroll from the previous reputation chest, and slapped it onto the comb-like divine sword. Boom. Another intense wave of chakra. How delightful. Dongyang caressed his first exclusive divine weapon, his expression growing more infatuated. No man could resist such temptation. It was a pity, though. Such a fine treasure could only serve as an ornament by his side. Combat was almost non-existent. Master. Master. Dongyang snapped back to reality, casting a brief glance at Rishang Meishua before his gaze returned to the shark-tooth sword. The Research Institute's report. He carefully examined Qinsho Longshan's brief. Through phased comparisons, it was discovered that among 10 pairs of twins under identical conditions, the younger brothers who ate immortal beast meat. He carefully examined Qinsho Longshan's brief. Through phased comparisons, it was discovered that among 10 pairs of twins under identical conditions, the younger brothers who ate immortal beast meat and drank immortal beast milk began to surpass their older brothers in physical fitness. All 10 pairs showed the same result. Though the difference was subtle, it was a slow, cumulative progress over time. Another major finding. Qinsho Longshan had replicated the little blue pill using immortal beast milk and chakra iron as substitute materials. It came in 2 versions, the castrated version and the transcendent version. The castrated version of the little blue pill had weak effects and low harm, but could not be taken continuously. When combined with military rice pills, it somewhat increased stamina. As for the transcendent version, I can take on 3. The drawback was that within 15 minutes, if the excess iron was not extracted using the parasitic extraction technique, the user would instantly die. The system panel popped up a notification. The 3-star progress was at 75 now. It had to be Brother Longshan. Always silent, but when he spoke, he dared to make the Renja change its sky. A horizontal scroll saying, awesome. No more words. Allocate 1 billion in funds to the Research Institute. Go all out to promote the Immortal Beast Livestock Plan. Lord Third.
The nations have agreed to the first beauty contest of the shinobi world, but the cost is somewhat heavy. Shimu Jiren reported, with the current market price of the grain we have stockpiled, we paid tons in exchange for their assistance. These provisions will be distributed to the ninja villages. We will dispatch ninja to conduct local auditions, just as we must do the same. After all, on the surface, this is an event hosted by the Daimyo's channel. Dongyang nodded with satisfaction and said, I will convey to the mission department to fully cooperate with you. By the way, select a few from the beauties you trained and arrange them for the auditions in the small nations. The same goes for the sissy squad. Don't put all eggs in one basket. If the 4 great nations boycott us later, activate these seeds. If they don't accept them, my trend, just switch to Tian style or long style. Hi. Shimu Jiren knelt on one knee and said, Lord Third is wise. I am ashamed, your teachings are engraved in my heart. All right, go do your work. I will take my leave. At the office door, Yuzebo Jing and Shimu Jiren nodded to each other and passed by in a hurry. Dongyang, Hanzo, and Mifyun have restarted the war. Let them fight. Dongyang said indifferently, I'm going to the ninja academy later. Brother Jing, come along. How has Yumi been training recently? Alas. Yuzebo Jing said worriedly. Yumi has top-notch talent, especially in ninjutsu, but her combat intelligence is below average. When fighting, she completely forgets her proficiency in ninjutsu, and particularly favors close combat, probably influenced by Tsunade. This is a good thing, Dongyang said, before Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails and fought the first Hokage who knew that his ninjutsu had reached the pinnacle. Indeed, even Uchiha Madara himself neglected ninjutsu, enjoying the thrill of fist-to-fist combat, thus earning the bloody title of the shinobi. You have a point. Let it be, Yuzebo Jing said. I truly look forward to Yumi and Tsunade's future. I wonder to what extent they will reach the level of to what extent the waves behind drive the waves ahead. Each wave is stronger than the last. Dongyang patted his shoulder and said, Brother Jing, your thinking is wrong. Show our ambition. Before little Yumi grows up, you surpass Uchiha Madara first. I can't do that. You're exaggerating too much, Dongyang. Then set a small goal. Catch up to Lord Feijian. Yuzebo Jing was speechless. The two left the office. They walked and chatted, boasting. They arrived at the Ninja Academy. Education Department, Yuzebo's Zongfang Ninja Sect Department, Inazuka Tiger, and a gathering of Jonin cross-examined the first-year students to discover their hidden talents. For this, Dongyang specially wrote several pages of guidance material. Lord Third. Everyone sit. The spacious indoor dojo. The little brat being audited was stammering. Originally being stared at by 5 Jonin was already overwhelming pressure, and now even the Lord Hokage had arrived. What do you think you are good at? Think carefully, a skill that surpasses others. The little ninja blushed and said, I eat a lot, but I can't compare to classmate Shodao. Teacher Tomoya praised my handwriting as beautiful. Yuzebo Tomoya made a side appearance. Probably there was nothing else to praise. The Jonin from the Chinsho hidden clan of the Ninja Sect Department said gently, very good. Eating a lot means your chakra capacity exceeds that of your peers. Beautiful handwriting suits secretarial or cultural department work. Anything else? Let me think. The little ninja stole a glance at Dongyang. He responded with a sunny big smile. I've got it. The little ninja said, once I passed by the transformation technique liberation nature class. Their performance was too cliché. I helped them come up with a completely opposite dark plot for abbing, and the teacher praised me for being amazing. The first year doesn't have a liberation nature course. Yuzebo Jing searched through this little ninja's teaching memo, but did not see any record of what he said. If the situation is true, this child is naturally suited for the route. What if he lacks strength? Shimu Jiren has proven with his actions. A sharp mind is even more destructive than the former. He tilted his head to glance at Dongyang's notes. The two indeed shared a tacit understanding, thinking alike. One by one, the little ninjas went through the process. Dongyang nudged Yuzebo Jing, and the two quietly left, heading to the adjacent taijutsu class dojo. Lord Hokage. Lord Third. Haha, hello everyone. Compared to the ninjutsu class, the children in the taijutsu class were generally enthusiastic and cheerful. A little ninja in the center took turns demonstrating taijutsu and swordsmanship, then came to the questioning session. The Yuzebo Jonin said, your taijutsu is very standard. When did you start learning swordsmanship? At the very beginning. Reason? I like it. Do you like taijutsu? Not as much as swordsmanship. The Yuzebo Jonin said, in the future specialize in taijutsu. Your talent for swordsmanship is very poor. I've said my piece. Why? I will practice it. The little ninja even dared to talk back. He had some nerve. Dongyang cleared his throat and said, liking something is also a kind of talent for cultivation, but your liking is far from enough. It must be passion, even a pursuit without regret. In this process, you may be surpassed by those you once defeated. Your cultivation progress may be slow, and you may face life and death crises in ninja missions. Classmate Shiwan. Think clearly and answer me. The little ninja Shiwan lowered his head for a moment, then said loudly, I am willing to be as you said. This goal will stand alongside the will of the grass you have preached without regret. Then, let everyone see the power of the grass Shiwan. I swear. Lord Hokage. The resounding voice of little Shiwan. Dongyang was inexplicably moved. In the future, if he drew a trait enhancement that boosted swordsmanship talent, he would be willing to choose it for this ordinary blade of grass. Additionally, the cultural department's Will of Fire is about to be compiled into a book. It only briefly mentions the will of the grass. Dongyang felt it very necessary to expand on this aspect. Next, Maeda. Come on. Shiwan, you bastard, you are indeed my best friend. I fully recognize your will of the grass. Me too, I recognize your will of youth. The two little ones hugged each other. The power of the heart was transmitted between them. Outside, Shin Baojun urged them to continue. Maeda gave a thumbs up with his reverse hand, stepped up, bowed, and said, Lord Hokage, all lords, I am Maeda. Burn. Youth. Good heavens. Without further ado, he started fighting. The flamboyant heat radiating from Maeda, though a little embarrassing, was felt keenly by everyone like the morning sun rising. The final blow. Youth is about constantly surpassing oneself. My whirlwind. Unfortunately, Maeda's move failed. Shin Baojun instantly flashed and caught his disciple asking with concern, 2 force die. Are you hurt? It's okay, Teacher Chun. Maeda was a bit down. Dongyang spoke. Dai, this isn't the first time you've failed to my whirlwind, is it? Lord Hokage, it's the 6th time. I see. Youth never admits defeat. Put away your discouragement. If you can't do it in 6 times, then 60 times. If 60 times still doesn't work, Dongyang's voice grew more impassioned. Then practice 600 times. 6,000 times. 60,000 times. Do you have this perseverance? I do. Maeda replied instantly. Thank you for your teaching. I have realized the true essence of youth, to go against failure and to burn everything we have. Dongyang nodded with relief. The might father and son gave him the least worry. Shouting slogans was that simple. The next little ninja stepped up. After the comprehensive assessment, they will be regrouped into classes and training intentions will be archived. For example, that little ninja suitable for the route will lay a foundation this year and receive special training next autumn. For 3 consecutive days, the first-year assessment ended. It was now the turn of Tsunade's second-year class. Ninja Academy. The second-year evaluation is underway. This batch of children is small in number, but exceptionally high in quality. Yuzhibo Ino Shikacho, Rishiong main and branch families. The children of the Xuanhua clan branch, regardless of being 1 year older or younger, all chose to be in the same cohort as Gang's Ho rather than 1st or 3rd grade. Waiting area. Gang at 6 years old had the vibe of a Yakuza princess. In her arms was the adorable Yunmu, and at her feet Finbei Dudu was pinning down the Ninetales, teaching the arrogant junior a lesson. The Ninetales had only recently been released from its sentence. Its stubbornness was meaningless. Mere knowledge of Inyang release was nothing compared to the preciousness of regained freedom. Next, Xuanhua Huimei. Good morning, Lord Hokage and all esteemed lords. The tiny Xuanhua, extremely well-mannered, bowed and said, I am 7 years old. I can proficiently use basic sealing techniques and healing techniques, and control 2 standard puppets, though with some difficulty. The Chinsho Hidden Clan Jonin said, very impressive. Then be careful. We'll start with your combat skills test. As he spoke, the Chinsho Jonin launched several shuriken. The tiny girl side-rolled to dodge, took a sealing scroll from her lower back, unfurled it with a flick, and performed hand seals to release 2 standard puppets, 1 round and pudgy 1 like a black iron tower. After she was ready, the Chinsho Jonin engaged in close quarters taijutsu at a slightly faster pace. Boom. The black iron tower was strong with wide sweeping attacks. The round 1 focused on defense. The 2 formed an iron barrel formation. Xuanhua Meihui was focused, her 10 fingers manipulating chakra threads. She sought no merit but no fault, and her defense was watertight. The Chinsho Jonin stepped back to lure her. The little one didn't fall for it. The black iron tower held the front line, while the round 1 was ready to defend against ranged attacks. You can stop. The Chinsho Jonin did not spare his praise. Excellent combat thinking and puppet coordination. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. The tiny girl bowed politely again. Next, the focus was on testing healing techniques. A simple questioning session. Just a formality. Everyone had already made up their minds. Without a doubt, Xuanhua Meihui's exceptional talent as a medical support dual specialty ninja warranted more resources to nurture her. Next, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi. The Ino Shikacho were tested together. The final results were somewhat disappointing. It seemed they could only pursue a civilian route in the future. Next, Dashuin. The little snake was neither humble nor arrogant, with a calm demeanor. The combat test began. The little snake attacked first with 3 kunai, pulling transparent threads, a technique learned from the Yuzhibo, making the kunai change direction and stab back. The Chinsho Jonin nodded slightly, his forward charge unbroken, and backhandedly flicked 6 shuriken. 3 knocked away the kunai, 3 cut the transparent. Boom. Smoke billowed. 3 standard puppets appeared. The outside Ninja Academy teacher gaped in surprise. Nanny. Dashuan, when did you learn this? I warned you to focus on basics. Forget it. Dashuan manipulated the chakra threads. 3 cat-shaped speed puppets surrounded the Chinsho Jonin. From his choice of puppets, it was clear he had a heart for offense. Clanging sounds of metal striking metal. The Chinsho Jonin suddenly shot a shuriken. The little snake stood unmoved, opened his mouth, and spat out a stream of sinbin, which collided with the shuriken and deflected it. His mind was meticulous, always keeping a backup plan. Careful, I'm going to speed up. The Chinsho Jonin used body flicker and vanished. He closed in with a horizontal kunai slash. The little snake's pupils contracted, his body screaming warnings. Through countless private practices, he drew 2 short swords which were medium-length swords relative to his height, and tore through the air, carving a shallow cross-arc of light. Nanny. One of the 2 complete secret traditions of the Land of Iron. The dual-wield style. You've mastered it too. You bastard. Keeping this from the outside Ninja Academy teacher was dumbfounded. At the center of the battlefield, blades clashed at high speed. The little snake was like a willow in the wind. Attacks came from all sides, yet he showed no panic. His perfect combat information processing ability allowed him to match the Chinsho Jonin evenly. After dozens of exchanges without pause, the little snake's weakness was exposed. Although his physical condition surpassed ordinary children, it was far inferior to Gangsho Xuanhua Hui or even Yuzebo's prominence. The Chinsho Jonin tested his limits. He voluntarily stepped back to disengage. Dashuan. Amazing. Go for it. Beat him. The watching little ones were excited. The little snake panted heavily, sheathed his swords, performed hand seals for an earth wall to block the Chinsho Jonin's view, and quickly split into 4 clones. The earth wall broke open. One little snake moved his fingers to remanipulate the puppets, 1 charged forward with dual swords, and 1 performed hand seals to release a ninjutsu, maximizing deception. Brilliant. If it were shadow clones, it would be even more threatening. In the stands, Yuzebo Jing slapped the table and said, Dongyang, you're not excited at all about such an excellent seedling. Have you been watching him all along? Yeah. As expected of you. In the arena, the Chinsho Jonin in such a short time couldn't tell which was real, so he chose to eliminate all of them. Continuous puffs of smoke. Only 1 clone remained, which the little snake voluntarily dismissed because the original had already controlled the puppets and attacked. That's enough. The Chinsho Jonin raised his hand to stop. This is a test. There's no need to repeat the process. You did well. Never give up until the very last moment, even in the most desperate situation. Thank you for your teaching, my lord. The little snake bowed in gratitude. Although he lost as expected, his heart's desire for power burned more fiercely than ever. Dashuan. 3rd Hokage-sama. Dongyang looked at the little snake and said, You are very smart and have strong learning ability. Have you ever thought about how ninjutsu knowledge is created? The little snake looked thoughtful and said, I'm starting to think about it now. My vision is limited. I beg you to enlighten me. Enlightenment is not the word, Dongyang said, because the more we know, the more we realize our ignorance. With your talent, I believe you will eventually embark on the path of pursuing truth and creating new ninjutsu. This path is destined to be thorns because no one will teach you. You must take the world as your teacher, travel alone, or choose to turn back and become an ordinary. The little snake's eyes shone. His previous thoughts about the meaning of the ninja way were instantly cleared, and he gained a goal and direction. I am willing, 3rd Hokage, to walk that lonely path. Light words. Uttering a heavy oath. Dongyang had an expression of I expected that, and said, starting next week you'll study at the Research Institute on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and attend ninja school on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. I have only one piece of advice: first specialize, then broaden your knowledge, and finally return to specialization. It's fine if you don't understand now, you will later. Yes, 3rd Hokage-sama. The little snake obediently bowed. He firmly engraved the 3rd Hokage's words in his heart. The evaluation continued. Next was the Huey Deadbone Pulse Brat. A pure brute force style copy-paste lacking novelty, but his bones were truly hard. A standard top lane tank. Next to appear was Zillai. Watch out. Super Toad Fist. Zillai charged in. Zillai got taken down. The Ninja Academy teacher covered his face. In his 7 years of teaching, Zillai was the most hopeless student. No exception. He simply couldn't fathom why Mount Miaomu had chosen him not long ago. Whoa. Summoning technique. Boom. This time no mishap occurred. The left and right Toad Guardians arrived. Because of Dongyang's accidental nature, Mount Miaomu's protection of Zillai had been elevated to the highest level. The hilarious sight of summoning tadpoles was no longer to be seen. Boss Toad, let's go. Oob. Still in their juvenile stage, Toad Wuntai and Toad Jian. The two toads, one on offense, one on defense. The fight was going smoothly until Zillai joined in, only to quickly put them at a disadvantage. He was nothing but a hindrance. The Uchiha Jonin conducting the assessment delivered a flying kick. Zillai spun in the air and crashed outside the arena, rubbing his chest. That hurts. Boss, hang on, I'm coming. Damn. How dare you bully my underling. Toad sword slash. The blade's wind tore through the air. The Uchiha Jonin spun to dodge his family's taijutsu like a dancer's blade-tip grace, then grabbed Zillai and hurled him out again. Oh, boss, catch me, little brother. The Toad leaped. Wentai caught Zillai in a princess carry and landed. Toad Jin raised his shield to block the Uchiha Jonin re-engaging the battle. From time to time, Zillai could be seen flying out of the ring, patting his backside and bouncing back, vigorously charging in for the nth time. A true testament to his unyielding vitality. Even if it were Tsunade, she would have been injured at this level and would have needed to pause and catch her breath, but Zillai showed no sign of his limits. Uchiha Kagami whispered to Dongyang. This kid must be from the Senju hidden clan, right? His physical peculiarity could rival Might Dai. He's a civilian child, Dongyang replied. I suspect his innate bone structure is excellent, and the old toad cast some kind of seal on him. You could think of him as a humanoid toad, Mount Mayama's favored son. The battle in the arena continued. It went on in a chaotic mess for over 10 minutes. Toad Jin couldn't hold out and dispelled the summon, returning to Mount Miyamo. Wentei's hand holding the sword trembled. Zillai, slow to realize, finally understood that he was tired and needed to catch his breath. The Uchiha Jonin, assuming he had probed his limits, criticized without mercy. That's enough. Your fundamentals are a complete mess, and your combat intelligence is even worse. The heir of Mount Miyamo, if you graduate from the academy like this, will you only wake up after getting your comrades killed? Think about what I said. What are you talking about? Zillai shouted. If that day ever comes, I'll die before my comrades. Protecting everyone and the village. That's my ninja way. Good ambition. Then well, wait and see. The Uchiha Jonin was non-committal. Anyone can talk big, you doing it is what matters. I believe in you, Zillai. See, someone recognizes me. Toad Wentai of Mount Miyamu paying respects to the third Hokage. Etched. Zillai was a beat slow. Then his little face brimmed with pride. So it was the ultimate recognition from the Hokage himself. Zillai, Mount Miyamu has a long legacy. You have an exceptionally favorable external environment for growth. What I care about most is whether your heart grows stronger along with it. Dongyang said slowly. Today let's talk about a simple question. In your opinion, what is strength? And what is overreaching? Zillai scratched his head. Strength is the goal I want to achieve. Overreaching. Maybe I should have admitted defeat just now. Heh. Dongyang smiled. A strong person is one who is trusted and relied upon by friends and companions. For example, Toad Wentai. You rely on him a lot, don't you? Look at Toad Jin, all bruised and battered. The day he stops getting hurt and your relationship with Wentai is reversed, that's when you'll be a strong person. And when you become strong, looking back on your childish actions, you'll understand the meaning of overreaching without me having to tell you. Zillai seemed lost in thought. A person trusted and relied upon, huh? Feels so far away. Oh well, strive toward that goal. The Hokage is right. When I become strong, all those questions will be answered on their own. Next, Tsunade. Well, finally my turn. Tsunade walked in with Dongyang's signature arrogant little stride. She had even mimicked it quite well. Go, Princess Tsunade. Tsunade, you're the best. Go, go. Cheers erupted from the sidelines. Tsunade lifted her chin again, imitating Dongyang's wave, but her moment of pride wouldn't last long. Senju of the forest, Tsunade. Please instruct me. Your opponent is me. A voice came from the entrance of the dojo. Uchiha Yumi appeared before Tsunade in a flash step. I beg Lord Kagami to allow me to use this stage for a duel between rivals. Uchiha Yumi, please instruct me. Crimson and fervent. 3 to Mo Sharingan. Shuriken manipulation. Not needed. Uchiha Yumi was going head-to-head with Tsunade's monstrous strength. Impenetrable Uchiha-style taijutsu. Tsunade fell into a defensive stance. With a fierce roar she stomped the ground, but Uchiha Yumi was prepared. The moment the Tomo spun, her body reacted. Debris flew. Tsunade picked a large piece and hurled it into the air. Uchiha Yumi displayed her remarkable flexibility, dodging the stone, with ease, landing crouching and pressing forward into a second round of rapid attacks. Tsunade's instincts were sharp. She adopted a conservative style, refusing to jump, and handled the anticipation with ease. They exchanged over 100 moves. Uchiha Yumi was the first to falter. She backflipped out of the combat circle, formed hand seals midair, and spat a great fireball, buying time to catch her breath. Tsunade halted her pursuit, deciding not to follow. She stuck to her conservative style, standing still, waiting for her opponent to come to her. Huff. Princess Tsunade, is that all you've got? He come over here. Tsunade gave a sly, innocent grin. Uchiha Yumi's taunt failed, and only angered herself. Taking a deep breath, she blurred and launched a third round of rapid attacks. The process repeated, but the outcome was different. Tsunade, relying on her unreasonable instincts, delivered a monstrous stomp before Uchiha Yumi could recover her breath, seizing the chance to beat her while she was down. One punch would end the fight. Boom. Stupid Uchiha, die. It's not over yet. Uchiha Yumi forced herself to gather energy, meeting Tsunade's fist heating. She was sent flying backward, limbs numb and weak. I'm going to win. No. There must be a way. In the final moment, Uchiha Yumi finally remembered her Jinjutsu. Tsunade, caught off guard, was hit instantly. Ha ha ha. Witness the might of Princess Tsunade. I love grilled meat so much, and later you'll fight the Hokage with Dongyang. Nay, why did I lose? Impossible. Tsunade already realized she had fallen into a Jinjutsu, because she never lost. How do you break a Jinjutsu again? She remembered her second grandfather had taught her a clever trick. Tsunade's consciousness returned to reality, a cold kunai at her throat. Fine, I'll let you have this one victory. After all, poor little fangirl. If you lost again, would you run away from home? How dare you? I swear I'll keep winning forever. Uchiha Yumi fumed. Tsunade pushed the kunai away from her neck. Her instincts told her the chances of that were zero. If it really came down to it, all-powerful Dongyang would have a way. As time passed, Dongyang's work primarily revolved around nurturing the younger generation. This caused his reputation value to skyrocket, as children's admiration was pure and easily swayed. With weekly speeches on the news channel, his total reputation reached 940, and a tentpole was imminent. The young sprouts showed visible growth. None showed more change than Chimu Shomao. Dongyang arranged various types of ninja as his sparring partners to enrich his practical combat experience. The cultural department's jutsu archive was opened, containing the secret sword techniques of Shinsho Feijin, the bloodline elimination research traded from the Rock Ninja, and the Nine Tails Inyang release. Of course, this wasn't given for free, otherwise rewards and punishments would be chaotic. His father Chimu Xiren's merits were entirely sufficient to justify learning this knowledge. The village's development plans progressed steadily. New lives from the family planning policy came into the world, with immortal beast milk prioritized for them, while immortal beast meat and eggs rewarded the hard-working pregnant women. Regarding the pricing of immortal beast products, for example, immortal beast milk was 3 times the price of regular milk, with the village subsidizing 2/3 and the remaining paid by individual families. During the family planning phase, all policies were given the green light. Dongyang made it clear on the news channel that in the future eugenics phase, immortal beast products would no longer be subsidized and prices would even be higher. The nursing home was completed. The vegetable greenhouses had reached a certain scale. The progress of the ninja beast home was relatively slow. This autumn, when Chimu Shomao and his cohort graduated, they would have priority to choose their desired Pokemon partners. Several rich mines were found in the spirit realm. Dongyang was now wealthy and generous, and for the new, beautiful Konoha event, each active ninja received 3 half-price coupons for armor enhancement. Ninja were a typical glass cannon class. Weapon enhancement wasn't obvious. Killing required either 1 or 2 strikes, but armor benefits were significant. This move was remarkably effective. Although many armors were shattered, overall it was a gain. A large number of ninja had 7 vests, and the system panel's progress bar increased to 76. An additional note, the Rishiang family spent a fortune to be the first to achieve a qualitative transformation of 12 armor enhancement with super strong defense. This treasure Rishiang Tianren did not give to his son or grandson, but waited for his clever great-grandson. Beauty pageants across the ninja world were in full swing. Before the grand finale of the Daimyo channel, there was a very important interlude. The Hero Cup joint Chunin exams took place as scheduled. At the Konoha cemetery, it was packed with people, all wearing uniform black kimonos with white edges. The atmosphere was solemn and majestic. News channel staff filmed the entire event. Next, please welcome the highest mountain and the longest river of the future ninja world, the 3rd Hokage, to give a speech. 1 year has passed. Time has dulled the sorrow, leaving behind memories in our hearts. I sometimes wonder, what does it mean for a person to truly live? It is precisely our memories that prove the traces of his existence. So we must not forget. We must not forget. Dongyang's voice grew more impassioned through the microphone. First bow to Lord Feijin. Second bow to the glorious and heroic Chinsho Yuzibo Rishiang Zhu Dai. Every ordinary hero. Third bow, finally, to the first Hokage Hashira Masama. The reputation value. It exploded like hell. Dongyang looked at the panel that had surged to 1.08 million and said with a trembling voice. Ceremony concluded. May the spirits of the Pure Land bless our Konoha with prosperity, strength, and everlasting martial fortune. Lord Feijin, your disciple, has not let you down. After a year of hard work, 365 days and nights, are you satisfied with this answer sheet? I think you are satisfied, and so am I, and everyone else believes so. But we cannot be complacent. In the new chapter ahead, I hope everyone will not forget their original aspirations and will forge ahead with determination. Back in the Hokage's office, there was no need to appear for the initial rounds of the Chunin exams. Only the final arena battle required attendance. Xuanhua Shuehu in a black kimono with white edges exuding the aura of a widow said with concern, "Don't be too sad. You almost cried during the speech. You always say you're a real man, but be strong, okay?" No wonder the reputation value skyrocketed a second time. It turned out my trembling voice and forgotten words had unintentionally harvested a wave of goodwill. Dongyang did not explain, but silently burrowed into his wife's arms, nuzzling his head, looking like he was seeking comfort. Xuanhua Shuehu exchanged a glance with Rishang Meishua, who then went out to keep watch. She gently stroked his hair, hoping he would cheer up soon. So then, a tentpole of the reputation treasure chest. "Wife, I need you to help me cultivate." With a clattering sound, prizes appeared in Dongyang's vision. Event Acceleration Card X3, Common Grade Empowerment Points X3, 30 Years of Lifespan X2, Madman's Armor Flash. Mom, a huge jackpot. Event Acceleration Cards. One for the family planning as before, one for the ninja beast home plan, and the last one to accelerate the breeding speed of immortal beasts. Common Grade Empowerment Points. Just enough to fully upgrade the Black Tortoise Guardian. Black Tortoise Guardian. The Black Tortoise is of water attribute, increasing the water attribute talent of its subordinate forces by 100. When arrayed in the north upon receiving a fatal attack, gain an invisible shield equal to 100 of one's own vitality to resist damage. Whenever the 7 mansions shine in the night sky, the consumed enchantment is replenished non-cumulative for a single person per instance. All the lifespan pills were given to Rishang Meishua. Based on the current situation, Dongyang, Xuanhua Shuehu, and Tsunade should have no problem with immortality, but Rishang Meishua was lacking, so the pills would sustain her for now. Madman's Armor, a true divine artifact. As long as one is not instantly killed using Flying Thunder God to retreat from the battlefield after 9 seconds, one would recover at super speed with infinite endurance. Flash, which overlaps with Flying Thunder God's function. But this skill, when used well, is especially treacherous. When the enemy has figured out Flying Thunder God's intel, that throwing a kunai is a prerequisite, and they are on guard, suddenly Flash directly land a combo, and if not killed, plant a Flying Thunder God mark on them. Then the Matryoshka Flash leaves them dumbfounded. The reputation value remaining was 22000. If the beauty pageant went smoothly, another tentpole could be done. Xuanhua Shuehu sensed her man's unusual movement and said gently, "Feeling better, right? I still have a lot of work to do. He'll make your favorite tofu. I want to eat it now." Dongyang gave a forceful kiss, thanking his wife for her help. Xuanhua Shuehu gently patted his shoulder twice, helplessly giving in, and gradually engaged in an intimate kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. Xuanhua Shuehu's jade-like hand caressed Dongyang's cheek, her eyes filled with a mix of admiration for the strong the bond of shared ambition, and more so a kind of unconventional love distinct from normal lovers. And so on. "You're being naughty again. Tonight, okay?" "Okay." Dongyang lightly pecked the corner of her lips. Xuanhua Shuehu couldn't help but respond with a kiss, the scent of his chin and neck mesmerizing her, smelling of the sun and stars. Soon Xuanhua Shuehu pulled away. If she didn't leave, she feared she would change her mind. Countless times she had indulged him and herself. Dongyang watched the red-haired wife toss 2 lifespan pills into a teacup and watched the incoming Rishang Meishua take them orally. Then, the little white rabbit was ready to repay its master. Inglai Cup. It's a long story. A perfect 5-star start, but the minor villages ended up making a huge mess. In the final arena match, all the contestants were from Konoha, the others had been eliminated early. This was exactly what Dongyang feared. He had specifically instructed the ninja sect department to rig the competition and keep a few promising seedlings from minor villages until the end, but the problem was they were useless. Trash. Too weak to take a hit. This was his second feeling of helpless frustration since the Sand Shinobi incident. Enough said, let's prepare for the beauty contest that will be the talk of the entire ninja world. A night to remember. At the Senju residence, Dongyang, Uzumaki Mido, Tsunade, and Hyuga Miyuki were also there watching the television to await the final result. Recently, the Inglai Cup has come to a successful conclusion, while at the Thunderclap Canyon thousands of miles away, a group of people were also paying homage to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Let's take a look at the footage sent back. A long shot of the Hunderjong statue of Senju Tobirama. Brother Longshan personally led the team, kneeling on the ground and letting out a loud woof as he wept bitterly. No rhetoric, all emotion. Tsunade's eyes reddened. Uzumaki Mido gently patted her granddaughter's back to comfort her. What a deeply moving scene. Lord Hashirama is immortal. Long live the third Hokage, Lord Dongyang. Everyone, it is now 8 o'clock in the evening. Today's news broadcast is over. In 5 minutes, the entire ninja world will simultaneously broadcast the finals of the first beauty contest. The third Hokage specially pointed out that this is an excellent program with the meaning of peace. Dear viewers, no matter where you are, our hearts draw closer because of it. A whole lot of rambling. Tsunade, feeling disgusted, changed the channel, but it was still the same female announcer. She changed again, but all channels were now synchronized. When does it start? Little Tsuna, don't rush. It's only 5 minutes. Alright. Dongyang, are you sure our advertisement can be broadcast across the entire ninja world? Make sure you don't make me look bad. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Dongyang's palms were sweaty. He wasn't a fortune teller. After all, the television station was far away in the daimyo's capital, and this time the 4 great ninja villages placed great importance on it, each sending ninjas to participate, even though Konoha had more people. Viewers in front of the television. Good evening, a sweet voiceover. Fireworks exploded in the night sky. The female host said, "Welcome to the first Ninja World Beauty Contest hosted by the Fire Country Daimyo channel. Now let's enjoy a highlight reel. Perhaps these are stories that once happened around you." The screen slowly went dark. It lit up again. A square arena. The fierce clash of metal. The camera focused on a crimson frenzy. Double Tomo Sharingan. Give up. Even though we are teammates on a stage like today, I will not go easy on you. Uchiha Kid. Don't underestimate our grass, will you bastard. Appear Rasengan. An idiotic young boy spinning a sphere in his hand. The troubled youth's Chidori chirped. Intense background music. The two rushed toward each other, with a determination as if facing death. The camera suddenly swung up into the sky. The Jonin referee threw the two kids apart, giving a close-up of the impressive destructive power of the Rasengan and Chidori. Scene change. Young Akimichi swallowed a pill with an uncomfortable expression sticking out his tongue, as if it was bitter, then transformed into a giant and fiercely pounded young Nara. Quick cuts. This Chunin exams highlights. Finally, the scene shifted to the front of the Hokage building. Dongyang stood solemnly at the center with young ninjas standing in neat rows, and the slogan above began to sound. Dongyang, who's the best for entrusted missions? Young ninjas in the land of fire Konoha, find Dongyang. The screen went dark, but the music grew even more intense. Thundering drums, as if in an epic battlefield. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Nearly 100 Uchiha Jonin performed the technique together. Scene change. A chaotic taijutsu brawl between Hyuga and Kagaya. Quick cuts of various ninja clans performing in turn. In front of the Hokage building. The Uchiha in their cool blacks. Scene change. A chaotic taijutsu brawl between Hyuga and Kagaya. Quick cuts of various ninja clans performing in turn. In front of the Hokage building. The Uchiha in their cool black suits. The Senju were in sky blue. Hyuga pure white, Kagaya pink, they chose it themselves, Ino Shikacho gray. Dongyang with the air of a boss sat on the sofa, took the cigarette from his mouth, and said slowly, "Who's the best for entrusted missions?" Roar. Fire Country Konoha, find Dongyang. A group of men roared passionately. 2 words to summarize: overbearing. The drum beats, the crisp sound of a bamboo flute joined in. A flavor of immortal heroes. The murmur of flowing water. A stream in the forest. By the stream, a celestial fox. 9 whitetails swaying. The celestial fox, drinking water, suddenly looked up. The drum beats gradually grew intense, and countless ninja shadow clones. Konoha's Jinchuriki, you can't escape. Boom. A simple direct-tailed beast ball explosion. 2 in a row, 3, 4. The screen was a sea of white light. The majestic celestial fox leaped lightly into the air, its chakra energy body retracting into its form, transforming into a palace-dressed goddess. In front of the Hokage building. Dongyang in a moon-white robe with a shark-toothed blade at his waist. The palace-dressed goddess stood by his side. Who's the best for entrusted missions? Fire Country Konoha, find Dongyang. This segment, Dongyang did it deliberately. In a sense, it was showcasing their own nuclear deterrent. Bamboo flute notes cheerful, touching wind chimes. Ninja Academy. On the playground, the taijutsu class ran freely. In the training area, the ninjutsu class practiced kunai throwing. A large number of young ninjas from various clans entered the frame. Unfamiliar viewers could tell from their appearances and clan emblems that they were the juniors of the powerful ninjas shown earlier. Singing came from the classroom. The camera tracked. Tsunade began to sing in a soft voice, ah oi, the lyrics of Blue Bird, and Uchiha Yumi took over the second half. The filming was really tough back then, each one was harder to teach than the last. The camera quickly flashed a series of youthful and lovely faces. Hyuga, main family, Uzumaki branch clan, Yellow Sand Soccer Babes. A longing for Dongyang used music to deepen this subconscious impression while also slipping in an immigration advertisement. A medley of songs. The DNF Warrior, ding 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 ding, ding 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 ding. Scenes of boys sparring in real combat. Scattered and fragmentary. This needed to protect their intelligence. In front of the Hokage building. Dongyang sat on the steps, and the camera tilted to focus on Tsunade, the baseball princess who twirled a pair of batons behind her head and nodded slightly to greet the entire ninja world. On the right was Uchiha Yumi in a black suit, cool and stylish. The camera continued to push forward to a boy's back, Might Due, the descendant of the dragon. Orochimaru cosplaying as Yon from League of Legends. Jiraiya in beach swimwear. Who's the best for entrusted missions? Fire Country Konoha. Wow, I look so cool. Tsunade cheered happily. Perhaps the television was startled by her. The screen suddenly went black, and then in less than 20 seconds it began to play the actual, what a pity, the content that followed. The segment where Dongyang led his underlings to dance the Axe Gang dance. The people of the ninja world would not get to enjoy it. It would be broadcast later in their own village. Watch TV. Let the reputation points soar for a while. Fire Country, remote countryside. It's really Dongyang. This child is amazing. Shut up. Address him as Lord Dongyang. In the square where rice was being sun-dried, a group of villagers sat around a television chattering. Regret. Back then I was the first to see that abandoned baby. Why didn't I soften my heart and take him home to raise for 4 years, eh? Head of the Ono family, I've always been curious, what exactly did Lord Dongyang privately reward you with? A shrewd man dressed as a peddler said. You see, ever since Lord Dongyang became a ninja, his first thought was to return to the village to repay kindness. He taught our entire village the secret of underwater breath holding, a simplified version of Tobirama Senju's breath holding technique. During the slack farming season, we had the extra business of gathering pearls from the riverbed, and life has finally improved a bit. Yeah. Ono, tell us about it. Ono said amiably. It was my late mother who was kind-hearted and adopted Lord Dongyang. Actually, it has little to do with me. At that time, he only left a verbal promise. What promise? If my family encounters difficulties in the future, or if my descendants have the aptitude to become ninjas and are willing to walk that dangerous path, they can go to Konoha to find him, and he will fulfill 3 requests for me. A farm woman said, 3 requests, that's great. Oh no, how about we arrange a childhood engagement between our families? Get away. Your child is already 16. Head of the Ono family are Kaizi and your son. The scene descended into chaos. The man dressed as a peddler had a glint of sharp light in his eyes. Perhaps he could sell this information to the big families in the city. Ono's descendants would be like a guarantee of legacy, not subject to harsh treatment, and could enjoy a life of comfort ahead of time. Cloud Village. The desk endured its unbearable pain. The third AI laughed in extreme anger. Which village is best for entrusting missions? What a brilliant setup. I should have thought of it earlier. The Fire Country daimyo gave away free grain and held that damn beauty contest. He had ill intentions from start to finish. Calm down, AI. Fortunately, we cut off the broadcast signal in time. Only a small part was aired. The old uncle of the Yayue family advised his nephew, but he himself grew angrier. This slogan was stolen from our previous rakeage and spread by them. Absolutely damn. Last time the Rain Country made us run around in circles. Uncle, we must acknowledge the opponent's strength and wisdom. The third AI quickly calmed down and said, what I cannot tolerate is that Konoha frequently makes moves while we can only passively accept and do nothing. Incompetence. We can't sit still anymore. I plan to immediately ally with the 3 great ninja villages and launch an all-out blockade against Konoha in terms of ninja missions. The old uncle of the Yayue family shook his head and said, I support your approach, but it might not work this year. Our food shortage will still be severe next year. If Konoha retaliates by not selling us grain, what will we do then? Let's lie low for a year. Recovering strength is more important. The third ace face turned ugly. He felt extremely aggrieved. After a war Konoha backed by the Fire Country, the richest in the center of the ninja world, wasn't too affected. Looking at them, each had their own difficulties. They couldn't make any moves within 2 years. For the first time, he felt a sense of uncertainty. Had he been wrong to trap and kill Tobirama Senju last year? On the surface, Konoha suffered heavy losses, but with that young man taking power, it would have been better to keep Tobirama Senju and outlast him. Now he had no way to outlast anyone. He was the one being outlasted. Deep underground in the Rain Country, Uchiha Madara rested his chin on his hand, watching the TV broadcast the scene of Chidori and Rasengan rushing toward each other. Looking closely, his eyes were unfocused, clearly lost in thought. After a while, he ended his reminiscence of passionate past years. Surging fighting spirit rippled. Black Zetsu, what did the grass will say? The children at Konoha's Ninja Academy are reciting a saying, no one helps me reach the clouds, I will tread through snow to the mountain peak. Ordinary common grass, yet it possesses tenacious and resilient vitality. Oh, I acknowledge it. That junior, he has quite a capacity. Uchiha Madara said slowly. Immigration and study abroad, an unknown reason for a partition of the whirlpool, selling the 4-symbol seal to intimidate Mito Uzumaki. It seems he is trying another path to peace. Then let's wait and see. Whoever realizes this ideal first. Black Zetsu let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't changed his mind. You fool Uchiha Madara being inspired by a young junior. What can I say about you? Keep a close watch on Konoha's movements. Remember forbid approaching the third Hokage and Mito Uzumaki. That woman's bloodline limit is very sharp. Yes. The TV was airing the beauty contest. Uchiha Madara no longer had any interest in watching. He closed his eyes and did some eye exercises. He could already feel the power that was sublimating the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. After a few more years. Senju clan. Waking up from the first half of sleep. 2 cups of hot tea on the table. Dongyang looked at 1.6 million reputation points grinning foolishly. Just one night this advertisement was so damn worth it. Mito Uzumaki was organizing the bookshelf. Tsunade's recent training in the strength of 100 seal had hit a small bottleneck. She could divert her attention to learn basic sealing arts. She took out the relevant books and set them aside along with medical ninjutsu knowledge. A pair of large hands touched her waist, embraced her gently from behind. Hot breath at her ear. Mito Uzumaki couldn't focus on the words in the book at all. In a while back to the room. Good wife. Stay still obediently. Dongyang thought of a temple. Clatter clatter sounds. A flash of golden light. Reward. Oh my god. Super big explosion. Event acceleration card X1, a common enhancement points X5, feature enhancement dizziness, is normal feature enhancement sturdy immortal mask witch's cloak. Except for the acceleration card, which was just a token. The rest were full of substance. Where to use the acceleration card? The development of the flying thunder god. 5 common enhancement points. Max out civilization and martial arts. Civilization and martial arts literary talent can stabilize the world learning. 5 common enhancement points. Max out civilization and martial arts. Civilization and martial arts literary talent can stabilize the world learning efficiency for knowledge, including supernatural skills, increased by 100. Martial talent can conquer the realm training and combat experience comprehension efficiency, increased by 100. Dizziness is normal, the worse the bad luck for probabilistic events like gambling or equipment enhancement. The final effect of hitting rock bottom is increased by good luck is smoother when strengthening 12. Don't hesitate, continue to chase the dream. The final effect of reversing fate is increased by 20. Note, no matter how good the luck, if it meets a greedy person, the outcome is already doomed. So dizziness is normal. Are you ready with the oxygen tank? Sturdy, the population under your command additionally increases their own physique cap by 50. The final effect depends on individual training. No need to mention civilization and martial arts. Dizziness is normal, a luck type enhancement in Dongyang's mind, but it's a double-edged sword. It seems that the room next to Kylie's enhancement furnace really needs to be equipped with a few oxygen tanks. Sturdy has a point. For example, if a person's physique cap is 70, but they loaf around all day, their actual physique is only 40. The enhancement increased the cap for all villagers. As for whether they can reach it, it's up to them. If not, hold a regular prize-giving sports meet. The villagers' physiques increase. Dongyang had previously drawn the Emperor engine to max out levels, but it was specially noted that if physique didn't meet the standard, it would be a burden. In the future, many wives mean many blessings. He needs a strong kidney. Continue to inspect the rewards. The Immortal Mask. Yet another product from the Yonja Wujin game. So items from Kwanyeka might also reappear in the prize. Returning to the Immortal Mask. This artifact was formed from a scale of the Enextreme true god Zhulong, slowly absorbing the world's Enextreme opposite of Yang power until Zhulong is resurrected. The Hidden Clan, in order to prevent its resurrection, absorbed the Enextreme power into their own bodies, but the drawback is that prolonged wearing of the mask makes one susceptible to erosion by Zhulong's will. Later, the heroes of the Yonja game, either by wearing the mask to awaken special abilities or by participating in the struggle for the mask, were all part of a world of utter despair. As mentioned before, the prestige chest converts the otherworldly system. This thing is now a in-release power bank, and there is a chance to obtain the inheritance of game characters such as the Fire Dog Jeet Songhai from the last draw. It's a one-step solution. Finally, the Witch's Cloak. Of course I'll give it to my beloved wife. The Witch's Cloak has high resistance and a shield, but its unique passive is far inferior to the Warmonger's armor, whose 5 health regeneration per second is. Warmonger's armor has 0 resistance. Let me explain 7 enhancement. When Denafin meets Lianming. Invincible folks. Dongyang, satisfied, released his wife. Uzumaki Mito cherished such tender moments. Sensing his reluctance, she turned and hooked her arms around Dongyang's neck, and in the depths of passion, they shared a fervent kiss. It was unclear how long the kiss lasted. Dongyang princess carried Uzumaki Mito, striding toward the room. A beautiful day begins from the morning. Dongyang woke up and opened his eyes. To his left, a faint warmth. To his right, clearly someone had just left. He formed hand seals to summon. The Immortal Mask appeared in his hand,
and similarly the warmonger's armor and the witch's cloak could be summoned and swapped with a single command. Very stylish. Without needing to wear it, Dongyang clearly sensed the extreme release of the mask. As he drew its power, images suddenly flashed in his mind: Ji Songhai and his boss Chui joining forces to contend for the mask. The female captain Chui Sanyang. After a long while, Dongyang let out a burp as if he had eaten too much, and in the ethereal realm the second tier of the divine ascension staircase was ready to be triggered, and he obtained the inheritance of the sealing water release. The core of Chui Sanyang's inheritance was control, bubbles, waves, or water spears striking the enemy, providing an unreasonable strong control. Thus water release was merely its outward manifestation. The mask in his hand became lighter. It could probably support him for about 3 more absorptions. The problem was that although Zhulong's will had vanished, using too much of this external energy in a short time would be detrimental, shaking his own foundation. And most importantly, the immortal mask was not a one-time item. Once its release was depleted, it would slowly absorb the extreme power of heaven and earth to recover. With that thought, Dongyang figured out how to maximize the benefits. He put on his clothes and used the flying thunder god to teleport to the training ground. Tsunade was deeply engrossed in boxing, unable to extricate herself. Compared to Uchiha Yuma's progress, she had fallen a bit behind. Yumu sat obediently under the corridor. On the other side, Finbei Dudu was bullying Jiuwei as usual. This lazy junior, doesn't she see how diligently the master is training? How can they slack off? Tsunade chirp chirp chirp. Come here, I'll show you something good. The little princess looked displeased. Are you calling a dog? She clenched her pink fist looking. Dongyang put one hand on his hip and said leisurely, originally, I had a supreme treasure from the summoning realm that could help you become stronger, but now I think you'll just forget it. Really? Where is it? Give it to me. What should you call me? Sensei. Her voice was soft and sweet. Little Tsunade was the cutest. Dongyang half squatted and pinched her cheek, handing her the immortal mask. This is the treasure. Feel it and draw its power. Stop immediately. When Tsunade's almond-shaped eyes fixed on the mask and couldn't look away. It seemed ordinary, but her intuition told her she must obtain it. Such a precious thing, really, for me. Of course it can be used and restored infinitely. Hearing Dongyang say this, Tsunade hugged the mask to her chest. Driven by a deep longing from her very being, she couldn't wait to absorb its power. To be precise, it was the divine ascension staircase that was craving. In Dongyang's perception, Tsunade's body still had more yang than yin, with all nutrients snatched away by natural evolution. At this moment, she crossed the first tier of the staircase. A reflection of the heart. Vines sprouted one after another, then enveloped Tsunade. A towering wooden warrior rose from the ground, holding a large halberd with dark red veins that seemed to breathe, exuding an aura of invincibility across the entire scene. Something was wrong. Donning armor and wielding weapons. Yushan plus would release, how could that be? The wood god warrior slowly lowered its head, looking at the little one before it, moving its halberd, as if contemplating where to strike. The next moment, a noble silver radiance flickered in Dongyang's eyes. His eyes had not fully awakened yet. The wood god warrior disintegrated inch by inch. Tsunade was forced to deactivate the armor fusion and fell to the ground a bit dazed. What happened? Wood release. Where's my wood release? Bad Dongyang. Give me back my wood release. The little girl's almond eyes glistened with tears. Countless times in her dreams. Shattered just like that. Dongyang said helplessly. Come on, you've exhausted your chakra. It's not my fault. Eat a soldier pill, and you'll get it back. Oh, I see. Tsunade quickly swallowed a soldier pill. She pressed her hands together. Vines quickly sprouted. Wow. My wood release. Wood release, looked Dongyang. Huh. I have wood release. Tsunade was beyond herself with joy. She planted a big kiss on Dongyang's cheek, then shared her joy with Yunmu and the 3 little ones. Finbei Dudu wagged her tail happily. Jiuwei, on the other hand, was not so pleased. The fear of being dominated by wood release resurfaced. Oh right, I have to tell Grandma this great news. Dongyang, hurry up. Tsunade ran off in a flash. Dongyang followed behind toward the dining hall. Uzumaki Mito sincerely rejoiced for Tsunade, and her beautiful eyes met Dongyang's gaze. A brief exchange of glances. She had agreed to that new trick. The immortal mask had about 2.5 portions left. Tsunade, with a small appetite, had used half a portion. Dongyang directly handed it to Uzumaki Mito and Hyuga Miyuki to use. Uzumaki Mito's need was actually greater than his. She comprehended the ability of Ning Hongye from Yonja Wujin, the in-extreme true eye which silences spell casting and stuns with strong control. Hyuga Miyuki was weaker than Tsunade and unfortunately did not trigger a hero inheritance. But there would be plenty of opportunities later. Finally, the remaining bit was given to Brother Jing. Overall, this temple opening was very satisfying. Because of the improvement of both him and Uzumaki Mito, the system panel's progress bar increased by 1, reaching 77. The witch's cloak was enhanced to 7. He would give it to his red-haired wife on her birthday later. The main reason was that pulling out two treasures at once would invite questions from Uzumaki Mito, which Dongyang was unwilling to answer. How to answer was a headache. Maintaining this tacit understanding was just right. The next day the feedback for the beauty contest came out. The beauty being discussed by everyone was. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Jing and Chimu Jiren reported the situation. Lord Third Hokage, we prepared too few of Elder Shuha's court robes and earrings. They sold out by mid-morning. Red hair dye and round fans with the Schwanwa emblem sold at triple the price. The daimyo's sister is willing to pay 10 million ryo for a custom outfit tailored to her figure. The daimyo's sister. Dongyang remembered her as a plump girl. Court robes wouldn't suit her. 10 million ryo. He would design it himself. Schwanwa Shuha's sudden surge in popularity was both unexpected and logical. The admiration for strength exists everywhere, especially in the ninja world. In just a few seconds of screen time, she had outshone all the other beauties. So his wife was a superstar. A novel feeling. Dongyang clasped his hands, pondered for a moment, and said, change the plan. The village will fund the creation of a fashion brand under Shuha's name. Elder Shuhu gets 5 personal shares, and the Schwanwa branch clan gets 3 dividend shares. Tomorrow night's beauty pageant will feature a commercial. All competing outfits will be sponsored by us free of charge. Don't use the Schwanwa emblem. It hinders export trade. Instead, use the In seal on Elder Shuha's forehead. Finally, assign a kunoichi to use the transformation technique to take Elder Shuha's form and shoot a full fashion catalog for distribution across the ninja world. Cold, gentle, seductive. I want the complete set. Chimu Jiren nodded in understanding. The third Hokage's trick with the transformation technique was brilliant. You thought it was Schwanwa Shueho. Did she personally? Uchiha Jing said. We failed to negotiate with the 4 major ninja villages. They refused to broadcast the beauty pageant's TV signal, though the 4 great countries can air it normally. Dongyang had expected this. The contract was signed with the daimyos. The ninja villages, having gone through an intermediary, naturally wouldn't acknowledge it. They were probably scrambling to suppress the trending slogan, Find Dongyang in Fire Country Konoha. No rush. Some things become more intense the more they're banned. Dongyang leaned back in his chair. Start with the 4 great countries, encircle the ninja villages from the cities. Once this wave passes, it's time to activate our spies. Jiren, make the biggest splash with Zuanwo's fashion brand to showcase our earning power. Later, for the male beauty pageant, create a men's fashion brand and invite the daimyos to invest. What can they use to fight me? If something threatened the nation's foundation, the daimyos might hesitate. But a beauty contest that conveniently bags money, why would they refuse? The advantage of striking first, relentless pursuit. If the 4 major ninja villages were given even a moment to catch their breath, Dongyang would consider this loss. Uchiha Jing and the other took their leave. Dongyang worked for a while. Then Gangzhou entered carrying a large watermelon, her voice soft and sweet. Classmate Dongyang, it's so hot. You must be thirsty. I bought you a watermelon. Uchiha Jing and the other took their leave. Dongyang worked for a while. Then Gangzhou entered carrying a large watermelon, her voice soft and sweet. Understand what? Gangzhou pouted. You think I'm asking for a favor? I just wanted to thank you for helping me awaken wood release. That's even less enough. Wood release. And it's worth just a watermelon. Then what do you want? Dongyang pointed at his cheek. Gangzhou instantly blushed, covering her face. Her twin ponytail swayed. In the end, Dongyang got his way. The cost, losing 2 million ryo. After napping in the afternoon, Uchiha Jing brought an urgent military report. Banzang and Sanchuan had their final duel. As in the plot, Banzang spared Sanchuan, but the difference was Sanchuan died. He committed seppuku. This might have something to do with Dongyang. Even with Konoha's backing, he still couldn't defeat Banzang. Sanchuan probably saw it as a disgrace. Dongyang was shocked at first. But upon reflection, what did it matter? The plot had changed from the very beginning. He had become the 3rd Hokage, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had fallen even earlier. This fully proved the influence of his reincarnation. It was spreading across the entire ninja world. Brother Jing, continue. Sanchuan's eldest disciple stepped up in a crisis, requesting our support to fight to the death with Rain Country. This is getting interesting. Dongyang stroked his chin. Sanchuan must have left a final will. Was it to fight or to make peace? No, this was different from his own situation back then. The samurai spirit of Tai Country. The new leader had no choice but to fight, to prove his resolve even if the war was doomed to fail. Brother Jing raced the plan. In Konoha's name, offer Tai Country loans for post-war reconstruction. Pay later with interest. I want their entire chakra iron production capacity for 10 years. Dongyang said, contact Banzang as well with the same offer. But don't actually close the deal. Wait for someone else to take this hot potato. Uchiha Jing asked, you want to use these 2 small countries as a proxy battle against the 4 major ninja villages? Exactly. In the end, we can't reach a deal with Banzang anyway. Dongyang continued, we'll play both sides. The 4 major ninja villages now have their hands free. Do you think they'll just stand by? Thai country is easy to handle. For Banzang, whatever we offer the 4 villages will only offer more. We have a clear advantage in financial and material resources backed by the spirit world. The 4 villages' reserves will only shrink the longer they fight. What can the poor land of Rain country possibly give them in return? Uchiha Jing gave a thumbs up. So Sanchuan's death was a good thing. It would weaken the enemy in both war and livelihood. Dongyang realized belatedly. If he had known, he would have sent someone to assassinate Sanchuan and frame Banzang, making them tear each other apart. He continued working. The Ministry of Culture sent a completed copy of The Will of Fire. A quick skim left him very satisfied. Dongyang thought for a moment and instructed Hyuga Meishiwa to compile a selected works of Dongyang based on his usual conversation's ideological policies, and this book wasn't urgent. It could be published within 10 years. The Whirlpool Village sent a message via Hawk. They had successfully assembled a fleet. The elite sword special action squad was dispatched accompanied by the Ape Demon King. Finding the spirit world should be feasible. The last briefing, a detailed plan from the United Front Department based on Dongyang's phrase, prize sports meat. Nara Shikazu had thought it through thoroughly. With all work done, he took a sip of tea and opened the system panel. Dongyang watched the steadily increasing reputation points, which were surging toward 1 million. He made a trip to Xuanwashui's place. In the evening twilight, the Ninja Academy let out. Gangsho came again bearing a bowl of red bean dumpling soup. This showed the true value of wood release. Time marched on. Dongyang did 10 consecutive draws from the reputation chest. This batch was a bit lackluster. 3 event acceleration cards, 1 for the Ninja Academy Children's Study of the Will of Fire, 1 for the Raintai War, and 1 for the sports meet. 5 longevity pills. He kept them for now to reward his underlings. As for that old coot Hyuga Tenjin, he might let him live another 10 years depending on the situation. 2 normal level enhancement points. He allocated them to strength and the Emperor's engine. He was about to turn 18, full of fire. The rest were miscellaneous junk. Time kept accelerating. 2 years passed. The ninja world was in turmoil. The Rain Ninja and the Iron Country had gone berserk with bloodshed. The elder of the Rain Ninja, who had harshly threatened Dongyang at the very beginning, a minor antagonist from Chapter 42, was successfully assassinated by Chimu Jiren. Within less than 2 days, the daimyo of the Rain Country expressed a willingness to negotiate peace, only to follow the elder's footsteps shortly after. Who did it? No one knew. It could have been Hanzo, or perhaps the 4 great ninja villages. Dongyang had also arranged for Chimu Jiren to do the same, but before they could act, the daimyo of the Rain Country had already perished. The war between Rain and Iron. Initially, it might have been driven by interests and the selfish desires of those in power, but now all that was meaningless. A new force began to dominate them. Hatred. The impact of the war. Chimu Shuomo's training in the Iron Country had to be abandoned. Fortunately, his special ability accelerated his growth, and he directly entered the Umbu. Unknown to Dongyang, the third Raikage plan targeting Konoha's ninja missions was postponed by a year due to the resources and funds spent on supporting Hanzo. A fortuitous coincidence. The recordings of the beauty contest and the handsome contest were classified as forbidden films in the 4 great ninja villages, yet they were repeatedly banned but still circulated. They failed to notice that while they were strictly guarding the Fire Country daimyo's channel, a new Tian trend swept through the Tian country, silently corrupting human. Let's talk about Dongyang's gains. The system panel progress bar was at 99. 3 temples from the reputation treasure chest. Miscellaneous items were not. The violent armor from the King of Glory, a 11 equipment enhancement scroll, was sent to Tsunade, and a 12 scroll was used on the Witch's Cloak of Uzumaki. The summoner spell Rebirth from League of Legends. No mistake, it was Rebirth. So although Dongyang still had a 7 Warmog's armor, he was not afraid at all. He could run, fight, heal quickly, and with the addition of Resurrection, his tankiness was terrifying. The last item was the inheritance of the Wind Sword Dao. Hasaki. Dongyang found it difficult to use. He slightly modified it into the Morning Star Sword. The main issue was that it was too light and ethereal. The original version was passed on to Chimu Shimao, who became another Yasuo in the ninja world using the Steel Tempest with smooth and graceful movements. Ordinary empowerment points. Strength and King's Engine were both at level 3. When the system progress bar reached 80, a decent empowerment appeared from the Gift of Fate, and he maxed it out. Peace Elite, the training speed of ranged weapons, and the final effect of attack angle correction are increased by 100. When dodging enemy ranged items and projectiles, the final effect is increased by 100. Only applies to ranged weapons and items. Strength required time to train. King's Engine was more suitable for high-level battles. Dizziness was normal. It was a long story. Peace Elite was a true god for ordinary low-level ninjas, greatly enhancing their output and survival rate. As for missions, they were targeted by the 4 great ninja villages. Dongyang had done everything he could.
Seedlings always needed to face the wind and rain to grow, so this time, he didn't play dirty tricks, but fought the 4 great ninja villages hidden for an entire year. Small-scale clashes and bloodshed became commonplace. The village developed steadily internally, and externally a major event was the acceptance of war refugees from the Rain and Iron countries. The Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages did the same, but the Wind country was too poor for refugees to go. Undoubtedly Konoha accepted the most refugees. After the autumn festival, Tsunade graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 8. She had started school in autumn at 4 years old, just 3 months shy of turning 5. Now about to turn 9, she formed a team with Uchiha Yumi Jiraiya and Orochimaru, with Uchiha Kagami and Dongyang serving as the team's Jonin instructor. Uchiha Kagami crossed the first level of the Divine Ascension staircase last year, but he did not awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He still had the 3 Tomo Sharingan. This was understandable. After all, he had severed ties with his ancestors. At the cost of losing 2 powerful dojutsu and Susanoo, his physical fitness and Yin-Yang release advanced by leaps and bounds, and his fire release could even lightly injure Dongyang's sage body. Sacrificing a strong but fleeting present, pursuing a bright future with a deep foundation. Of course, everyone's future was bright. The Hokage, Dongyang, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. His appearance was frozen at an 18-year-old youthful boy. 2 years of governing had imbued his every gesture with the dignity of a ruler, and a strong sense of trustworthiness radiated from him. As the saying goes, one's aura changes with one's position. Dongyang nurtured his own dignity, but the trust was an intangible gift bestowed upon him by the villagers. He was clear in rewards and punishments. He was just and selfless, naturally earning everyone's trust. Who wouldn't praise the 3rd Hokage's benevolence? The final one of the system had been stuck for there was no help for it. A small problem had arisen. Similar to when the exotic dancers from the desert tribes first arrived, the influx of war refugees from Rain and Iron caused the progress bar to decrease rather than increase. Recently, after a period of adjustment, it had increased by 2. Master your wife's hawk message. Bring it to me. Dongyang unfolded the letter and frowned. The 4 great ninja villages were pressing hard. Uzumaki Mido had become pregnant last winter and after much deliberation decided not to make the relationship public. Now she had given birth to a daughter for Dongyang in the Whirlpool village. An additional note: in the middle of this year, Senju Nawaki was reborn into his mother's womb, expected to be born next spring. The relationship between the 2 children was, well, extremely complicated. Back to the wife's letter. The first part reported good news, the latter part bad news. Uzumaki Mido had discovered that some spies from the major ninja villages were lurking near the Whirlpool village, and they had already found the Summoning Realm's maritime passage. This matter could no longer be hidden. If Dongyang were in the 3rd Raikage's shoes, he would also wonder. They had poured a massive amount of resources into supporting the Iron Country's war, yet there was no sign of Konoha's development slowing down. It was a bit troublesome, but why go through an intermediary? The truth was, Dongyang had his eyes on the Whirlpool village's assets. By recreating the crisis of the it was a bit troublesome, but why go through an intermediary? The truth was, Dongyang had his eyes on the Whirlpool village's assets. By recreating the crisis of the Whirlpool village's destruction, he could rewrite a happy ending. Miyuki. Dongyang suddenly paused. The system panel appeared. The progress bar had reached 100. It was now at the 4-star level too. What had increased by 3 points? Could it be his own offspring? Very likely. The clan's North Star. A small step for Dongyang, a giant leap for Konoha. His wife was a great contributor. He had to pamper her well when she returned. Time to open the star-level faction treasure chest. As usual, the reputation treasure chest was used as a buffer. 2 event acceleration cards, 1 talent growth pill. Thanks for the gift, system bro. The last one. Summoning Beast Flame Hoof. Wow. Thank you, system dad. A true reflection of the soul. Loved it. Now for the main event. The card drawing page. A 4-star faction could choose 5 rewards. The first draw was a hit interest-free loan. Its function was the same as. Dongyang scratched his head. This interest-free loan thing felt more vicious than compound interest. If he continued borrowing into the 5-star level, it would mean getting 1 less reward from each star-level treasure chest. Damn it. He absolutely must not borrow anymore. Looking at the decline of the 3-star faction in the later stages, one could see that normal development was about 10 per year. Where could he find more? Mount Mayaboku and Ryuchi Cave. And the harder it became to repay, the further it went. Swipe away. Swipe away. Continuous refreshing. Dongyang's eyes widened. The 3 lost rewards had appeared. The previous gift of fate. Everyone who used it praised it. An ancient scroll style. The celestial curtain. The heavenly canopy competition. A contest among 3 parallel worlds was it. The winner takes all the rewards while the losers lose face and break down. It seemed that the 150 progress bar of the 4-star faction relied entirely on the mediocrity of its peers. Continuing to flip cards and draw. Trade empowerment. The sect leader arrives. Trade empowerment, I have witnessed my own greatness. With this, the 5 rewards were selected. The star chest finally condensed into a forging hammer. From now on, 5 ordinary grade empowerment points could be synthesized into 1 exceptional grade trade empowerment point. The sect leader arrives when fan worship reaches a specified threshold. Special worship value will be generated, half of which goes to the supreme leader to enhance their own attributes up to a maximum of 3 times. The other half belongs to the individual fans, slowly improving their innate talent and foundation up to a maximum of 3 times. I have witnessed my own greatness. Most people believe that suffering is not worth praising, but you can make it worthy. Depending on the brilliance of an individual's will, the efficiency of reversal can be accelerated by 2 to 5 times. We are born like duckweed, yet we yearn to become light. Even if we lose our lives, we will bloom with our own unique colors. At the moment of ultimate sublimation of individual will, an explosive combat power of 2 to 5 times will be unleashed. Note: prepare medical measures in advance. That's all. 2 exceptional grade empowerments. They involve intangible thoughts and wills. The might father and son are blessed. There is also that child named Ishihara, a firm executor of the Grasswell. I hope in the near future I can witness his greatness. The progress of the 3-star faction reached 100. The empowerment gifted by fate was not impressive, so I exchanged it for fate points to upgrade strength to level 4. That settled it. Dongyang turned around and ordered Meishu and notify the War Department to activate the Flying Thunder God formation plate and locate the coordinates. The Civil Affairs Department is to prepare for receiving our new companions. Hi. Rishiang Meishua quickly left to convey the orders. Dongyang sensed for a moment. His figure flickered and vanished on the spot. The reception hall of the Whirlpool Ninja Village. Xuanhua looming and several clan elders wore worried expressions. Xuanhua Shuhu sat upright and dignified, slightly plumper than before, radiating a strong maternal glow. Chief looming greetings to all the elders. Humph. During the time of his wife's pregnancy, Dongyang visited 3 or 4 times a week. Although much time had passed, Xuanhua looming still showed no good grace. Dongyang, you've seen the letter, right? Xuanhua Shuehu said. How should we respond next? The 4 great ninja villages are probably already taking action. Dongyang got straight to the point. Shut down the sea shipping routes. Invite the entire Uzumaki clan to temporarily reside in Mai. After this war ends, we will send everyone back to their homeland. Xuanhua Shuehu's eyes wavered, and she spoke in a telepathic, contrary manner. Is there no other way? We've only had peace for 3 years. If war breaks out, what about dividing the 2 fronts? Alas, I'm afraid we can't manage both. Dongyang sighed. Chief looming, in the end the Uzumaki clan made an alliance with the Senju. If we open a long-term front here, the shinobi will bleed and die, which could easily stir up negative public opinion. I know, you may all think of keeping yourselves out of trouble, but is that realistic? Nowadays, many small ninja villages are leaning toward Mai, and their intentions are clear. Taking down the Uzumaki, the leader. The significance of that I don't need to explain. Under the overturned nest, no egg remains intact. Xuanhua looming couldn't help but nod. The friction between Mai and the 4 great ninja villages over missions, the game of chess with the Rain and Iron countries as the board. Even if they didn't fight now, sooner or later a massive war would erupt. What he truly worried about was the little fox not keeping his word. Temporarily residing in Mai. It would be easy to go there, but hard to return. The question was, did they have any other choice? Someone was willing to protect them. Who would be foolish enough to die defending their homeland? 3 days passed. The Whirlpool Ninja Village vanished without a trace. The Flying Thunder God formation plates were all packed up and taken away. Xuanhua Shuehu was in her final days of postpartum confinement. As an aside, before this, her shadow clone had been handling work in the village. With her unfathomable chakra reserves, a single clone could last 3 months of energy expenditure. Dongyang, what are you thinking about? Oh, our daughter's name. Dongyang snapped back to reality. Xuanhua Shuehu said with great tenderness, I came up with 2 Rizi and Kuehua. I don't expect her to be extraordinary, just happy for a lifetime. What names? Xingyue Lioli. They're even better than mine. Xuanhua Shuehu savored the 2 names and said, let's call her Xingyue then. Our little Xingyue, you have your own name now. No sucking your fingers. The baby in the crib babbled. She had been quite ugly at birth. Over a month, she gradually grew into a delicate, soft, and adorable little thing, melting her father's heart. Dongyang watched mother and daughter with a smile in his eyes. His vision unfolded the Heavenly Canopy competition scroll for the nth time. Within it were several detailed rules, corresponding fairness and justice. The time flow had been synchronized with the other 2 parallel worlds. He hesitated no more. With a thought, he selected to use it. The next moment, the sky and clouds shifted. Thunder rumbled. An ancient scroll hovered above everyone's heads. Shared past, accidental present, predetermined future. Welcome to the link. The Heavenly Canopy competition officially begins. We will uphold the principles of fairness and justice, aiming to bring an unprecedented audiovisual feast to the high-dimensional beings. Phase 1 of the Heavenly Canopy competition units are independent ninja villages. For example, the My Village of the past, present, and future, 3 versions compete on the same stage. Phase 2 of the Heavenly Canopy competition units are independent worlds. At that time, enemies become teammates and the future of this world is entrusted to your shoulders. Phase 3 of the Heavenly Canopy competition weights are assigned based on the previous phases with greater freedom. The strong become stronger. A series of rules. Next, the rewards. Competition points. From mundane items like silver and chakra steel to various forbidden techniques, bloodline evolution, even resurrecting someone or extracting a character from a future world. Extracting the future has prerequisites. First, the character must not already exist. For example, little Tsunade and big Tsunade cannot coexist. Second, if Hinata is extracted, then no other version of her will appear in this world's future. That is all. Phase 1 arena has been opened. Welcome all 3 parties to join the link. My 2nd year. My 21st year. My 60th year. Each round of competition is spaced 15 days apart, and the theme and contestants for the next round will be announced in advance. Death in the arena will not affect the contestants in any way. The theme for this round has been selected: the highest mountain, the longest river. Let us welcome the 1st generation Senju Hashirama, the 3rd generation Dongyang, and the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. Prepare. You will be teleported to the arena in 1 minute. Spectators are allowed to send bullet comments for interaction. Given the vast strength gap of the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will be temporarily restored to his youthful prime and allowed to bring 5 attendants. Everyone enjoy the battle to the fullest. The subtitles stop scrolling. Dongyang. Xuanhua Shuehu regained control of her body and threw herself into Dongyang's arms. She was particularly sensitive after giving birth. Rixiang Meishue pushed open the door, her face full of worry. If this arena was real, that was the 1st Hokage. Peace. Wait for my return. Dongyang lowered his head to kiss his wife's forehead. Another embrace. He comforted the little white rabbit Meishue. Half a minute passed. A halo enveloped Dongyang. Teleportation to the arena. At the Nanhazichuan River, rain poured down like a torrent. Qinsho Zhujian raised a hand to shield his eyes from the rain, muttering, "Ban and my brother are so annoying. How can I remember all that nonsense? They might as well have brought me an umbrella. Oh, here they come." At the center of the great river, Dongyang rode the flame demon horse, Yini, hovering in midair, looking down upon the battlefield. On the opposite bank, Yuanfei Risen and Jitsuan Tuanzang, along with the white-haired, dead-eyed Kakaxi, who had been tested to prove his loyalty after Yuanfei's visit to the daimyo, was met with an assassination attempt and 3 cat-masked EMBU operatives. Dong 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 dong. A single drumbeat. The sky screen inserted a goofy, smiling, dynamic image of Qinsho Zhujian, annotated with his life achievements up to the 2nd year of Mai. Then came Dongyang. Yuanfei Risen was ranked last. 1st Hokage. The 3rd Hokage, Dongyang, the most crucial accidental element of this parallel world. A restless heart, unwilling to be ordinary at age, for who set out from a remote countryside in Hoziguo, steering history toward a new turning point. Qinsho Feijian's most prized disciple, a weapon hidden in the deepest shadows. At 16, he took command in a time of crisis and succeeded as the 3rd Hokage. Though he reigned for only 3 years, his pragmatic reforms achieved remarkable results. His political acumen was formidable, and his bloodline limit, the Polaris, had once aided Qinsho Feijian in slaying Kinkaku and Ginkaku. His bloodline had evolved multiple times, his power unfathomable. The 3rd Hokage, Yuanfei Risen, disciple of Qinsho Feijian, ruled for 42 years, an outstanding politician. During his tenure, the 4th Hokage, Bluffing Shuaman, perished protecting the village, and he reassumed control of the government. Dubbed the strongest Hokage, the ninja hero, his battle record. The strongest Hokage with 5 attendants. The 3rd Hokage, no Lord Dongyang. Long live Lord Dongyang. Brother, these are juniors from another world. Don't hold back. Kill them. Zhujian, why waste words? Attack. Why are both 3rd Hokage's disciples of Lord Feijian? Oh, I see, he later became the 2nd. Impossible. Lord Ban is the best choice. The barrage of comments raged on without resolution. The advantage of information and intelligence was inherent in the past, for one could see the future and make corresponding adjustments. Everyone is quite enthusiastic. Haha. Qinsho Zhujian, with his thick-skinned simple smile, said, "Well, how about we settle this with a dice roll? Though we're from different worlds, we're still a village with shared ideals." "I refuse." Dongyang responded first. "This contest clearly has a long cycle. If we roll dice in this round, will we do the same every round? That would be irresponsible to the village and everyone." Qinsho Zhujian blinked and said, "You make a good point. Though I've never met you, I believe you can protect our village, whichever world it may be. Hey, little monkey over there. All 5 of you attack together. Use your full strength." For the sake of each of your villages. His shout echoed across the field. The atmosphere in the arena instantly turned heavy. Everyone blocked out the external noise of the barrage. Their eyes locked on their opponents. Dongyang slowly drew the shark tooth blade, and Yinti leaped into the sky, closing in on Qianshou Zhujian in an instant. Clang! You dare bite me. A deafening clash of metal rang out. Qianshou Zhujian dodged Yinti's bite to the side, stomped the ground with monstrous strength, and a flash of fire leaped as Dongyang, mounted on the demon horse, retreated to the air and delivered a series of heavy sword slashes. Clang! 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 The Dorzai's blade parried without faltering. Qianshou Zhujian's instincts suddenly flared, and he teleported out of the battle circle. Yinti's mouth spewed a sea of fire which mingled with the pouring rain to produce vast clouds of steam. This is a bit troublesome. An enemy who can tread the sky. To him the biting and the fire style were negligible. But the advantage of flight was a headache. Moreover, this youth, introduced as Feijian's deepest hidden weapon, his intuition told him there was far more to it. On the other side, Yuan Fei Risen and the others waded across the great river. Help the first Hokage. Take out the other third Hokage first. Yes, sir. Wind style? What? Water style? Why can't we perform jutsu? The five of them awkwardly formed hand seals. Dongyang dismounted and acted as if Yuan Fei Risen and the others didn't exist. He pointed the shark tooth blade at Qianshou Zhujian, and the next moment a fierce clang of metal shook the air. Faster speed, huh? So that biting horse was your burden. Why ride it? Because it's cool, senior. Dongyang pressed down on the blade with monstrous strength. Qianshou Zhujian stepped back half a pace, then another half. Quite strong too. Huh? Qianshou Zhujian let out a fierce roar. Dongyang retreated 3 steps, twirled the shark tooth blade in a flourish. The golden lines of the blazing sun and the star fragment diamond on the blade gleamed, and launched a second round of pure physical combat. Boom, boom. The clash grew increasingly fierce. The sound of metal striking was no longer audible. Instead, the earth trembled, and the mountains shook. Sweat beaded on Kakaxi's forehead. This level of battle was far beyond their ability to participate. Even if they merely flanked, a single graze or collision would mean shattered bones and torn muscles. Huh, what a thrill! Qianshou Zhujian exclaimed excitedly. You're the second man to make me feel a lethal crisis. But your combat experience is a... Dongyang smirked and said, because since the era of you senior and Yuzhibo Ban, the ninja world has seen no more twin stars shining. Only a single great sun dominating the sky. What magnanimity! Qianshou Zhujian gave a thumbs up and said, then let me make up for your lack of experience. Here I come, third Hokage Dongyang. Come on. The two forces collided like wild bulls. They exchanged over 100 moves. Qianshou Zhujian switched from his Dorzai's blade to dual-wielded kunai, as if possessed by Yuzhibo Ban. His techniques elegant, yet deadly. Dongyang was truly enlightened. So the first Hokage could do this too. Come to think of it, the familiarity between mortal enemies. Even if you asked the color of Yuzhibo Ban's underpants, Qianshou Zhujian would still know. On the barrage, Qianshou Feijian and Yuzhibo Ban were frantic. Wasn't this handing the enemy an advantage? Brother Zhujian, you fool. 3 hours of high-intensity combat. Qianshou Zhujian and Dongyang broke apart. Each gasped for breath. Suddenly a streak of white-haired blade light struck from the side, with 3 ANBU assisting in a pincer attack. Without any visible hand seals from Dongyang, a spiral water current erupted from beneath his feet. A towering sea dragon whirlpool that crushed Kakaxi and the 3 ANBU with tons of pressure. White hair. A junior of the Chimu clan. A bit disappointing. Dongyang said this deliberately, then turned to Qianshou Zhujian. Thank you for your guidance, senior. It's time to end this battle. I have long admired the legendary wood style of the first Hokage from afar. Then you'd better be careful. I've learned a new move. It's very strong. Qianshou Zhujian clapped his hands together. After about 2 minutes of concentration, he entered a half-finished sage mode, his face pattern missing the final stroke of the forehead. Dongyang's eyelashes trembled as he donned the divine armor. Hey, you can do that too. That sage mode is really cool, right? Then, true several thousand hands. Top Buddha, Dragon Twister Rain Strike. Drink. The towering Buddha emerged. Yet it still stood beneath the dome of the sky. Dongyang harnessed the advantage of the rain-soaked terrain, simulating the legendary technique of the Dragon King from his past life. A high-soaring dragon's cry and thunder rumble. The Nanhazichuan River poured down like a torrent from the 9 heavens. A sky-obscuring full-screen ultimate move mercilessly crushed the wood-style Buddha. Yuan Fei Risen died on sight. Jitsuan Tuanzang died, and lived and died. Qianshou Zhujian's stalwart face held firm as he raised wood style to withstand the force of heaven and earth. His sage mode crumbled, but he endured another 10 minutes before collapsing from exhaustion. I did my best. Ban, little brother, don't scold me when I get back. Boom. The final image froze on Dongyang's excessively youthful face. Everyone was teleported back to their original worlds. The arena settled the results. Dongyang was unquestionably first, Qianshou Zhujian second, and Kakaxi picked up a double-digit number of arena points. Yuanfei risen and Jitsuan Tuanzang. Damn, there were even negative scores. This round of competition has ended. A friendly reminder: random battlefield factors are a crucial part of victory. Allowing attendance proves that one possesses strength on par with the enemy on paper. Please have an eye for discovering beauty. The theme for the second round is now revealed in advance. The competition theme has been determined. The strongest genin squad. Prioritize anchoring the winner's world of this round. The list of participating contestants is as follows: Gangsho Yujibwa Yome - 1 Zilayi. Past parallel world matched with Yuanfei risen Jitsuan Tuanzang, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, Shuehu Minyan. Due to the disparity in strength, 2 additional attendance slots are granted, limited to those under 12 years old. Future parallel world matched with Xuanhua Mingren Yujibwa Zhuaju Chunaying. Due to the disparity in strength, Gang's House squad gains 3 additional attendance and Yuanfei risen squad gains 5 additional attendance. The ancient scroll slowly rolled up. Dongyang instructed Rixiang Meishua, notify everyone. Convene an emergency Jonin meeting. Use Ninja Hawk to send a message to the Mirror Squad, abandon the mission and return to the village immediately. Yes. After Xuanhua, Shuehui confirmed that Dongyang was uninjured. Her intelligence reclaimed the high ground. The 4 of them, Gangzhou and the others facing the future 3-person squad, actually need to bring attendance. There's something suspicious about this. Xuanhua, could it be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? That's the only possibility. Dongyang replied. For the 3 attendance slots, choose Xuanhua. Huimei appeared in the review scouts and the others. Use sealing to suppress the power of the Nine-Tails. Xuanhua, Shuehui said. In the past world with Feijian present, it's not hard to think of this. Thus, although the future squad's paper strength is formidable, if they are countered they might end up at the bottom again. Additionally, as a precaution, let Yume use the Een release power restored by that mask once. Deduct the merits from her next arena round. Xuanhua, Shuehui said. In the past world with Feijian present, it's not hard to think of this. Thus, although the future squad's paper strength is formidable, Dongyang encircled her voluptuous waist, lowered his head, and kissed her, saying, My lady, you and I are of one mind. Once you finish your month of confinement, accelerate your recovery training. I believe there will surely be an opportunity for you to shine. Go ahead, don't keep everyone waiting for the meeting. Flying Thunder God teleported to the Hokage building. Half of the large hall was already filled. Long live the 3rd Hokage. Indeed, what is that, Yuanfei risen? You will forever be the strongest Hokage in our hearts. This has nothing to do with strength. The Uchiha's eyes blazed with fervor. The feedback from the sect leader's presence, no one present could rival them. If they had tails, they would be wagging the most vigorously. Everyone have a seat. Let's wait a bit longer for the others. Over 10 minutes passed. Dongyang raised an eyebrow. Xuanhua Luming had actually arrived. The subtext was obvious. He was willing to join the great family of Mai. It seemed that might made right after all. Everyone. Regarding the sudden appearance of the arena, I have 2 requirements. First, those selected as participants must not use the arena points privately. They must be handed over to the village for unified handling. The detailed policy for exchanging merits will be announced later. I solemnly promise here that no one will be treated unfairly. Dongyang said. Second, after this round for Gangsho, there is a 1-month gap before the 3rd round. I intend to establish a special training camp to concentrate resources on major tasks. Rixiang and Huey will serve as taijutsu instructors and sparring partners. The Uchiha will handle fire release and tool manipulation. He pointed out specifically at the end. After the daytime training, be sure not to overdo it during private extra practice, especially the Uchiha and Huey clans. They are too worrisome. Don't let them be selected for the competition, but end up with a bunch of injured soldiers fighting. The meeting ended. Shimu Jiren thoughtfully presented a collection of future intelligence gathered from the barrage, each item listed in detail. Dongyang instructed him to continue guiding the barrage. He knew the future himself, but others did not. In the afternoon, the special training camp was swiftly established. From the 6 elders to the outstanding academy students, everyone was full of drive and trained with great enthusiasm. Dongyang made a round. For words, morale is usable. With this, how could his grand plan fail? He didn't dare hope for a 100 win rate in the Celestial Arena, but at least securing 80 of the shares, maintaining an advantage in the 2nd stage, and obtaining the maximum weight in the 3rd stage. Then, it would be his turn to dominate the situation. The next day, the Mirror Squad returned to the village to report. Gangzhou was a bit cocky, especially superstitious about her wood release. She often handled the Nine-Tails and thought it was no big deal. Xuanhua Shuehui gave her a thorough beating. She obediently went to the training camp for drills. Yujibwa Yume used the Immortal Mask. Because she practiced the 1,000-bird stream, she obtained the Wanjun inheritance and the Thunder released true body corresponding to Yueshan. Intelligence from various regions flew into the Hokage building like snowflakes. Banzang was defeated by Changmin, who tortured him for a full 5 hours due to past grievances. After the arena ended, Banzang searched the world for a child named Payan and actively sought peace with the Iron Country because he had a higher pursuit, the abilities exchanged for arena points, even infinite longevity and immortality. The third Mizukage convinced his predecessors and juniors. In this era, the Mist Ninja were the most difficult, with the Hui clan fleeing and defectors emerging endlessly. He asked them to help throw matches, and surprisingly it worked. A high degree of freedom, huh? As for the rules for obtaining arena points on the Cloud Ninja side, the fourth Raikage ranked first, but his score lagged far behind Qianshou Zhujian. The ranking didn't matter much, it was more about the intensity and excitement of the battles. Moreover, regarding the competition themes, after the appetizer of the first round, the second round began to differ. In their case, it was the strongest genin squad, who other villages had themes like the man behind the shadow, and so on. The 4 great ninja villages showed remarkable tacit understanding, temporarily canceling targeted missions against each other. They also chose to turn a blind eye to the integration of the Whirlpool clan into my, focusing all their attention on the Celestial Arena. From their perspective, Mai and the Whirlpool were practically in the same boat. They had long been mentally prepared for this. Since weakening them was proving ineffective, why not focus on strengthening their own strength? Otherwise, the gap with Mai would only widen. How could they compete later? 15 days flew by. The training progress of Gang's house squad was gratifying. Yujibwa Yume aside, she relied on external power enhancement. Wan and the 3 Whirlpool members playing the roles of jungle and support were remarkably impressive in their performance. In gaming terms, Gangsho and Yujibwa Yume were the 2 main damage dealers. Zilai Yu was the tank, and it was all thanks to the jungle and support that set the pace with precise grasp of the battle situation, bringing new surprises every time. The night before the arena, Dongyang arranged for them to rest early. At noon the next day, the celestial scroll slowly unfurled. The 3 teams of the past, future, and present logged into the battlefield simultaneously. Timeline: my year 78. Skyscrapers stood in rows. Although Kakaxi's strength was one thing, he was skilled in developing the economy and people's livelihood. During his tenure as Hokage, he made indelible contributions, leaving a good hand for the original protagonist Mingren. Throughout the desolate and empty city, a beast's howl suddenly echoed. The terrifying chakra fluctuations could be felt from far away. At the moment of teleportation, unsealing the 9 tails. As expected of Yui Wing. A clever move. Kurama as big as Grandma Butt. Silence. Orochimaru barked at Tsunade. Surrounded by spectators from both past and future, they could not afford to leak even a shred of information. Special Plan A. Execute. Orochimaru commanded. The young ninjas dispersed into formation, swiftly approaching the 9 tails that was destroying. At a diagonal distance, the massive team, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Ino Shikacho trio, Kagami Uchiha, and others. Roar. Destroy. Kurama. Calm down. On top of the 3 o'clock building, Orochimaru spoke and immediately retreated. Tsunade landed from another high point, hands on hip. You can't kill us. Think about where we are. This is the Celestial Arena, you bastard. Roar. How dare a brat provoke me? The 9 tails roared furiously, gathering a tailed beast ball in its mouth. Tsunade remained unflinching. If you kill us, you'd be helping your own Konoha win the match. My Kurama is clever, you wouldn't be foolish, would you? The 9 tails blinked. That seemed logical. It was indeed very clever. Seeing Tsunade's words take effect, Orochimaru said, Lord Kurama, if you cooperate with us, we promise to set up a protective barrier before you exit. Upon returning to the original world, you will inevitably face a net of heaven and earth. With a protective barrier, you'll at least have 1-tailed beast ball's worth of power to take revenge on that wicked Hiruzen Sarutobi. The current situation had been foreseen by Nara and the strategy department, but there were discrepancies. Orochimaru had privately added the part about setting up a barrier and taking revenge on Hiruzen Sarutobi. The 9 tails slowly extinguished its tailed beast ball. It couldn't let this world's Konoha succeed, and it could clearly sense the goodwill in these young ninjas' hearts. Its counterpart in the other world had probably gained freedom. Attack. Don't let them ally with Kurama. Hiruzen Sarutobi's squad suddenly launched a dense barrage of shuriken and jutsu. Orochimaru formed hand seals for an earth-style wall to protect the 3 Uzumaki assistants, while Jiraiya summoned his toads as left and right guardians. Tsunade Yumi, something's off. Clad in armor and ready to charge. 10,000 thunders forge my body. Tsunade, grinning and laughing, was actually gathering her will. As the wooden god general sprang up, she leaped into a crashing mountain attack aimed at Kagami Uchiha with brutal output. Captain, say goodbye. Boom. Uchiha Yumi's thunder god general flickered with zigzag arcs of lightning, charging forward to smash into Hiruzen Sarutobi's front formation. A classic double demon strike. But it wasn't over.
Jiraiya rode Gamabunta, forming a triangular front line, with Gamaken raising his shield behind. The Uzumakis controlled puppets in support. Now they had more allies. Dragon Whipping Tail. The wooden god general swung its giant halberd in a wide arc covering a 20-meter radius. The longer the weapon, the greater. Orochimaru preemptively formed seals spewing a fire dragon. Kagami just dodged the halberd only to meet a pillar of flame and was regrettably taken. The thunder god general moved with sweeping power, hurling a golden spear that flashed down in an instant. The Uzumakis controlled their puppets, firing projectiles at high speed to finish off the rest. Two more of Hiruzen Sarutobi's squad fell. Jiraiya. Orochimaru took central command. His swamp grabbed Koharu Utatane, slowing her. Jiraiya was a beat late with his fireball, but she dodged with a substitution. Gamabunta pursued and cut her down, sending Koharu out together. Orochimaru, something's wrong. Tactics 3. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged secret signals. The wooden god general heeded the command, dragging its halberd like a tank as it rumbled forward. The thunder god general attacked from the right flank. The two colossal beings charged side by side, their spears aimed directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo prepared a jutsu, it'll hold them off. Hiruzen, you go after the teammates of Naruto, Uzumaki. No, Danzo. The young Hiruzen Sarutobi said, the other me lost points last round. I don't want that anymore. Since the day I became a ninja, I was ready to die in battle. Danzo, wind fire combo. Good. If we die together. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, fireball. The two best friends made their final desperate struggle. Tsunade leaped ahead of Uchiha Yumi. Under the impact of the wind-fire combo, the Armor of Rage triggered its passive, boosting movement speed and attack power. The halberd pierced the air and stabbed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's chest. The wooden god general continued its momentum, ramming him into a shop by the street. Boom! Uchiha Yumi's crushing mountain smash flattened Shimura Danzo into a meat patty. The thunder god general dissipated inch by inch. She gasped a few times, quickly drank a small blue bottle and some soldier pills. Orochimaru let out a light snort. He had thought Hiruzen and Danzo would run, forcing him to hunt them down. Now it was simpler. Dead again, sensei. Orochimaru, are you in the village? Of course. The me from another world developed better than my counterpart, including Tsunade and Jiraiya. I remember that guy was especially unstable as a child. Lord Tobirama, as my idol, the greatest mistake you made in this life was passing the title to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Under his leadership, Konoha is like a windmill that won't turn. Enough, you ungrateful disciple. Everyone sees how third-generation Dongyang raised Uchiha Yumi, treating her equally with Tsunade. But you— and then, don't leave your words half-finished. The village of the future world seems to have big problems. Though I dislike that little monkey, I don't want to leak information and cause the village harm. My brother is right. He's a good junior. Hashirama, you idiot. Focus on your training. You must defeat that third-generation junior next time. Then I must reveal one piece of intel. Uchiha Madara later defected from the village. After many years, he controlled the Nine Tails and fought to the death with the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. That's why the second Hokage succeeded. Bastard. How could Lord Madara defect? Why would Lord Dongyang bother lying to you? I, Uchiha Sasi, testify that the name Uchiha Madara is now a forbidden taboo within the clan. Uchiha Soho confirms 1. Uchiha. How about the Uchiha of the future world? Speak up. Have you all grown so timid? In the past world, Tobirama Senju had an ominous premonition. No future Uchiha showed up. No. There was one. The kid who knocked out his companion and hid to spy on them, Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen Sarutobi's entire squad had been eliminated from the Nine Tails wagged its tails. This show had been barely entertaining. It had to admit that if these little ones were given time to grow, they would become beings that even it would find troublesome. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared carrying an unconscious Sakura Haruno. He carefully examined Yumi's 3 tomo, confirmed it, and then felt it. Huh, what are you doing? Tsunade jumped back in fright, quickly dodging to the side. She didn't want to be mistaken for some ancestor. Senior, please help me. I am the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. What? Everyone was stunned. The implication was too heavy. The mighty Uchiha clan, the most powerful family, had only a single genin left. What had happened in the future world? It's all because of that man. Uchiha attached. Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes reddened, completely shedding his usual aloofness, said, Senior, the clan's heritage has been severed. I have been cultivating the knowledge my father taught me, but there is no further guidance. At this rate, when will I ever avenge everyone? I wish that man would die right now. Please help me, I'm willing to pay any price. Jiraiya scratched his head and said, well, the proud Uchiha has humbled himself. I believe him. How about you? Yumi used Jinjutsu to help him memorize some. Orochimaru scrutinized Sasuke with a piercing gaze and said, abandoning your dignity is far from enough. Sell everything, your flesh and even your soul, and keep only the burning hatred in your heart,
then you have a better chance of killing your powerful enemy and surviving. However, there are many suspicious aspects to this matter. Do you need me to tell you? First, what reason could drive a clan heir to annihilate his own clan? Why did others die, but you alone survive? To be more direct, what role did the Hokage play in all this? He had already noticed. This kid older than him in age, but dull-witted with a worrying lack of intelligence. I don't know. I really don't know. Uchiha Sasuke stammered. Do you mean Uchiha Itachi had his reasons? What reason could justify annihilating the clan? That utter madman. I must kill him. Uchiha Yumi closed her eyes in pain. The third Hokage once told me that the Uchiha are born from love and die for love. If there is an exception, it is because he did not awaken to Sharingan. Tsunade like a miniature adult sighed. The more Tomo in the eyes, the more obsessive the Uchiha's love. Without proper guidance, they easily fall into a dead end. Your brother might have encountered the same problem Yumi once had. Fortunately, Dongyang handled it properly. The whole village searched for her for 2 days and 2 nights. It was 2 nights and 1 day. Jiraiya corrected, but was met with a threatening fist from Tsunade. Uchiha Yumi said, although it may be irresponsible from an outsider's perspective, I acknowledge your brother's actions, and I also acknowledge your revenge. Because of the complexity of the event, it can no longer be judged by simple right or wrong. It depends on your standpoint. He annihilated the clan, you seek revenge. It's only natural. Now look into my eyes. The 3 Tomo Sharingan spun. Uchiha Sasuke was pulled into an illusion. Scenes of Uchiha Yumi's training rapidly played with key points replayed repeatedly interspersed with oral traditions not recorded in any texts. Outside, the barrage of comments exploded. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You deserve to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You deserve to die. Sarutobi. To think that our majestic Uchiha standing atop the ninja world for 1,000 years would end in such a manner. How tragic. Next is you. Hyuga. Come on, let's be reasonable. Looking back now, Lord Tobirama led the Senju to conceal their clan and merge with common ninjas. He probably foresaw this, a truly clever move. I did foresee it, but you future little monkey, even if the Uchiha were restless, was it necessary to annihilate the entire clan? What did I teach you? Brother, what are you saying? We finally achieved peace. Don't ever mention such things again. Only this can divert the conflict. Between 2 evils, choose the lesser. The Uchiha's self-destructive annihilation is a death without value. Better to use them to weaken the enemy's strength. Hashirama, this time I have to side with your brother. The future is clearly laid out, showing that your Onavalajan Country idea is naive. Then what do you suggest? Annoying. Can't you see him thinking? Respected seniors, I truly believe I did my best. The Uchiha were plotting rebellion. That child Itachi acted to annihilate the clan because he didn't want the village to be crippled by internal conflict. Sensei, you are as weak as ever. The slightest pressure makes you yield. The death of Hyuga Hizashi Hatake Sakomo's suicide to prove his conviction, the interest lost in the third war peace talks. Can I consider this a confession? Everyone in the village, open your eyes. The true meaning of this arena is the comparison of 3 sides. The windmill that won't turn, it's time to replace it. Long live Lord Dongyang. Feel despair past and future. That annoying tone. Uchiha Ryu Culture Minister, is it? He'll wait for you to be born in the clan and give you a good beating, you brat. Senior, I can beat up the elderly you in this world right now. Am so thoughtful, aren't I? You 2 bastards. Arena. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils regained focus. The senior's warnings echoed in his ears. Tears welled up in his eyes, almost spilling. The bond of... After a long time, he finally felt it again. Orochimaru said, Jiraiya, fight him. Lord Ninetails, please cooperate with us to set up a protective barrier. Boss Toad. Idiot. Gamabunta said, Orochimaru means to help this kid earn some arena points. You fight him yourself. If you lose, even better. What do you mean? How could I possibly lose? Jiraiya stepped forward with a toad-like stride, looking proud, and said, Future Junior, let me, the renowned legendary Jiraiya, test your strength. Please guide me, Lord Jiraiya. Here I come. The 2 quickly closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya was sent flying back, rolled twice on the ground, then immediately jumped up and pretended nothing happened. Pretty fast. Looks like I have to take this seriously. The scene uncontrollably shifted to a comedic tone. This beating, the Ninetails watched without blinking. 20 minutes of frantic combat. Uchiha Sasuke was panting from exhaustion. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, performed a body slam to take down Sasuke, and Gamabunta sat on his back. Not satisfied, he sat twice more. Submit or not? I submit, Lord Jiraiya, is amazing. Huh. Of course. Jiraiya suddenly paused, tilted his head with a peculiar train of thought, and said, huh. I think I understand what the third Hokage meant by being trusted and relied upon. Boss Toad, I get it. Gamabunta exhaled smoke and replied, in that case, Jiraiya, I allow you to smoke my pipe. Gamaken chimed in, later back at Mount Myaboku, well celebrate. Treat you to the plumpest bugs. With unprecedented survival instinct, Jiraiya changed the subject, smoking. I tried it secretly once. That choking stuff. Only the boss likes it. You? Jiraiya still had his carefree demeanor. But upon closer inspection, there were indeed some subtle changes. The Nine-Tails protective barrier was complete. Orochimaru kept his word. In the past world, Senju Tobirama secretly lamented. Such an excellent seedling, but born slightly too late in the timeline. In the future world, Konoha once again felt the oppressive pressure of Snake-sama at the top of the food chain. Although this was a small account, the main account was also currently in the village. How could they sleep at night? Everything was ready. Orochimaru didn't forget to conduct an experiment. Sasuke and the Nine-Tails shouted that they surrendered. The arena indeed acknowledged. Arena points were settled. No one cared about that now. Transport to the original world activate. A parallel future world. The Hokage building was heavily fortified. However, the atmosphere was restless. The ninja clans were already retreating, but fortunately the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had many ninjas to maintain the situation. We're back. Seal Kurama as planned. Roar. Watch out. Evade. Kurama was a ruthless fox. He decisively fired a half-formed tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Sasuke quickied and nimble hid beneath it, his ears ringing. Kurama. You bastard. Die, old fool. The sealing technique spread. Kurama struggled violently, finally spitting out a thick clot. Its chakra retracted rapidly. Uzumaki Naruto lay unconscious on the ground, and Sasuke hoisted him on his shoulder and ran. Stop them, old man. Ninja art, 4 Crimson Sun formation. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. The Hokage building shook violently. The tailed beast bomb broke through the 4 Crimson Sun formation, greatly reducing its damage. Even so, it could easily destroy the earth wall, and the terrifying shockwave and blast blew away many Sarutobi and Shimura ninjas. Hiss. Ninja art summoning Manda's army. Orochimaru. Countless snakes cleared the battlefield of the small fry. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils locked onto Sarutobi Hiruzen. My most respected teacher once, guess who let me in? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen could think of no one else. Orochimaru licked his lips. Correct. Only with your death can he become Hokage. But with the escalating arena situation, such a thought is merely wishful thinking. Let's settle this with life and death, teacher. I will personally dismantle this decaying, unmoving windmill. Konoha needs a new wind to rise with the momentum. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth. Actually, I plan to abdicate. Since that arena appeared, I've often asked myself many things I've done. Enough, let you finish. What is my role? Orochimaru's lips curled into a cruel grin. It doesn't matter. Without the burden of the village, I can devote myself entirely to the ideal of eternal life. Killing my teacher will advance my ninja way. The past and present worlds are filled with strong individuals. I truly look forward to meeting them at the peak. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. What? You actually learned this technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen was greatly shocked. Seeing Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju emerge from the coffins, it felt like returning to the time when he was scolded by another Tobirama in the barrage comments, his face stinging with shame. Both of you attack. Orochimaru. Don't keep making mistakes. A fierce battle ensued. The Hokage building collapsed under the strain. The periphery was densely packed with ninjas, but none intervened. Mikai wanted to help, but Kakashi stopped him. Half an hour passed. Dark pitch-black ruins, movement stirred at the entrance. Orochimaru limped out, holding Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Konoha welcomed the new wind. This is my final repayment to this land. Repayment, and also severing the past. No more ties. Orochimaru gazed at the distant clear sky, his spirit and body sublimating somehow, filling a part of the side effects of the living corpse reincarnation. Finally, thank you, another version of me. Your gift. Konoha has received it. This round of competition ends. Are you tired of the continuous battles? Next 2 rounds of leisure competition will be inserted. The theme is confirmed Century Gambler Championship. Priority anchored to the winner's world of this round. Contestant Tsunade. Past parallel world matched with Hashirama Senju. Future world matched with Tsunade. Wahaha. I got selected twice in a row. Tsunade jumped happily. I can compete with Grandpa from the past in gambling. My greatest wish is to beat. Orochimaru said, you should pay more attention to Big Tsunade. 40 years from now, your gambling skills will probably be at their peak. Yeah. Oh no. What to do? I've got it. He'll team up with Grandpa, and win all of Big Tsunade's money, eliminate her first. Come on. Jiraiya looked at her, as if she were an idiot. The first Hokage is not only your grandfather. Besides, if 2 adults team up, it's obviously easier to eliminate you. Damn it. You're dead, Jiraiya. Uchiha Yumi said. Alright, the 3rd Hokage is waiting for us to report. Dismiss the team, you can argue as much. Next door. The office door was open. Everyone entered one by one. Uchiha Yumi knelt first.
Third Hokage-sama, I presumptuously taught Uchiha Sasuke the clan's secret techniques. Please punish me. Get up our great contributor. Dongyang said, the clan's secret techniques belong to the Uchiha. No matter which world, not to mention a few ninja knowledge, even giving him the victory is fine. How could I bear to see the Uchiha lose their roots in another world? Thank you, teacher. Uchiha Yumi sniffled with emotion. This intimate address was only used when they were alone in private. The little girl was deeply moved. Orochimaru then knelt. Third Hokage-sama, I have done things that betray the village, committing serious offenses. Please, is that so? Tsunade asked Jiraiya in confusion. He was even more confused than her. Uzumaki Emi said, the strategy department planned to only persuade Kurama without applying a protective barrier to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen. If we can indeed kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and cause some destruction, the future Konoha will experience a short pain, but in the long run it's beneficial, a new situation after destruction. Conversely, from our standpoint, the senile Sarutobi Hiruzen is more valuable alive. This way we win more easily, depending on how long the arena lasts. Little Uzumaki knelt and pleaded, Third Hokage-sama, this matter has both pros and cons. If the arena ends within half a year, it benefits us. If after half a year, it harms us. Orochimaru lowered his head. Yes, I have nothing to say about this. Heh, you little fellow. Dongyang said, are you trying to test your teacher? Even without your intervention, Sarutobi Hiruzen would still die. In the first 2 stages of the celestial arena, we are enemies. In the 3rd stage, we will most likely become friends. Moreover, the future world is indeed too unruly. You are not at fault, but have merit. I am very pleased. Continue to keep your unique kindness and gentleness. His words were clear. In the 3rd stage, gain weight. The 3 Konohas unite to sweep the ninja world. Orochimaru and Uzumaki Emi exchanged glances, secretly thinking in tacit agreement, hoping the first 2 stages end within half a year, so that the future Konoha recovers just in time for the 3rd stage. This way it's equivalent to 2 gains. Dongyang patted the little snake's shoulder. Then he encouraged Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Uzumaki. Watching them leave the office, the reputation chest reached 1 million. At such a fast speed, it definitely counts the past and future worlds. The Celestial Arena reward draw was worth it. Clinking sounds. The 10 draw rewards are as follows: Celestial Arena points x 2000, longevity, pill x1, normal enhancement points x3, 11 armor strength scroll Lubu inheritance. Oh, a crossover. Every 500 arena points counts as a chest reward. 3 normal enhancement points are just enough to max out the level 5 strength and Emperor engine. The armor scroll was used on the Madman's armor. The Lubu inheritance is from the mobile game. Demon God Descends has something to it. They'll find time to teach Tsunade. Then look back at the 2 big wins plus the arena points from chests. How to spend is a problem. Hinata will definitely be extracted, but later. For now, priority is to strengthen the village's strength. Bloodline evolution triggering the ascent of the divine ladder is a good choice. Should I take Sakura Haruno as well? To be honest, Dongyang quite dislikes this girl, but from Uchiha Sasuke's perspective, it's another story. Could he use his own charm to replace him? We'll see. For half a month, Tsunade gambled by imperial decree, fully indulging herself. She won at every casino around the hot spring mountain, checking in at the Hokage's office punctually each day to pester Dongyang, the big boss. The highly anticipated 3rd celestial curtain unfurled. In a resplendent casino, Hashirama Senju, young Tsunade and adult Tsunade were teleported simultaneously. Grandfather. Grandfather. Their eyes reddened at the reunion. Though he was the grandfather of a past era, both Tsunades acknowledged him. Hashirama scratched his head and said, so you two are my future granddaughters. Already grown so much. How wonderful. Young Tsunade chattered. I'm so happy to see you again. I've been diligently practicing our family's supreme gambling arts. I've beaten everyone in ha ha ha. As expected of my granddaughter. Hashirama gave a thumbs up, then turned to adult Tsunade. Judging by your expression, things went wrong in the future world after all. Stay strong. Yes. Adult Tsunade's eyes wavered as she hesitantly asked, what do you think of me becoming Hokage? You're asking me. I don't know. The answer was unexpected. Hashirama said, I can only tell you this: if you're prepared to shoulder everything, even a fool can learn how to be a... I see. Thank you for your guidance. Huh. You're welcome. It's my duty. Hashirama waved his hand. Of course, the importance of the Hokage should be entrusted to those with the corresponding talent. Madara and I are considering passing the title to my brother Tobirama. After all, from the information gathered in the barrage, aside from the somewhat hasty succession, everyone acknowledges his contributions. Madara and I will focus on improving our personal strength. Hope that gives you some reference. Young Tsunade interjected, Grandfather, go for it. I support you in defeating Dongyang, and anyway, you must win against him once. I support you too. Adult Tsunade then stated her stance. Their gazes met. The elder's eyes held curiosity while the younger's were filled with astonishment. Wow, such broad-mindedness. Dongyang would surely appreciate it. With her future self as a role model, she needn't worry about her own development. What rude thoughts are you having? Huh, none. Young Tsunade quickly shook her twin tails and said sweetly, my future self is so beautiful. Please go easy on me. Adult Tsunade's expression stiffened. Hashirama asked with concern, what's wrong? When playing dice, joy is paramount. Don't let the tournament points. Fine. Then, let the century's ultimate gambling showdown begin. Young Tsunade's cheerful voice rang out. She took the seat of honor at the south position first. Hashirama and Adult Tsunade sat down in turn. The off-screen barrage flew wildly. Young Tsunade, just do your best. Lady Tsunade, we won't blame you if you lose. Hashirama, no grandfather-granddaughter favors in the casino. Take it seriously, or don't ever ask me for money. Something's off. Future Konoha folks, what do you mean won't blame Lady Tsunade if she loses? With her 40 years of undefeated gambling prowess, you have no Exactly. I was just sweating for young Tsunade. Clearly something's wrong with future Adult Tsunade. It's Hiruzen Sarutobi again. Bastard. The precious gem of the Senju clan, the true princess of the Land of Fire. How dare you? Uchiha Takashi strongly suggests that based on the intelligence Adult Tsunade revealed, since Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead, dig up his corpse and whip it erase his traces from the Hokage monument. Seconded. Clatter. The dice rattled. Adult Tsunade slammed the dice cup down. Young Tsunade's face was solemn, treating it as formidable. She stomped the table with her left foot, shaking the dice cup noisily. She couldn't lose in turn. The south wind knows my will. Come on, big triple. Slap. The dice cup slammed down. Hashirama leaned back. Oh, impressive skill. Clatter. Prosperous east wind. He'll take a big triple too. Hashirama as the elder opened his cup first. 666 a triple. Young Tsunade followed suit cleanly, also a triple six. Then Adult Tsunade opened her cup, eliciting 2 gasps. Nanny. Nanny. 124. Why, oi. How could this be? The supreme family gambling art was no empty boast. But the situation suggested a mistake. Hashirama said, Tsunade still troubled by the Hokage issue. Get serious. This isn't just a match among us 3. It represents the village. Sorry. Adult Tsunade's expression was conflicted. Young Tsunade secretly beamed, arching her brows. Keep it up, other me. Even if she couldn't win the tournament, second place was guaranteed. Grandfather, let's go again. Alright. Focus, Tsunade. A new round began. Cups opened. Hashirama and young Tsunade again rolled triple sixes. Adult Tsunade impressively lost with 125. Hashirama frowned, scrutinizing her. A sealing technique. Such a strong reverse intuition accumulated over years has become your instinct. What happened in the future that made you so wary of winning, repeating this painful process daily? Adult Tsunade bit her lip, choking on words. Young Tsunade watched painfully, clenching her fists. Hiruzen Sarutobi's doing right. Being bullied like this, why don't you fight back? Plopped. A tear fell splashing on the gambling table. Hashirama wept silently, tears streaming uncontrollably. Grandfather, don't cry. I'm fine in the future. Adult Tsunade comforted Hashirama through her own tear-blurred eyes. Young Tsunade was filled with indignation. What was wrong with her future self? I'm sorry. Hashirama slammed his forehead heavily onto the table, the thuds mingling with his guilty cries. Grandfather, stop. All that is in the past. Adult Tsunade quickly stopped him. I'm about to become the 5th Hokage. You should be happy for me. Wah. Child, you've suffered so much. Hashirama wailed loudly. The more she downplayed it, the more he understood the depth of her pain. I concede. I'm sorry, everyone in the village. Please forgive my selfishness. I truly can't do it. I'm sorry. A white light flashed. Hashirama was teleported away. Idiot brother. Couldn't you have conceded later? Ask about the future, so we can prepare. I'm so done with you. I'm baffled by you, fool. Leaving so early. At least spend more time with your granddaughters. Oh well, I'm used to it. Lord Hashirama, we support you. Support Lord Hashirama. Support the past first Hokage. Support. 3 worlds. Different yet identical Konoha villages. At this moment they were united as never before. After a long pause, Adult Tsunade regained her composure. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Oh, she had just wept bitterly. Young Tsunade handed her a tissue, asking, feeling better now? Adult Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Asking about that is a waste of my gratitude. I'm curious. Young Tsunade said, what kind of person is Uchiha Itachi? Adult Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Asking about that is a waste of my gratitude. I'm curious. Young Tsunade said, what kind of person is Uchiha Itachi really? Where did he defect to? And what great deeds did he accomplish later? Adult Tsunade recalled, by the time I had left the village and was wandering, I heard that the Uchiha had produced 2 geniuses, Shursue, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami,
The other was Uchiha Itachi. The third Hokage praised him as having the mind of a Kage, his genius level. You could compare it to Uchiha Madara's brother Izuna, the flawless young Uchiha clan leader. Having not yet become the fifth Hokage, her intelligence was limited. Beyond public records, she simply shared her conjectures. Young Tsunade listened intently. The outline of the story gradually filled in. He seems a bit like Orochimaru, she commented. Megumi called it cruel kindness, but I don't agree that Uchiha Itachi had the mind of a Kage. Because if he were a Kage, he would have shouldered all burdens alone, refusing to let anyone be hurt before he gave his life. The Uchiha planned a rebellion. Think about what grandfather would do. He'd go kneel alone at the Uchiha gate. Second grandfather would start a war. You and I both know he had the resolve to die. And Dongyang, Grandma's exact words when it comes to uniting the Uchiha 5 second grandfathers combined couldn't match him. Adult Tsunade's lips moved, her voice softening. The mind of a Kage is actually a kind of induced bias. Uchiha Itachi's thoughts were artificially manipulated, including Uchiha Shizui's. There are things we know are wrong, but small problems accumulate, eventually leading to disaster. The lessons of the past are already deep enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old bastard. Young Tsunade slammed the table in anger, then her almond eyes sparkled. Hey, I've got an idea. Do you know the origin of that sword Dongyang used when he fought grandfather? He'll tell you quietly. Second grandfather died in the Valley of Thunder. To avenge him, we stole the remains of the first and second Raikage and forged that divine cough. Adult Tsunade was speechless. You call that quiet? Now all three worlds know. Young Tsunade, when you go back, convene a Jonin meeting and vote. If everyone agrees, burn Sarutobi Hiruzen and forge a weapon. He'll think about it. What's there to think about? It's contributing to the village. Who taught you to be this shameless? He or Dongyang. The two chatted like sisters. Adult Tsunade said, there's something I must warn you about. Did you transplant grandfather's cells for your wood release? Stop it immediately before it causes a greater tragedy. My wood release isn't from that. Wait, you don't have wood release. Young Tsunade acted as if she'd discovered a new continent, pointing at her older self. You don't have wood release. I have wood release. Gahaha. A 40-year-old special grade jutsu cripple. Adult Tsunade's forehead darkened with lines. Sonawaki had been mischievous as a child, just like her. She vigorously rubbed the younger's blonde. Young Tsunade pouted, hey, don't touch my head, you special grade jutsu cripple. If it hinders my cultivation of the 1,000-armed Buddha, you can't afford to comp. Adult Tsunade was utterly speechless. Please focus on the important thing. Do you know how many Senju hidden clans in our world have silently vanished because of the wood release experiments? Relax. We only do animal experiments. Young Tsunade rolled her eyes. So the massive loss of the Senju hidden clans led to you being so despondent? Partially. Adult Tsunade sighed. Fine, I'll tell you everything. Our younger brother Senju Nawaki became a ninja and soon died in the Second Great War, the Whirlpool Village. That war claimed many adult clan members. To avoid repeating the same mistakes, they transplanted wood release cells into the young ones, leading to a shortage of talent. I developed hemophobia. Young Tsunade hissed through her teeth. It sounded tragic. One by one the people around her left. Only she remained struggling to live. So my younger brother is named Nawaki. Don't worry. I swear I'll protect him. Young Tsunade patted her own chest. At the root of it all is Sarutobi Hiruzen's problem. Your world is far behind. Look at our Dongyang. He can do whatever he wants to the 4 great ninja villages, and they wouldn't dare say a word. The Whirlpool Village merged with us. You've already changed that. The Ketsuryugen of the Hozuki clan. They've become our allies. The desert clans. The village is terrifyingly strong now. Her words dripped with superiority. A trace of bitterness and envy flickered in adult Tsunade's eyes. Never mind. Protecting Nawaki's life would make up for the regret. She was truly content. If the third Hokage of another world could do it, why couldn't she? She had already prepared to shoulder the responsibility. The exchange of information ended here. The two Tsunades were about evenly matched, though the younger one had a slight edge. Because she was about to win this round of adult Tsunade's reverse intuition was hard to correct in a short time. Young Tsunade couldn't lose even if she tried. She had trained for half a month, yet never expected such an outcome. Half an hour of gambling duel. Young Tsunade's score climbed higher and higher. The final settlement screen. The two Tsunades waved goodbye. The screen filled with a vibrant, energetic girl's dynamic image. Can't quite put it into words. This is so nice. It'd be better if they weren't opponents. Don't even think about stages 1 or 2, or pray for stage 3. See you in half a month, seniors and juniors. Ready for a new wave of despair. Uchiha Ryu, you bastard. This round of competition ends. Clearly everyone is very interested in alternate worlds. So as you wish, the theme for the next round has been revealed. Beautiful, strong, tragic, truth, or dare. Priority lock on the winner's world from this round. Contestant Dongyang. He should have had a more beautiful ninja career. a beautiful wife and concubines at home, music and dance and leisure with 5 days off per week. By accident, all those good things slipped away. Looking back on his journey, every day was a brainstorming session. What he hated most was overtime. In the dead of night, his loneliness was beyond anyone's understanding. Even the one sleeping beside him could not dispel it. With both looks and strength, he perfectly fits the beautiful, strong, tragic archetype. Future world match Uchiha Itachi Obito fails the beautiful standard. As a rogue ninja, he has the right to refuse. Inquiry in progress. Uchiha Itachi has accepted the invitation to the competition. He once had the best of everything, but personally destroyed it all. The limitations of his perspective caused him to miss the perfect solution to the elevator problem. His early life was a fate of manipulated thoughts. Right and wrong no longer matter. Having fallen into the endless hell, he lives only to see a comforting answer in the future. Past world match Uchiha Madara. To borrow a phrase, the Uchiha are born of love and die for love. He awakened the legendary eyes, which shows the purity of his true love. In the chaotic warring states period, this man's experience was a series of repeated losses. In the dawn before peace, his brother Izuna fell in battle, and to this day, he deeply resents Senju Tobirama. Also because of love, he buried his hatred deep in his heart, founded Konoha with Senju Hashirama, and even gave up the race for the second Hokage, planning to push Senju Tobirama into power. The twin stars of the shinobi era. Compared to Senju Hashirama, who had children and grandchildren, Uchiha Madara was striding toward the tragic end of a lonely, lost father, lost mother, no wife, no children, all siblings dead. Peel back the iron heart of the shinobi of the Six Paths, and you'll find the cowardly essence of impotent rage. What does it matter if one man can stand against a nation? What has he changed? The fear of loss has already made him afraid to love again. And now we from the past and future worlds know that this man will eventually lose his love forever. A parallel future world. The Hokage building was heavily fortified. However, the atmosphere was restless. The ninja clans were already retreating, but in the Raikage's office, the third Raikage AI gazed at the intelligence summary in his hands. His desk had fallen victim once again. Shinsho Jujian. What madness possesses you? This iteration of Konoha had topped the standings for 3 consecutive rounds. Had they ever considered the feelings of others? That youth from before now possessed strength surpassing even the first Hokage. No, strictly speaking, there was a slight gap. The true peak of Shinsho Jujian and Yuzhibo Ban was during the Battle of the Zhongjia Valley. How could one contend with that? The only solution the third Raikage AI could conceive was to invest all competition points into his own enhancement. Forgive me, people of the village. He was likely not alone in this. In the past world, Shinsho Jujian and Yuzhibo Ban had dominated the ninja world, and the predecessors faced a predicament no different from his own. Only the future world boasted a worthy son. That brat. His birth timeline was ultimately too late. The third Raikage AI withdrew his thoughts and began composing a lengthy missive to the Kages of the 4 great ninja villages. Dayemu and the third Mizukage should have realized the necessity of concentrating resources. Only that third Kazekage with his dim-witted mind was a problem. Speaking of which, a sudden pang of envy stirred within him. The Sand Village had in this round of competition achieved 1 victory and 2 middling results, utterly crushing the future world. Good heavens, they had finally tasted fine grain. Frustration. Let the first phase end quickly. The third Raikage AI's long-cherished desire to bully the Sand Village burned intensely, and now he would not even balk at the Mist Village of the future world. Dust-released detachment of the primitive world. The Tsuchikage has grown even stronger. I must thank my future self, who, taking my own self as a teacher, saved me 40 years of detours. But my strength is still far from enough. Dayemu was brimming with ambition. Setting aside the pressure from the Konoha of this world, he harbored a deep obsession to face Yuzhibo Ban once more. The crack in his will of stone, that blemish would be mended by that man. The Mist Village. The Sand Village. The Konoha of the future world. Tsunade took office in a hurry. Her first task was to investigate Jitsu in Tuanzang, but that old fox was too cunning, shifting all blame away. Gathering evidence would take time. Shuahoman Yen and Zhuang and Xiaochun, however, had been apprehended. Her second task was a village-wide martial assembly. During the first round of the Celestial Canopy competition, she had clearly warned that the village harbored beings capable of contending with the first Hokage and the third-generation Dongyang. While identifying them, the resources Yuanfei had relinquished along with the knowledge recorded in the Scroll of Seals would be opened to all ninja. Talent could no longer be buried. A week passed. A gentle new breeze swept through. Konoha like a windmill spun faster and faster. The golden generation of Kakashi and Maite Kai, the new generation of Mingren and Zhuozhu. Everything was developing in a positive direction. That day, Yuzhibo Yu quietly infiltrated the village's barrier. Using the Jinjutsu of his Sharingan, he grasped all the content of the 3 rounds of the Celestial Canopy competition. Gazing up at the azure sky, Yuzhibo remained lost in thought for a long time. Then he wandered aimlessly until nightfall, unconsciously finding himself standing before the old shrine of the Uchiha ancestral home. To advance or retreat, he hesitated. The spring sunlight was brilliant. Cherry blossoms covered the mountains. Wind chimes tinkled. A meeting scene of profound artistic conception. 3 cups of fragrant tea beneath the cherry blossom tree. Light footsteps. Yuzhibo looked toward the entrance. The excessively young third-generation Dongyang then glanced sideways at the fence wall. Yuzhibo Ban appeared in an instant clad in armor. What did that mean? Mr. Dongyang. Lord Ban. Hello to you. Dongyang smiled in greeting. Yuzhibo Ban landed with knees bent. Thus the 3 most devastatingly handsome and tragic figures of the ninja world assembled. If a variety show were filmed in a past life, their appearance fees would undoubtedly be astronomical. Junior, let's have a fight. Not interested. Dongyang waved his hand. He plopped down onto the tea seat and let out a comfortable sigh. You two sit too. Don't stand on ceremony. Thank you. Yuzhibo took his seat, his posture impeccable, revealing the good upbringing of his childhood. An aura of chill melancholy radiated from him. Yuzhibo Ban frowned slightly. Fight me. If you win, I'll concede that big adventure and withdraw. Senior, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Dongyang tilted his head and looked at him. Why rush? Are you planning to follow the example of the first Hokage and hand us victory on a silver platter? Have you thought it through? Yuzhibo Ban was silent for a long time, then sat down with a swagger. Only through battle can one grow stronger faster. If you evade now, you will eventually be surpassed by Zhu Jian. Thanks for the reminder. Dongyang extended a hand. Both of you look. One seems not to have slept well, the other seems full of fiery temper. Have some tea to refresh yourselves. Don't let it be said that I'm bullying the old and the young. Are you mocking me as a coward and weakling? Not at all, not at all. It better be so. Yuzhibo Ban twitched his lips and said petulantly, the past has changed. I am the honorable Shura of the ninja world, Yuzhibo Ban. Do you understand? Of course. Dongyang clapped his hands in praise. You are my idol, the ceiling of the handsome character tier, the dancer of Konoha, the paragon of coolness. He poured out a torrent of flattery. Yuzhibo Ban leaned back, slightly overwhelmed by the man's enthusiasm. Senior, I have specifically developed a fire release chakra mode in tribute to your pride and arrogance. I hope you will appreciate it later. Something like the Raikage armor. An interesting idea. Yuzhibo Ban said, but any fire release beneath these eyes is nothing but useless attack. Senior, you place too much faith in those eyes. Dongyang spread his hands. If I activate Sage mode, how would you respond? I am learning it now. Yuzhibo Ban snorted. It's only of ordinary difficulty. When the time comes, I shall invite you to appreciate the new power I have mastered. Wow, truly worthy of my idol. Dongyang gave a thumbs up. Yuzhibo Ban's lips curled slightly. Yuzhibo, you sat quietly, an excellent listener. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and nose, a muffled cough interrupting the animated conversation. Apologies, I seem to have caught a cold. Is that so? Yuzhibo Ban narrowed his eyes. The other's vivid red lips, plus a faint hint of blood, didn't seem like injury. Could it be a blood disease? Junior, have you awakened those eyes? If you ask with sincerity, I can answer. Then let the game begin. Yes, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuzhibo's eyes gradually turned crimson, his Mangekyo spinning rapidly. Now it's my turn to ask. Mr. Dongyang, regarding the Uchiha's predicament back, then does the so-called perfect solution to the elevator problem truly exist? I refuse to answer. I choose the big adventure. Dongyang's answer surprised everyone. Yuzhibo closed his eyes, then opened them after a moment. The challenge I issue is reveal the ability that the second Hokage deemed your hidden weapon. TSK, truly a remarkable talent. Dongyang said helplessly, I can hide it no longer. Both of you use Jinjutsu to control me simultaneously. You will know the answer. The moment he finished speaking, the 2 Uchiha acted without hesitation. The ultimate Jinjutsu of the Eternal Eye. The Mangekyo Tsukuyami. Dongyang's eyes swirled with galaxies, completely ignoring their assault. The original name of these eyes is the Illusion-Breaking Eye. As the name implies, a weapon designed to guard against Yuzhibo Ban. Yuzhibo shed a streak of bloody tears, losing his composure for the first time. Yuzhibo Ban later survived. Of course I am alive. No. Yuzhibo Ban understood. It was the 2 worlds of past and future. He and Zhu Jian, after the battle of the Zhongjia Valley, did not die. Previously it was merely a suspicion. Recently I confirmed it. Dongyang recounted, not long after the Valley of the End battle, the first Hokage passed away due to old injuries recurring. The second Hokage excavated Uchiha Madara's grave. Guess what they found? The body was gone. The Sharingan has a forbidden technique, Izanagi, which makes it easy to feign death. Later the second Hokage researched and developed a jutsu to revive the dead. On one hand, he wanted to bring back the first Hokage. On the other, he planned to summon Uchiha Madara's soul from the Pure Land to question him. Dongyang said, Unfortunately, war broke out suddenly, and the technique remained incomplete. I perfected it and attempted to summon Uchiha Madara, but there was no response. Can the dead truly be revived? No. It's equivalent to a puppet with a soul and consciousness. Knowing the answer, he reversed the reasoning process. This was not difficult for Dongyang at all. Uchiha Itachi lowered his eyes in disappointment and said, "Thank you for your candor. I will exchange what I know with you. Currently, I am cooperating with a fake Uchiha Madara. It all started from the Night of the Nine Tails. The Uchiha clan massacre. The masked man's ultimate goal likely the same as the second Hokage's, to revive Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked quite proud, as expected of another me. Speaking of which, you second and third Hokages have a tradition of stealing others' corpses. It's a must-have skill." Dongyang said with a smile. "Now it's my turn. Senior, have you ever had a woman you particularly admired or loved? What caused you two not to end up together?" "That's two questions. Senior, of course, should be generous to the junior." Uchiha Madara couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I particularly admired Mito Uzumaki. If I had to marry and have children, I would take her as a reference." Dongyang looked at him with a somewhat strange expression. Uchiha Madara said, "It's my turn. Uchiha Itachi asked earlier about the perfect solution to the elevator problem. I'm also very curious. Sigh. Why must it be this way? I choose the dare. Really? No regrets. No regrets. Very well, bark like a dog. Woof woof woof." Dongyang had no idle baggage whatsoever. It was just a game. Uchiha Madara's eye twitched, and he shouted, "Shut up. Is that any way for a village's Hokage to behave? For the village to grow stronger, I can sacrifice everything." Dongyang looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "Let the reputation points come even more fiercely. Why? What why? The words were incoherent. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth. "I'm very curious about your reason for refusing to answer Uchiha Itachi." "The reason? It's because I pity him." Dongyang looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, "You might disdain being recognized, pitied, or any such favor, but my pity has nothing to do with you. Your heart is already filled with pain and suffering. Even if you knew the perfect solution, the past cannot be changed. It would only add to your regret and make the future harder to bear. To be honest, if I were in your position, the young clan leader of the Uchiha raised in a cage of ideology, I would not have done as well as you." Uchiha Madara snorted, "Pity? I don't think so. He's clearly a hateful man. As the third Hokage, sympathizing with someone like him, I've Come on," Dongyang said. "I'm not an Uchiha clan member. Where's my reason to hate him? Besides, the massacre happened in a parallel world. I'm purely a neutral observer. What's wrong with that? According to your logic, that smaller version of Hiruzen Sarutobi in your world deserves death even more. He must die." Uchiha Madara stopped mid-sentence. He had been tricked by this guy, Tobirama's son, just disciple. Insidious. In the past world, the Sharingan swiftly took action. Lord Madara had finally spoken. During this time, they had been unable to eat or sleep well. Some clan members even developed a fear of the smaller Hiruzen Sarutobi. The terror of the massacre weighed heavily on everyone. Kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. Death to anyone who stands in my way. At all costs. Eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kill. A chorus of wails and howls. Bloodthirsty beasts were unleashed. Explosive tags detonated violently. The peaceful village of Konoha was jolted. Hashirama Senju wanted to do something, but Tobirama Senju held him tightly. Rather than let the problem escalate, it was better to decisively resolve the trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi, this unstable factor, could no longer be kept. Everyone, what's happening in the north of the village? Which north? Past, present, future. Lord Madara. Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead. Well done. I, the great Uchiha, am a true warrior. Damn you, Uchiha. Don't sow discord here. Why are you everywhere? Because I am Konoha's Minister of Culture, bearing the mission of propaganda. Long live the great Uchiha. Long live Lord Dongyang. Long live Lord Dongyang. Long live Lord Dongyang. By the way, shouldn't we discuss the Uchiha Madara hiding in the present and future worlds? No worries, we have Lord Dongyang. We don't. Trust Lady Tsunade, everyone. Tsunade felt a pang in her heart. Being embraced, trusted, and fanatically worshipped as a Kage. When would she become like the first Hokage and the third Hokage Dongyang? The road is long, but perseverance will lead to the destination. Keep it up, Uchiha Itachi. In the celestial space, Dongyang raised his cup and sipped tea, a half-smile on his face. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists. This guy was just too infuriating. Cough. Uchiha Itachi coughed twice again, swallowing hard, and said, Lord Dongyang is very gentle. What a pity you're not in our world. Him. Uchiha Madara curled his lip. That insidious guy. Maybe the Uchiha in your world are even worse off. Uchiha Itachi's eyes softened. Lord Madara, haven't you realized it yet? In just a short time, Lord Dongyang has already stirred your emotions. This is the beginning of friendship. Whose turn is it to ask? Mine. Uchiha Itachi said, They'll change my target and ask Lord Madara tell us in detail about the most embarrassing thing that happened to you. I refuse to answer. I choose the dare. All right, please bark like a dog, Lord Madara. Bastard. You insolent junior. Uchiha Madara's temper flared instantly. A surging murderous aura swept through. Uchiha Itachi remained unmoved, lowering his head. I'm sorry. Though I'm a rogue ninja, I have a reason I must win. Compared to Lord Dongyang, you are clearly easier to deal with. Woof. Satisfied. Dongyang couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned his back to the two, shaking his shoulders. A powerful force struck his rear, and Uchiha Madara kicked him, sending him nearly hanging on the wicker fence. Bastard. It's just a matter of shameless resolve. Who's afraid of whom? I, the great Azura of the shinobi world, how could I be outdone by Junior? Let's fight to the death. Both of you. The mad dog howled. Uchiha Madara tried to intimidate with his aura. But who were his opponents? They weren't intimidated at all. Dongyang rubbed his sore rear and asked, repeating Itachi's earlier question, tell us about the most embarrassing thing that happened to you. I choose the dare. You can't ask a second round. Fine. My dare is kiss. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara's face instantly turned green. Disgusting. Despicable. Utterly shameless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Uchiha Madara, halfway through his action, could not proceed. He glared fiercely at Dongyang. I concede. You up there? Leave me here. I want to watch him die with my own eyes. Uchiha Madara exuded a low-pressure aura. He looked extremely fierce. The arena tacitly permitted his stay. Uchiha Itachi asked a question. He thought for a moment and said, since Mr. Dongyang has taken pity on me, would you one day be willing to accept my foolish little brother through the celestial screen arena? Hey, what kind of damned question is that? Uchiha Madara said, attack him with full force. Our past world is willing to accept little Sasuke. I unilaterally agree. However, Dongyang said, it depends on Sasuke's personal thoughts. His bonds in the future, the Uchiha clan cannot be severed. The village's loss of his political significance far outweighs the practical meaning. Once the Senju and Uchiha representing Konoha are completely lost, the consequence will be the shaking of our core ideology. Initially inconspicuous, its impact will surpass everything. As time passes, the name Konoha will lose its value, becoming no different from the likes of Cloud and Rock. They might be affectionately called Fire Shinobi. Then what will the villagers have to be proud of? So, that's how it is. Uchiha Itachi suddenly saw the light, thinking from a global perspective. Cough. Cough. I roughly understand the perfect solution to the elevator dilemma: break free from the old cage framework and seek new strength from the outside. The Hokage's office under Sarutobi Hiruzen does not fully represent everyone in the village. I should unite the Hyuga Ino Shikacho and other clans to suppress the Uchiha. Perhaps things will take a new turn. Uchiha Madara snorted lightly. Nonsense. If it were those clans, they would at most imprison the Uchiha and never allow a large-scale bloodshed. Such a simple truth you don't understand. Because they are afraid. Next would be the Hyuga or the Ino Shikacho. Young man, what an obsession. The celestial screen tossed out the elevator dilemma. He insisted on digging to the bottom to know the answer. Pure self-inflicted trouble. Look, the aura of death around him grew even thicker. Dongyang shook his head helplessly and said, focus. It's my turn to ask. The reason you spared Uchiha Sasuke. I choose dare. Very well. 20. 10 backflips in a row and sing a song loudly. Uchiha Itachi obeyed. He hummed his mother's lullaby loudly. It was the only song he knew. Shame. Non-existent. A man who had sold everything of himself. Now only a remnant body, a dim soul. He had nothing left to lose. Next, Uchiha Itachi asked a tricky question. What exactly was the loneliness that no one could understand in Dongyang? This could not be answered. Uchiha Itachi went easy on the dare, in a way repaying Dongyang's guidance. Truth or dare came to an end. No matter which world, past, present, or future, the villagers all felt some pity for Uchiha Itachi. That pale, cold, expressionless face repeatedly performed funny actions. It was not a deliberate whitewashing. He deserved to die, but he, alive and waiting for death, was so tormented, agonized, regretful. It would be better to immediately throw himself into the Pure Land. Finale. Dongyang chose to concede. He was flexible with his bottom line. After all, he left some leeway. Kiss Uchiha Madara. Forget it. Settlement dynamic image. Little Itachi and little Shursui. A candid shot of their training exchange. The image shattered. Uchiha Shursui jumped into the river and committed suicide. 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down Uchiha Itachi's cheeks. The ancient scroll slowly closed. The villagers of the 3 worlds were thrilled. Such a terrifying lineup of participants. What the hell, this is truly a peak match. Future World Konoha. Outside the Hokage's office window, a flock of crows gathered around Uchiha Itachi. The Umbu were on high alert. Stand down. Tsunade waved her hand. Shizune opened the window and invited Uchiha Itachi in. Lord Tsunade, please forgive me, I cannot give you the arena points. I have other uses for them. Uchiha Itachi said in a flat tone. In the arena, I disclosed information about Uchiha Madara. I can no longer return to the Akatsuki. I have come to inform you of everything I know. The masked man is secretly cooperating with the Akatsuki. Its members include Tendo Pain, suspected to be a manipulated Rinnegan puppet, and Angel Conan. Tsunade bowed and said, your intelligence is very important. Conan Yahiko and Nagato were Jiraiya's disciples. If I'm not mistaken, Tendo Pain, Then farewell. Wait, Itachi. Tsunade stopped him and said, in the next round of the Celestial Screen Arena, I request that you continue to fight. The arena points you earn will be at your own disposal. Additionally, my hemophobia, I wish to recover in a short time by borrowing the power of your Sharingan Jinjutsu. Okay, a simple cold reply, yet it was so soft. Uchiha Itachi's love for the village. No one could deny it. Quite lively here. It seems I have arrived at just the right time. Orochimaru appeared in a flash, and beside him Uchiha Itachi. 2 large iceboxes, one on the left and one on the right. I need the remains of Sarutobi Hiruzen as well as Hatake Sakumo and the eyes of Uchiha Shursui that Danzo holds along with other powerful ninjas who sacrificed in the past. Reason? Uchiha Itachi asked over Tsunade's shoulder. Orochimaru curled his lips into a smile and said, the impure world reincarnation technique to revive the dead. I have mastered it. It seems the other eye of Shursui is with you. Black feathers drifted down. A crow flew to Orochimaru's shoulder. I want stand on ceremony, former comrade of the Akatsuki. Orochimaru glanced sideways at Tsunade and said, prepare my original laboratory for me. After all these years of wandering, you'd better have preserved some fighting spirit. Don't hold me back. Orochimaru. Lord Tsunade, please remain calm. Prepare the laboratory for him. Arrange Itachi's lodging. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi left one after another. Tsunade felt inexplicably weary. One problematic teammate after another. Well, her own problem was the biggest. Thunderous drum beats echoed. Boom, boom, boom. The stirring sound of drums. Above the celestial dome. The cloud arena. The endless white jade arena. A flash of teleportation light. Gongsho Dashawan Zilai Maite Kai, Uchiha Yu, and Kakashi, 4 AMBU experts proficient in the 4 red sun formation. At the diagonal corner, Chinsho Zhujian and Uchiha Ban stood with a deep bond, while Chinsho Feijian and Xiao Xuanhua Shuhu stood behind them. Finally making their appearance, Dongyang and Xuanhua Shuehu. Oh, Chinsho Zhujian with his unreasonable intuition turned to his wife and said, it seems that after my death in the future, Shuhu, you have found a new happiness. That way I can rest assured. Nonsense. Xiao Xuanhua Shuehu rolled her eyes and said, our future has changed. My granddaughter asked you to defeat him once. I finally understand what she meant. Chinsho Feijian narrowed his knife-like eyes and said coldly, proceed with the original plan. Prioritize eliminating the 3rd Hokage Dongyang's team. If you can't bear to deal with Gang's house side, leave it to me. Enough chatter. I'm going Zhujian. Uchiha Ban charged with short steps. His speed increased. The fierce sound of metal clashing. Sharp teeth and a sickle clashed Hedon. Dongyang held his sword with one hand, a smirk curving at the corner of his mouth. Senior, you're so enthusiastic, but your strength seems a bit insufficient. You damn junior. Die. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 figures flashed in staggered patterns. Chinsho Zhujian charged in with a door-sized blade, his good buddy coordinating perfectly, instantly gaining the upper hand and forcing Dongyang into a perilous situation. As the saying goes, one cannot fight off 4 hands with just 2 fists. The Xuanhua Shuhi's eyes were thick with purple intent, and a huge vertical pupil of the En Extreme True Eye appeared above her head. 2 purple chi lines connected to Chinsho Zhujian and Uchiha Ban. What is that? Susanoo. A sealing technique. In a flash of thought, Uchiha Ban acted instantly. He grabbed Chinsho Zhujian by the belt and held him in front as a shield. When that didn't work, he decisively threw him away, retreated out of the technique's range, and activated the Susanoo warrior. Hey, Ban, how could you treat me like this? Idiot. Get in quickly. The Susanoo warrior landed, enclosing Chinsho Zhujian inside. At the critical moment, Chinsho Feijian summoned the Rashomon Gate, a thick wall blocking the purple dashed lines. His intuition, honed from countless life and death battles, told him not to let this technique be completed. Xiao Xuanhua Shuehu assisted simultaneously. She was not yet the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and countless adamantine chains flew toward Dongyang. The first round of warm-up clash. A seemingly evenly matched situation. Zhujian. Use that. Alright. Woodman technique. A giant woodman enveloped in Susanoo. Dongyang's eyes shimmered with a galaxy, and the outer layer of Susanoo's chakra leaked like wind, forming melting holes, one after another. Ban, please be more serious. Bastard. How am I not serious? Uchiha Ban was furious and retorted, these two are truly a perfect match, their sealing abilities complement each other. From now on we must focus on taijutsu and yin-yang release training. That's right. I agree. Those were Qinsho Zujian's words. The wood golem attacked forward and countless adamant chains shot out. Xiao Xuanhua Shuehu responded with chains, but was clearly outmatched. Qinsho Feijian used multiple shadow clones, spitting water-severing wave to cut through, barely withstanding the wave of assault. Ban. Above. Nanny. Qinsho Zujian's intuition sensed danger. Uchiha Ban looked up. A spectacular sight. The celestial phenomena shifted. The clear sky was instantly shrouded in night. Stars shone brightly. One of them suddenly blazed with light, plummeting with a blue-purple tail followed by a meteor shower across the sky, breathtakingly beautiful. Ninja art. Watch the meteor shower together. True several thousand hands. Complete Susanoo. Boom, 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 boom. The meteor shower lasted 5 minutes. Uchiha Ban and Qinsho Zujian were like two people in a small boat amidst stormy waves. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and use Sage Mode. Oh, it takes time to gather. What can I do if the third Hokage doesn't give me a chance? Qinsho Zujian looked aggrieved. Ban, you're one to talk. He himself could use Sage Mode, why didn't he? Easy to say. Fortunately, a turning point soon appeared, just as they were about to exhaust their strength. The meteor shower finally stopped. Qinsho Feijian flashed in front of the two. I don't know how long I can hold out. Brother, you two hurry. Be careful, little brother. Uchiha Ban curled his lips inwardly. For the first time he hoped that white-haired guy would die slowly. Qinsho Feijian charged at Dongyang with a samurai sword, a hint of shock in his heart. His future most outstanding disciple was just too powerful. Clang, clang, clang. A new round of relay. Dongyang showed no signs of fatigue, engaging in a sword duel with Qinsho Feijian with interest. He sidestepped to avoid the heavenly weeping water needle exhaled and fired a tracking fireball in return. De Xuanhua Shuhu stood by as support, her gaze on the always watching gang's house team. Was she planning to exhaust their strength and finish them off in the end? Lord Feijian, a gift in return for you. Watch closely. Within a 100-meter radius of the battlefield, flying thunder god marks that had been planted earlier emerged one by one. Dongyang teleported, dizzyingly kicking Qinsho Feijian away with a backward but kick, then followed up with a series of aerial combos. A monstrous strength punch. Adamant chains formed a net. Uchiha Ban, clad in Susanoo armor with an incomplete sage face pattern, crashed through the chains and delivered an unstoppable downward slash. Cool style, senior. Burning rage. Dongyang's eyelashes trembled as he donned the divine armor, entering sage art fire dog form. He fired twin water dragons at Uchiha Ban, then closed in with a short dash, delivering a punch and elbow strike. Boom. Too fast. Too fierce. How did Uchiha Ban come? How did he fly backward? Qinsho Zujian rushed from the side, seeing his good buddy like this, reflexively caught him in his arms and slid backward, leaving 2 long trails on the ground. Idiot. Hit him. My Susanoo sage art can withstand it. I'm sorry. I thought you couldn't take it. Uchiha Ban pushed Zujian away forcefully. His lips pressed tight, exuding a low-pressure aura. Without a word, he charged again. Ban, wait for me. Third Hokage. Our strongest form. Watch out. Haha. Come on. It is a great honor to fight to the death with 2 seniors. The 3 sides fought speed with speed. Terrifying dragon claw elbow strikes. Tough Susanoo sage attire. Furious Senju monstrous strength. In just 2 minutes, it was a highlight reel of melee combat at its peak. Uchiha Ban's eternal Mangekyo spun like a pinwheel. Suddenly, he felt a sense of chi depletion. After all, his sage art training was short-lived, and the fight was not satisfying enough. Zujian. Got it. True several thousand hands, summit Buddha transformation. Ultimate Susanoo. Uchiha Ban rode on Zujian. Ultimate Susanoo enveloped the great Buddha. Dongyang turned his head and met De Xuanhua Shui's gaze. Their tacit understanding needed no words. In a dreamy immortal light, the 9-tailed white fox appeared. He flashed and mounted the fox. The North Star pupil summoned. Starry radiance converged into a tailed beast ball. The Susanoo great Buddha punched through the air. A small asteroid countered. The space of the sky screen flashed white. The outcome? I can't see clearly. So strong. Long live Lord Dongyang. Lord Dongyang, I love you. The people of this world are acting up again. Lady Tsunade, please ask Lord Dongyang for an autograph. I beg you. Me too. Lady Mito, and me too. I wouldn't have known otherwise. In the past and future, many female fans of Dongyang. The white light in the arena dissipated completely. Uchiha Madara protected his friend. In the rear, Senju Hashirama knelt on one knee, coughing blood. Dongyang's divine armor shattered, yet Uzumaki Mito, shielded behind him, remained unscathed. It seemed like a draw. But The Demon King's dual protection effect was triggered. A multiplied surge of power. The strange part was that he himself was a Chinibu teenager, yet Uzumaki Mito was considered a delinquent. What exactly was wrong with her? Never mind. Now is not the time to think about that. Dongyang assumed a crouched starting position, then flashed towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama in the nick of time raised his blade to protect his brother only to be sent flying in a single exchange. 3 kunai in a triangular pattern flew silently. The Uchiha clan's signature technique. Orochimaru and Jiraiya attacked from both sides. A smirk curled at the corner of Dongyang's mouth. Do you also wish to dance? Then let us fight to our heart's content. Uchiha Madara, that's my line. After repelling Orochimaru and the other Kakashi and Might Guy took over to engage. It felt like a group effort to take down a boss. On the other side, Tsunade blocked the nine-tailed white fox. The great Uzumaki Mito's fox eyes held a trace of pity and affection. What was originally a cat-like batting became a tail sweep, giving Tsunade a chance to struggle. In the brief lull, the young Uzumaki Mito brought Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara away from the battlefield. Dongyang kicked Jiraiya away with a heavy blow, swung his sword to drive back Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi provided support. With Tsukuyami and the Polaris, I dispelled the illusion, but it still cost him a fraction of a second. Senju Tobirama returned seamlessly, executing the 3 moons dance. After 3 strikes, he took a deliberate step back. Orochimaru thrust his sword in consecutive attacks, while Kakashi and Might Guy's coordinated support arrived. What a masterful combination. My turn. Great Toad's house collapse technique. Soaring through the air? Huh. Gamabunta descended from the sky. Dongyang in turn rose from the ground. Like 2 opposing forces meeting heat. A puff of white smoke exploded. The toad was defeated the moment it appeared. The oppressive pressure in the heavens grew heavier. Orochimaru made a tactical hand sign. For Umbu formed the 4 Crimson Sun formation. Boom. Gale force cleaves the path. A terrifying shockwave that shattered mountains. Dongyang descended like a god, unleashing a storm of sword light and starlight. The 4 Crimson Sun formation shattered like paper at the slightest touch. It swept across the battlefield in a mighty torrent. Summoning triple Rashomon. Summoning triple Rashomon. Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama performed the technique simultaneously. The 6 Rashomon gates collapsed one after another. Finally, the starlight storm was halted. Jiraiya, use that. Everyone buy us time. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Itachi sprinted swiftly, his wide sleeves billowing. Susanoo rose from the ground, and without a word he attacked. Senju Tobirama used multiple shadow clone technique. He created a large-scale water release to gain terrain advantage. He knew Dongyang was also skilled in this, but with no other options left he had to buy every second he could. Thud. Tsunade spun and flew sideways. The white fox's tail gently wrapped around her and placed her on the ground. Sleeping pile 1. The great Uzumaki Mito was about to help Dongyang, but the weakened Hashirama and the young Uzumaki Mito took over the battlefield. The other Mito. If you want to get past, defeat us first. Hashirama, be careful. True, several thousand hands. Boom. Boom boom boom. Miniature-tailed beast bombs in rapid succession. The great Uzumaki Mito's immense chakra reserves allowed her to fight all day without rest. Blood seeped from the corner of Senju Hashirama's mouth as he strained to maintain his wood release. Too violent, Mito, you must never be like this. The young Uzumaki Mito was speechless. She used adamantine sealing chains to block the agile 9 tails of the white fox. The situation was temporarily stalemated, mainly because Dongyang was handling things with ease. Otherwise, the great Uzumaki Mito would have shown them what true violence really meant. The perspective shifted to the main battlefield. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo was in tatters. Facing Dongyang's fatal sword strike, several water-severing waves cut in to provide support. He abandoned the use of his Izanagi, choosing instead a crow substitution to dive underwater. Might Guy, the blue beast of the leaf, erupted with aura. He engaged in a lightning-fast exchange with Dongyang. Kakashi's Sharingan had poor signal, making it hard to follow their movements. He could only assist Senju Tobirama with support. Orochimaru was busy summoning coffin after coffin. Jiraiya, reliable at critical moments, entered Sage mode faster than usual. However, seeing the vast water release, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Senior, how am I supposed to fight like this? Forget it. Sage Art, Great Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya charged in. But, awkwardly, he lost his target. Dongyang repelled Might Guy, then submerged underwater and ruthlessly pummeled Senju, Tobirama, Uchiha Itachi, and Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi was decisive, adopting a trade blow strategy. He used Izanagi to blind his Tsukuyami, breaking free from Dongyang, the great white shark, and withdrew from the battle with little fish Tobirama and tiny fish Kakashi. Senior, dispel the water release. Got it. Senju Tobirama scowled as he formed hand seals. The waves parted to both sides. And quickly,
Jiraiya, with the two sages Shima and Fukasaku on his shoulders, took a deep, lung-filling breath. Sage Art Gomen. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo spun like a pinwheel, adding a new composite formula along the edge of Gomen, boosting its power by at least half. Never underestimate the genius of Itachi. Coming as you wish. But leaving won't be so easy, Lord Tobirama. A surging tide. Huh. Dongyang clapped his hands together. He turned Senju Tobirama's water release against him, spiraling it upward like a heavenly waterfall. The Black Tortoise Guardian's boost to his water affinity combined with the legacy of Chui Sanyang was no joke. Two powerful jutsu collided with a thunderous roar. For a full half-minute, the battlefield was shrouded in water vapor. Uchiha Itachi clutched his eye in piercing pain. Jiraiya exited Sage mode, completely drained from a single technique. Senju Tobirama's ears twitched. He turned, and his eyes narrowed. He saw another version of himself, another brother, the damned Sarutobi Hiruzen, and an increasing number of younger ninja. Orochimaru landed at the front, his voice cold. Though this is not my own power, allow me to serve as commander one last time. Konoha ninja die for this village. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Except for a few like the reanimated Hashirama. The Konoha ninja all knelt on one knee, including Kakashi and Mike. Orochimaru's unique charisma was fully displayed at this moment. With a single command, the ninja charged fearlessly. Kill. Kill. For the village. A magnificent sight. Then let's keep dancing. Dongyang pointed his shark-toothed sword at an angle. He gradually transformed into a fiery dog demon form. At this moment he had to look cool. Faster speed. Fiercer attacks. On the battlefield, reanimated fragments flew everywhere. The ninjas' bodies could not regenerate when damaged because Lu Bu's legacy inflicted true damage with every strike. After 2 hours of grinding down the fodder enemies, Dongyang panted heavily, but his fighting spirit only grew stronger. Without a doubt, today's battle would cement his fearsome reputation. The second half had begun. Tap, tap, tap. The clogs clicked against the stone slabs. The Edo Jujian brothers appeared. Yuanfei Rizen's eyes were numb. Clearly his soul had been imprisoned by -1, used as a mere tool. In terms of respecting teachers and honoring the way Uncle Snake had never disappointed. He is truly powerful. Brother, I'm afraid we are going to lose. Edo Feijian said coldly. Brother, just do your best. By the way, fighting alongside another version of yourself, that young man's advanced usage of Flying Thunder God, do you need me to show you? Shinsho Feijian's face darkened further. At this period his knowledge reserve was slightly insufficient. Although he understood the principle, in such an intense battle, there was no time to study calmly. On the opposite side, Dongyang calmed his breath and waved, come, let me loosen up the old senior's bones, it might hurt a bit. Huh. Brother, let's go. Another me, watch carefully. Clang. Clang, clang, clang. Metal clashed. The three sides engaged in close combat. Dongyang had fought separately with both pairs of Shinsho brothers, so he was most qualified to speak. Although the Edo power was weak, their skills had reached an unprecedented peak level. If everyone were placed on the same level, he would even struggle to defeat Edo Feijian. Boom. The sharp-toothed invincible downward slash missed. Edo Feijian instantly teleported away with Flying Thunder God, unleashing a series of water needles of Heaven's Weep, followed by Swamp of the Underworld Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, and Darkness, unleashing 4 waves of attacks in less than half a second. Old man truly fast. Unfortunately, the Edo power was insufficient. A water wall rose under Dongyang's feet, easily blocking the attack. From the right side, a piercing sound, and 2 consecutive water dragon bombs collided with wood-release spikes. This was not over. Classic tree world. Wood-release roots pulled out of the earth, inflated, and grew into fierce clawing tree men. Dongyang's eyes displayed a noble silver galaxy, and he politely reminded Senior, please watch the meteor shower with me. The night sky veiled the clear sky. The meteor shower fell with precise strikes. Seeing this, Edo Jujian also decided not to take it slowly. He clapped his hands and entered sage mode. True, several thousand hands. Topmost transformation, Buddha. Huh. Brother, you are too impatient. Suddenly passionate, huh? Let's go all out. Brother. Edo Feijian was quite helpless. How could I go all out? Even if I could create a tiny opening. Edo Feijian jumped onto the giant Buddha's shoulder, feeling at a loss. Forget it, he performed multiple shadow clone and water-severing wave. Now, a boring beam clash stage. Dongyang proved with actions that in terms of endurance, he dared to claim second in the ninja world, and no one dared to claim. The Edo Jujian brothers gradually exhausted their strength. -1 manipulated Yuanfei Rizen to spit out the 5 great combination bombs to assist, but still could not see Dongyang's limit. Too exaggerated. Edo Jujian clicked his tongue in amazement. Edo Feijian replied, the entire world has been rewritten due to his accidental factor, which shows how special he is. Unfortunately, this young man is not on our side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling star colors. Yuanfei Rizen was instantly engulfed.
No mercy in killing him. Dongyang retracted his dojutsu and said everyone who else wants to dance. He'll accompany you to the end today. Yuzhibo Yu and Yuzhibo Jishui exchanged. The two brothers strode towards the battlefield. Qianshou Feijian shook his head and said pointless struggle. -1 Aren't you going to act? Act. Of course at the moment of greatest chance of victory. -1 said Senior, it is not meaningless. In the Celestial Arena competition, the ranking is not important, the key is whether it is exciting. Moreover you have cooperated before, his value is no less than yours. This sentence struck a nerve. Qianshou Feijian's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He was considering whether to refuse to become the second Hokage and focus on improving strength with his brother. As expected of Shunshin Jishui. Impressive. Senior flatters me. What about your other Mangekyo? It's with Jitsuin Toanzang. Originally Gangsha-sama asked me to testify his crimes, but he received news in advance and defected. Yuzhibo Jishui and you were like twins with telepathic connection, 1 + 1 = 4 with soft blade and hard technique. Oh, telling me so easily. A repayment for your help to you. Yuzhibo Jishui said softly, the only thing I can do. Thinking back on my cowardly behavior before death, at least being alive, I can share those pains and torments with him. Clan massacre. Everything. Ha ha ha. I like this answer. Dongyang laughed heartily for this sentence alone. I respect you as a true man. Be careful next, I won't hold back. You. The next moment. Yuzhibo Jishui and you fully demonstrated the weight of the words astonishing talent and brilliance. Single-Eye Susanoo was just child's play. A combined technique, how about that? Yuzhibo Jishui's dojutsu power served as the main body. Yuzhibo Yu attached Amaterasu wings with 2 heads and 4 arms plus the original 2 total 6 arms. Black flames manifested 6 large swords. Kagetsuchi. Not sure. Controlling Amaterasu flames isn't just by thinking right. Really cool you two guys. The brothers were inexplicably didn't know how to reply. Deep envy in Dongyang's eyes. He must figure out a Gundam-like skill when he returns, summoning the power of the star god probably. At this moment, Great Whirlpool Mito put 2 more to sleep. For hooves leaped through the air and landed on the battlefield. -1 knew he had to act. He performed the forbidden technique Yamada no Oroki to hold the pressure up front. The somewhat recovered Qianshou Feijian and the father-son duo Chimu Shimao and Kakashi provided support from the periphery. Snake catching. Fox's specialty. 9 white foxtails swept, slapping -1 dizzy. Qianshou Feijian felt he finally had a use. He suddenly flashed to the big fox's hind leg and planted mutual multiplying explosive tags. However, tadpole-like runes emerged on the fox's fur instantly, sealing his technique, wasting an opportunity. Nanny. Boom. Foxtail strike. Qianshou Feijian fell over and slept. No need to continue embarrassing himself. In the distance, Edo Zhujian watched and laughed heartily. Edo Feijian held his forehead and said, young me, his mentality is broken. I hope he remembers this feeling of powerlessness. Enemies are not only Uchiha. May he grow up quickly. Indeed, as he said, Qianshou Feijian of the second year of Mai had not yet escaped the influence of the Warring States period. He was fixated on anti-Uchiha tactics, and other aspects were far from adequate. Zillia-sama, I want to go? Kai, wait a bit. Wait, until when? Until all of us are dead. Zilli grinned. Silly and simple. Maite Kai struggled, but if I cannot protect everyone, my ninja way does not allow. Kakashi. Watch out. Maite Kai leaped and caught in midair. He landed princess carrying his best friend. Zilli patted Maite Kai's shoulder and rushed to the battlefield to help -1. These are our juniors. You and Jishui, truly astonishing ninja talents, but died young. Temporarily weak, but I believe in their strong hearts. One day they will obtain matching strength. Brother, prepare to return to the Pure Land. Yes, brother. The Edo Zhujian brothers returned. They formed a pincer position with Jishui and used combined Susanoo. Dongyang wore a divine battle armor. He went all out. The battle caused the sky to change and the earth to shake. In the end, those standing on the field. Besides Dongyang and Whirlpool Mito, the only survivor was Maite Kai standing alone. So welcome the final dance. Everyone. Woo-woo. Aye. Woo-woo. Maite Kai wept bitterly. Gasped for breath. Xuanhua Shuihu reverted to human form and cast a reproachful glance at Dongyang, as if to say, why go all out like that? Look, you've scared Day's child into tears. The weight of power on my shoulders. I can feel it, carrying the hopes of everyone. Shaoli, watch closely. Maite Kai wiped his tears with his arm, then roared with a super science explosive aura. 8 gates formation. 7th gate, gate of wonder open. 8th gate, gate of death. Open. Ugh. With the youth entrusted to me by everyone. Burnt. Evening elephant. Maite Kai dragged a trail of crimson flame. An unrelenting straight kick. Too fast. Too brutal. Despite his preparations, Dongyang only saw a blur, reflexively parried with a dragon claw elbow strike, then was sent flying through the air by the tremendous force. Maidakai's second consecutive kick, even faster than the last. More brutal. The flaw was also obvious. It was a straight line. Midair Dongyang twisted his core the Emperor engine, serving as a last-minute power source, unleashing a full power slash of Morningstar Storm Yasuo Hallyu. Boom. A violent explosion. The shark's tooth spun out of his hand. Maidakai's rhythm faltered for an instant. Dongyang, with twin fists wreathed in flowing water and fire dragon patterns, predicted the third strike's trajectory and unleashed a frenzy of elbow strikes, engaging in a true man's hardcore brawl. Boom, 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 boom. The seventh consecutive evening elephant. Missed. A true man occasionally knows when to retreat. Dongyang flashed to the ground, his left divine arm guard shattered, his arm limp from a powder-like fracture, his right fist trembling and devoid of strength. Indeed, it was still too much. But I was fortunate to witness the power of youth. It was worth it. With his trembling right hand, he raised a thumbs up. Facing the void, Dongyang said, Daishuan, all the children of the taijutsu class, this is your future. Being born insignificant is not terrifying. What matters is nurturing a heart that blooms. Bloom. Maidakei panted in midair. Though I hate to interrupt your teaching of father and the others, I cannot maintain the gate of death for long. This is the final strike. Then, bloom, my youth, with the resolve to give my life. Night guy. The next moment. Listen to the dragon's roar, like a locomotive rumbling and crushing. A lethal crisis. Dongyang desperately wanted to do something, even raise an arm to block, but the sensation of being locked in time and space left him watching helplessly as the crimson dragon drew closer. Adamant sealing chains. Dongyang's eyes shifted slightly. Several chains dragged him aside. Xuanhua Shuehu also felt the same pressure, but the authority of her inner world allowed her to barely move. SSS. Roar. Boom. The dragon's roar howled. The four-sided arena wailed in agony. Dongyang vomited blood profusely, his lower body vanished without a trace, the wound seared to charcoal by fierce flames. His eyes clouded with tears. This was the first severe injury he had suffered as a ninja. Hold it in. Can't cry. So many people are watching. Otherwise the crown will fall. In the distance, dust billowed. Maidakai's body was covered with ceramic-like cracks, and 2 streams of tears evaporated into steam before they could even hit the ground. I'm sorry. I've let everyone's expectations down. My youth has failed once again. Failing over and over. Suddenly I'm so tired. Of course he was tired in his final moments. Maidakei slowly closed his eyes. The last clear tear evaporated. His entire body crumbled and disintegrated inch by inch. Current world Maidakei. Youth never admits defeat. Keep going. It's far from time to feel tired. Cheer up. Current world Shiwan Dai is right. Keep it up. Long live the will of youth. Will of the green grass. Unwavering. Past world Shinsho Longchi, the sheer power of taijutsu. That junior is truly terrifying. Our son just monstrous strength and yang release. I see a new direction. Current world Hui Junmeifeng, if I were to fight that man, our Kagaya would gladly die. Did the one in the sky hear me? Arrange it. Future world Haruno Sakura, everyone, we have senior Kai, so no need to worry about Uchiha Madara. Too bad my autograph. The celestial screen displayed new images. First, a dynamic image of Dongyang and Xuanhua Shuhu standing side by side, followed by highlights of this peak match, and finally a freeze frame of Maidakei's tearful carbonized form. This round has ended. What a thrilling battle. Thank you all for your wonderful performance. The theme for the next round has been determined. Elementary schoolers have their Spring Chicken Dinner Championship. Priority anchor to the winner's world of this round. Contestants Shuan Yuhi Shinku Yakushi Kabuto. Future Parallel World Match Hyuga, Hanabi Saratobi Kanoamaru Shimura Gome. Past Parallel World Match Uchiha. The internal rules of the Chicken Dinner Championship are as follows: Potential Fruit Enhancement Growth Ninja Path Core, Embedding Skills, 5 levels of equipment, white, blue, purple, gold, red. Similar to the previous world's Chicken Dinner gameplay. Level 5 Armor, Level 5 Helmet. Fully loaded with potential fruits and ninja path cores, elementary schoolers instantly become cage-level existences. This kind of advanced version experience is undoubtedly invaluable. Dongyang and Xuanhua Shuehu were teleported back. The ancient scroll slowly closed. Does it still hurt? Xuanhua Shuehu touched Dongyang's newly restored body, blaming herself. It's my fault for letting my guard down. I'm sorry. You don't need to say sorry between us. Dongyang flexed his arm muscles and said, a real man. A little injury is nothing. This is nothing. You're just putting on a brave face. Xuanhua Shuehu said, by the way, we must train Day's child more devotedly. The 8 Gates Formation. What terrifying taijutsu. Fortunately, Maidakei's yin-yang release cultivation lagged behind, otherwise I feel he could have shattered a region of the world with his kicks. Dongyang nodded and said, I've already made arrangements. After this round with enough points to evolve the bloodline of an entire clan I planned to. Xuanhua Shuehu went home to nurse the baby, made a loving lunch, reported to the office of Uchiha Munakata and Uchiha Munamasa. Dongyang got straight to the point about his plans. Both of you since I took office the Uchiha have worked hard with great merit. The village's development to this point owes the largest part to your contributions. Now that we have ample competition points, good steel should naturally be used on the blade. Go back and inform the clan members to prepare. In the coming days maintain good nutrition and welcome the glorious evolution. Yes. Uchiha Munamasa knelt on one knee and said, "Thank you for your trust, third Hokage-sama. I propose to first evolve half of the clan members. The other half of the competition points should go to someone more deserving than the Uchiha." Uchiha Munakata added Maidadai Tsunade Orochimaru. This is the will of the entire Uchiha clan. Dongyang raised an eyebrow. He quickly understood their reasoning. Don't be fooled by the Uchiha's arrogance. That's only when you're weak. Those like Maidadai Tsunade and Orochimaru who have proven their strength in certain aspects instead earn their respect and courtesy. Very well. Proceed as planned. The administrative department compiled a list. Swiftly initiated the first round of bloodline evolution, thereby triggering the empowerment of natural evolutionary traits. Left foot stepping on right foot, spiraling upward like a rocket. In a parallel future world, Uchiha Sasuke witnessed the battle of the combined Susanoo, and a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. Faced with such an overwhelmingly powerful Uchiha Itachi, what could he possibly use to kill him? Reasons, justifications. Subconsciously he evaded such thoughts. Father, mother, the clan. Until the celestial screen broadcast, Uchiha Sasuke rekindled his fighting spirit. Youth like the lush grass. He too had his own will for revenge. At worst he would die. Uchiha Sasuke, armed with the resolve to die, trained in the training ground until utterly exhausted. Suddenly an inexplicable power surged within him, and his eyes stung with a dull ache the love of his brother. Returning to his room. In the dead of night the boy let out a hoarse cry. He had awakened his eyes, free Tomo. The next day an uninvited guest arrived. Uchiha Shursui. Good morning, Sasuke. Uchiha Shursui said with a gentle gaze. You really look like Itachi. The celestial arena has unveiled the sealed past. Now there's no need to hide it from you anymore. He continued. Itachi asked me to train you until you master the power to kill him to end all the bloodshed and suffering. Sasuke, only you can do this. Sasuke screamed, no. Why are you here? Uchiha Sasuke, clutching his head in despair, cried. Why wasn't I born in Lord Dongyang's world, or in the era of Lord Madara? Why? Why did all this happen? The appearance of Uchiha Shursui made young Sasuke unable to escape any longer. He had to face all the problems. I'm sorry. He'll come back in the afternoon. Uchiha Shursui spoke in a strange tone, both sorrowful and gentle. Sasuke, you are an Uchiha, the last of the... With that he turned and left. Young Sasuke stumbled home in a daze, his ears echoing with those words in Uchiha. The last Uchiha. Somehow he felt that besides revenge he bore the heavy responsibility of the clan to restore the glory of the Uchiha. Yes, only he could accomplish this. He must kill that man. No, Lord Hokage, don't come near me. No. Uzumaki Naruto woke up from a nightmare drenched in sweat. He stared blankly for a moment, then pulled the blanket tighter and curled up as if seeking more. Closing his eyes, all he saw were the scenes of that day's violation. The kind Hokage grandfather had become so distant and cold. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? This is the home of the nine-tailed fox. If you don't want to get eaten, get lost. Outside the door, Jiraiya shrank his neck. This kid is quite fierce. He continued knocking harder. 2 minutes later, Uzumaki Naruto opened the door angrily saying, I told you to go away. Do you want a taste of my fist? No, I don't. Jiraiya chuckled sheepishly. The sun is already high, you're still sleeping. If you slack off on training, how will you protect everyone and become Hokage? The word Hokage seemed to flip a switch. Naruto's face turned extremely ugly. In the sealed space, the Nine-Tails slightly raised its eyelids, but didn't take the chance to cause trouble. Naruto, what's wrong? I just feel sick. Naruto turned his back to Jiraiya and said, my dream has changed. I no longer want to protect anyone or become anything. If you need the power of the Nine-Tails, I'll fully cooperate. Jiraiya stammered. No, you misunderstood. Jiraiya was really panicked this time. I want to take you as my disciple, teach you everything I know, Naruto. I refuse. Please make yourself at ease, sir. The door closed. Jiraiya stood frozen. What was the reason? Naruto had undergone such a drastic change. Recently, only that incident could be the cause. Teacher, you should. The Hyuga clan. Due to the next round of the Celestial Arena, Hyuga Hanabi was undergoing intense training with Hinata as her sparring partner, who had been knocked down countless times. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes were full of disappointment. I'm sorry. Father, are you hurt? No. Hinata answered in a soft voice. Hyuga Hayashi silently turned and left the training ground not out of concern for Hinata, but because his younger daughter needed rest. Hanabi reached out and pulled Hinata up. Sister, being timid is not your fault. But being timid yet the clan heir, that is something father cannot allow. If there is a chance, sister, leave this unbearably oppressive place. Stop bearing responsibilities you cannot handle. For you, being an ordinary Hyuga would surely be more relaxed than this. I haven't seen you smile in a long time. I truly hope you can smile more. Hanabi didn't wait for her reply and hurried to catch up with her father. Hinata watched her sister's receding figure, then looked down at her toes, a warmth spreading through her cold, lonely heart. Leave? Go to the other two parallel worlds. Naruto had changed recently too. But someone as worthless as herself, why would she be chosen? Back to the present. Training was also in progress. Dongyang arranged for Hatake Tsukumo to train Ishihara, while Kagami trained Yui Shinku. He was most at ease with Beilu, who had already reported to the Ministry of Culture midyear. He was very similar to Orochimaru. A scholarly ninja talent compared to Orochimaru's calm wisdom, he was more passionate and had wildly imaginative ideas which later led to the creation of the Guei Yaluo technique. After finishing today's work, he continued developing the Star God Gundam. Ideas were easy, but execution was difficult. Due to the lack of actual parameters, Dongyang had only observed the Gundam of Uchiha Madara and others with his naked eyes, without gaining in-depth understanding. This was all Kagami's fault, who told him he couldn't activate Susanoo. He struggled for a whole week. Just as Dongyang was about to temporarily shelve the Gundam ninjutsu, a turning point emerged. It came from the Celestial Arena, displaying his own combat power, which skyrocketed his reputation points by millions. 10 consecutive reputation chests opened. Celestial Arena points 1,000, talent growth, pill 1, common empowerment points 5, Heavenly Wolf 4 symbols, art, Holy Spirit sword technique. He fed the talent growth pill to his daughter Little Star Moon. After maxing out the empowerment points, dizziness was normal. All of his empowerments had reached the excellent tier. The last two martial arts were converted by the system into ninja world techniques. The Heavenly Will 4 symbols art originated from the magic sword Life and Death chess. It featured the 4 divine wrath of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, condensing Dharma forms to confront enemies. Unfortunately, the special effects were so costly that when he watched it as a child, it was never fully satisfying. A Gundam template had arrived. The minor technique was the 4 divine wrath. The ultimate technique, Star God Wrath. Then there was the Holy Spirit sword technique, a peerless sword art from wind and cloud, which could allow one to comprehend the space-time, sealing sword 23, unleashing an effect on par with Night Guy. Once Hatake Tsukumo and Ishihara earned enough merit points later, he would teach them this technique, the joy of raising. His skill tree had greatly expanded. Finally, he was no longer stuck with just a few powerful moves. The next battle would be fun. From now on, he should be respectfully called the Forbidden Technique Master. After finishing all this, Dongyang was in a good mood. He used the worship value from the arrival of the Sect Master to make a small boost, but not too fast, as it could easily lead to power loss of control. This was also why he hadn't used the arena points. The worship value was abundant and satisfying, with a maximum triple multiplier. Once he absorbed this combat power, when he faced Might Guy again, it was anyone's guess who would kick whom. While looking forward to the rematch, this round of competition begins. Random Battlefield Ninja Sect Storm. Connecting 30 AI puppet teams. Details of in-game tasks and mechanisms, please young students explore on your own and face your trials. Earth Island Space. All the young ones descended at the same time. What is AI? Beilu's genius syndrome flared up. He was distracted observing the nearby puppet teams. A yellow-haired neighbor threatened him with a glare feeling exactly like real people. Captain Jinhong. Shi Yuan, gripping his sword hilt, said, "Which one of these glittering golden cards should I choose?" "Fight with growing valor," Shiri Jinhong said calmly. Beilu, who withdrew his thoughts and chimed in, "Indeed, the cards Diamond Wall and Potential Unleashed are good, but not as growth-oriented as Fight with Growing Valor. The more enemies you kill, the greater the latestage rewards." Open the vision map in the upper left corner. The red dots on the Ninja Sect Storm battlefield, if I'm not mistaken, are the positions of other squads. As he spoke, he mentally tapped near one of the red dots. It worked indeed. Then he moved the red dot and selected the periphery of Ludao Shinju. The center had 6 red dots concentrated. Rushing in rashly would be risky. First, explore the periphery to understand the in-game rules, collect potential fruits and ninja path cores, and develop a bit with weapons and armor before charging in to clean up the mess. That's it. Beilu, who quickly arranged the tactics. An excellent ability to adapt on the spot. Countdown 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. The Birth Island squads were collectively teleported. Space and time shifted. A chill autumn wind blew askew. A blazing red maple forest. Beilu, who and the other two looked around. A bright purple lucky bag hung on the left treetop. You sure Yuan picked it? And the bag transformed into tens of thousands of silver tails and a purple quality vest. So that's it. What's the use of silver tails? Bye. It seems there are no other squads in our area for now. Everyone split up and search. Meet back here in 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes later, the three regrouped. Beilu, who had a blue ninja tool pouch that generated a certain number of kunai explosive tags and shuriken over time until full of blue quality vest and some silver tails. Shiri Zhenhong had two potential fruits, a fire release ninja path core and a white quality vest. Shi Yuan had the initial purple quality vest, a blue quality short, sort of blue quality tachi, and a blue quality primary kunai. Good heavens, he was a weapons wholesaler. Beilu, who assigned, he'll take the fire release ninja path core. You each take one potential fruit and one weapon. Speed is crucial, while head to Ludao Xinju immediately. Yes. The three traveled in a triangular formation. Shi Yuan acted as the vanguard. They stepped out of the vast red maple forest. To the north, a temple was faintly visible in the distant mountains. Beilu Hu and Shiri Zhenhong noted it, mentally planning to return and search it after the battle. The terrain grew higher. Three towering white light pillars shot up from Ludao Xinju. Beilu Hu made a tactical gesture, and the squad approached the nearest pillar only to find it was a shop for spending silver tails. Zhenhong, upgrade your white quality vest. And 3 vest repair bugs. Captain, there are people. Kill them. A big battle around the shop. The enemy squad looked disheveled. They had clearly just been driven out of the central area. Beilu Hu's squad fully equipped and ready charged like tigers descending a mountain. They were adept at calculated tactics, yet did not lack the bloody courage of a desperate fight. Die. Kill. The two sides clashed. Beilu Hu controlled fire from a distance. Shiri Zhenhong provided exquisite support. With Shi Yuan as the core, wherever he attacked, the other two struck. They cooperated with great synergy. / Nanny. He disappeared. Behind you. Shi Yuan executed a millennia-old fatal strike. He slowly drew out the black. Beilu Hu and Shiri Zhenhong turned away, their eyes unable to bear it. It was truly helpless. What was Senior Somao teaching him? They cleaned up the supplies. The central area was rich indeed. Shiri Zhenhong replaced his primary kunai with a purple quality one. They split the potential fruits dropped by the enemies equally among the three and handed the lightning release ninja path core to Beilu Hu. They spent at the nearby silver shop. Each replenished 2 vest repair bugs, 2 bottles of fine military ration pills. Beilu Hu upgraded his blue. Fight with growing valor lived up to its name. They continued on to kill. The ancient gate of Ludao Xinju. A faint red glow was vaguely visible. Shiri Zhenhong used a shadow clone to scout ahead. Upon returning, he said, "It prompted me that I triggered an adventure quest, but since I'm not a direct descendant of the Six Paths bloodline, I don't meet the requirements." What a shame. Terrain factors. Don't forget the first round of competition, the torrential rain at Nanga River. The third Hokage had a natural advantage. Now the advantage shifts to the Uchiha and Hyuga. Beilu Hu analyzed, time is very tight. Once the Uchiha and Hyuga complete their adventure quests, they might surpass us in an instant. Shi Yuan, let's go. Yeah, Captain. The three charged into the central area. Explosive tags roared. A melee of 2.5 squads. Beilu Hu commanded with composure, launching a flanking assault and focusing fire to take down one member from each of the 2 full squads. When he tried to press further, all the young ninjas in the field unanimously chose to retreat. Captain, which squad do we chase? Don't chase. These AI really seem like real people. A strong interest glimmered in Beilu Hu's eyes. He said, hurry and search for resources. They've been fighting from the start until now, but they definitely won't have time. All the spoils will be ours. The three split up. Shiri Zhenhong, with his excellent perception, discovered and solved the happy match 6-path seal, obtaining a top-tier red quality vest. Shi Yuan, as usual, the weapons wholesaler, opened a golden lucky bag and got 2 gold swords and a gold ninja tool pouch. Beilu Hu obtained an illusion ninja path core and handed it to Shiri Zhenhong to use, while the red quality vest was transferred to Shi Yuan. They consumed the potential fruits. The three's basic attributes greatly increased. They left Ludao Xinju. Their target was the temple they had passed earlier. Another adventure quest was triggered. The only flaw was that it was a golden adventure. The temple enshrined an ancient deity, the rain god. The three tested separately. Beilu Hu and Shiri Zhenhong were qualified. The value of the Black Tortoise Guardian was manifested at this moment. Zhenhong, you go. Captain. The third Hokage said, I have my own path. Go for it. The fluffy-haired little boy nodded heavily. He underwent the rain god's inheritance trial. Outside, a few minutes passed. Shiri Zhenhong cultivated for who knows how many years inside. He walked out from the rain god's altar, instantly forgetting the specific experiences, only remembering the immortal technique of the 4 seasons rain. Zhenhong, are you okay? Captain, I've become stronger. Haha, not bad. The difference between Bei-Lu-Hu and Orochimaru was that he knew how to provide better emotional value. Let's go. Let's find a sword art adventure for sure, Yuan. Captain, thank you. I'm the captain. The three walked out of the temple. In the distance, a deep purple sky poison zone was moving. Thunder flashed spectacularly. Bei-Lu-Hu closed his eyes. In his mind, he recalled the map near Ludao Shinju. To the northeast was Wanghuiya, where no red dots had landed. This is the place. Past world Rishiang Tianren. Have my tastes become too refined? I find it somewhat dull. Speaking of which, Yuan Fei Maiwan and Jitsuan Wumu are truly excellent names. Present world Rishiang Tianren. You seem to imply something. Indeed, they are two very good names. Very, very good names. Present world Rishiang Tianren. You seem to imply something. Indeed, they are two very good names. Very, very good names. Let them know the power of the future world. Present world Road Ninja B. Is there something I don't know? In our present world, Danzo is a hero. Forget about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why do people also speak of Danzo that way? Kid, don't pry into adult matters. The barrage messages were laughing and joking. Hyuga Hanabi acquired the Otsutsuki encounter. Uchiha Shinji of the past world acquired the Indra encounter, and Senju Chihiro Hidden Clan acquired the Ashura encounter. The ANBU of the three villages were recording intelligence. Mark the key points for the exam. The ancient past of the ninja sect was unveiling its mysterious veil before them. Present world Tsunade, little Chihiro aunt. Go for it. Present world Chihiro Tsunade, 8-year-old, which side are you on? Present world Tsunade, big Chihiro, aunt, watching your younger self must be quite novel. Future world Jiraiya, this distinction is interesting. Tsunade 48. Future world Tsunade, shut up. Jiraiya, do you want to die? He come and hit me. Future world small room. Jiraiya, thick-skinned, accompanied Naruto to watch the battle. With his own love. Dispelling the shadows in the boy's heart. Orochimaru had already gone to the ruins of the Uzumaki village, hoping to fish out Minato from the death god's belly as soon as possible so that he could relax a bit. Please don't change the subject. Since the 5th Hokage is here, let's discuss the details of Shimura Danzo's public execution. Execution 1. Execution. Same village, no need to be shy. As same village, you resort to provocation and schemes. I spit. 5th Hokage Tsunade, I Uchiha Madara speak to you on behalf of all Uchiha. Regarding Shizui's Mangekyo Sharingan being taken, I give you 1 month to bring the culprit to justice. Watching the drama with popcorn. Wow. Lord Dongyang, look here. Lord Dongyang. Dongyang briefly surfaced. The topic drifted again. Uchiha Madara was fuming with black lines on his forehead. Tsunade 48 gently rubbed her brow, and after a moment of thought, she made public the atrocities of Shimura Danzo, with the wood-style experiments on Senju Hidden Clan children prominently featured as the headline. Such heinous crimes. Other offenses suddenly became insignificant. The past world was in an uproar. Uchiha Madara held back Senju Hashirama, while Senju Tobirama silently played the invisible man. Senju and Uchiha clansmen stormed into the Shimura household and chopped Shimura Danzo into mincemeat on the spot. Lord Madara. Shimura Danzo, well done. Present world Dongyang. Senior Madara, no wonder you didn't become the 2nd Hokage. Your political sense is so poor. This is clearly the 1st Hokage's decision. You can't take the blame for him. Present world Tsunade Dongyang. What do you mean by that? Past world Senju Tobirama. 3rd Hokage Dongyang, the affairs of our village don't require your interference. You and Uzumaki Mido have been secretly in contact, and from what I know, everyone is still in the dark. Present world Tsunade, 2nd grandfather. I don't like you anymore. Present world Uzumaki Mido. Enough, little Tsunade. Don't get involved in the conflicts between adults. It will only put you in a dilemma. Yes, we have a daughter, and her name is Xingyue. Future world female fan, no. How could Lord Dongyang be like this? Present world Uchiha Kagami. Dongyang, you rascal, you even kept it from me. Your dream of founding a bloodline clan has finally taken its first step. I'm truly happy for you. Don't worry, everyone will have a chance. I propose calling a Jonin meeting to discuss the major matter of how many wives the Hokage should marry. How about 8? As expected of Lord Kagami, agree. 18 barely enough. Brother Kagami. It has to be you. Dongyang's gaze pierced through the barrage messages. Past Senju Tobirama, we have a score to settle. Moreover, among the 3 worlds, only old Danzo remained as a lone survivor. Tsunade 48, hurry up. Back to the arena battlefield. The 5th Poison Circle contraction. The elementary school students encountered each other. Bamboo sea waves. A grim atmosphere. Sure Yuan grasped his sword hilt. The next moment, a body flicker horizontal slash. Clang. Uchiha Shinji firmly blocked. His Sharingan circulated Jinjutsu, and with a clear sword chant at his ear, he instantly dispelled his technique. Interesting. But that's all. Uchiha Shinji accelerated, then accelerated again. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Wood Style, Wood Dragon, Xian Yaoyuo. The battle between Little Chihiro and Baloo. A single character difference between Ghost and Immortal. The difference between Heaven and Earth. Storm, Wood Style, Wood Dragon, Xian Yaoyuo. The battle between Little Chihiro and Baloo. A single character difference between Ghost and Immortal. The difference between Heaven and Earth. 5 elements light pillars were majestic and grand. Offense like dust released defense like Susanoo. The two kids continued to clash beams. The situation was deadlocked. The breakthrough lay with Shiri Jinhong. 4 seasons rain, autumn slaughter, winter burial. Cold icy rain slapped wildly. Wide area slowing speed. Goose feather snowflakes like blades pierced the air. The past world Senju elementary student, having not encountered a second Ashura encounter, used a series of earth release techniques with his ninja path core to barely withstand the assault of the overwhelming snow burial. There's a saying, prolonged defense leads to loss. He fell into a jinjutsu. So your true strength is. Sorry. Shiri Jinhong was about to. Suddenly he turned his head to look at the western sky. From a great distance, Hyuga Hanabi was flying through the air, her Byakugan locking onto Shiri Jinhong from afar as she charged and unleashed a divine airstrike. Spring rain. Boom. The fluffy-haired little Shota could only be cool for 3 seconds. The continuous spring rain dissolved most of the divine airstrike. The other half struck his chest, sending him flying deep into the bamboo sea. There was really no way around it. The future team did not distribute resources evenly. Hyuga Hanabi monopolized everything while Yuan Fei Maiwan and the other were just running alongside, so her strength far surpassed the others by a large margin. Jinhong, sure Yuan finished this quickly. Yes. Baloo, who stuffed his mouth with soldier pills, frantically unleashing 5 elements light pillars. Why entrust it to Shi Yuan? Because before entering the 3rd Hokage had instructed, always believe in the green grass well. Divine airstrike. Xian Yaoyuo block it. As it turned out, not everyone's roar could make a difference. Baloo was thoroughly defeated. The Xian Yaoyuo 5 elements shield and golden armor shattered, and the Xuanwu Guardian activated at the critical moment, barely saving half his life. Deep in the bamboo sea, Shiri Jinhong, clutching his collapsed chest, painstakingly returned to the battlefield. Their eyes met, and both looked toward the last hope. Shi Yuan. I'm here, Captain. Shi Yuan's right arm was severed, blood gushing. His left hand held a black-red blade. Uchiha Shinji lay on the ground unconscious or dead. I can't hit the enemy in the sky. Shi Yuan's tone was matter-of-fact, as if the severed arm were not his own, instead exuding a divine courage that saw life and death lightly and dared to fight regardless. Take my wings and go, Shi Yuan. Baloo, with trembling hands, formed hand seals. A 5-colored radiance manifested wings on Shi Yuan's. Shiri Jinhong kept coughing blood. With a sallow complexion, he formed hand seals for 4 seasons, rain cycling through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, without and ultimately accelerating the power of time. Shi Yuan looked up at the sky, then down at the sword in his hand. We are born like weeds, yet we yearn to become light. Now is the time, isn't it?